Traveling through 79, Ian unexpectedly came to a battlefield shrouded in flames and smoke. The team wanted to achieve great things, but unexpectedly they were ambushed and suffered heavy casualties. Ian was ordered to rebuild the team in a critical moment. All the new recruits sent here are outstanding, but they are well-known troublemakers and traitors in each unit. The superiors promised that as long as Ian could tame these rebels and rebuild the team when the next battle comes, Ian's team would become the first special forces in the entire military region. Ian, okay, you asked me to do this. As a result, all kinds of unprecedented underworld training began to emerge one after another. The superiors were also shocked to find that even though they asked you to tame these rebellious people, why are they even more rebellious than before? And they are rebelling every day. Also, Ian, how did you become the biggest traitor? Before long, a mysterious special forces unit appeared on the battlefield, terrified the enemy and sweeping across the 4 directions. The monkey commander burst into tears. Who told you to destroy them before? The one you rebuilt now is even more terrifying. The war was over, and Ian led the team to face the entire army. Although their numbers are pitifully small, but any unit in the army would see, Ian is coming with his traitors, don't come over. Ian's superior looked at the shining star on his shoulder and was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Fight, keep fighting. The harder you fight, the faster I will be promoted. Chapter 1 The Last Lone Eagle. Ian, why did you shoot the captain? In the interrogation room, an officer stared at Ian, who was sitting behind the iron bars with burning eyes. Staff Officer Joe, I've told you this 800 times. Ian looked at him helplessly. We shoot to save people. Bang! Military District Staff Officer Joe Billy slammed the table and simultaneously slammed the spotlight towards Ian. Bullshit. You broke his leg and smashed the shoulder of Machine Gunner Todd. Joe Billy walked up to the iron bars and stared at Ian intently. Not only can they not be scouts anymore, they can't even be soldiers anymore. Are you saving people? You're clearly harming your comrades. Also, why did they come back first? You didn't harm them, so why didn't you come back with them? Were you responsible for the deaths of those soldiers? Speak. Joe Billy roared. Why are you doing this? Call. Ian rolled his eyes and turned his head away. Are you agreeing? Joe Billy glared at him. Why? Ian sighed. I've answered this question 800 times. The enemy was chasing us closely, and most of my comrades were seriously injured and couldn't fight at all. If I hadn't stayed behind to stop them, would they have been able to come back? You're such a boaster, Joe Billy snorted. Your comrades were either injured or sacrificed. So many of them couldn't defeat the enemy. And yet you, alone, were able to hold off an enemy dozens of times your size, and come back safe and sound? Ian stared at him. Staff Officer Joe, do you want to know why? Joe Billy's eyes lit up. Speak. Ian shrugged. Because I'm lucky, and I'm really good. Hiss. Billy Chow took a deep breath. Bang. Joe Billy slapped the table angrily. Ian, are you kidding me? You shot your own comrades, and you're still trying to make excuses. If you wait until they are rescued and explain the situation first, you'll be in trouble. I advise you to tell the truth and confess, and I'll give you leniency. At this moment, the door of the interrogation room suddenly opened. An officer with a dignified look and a stern face strode in. Behind him, there were several officers, each with a murderous look on their face. Captain. Ian widened his eyes in shock. This was the first time anyone from the Falcon Scouting Squadron showed up during the 3 days he was locked up. Captain Chen, what brings you here? Joe Billy turned around with an unwelcome look on his face. According to regulations, all of you Falconers must stay away during the interrogation. You're breaking the rules. Chen Hai glanced at Ian, then said coldly to Joe Billy, I'm here to take my soldiers away. What? Joe Billy was stunned. Captain Chen, are you kidding me? Ian shot his own comrade. The matter has been thoroughly investigated. Chen Hai interrupted. 3 people were rescued this morning. They collectively testified that they were suddenly attacked by enemy artillery fire and suffered heavy casualties. It was Ian who took the initiative to cover their retreat and evacuate. Their lives were saved by Ian. Ian immediately stood up and said, Officer Joe, I didn't lie to you, did I? Joe Billy's mouth twitched. He didn't expect this kid to be so awesome. Chen Hai looked at Joe Billy, who was embarrassed, and said coldly, Is it clear now? Let him go. Joe Billy suddenly realized, no, but he did shoot at his comrades and interrupted them. That was because the artillery fire blew down a large tree, pinning Captain Luo Tian and Tao De. Chen Hai said coldly, the enemy was approaching at the time, and the situation was critical. In order to save them, Ian had no choice but to open fire. Chen Hai stared at Joe Billy closely. He wants to bring his comrades back and prevent the enemy from chopping off their heads. Do you understand? Let them go. Joe Billy looked at Ian, then looked at Chen Hai in embarrassment. Captain Chen, what you just said is all your one-sided statement. I have to. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing Chen Hai actually reaching out to take the key, Joe Billy hurriedly stopped him, but before he could get close to Chen Hai, a figure suddenly rushed out and locked him with a grappling hand. Another interrogator nearby quickly stood up to stop him, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, he was immediately grabbed by another soldier, thrown over his shoulder and choked. Oh my god, Captain Chen, what are you doing? Joe Billy knelt on the ground with his right hand behind his back, screaming in pain. That's what my soldiers do. Chen Hai glared at him and went straight to open the iron gate. Come out. Yi Yan's eyes were filled with emotion, and he saluted Chen Hai vigorously. Captain. Chen Hai patted him hard. I'm sorry for putting you in such a bad situation. I'm late, let's go home. Chen Hai hugged Yi Yan and turned to leave. Captain Chen, Joe Billy yelled angrily, you took people away without orders from above. I'm going to sue you. Whatever. Chen Hai said without turning his head, seeing the Falcon's men swaggering away. Joe Billy was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Living bandits, you are all living bandits. Staff Officer Zhou, the interrogator said with a bitter face, they've gone too far. They just took people away and beat them up. We have to sue him. Stop complaining. Joe Billy said aggrievely, Falcon is the treasure of the military region. The military chief loves him very much. We will depend on him for the next war. Besides, Chen Hai must have known in advance that Yi Yan would be released, so he came here. We are just asking for trouble if we complain, the interrogator said with a sad face, so, we were beaten for nothing? Outside the interrogation room, Chen Hai looked at Yi Yan deeply. I'm sorry, Xiaoye, for making you suffer these 3 days. Yi Yan shook his head with a guilty look on his face. I broke the captain's leg, and I also smashed Todd's shoulder. If they can't serve as soldiers in the future, it won't be unfair for them to lock me up. But you brought them back alive. At that time, everyone was dead or injured, and you couldn't move the tree by yourself. Chen Hai sighed, if you want to save people, you can only do that. If it were me, I would make the same choice as you. Chief of Staff Gu Yaozu nodded and said, you will cover their retreat and bring them back. Even those who sacrificed have basically returned. Xiao Yi, not only did you fail, you even made a contribution. Yi Yan shook his head, there are still 2 that I haven't brought back. Alright, stop blaming yourself. Chen Hai punched him in the chest. You've done well enough, better than any of us. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Yan's lips. He was not from this world and had just traveled here a month ago. That he was a military fan in his previous life, but he never expected to travel through time and space to become a member of the Southwest Falcon Reconnaissance Brigade, and even find himself on the battlefield of the Monkey Kingdom in 79. Killing the Japs, beating the monkeys, beating the Koreans, and beating the Indians. This is the dream of all Chinese people. Ye and immediately integrated into his new identity and soon followed the team to the battlefield, but I didn't expect that the last mission would be a trap. Just as they were about to return, they were suddenly hit by heavy artillery fire, resulting in heavy casualties in the team. That if he hadn't activated the system and gained an ability when he first crossed over, he wouldn't have been able to come back alive. Ye and clenched his fists. This time the trap was aimed at their Lone Eagle squad. If it weren't for Captain Luo Tian taking care of him and letting him walk at the end to avoid the bombardment, they would probably have been wiped out this time. In fact, his life was given to him by his teammates. Don't think too much. Chen Hai patted Yi Yan, those who came back are all out of danger. However, they may never be able to return to your Lone Eagle squad. Yi Yan's heart skipped a beat and he felt indescribably uncomfortable. Although he had only been here for a month, he had already become brothers with everyone, but now, I have to watch them leave. These are brothers who have walked out of the hail of bullets together. Yi Yan feels extremely sad. Don't be sad. Chen Hai sighed, at least they can still live and reunite with their families, which is much better than sacrificing themselves. Yi Yan nodded silently. If he survived, at least he could see his family again, but the ones who are sacrificed and tortured are the living, and their families will have to spend their entire lives healing from the pain. Chen Hai took a deep breath. Okay, it's time to talk about you, Lone Eagle. Chen Hai stared at Yi Yan. Now, you are the only one left in your Lone Eagle, and you can no longer form any combat effectiveness. Therefore, the team has made a decision. Yi Yan's eyes widened in shock. Captain, you are not going to disband our Lone Eagle, are you? Even if there is only me, the Lone Eagle is still there. Chen Hai rolled his eyes. Who said we're going to disband Lone Eagle? Ah. Yi Yan was stunned. What you just said meant that you wanted to disband, right? Chen Hai said in a deep voice. Although the first phase of the battle against the monkeys is over, the battle must continue. You, the Lone Eagles, are our brigade's trump cards and one of our strongest combat units. If you were gone, it would be like breaking one of our wings, so we must restore our combat effectiveness as soon as possible. Therefore, the brigade has decided to select outstanding backbones from other squadrons to your Lone Eagle to rebuild combat effectiveness as soon as possible. Chen Hai stared at him and said, you must stand up from where you fell. Besides, there are more important tasks for you. Yi Yan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If the team were to disband like this, not only would he be unwilling to accept it, but his fallen comrades would also die with regrets. But then, Chen Hai pointed at him and said, you, be the new captain. Yeah. Yi Yan nodded, but the next second his eyes widened. Huh? Chapter 2 Super Hexagonal God of War. Yi Yan was surprised. Let me be the captain? What's the matter? Chen Hai glared at him. I asked you to be the captain, and you feel wronged? Yi Yan quickly waved his hands. How can that be possible? A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier, and one who doesn't want to be a captain is a bastard. But what? Chen Hai glared at him. Just let it out if you have to. Stop fussing. Yian said in embarrassment, Captain, I have just arrived at Gying not long ago and have low qualifications. Besides, I am just a soldier, not an officer. If I become the captain, I am afraid everyone will. What's wrong with being a soldier? Chen Hai said coldly, if I tell you to be one, then you should be one. If I tell you that you can do it, then you can do it. Yian was speechless. Chen Hai's love was indeed overbearing. Chen Hai glared at him. Besides, it wasn't my idea to let you take over Lone Eagle, it was the common wish of your captain and your comrades. They all think you can do it. They think you can definitely get Lone Eagle back on its feet. Yian was stunned. He never expected that everyone would unanimously recommend him. Chen Hai slapped him on the shoulder and said, Alright, man, stop being so fussy. Are you going to do it or not? Do it. Yian nodded vigorously, we must do it. Although he had only recently traveled through time, he had already developed feelings for the Lone Eagle commandos. To them, Lone Eagle is not only a glory, but also their home. Since everyone trusted him so much and handed the Lone Eagle to him, Yian naturally took the responsibility. Is that right? Chen Hai patted him hard. If you don't want to be the captain, Lone Eagle will have to transfer you away if they want to rebuild. By then, everyone will be replaced, and Lone Eagle will no longer be the same Lone Eagle. Yian was surprised. Why should I be transferred just because I am not the captain? Nonsense. Chen Hai glared at him. You broke your captain's leg. Who the hell would dare to be your captain? Yian was speechless. Although our team has many outstanding talents, no one knows Lone Eagle better than you, and no one has deeper feelings for Lone Eagle than you do. Chen Hai looked at him deeply. I am relieved to leave Lone Eagle to you. Yian was silent. He knew that the Lone Eagle commando was created by Chen Hai, and he also had deep feelings for the Lone Eagle. Captain. Yian suddenly said, I have another request. Oh, you still want to bargain? Chen Hai nodded, go ahead, I want to hear it. Yian laughed and said, didn't I just say that I'm just a soldier? You guys definitely won't obey me. So, I want the right to have full management authority. No matter how I train, you have to listen to me. Ha! Chen Hai looked at Gu Yaozu beside him with a smile, this kid really knows how to ask for things. Yian smiled and said, as long as you give me the power, I will not only make Lone Eagle stand up again, but also make it stronger than before. Xiao Yi, stop bragging. Gu Yaozu glared at him. Hey! Chen Hai waved his hand, this guy was able to bring all his comrades and himself back despite being surrounded and blocked by the enemy. I believe him. Okay. Chen Hai put his hands on his hips and said, from today on, you, Guing, have the final say. I'll support you no matter what happens. Then I have no problem. Yian saluted vigorously. He has Tongzi's support. As long as Chen Hai can support him, Yian can not only turn himself into a super hexagonal god of war, but also lead a group of hexagonal warriors. Chen Hai punched him in the chest, you don't have much time. In the next battle, the team will test whether the Lone Eagle is qualified. If it fails, then just kill me. Yian puffed out his chest. Ha ha ha. Chen Hai laughed happily, it's not that serious, but I will definitely beat you up. Okay, go back now. Chen Hai said, I'll send the person to you tomorrow. Captain. Yian's eyes suddenly turned cold. We were ambushed this time. Which enemy unit did it? Chen Hai was stunned for a moment, then shook his head, it's not clear yet, but the intelligence department is already investigating. It's said that it's a newly formed special attack team of the enemy army, composed of veterans who have fought for more than 10 years. Captain, I have another request. Yian stared at Chen Hai with burning eyes, explain. Yian said word by word, if you find them, please let us, the Lone Eagle, go, tooth for tooth, blood for blood. We, the Lone Eagle, must avenge our blood debt ourselves. Chen Hai looked at Yian's determined expression and nodded silently, I promise you, as long as there is a chance, I will let you go. Thank you, Captain. Yian saluted again, then turned around and strode away, looking at Yian's departing back. Gu Yaozu sighed, the look in this kid's eyes just now really wanted to kill someone. It made my hair stand on end. 8 comrades were killed and 6 were injured. Chen Hai said coldly, if it were me, I would also want to kill people. This kid is loyal and brave. Gu Yaozu nodded, then looked at Chen Hai. The Lone Eagle was completely wiped out, with only one person left. The military district has ordered the temporary cancellation of the unit number, but you actually disobeyed. Gu Yaozu looked at Chen Hai worriedly, we don't know when the next battle will begin. We are not optimistic about Yian. If he can't lead the Lone Eagle, what will you do then? You have signed a military order to the military district. We have no feelings for him, but we have feelings for you. No one wants to see you get into trouble. Chen Hai smiled faintly, but I have a relationship with them, Lone Eagle. Gu Yaozu sighed helplessly. Everyone knew that Chen Hai was once a member of the Lone Eagle. Many of Lone Eagle's soldiers were led by him, especially Captain Luo Tian, but Yan is just a soldier after all. He has never been a commander. Can he do it? Gu Yaozu sighed. He can definitely do it. Chen Hai smiled. Do you trust him so much? Gu Yaozu looked at Chen Hai in surprise. Chen Hai smiled faintly. I believe in Luo Tian, and I believe in the soldiers I bring with me. Even if this guy is really no match for me, I will accept it. Gu Yaozu shook his head. If he's not capable, you'll have to listen to us. There's still time to make amends. Let the Fire Eagles take over and become the first special forces unit in the entire military region. In the field hospital, Yan walked into a tent holding a bunch of freshly picked wildflowers. There was only one bed in the tent, and Luo Tian was lying quietly within 4 drip of the left leg was wrapped tightly and hung high, and it was obvious that a part was missing. Yan walked to the bedside with a guilty look on his face. Captain, Luo Tian's face turned pale and he opened his eyes weakly. Yan. Luo Tian's face was suddenly filled with surprise, and he struggled to get up. Are you okay? They didn't do anything to you, did they? Captain, don't move. Yan quickly held Luo Tian down. The captain brought me back. I'm fine now. Luo Tian let out a long breath. That's great, that's great. Looking at Luo Tian's expression, Yan felt guilty. Captain, I'm sorry, it's me who made you. What are you talking about? Luo Tian laughed. If it weren't for you, I would have been beheaded by the monkey soldiers and my head would have been displayed to the public. It would have been a shame to die. You saved us, and we should be grateful to you. As for this leg, Luo Tian smiled faintly. Before going to the battlefield, we all wrote suicide notes. As soldiers, we had anticipated this day. I'm only missing a leg. Compared to my brothers who were consigned to the martyrs' cemetery, I'm much luckier. Yan's eyes were red and his fists were clenched so tightly that they made crackling sounds. Before his eyes, the images of his fallen comrades appeared one after another. They were once so good to me. He would keep the delicious food for himself and would always be the last one to take on dangerous tasks. But now, they will never see their family for the last time and will sleep forever on the border of their motherland. Yan's heart was filled with grief, and he was filled with murderous intent. He really wanted to find those damn agents right now. Oh right. Yan took a deep breath and forced a smile. Where are the others? Why can't I find any of them? They've all been sent to the Military Region General Hospital. Luo Tian smiled and said, I'm seriously injured and afraid of the bumpy ride, so I'll leave later. But tomorrow, I'll also be going to the Military Region General Hospital. Yan's face was full of sadness. He had wanted to come to the field hospital to see everyone, but he couldn't even see them for the last time. IT was a good team, but now some are dead, some are injured, and he is the only one left. Xiao Yi. Luo Tian held his hand tightly. Captain, I think you've been appointed as the new captain, right? Yeah. Yan nodded vigorously. Luo Tian smiled widely. Okay, that's good. We are relieved to leave Lone Eagle to you. He said with a little excitement. Not long ago, the headquarters just issued an order for the entire army to speed up the construction of special forces. Our military region used our brigade as a pilot. And we, the Lone Eagle, are our brigade's pilot unit. Yan's eyes lit up instantly. As special forces? In this era, the strongest unit in each military region was its direct reconnaissance brigade, and the concept of special forces did not yet exist. Unexpectedly, this spot fell on him. Luo Tian clapped Yan's hands vigorously. You are capable, and we all have high hopes for you. We, the Lone Eagle, are the strongest in the Falcon Brigade. As long as there is one person standing, we will not fall. Now, you are the hope of all our brothers. Lone Eagle, I'll leave it to you from now on. Luo Tian's face was full of anticipation. Take Lone Eagle and fly again. You must also keep your place in the special forces. Yes. Yan nodded vigorously with red eyes. Captain, as long as I am here, Lone Eagle will be here. I will definitely avenge you. Luo Tian suddenly grabbed Yan's hand. Bai Taishan and Wang Wei, have they found them? Yan's heart skipped a beat. Bai Taishan and Wang Wei were the two soldiers who were not brought back. Looking at Yan's expression, Luo Tian lay down helplessly, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. I'm sorry for them. I couldn't bring them back, and I can't explain to their families. Yan stared at him closely, took a deep breath and said, Captain, don't worry. No matter where they are, I will definitely bring them home. Walking out of the tent, Yan suddenly saw a game-like panel in front of him. Host, Yan, physical strength, 100, ordinary people, 50, current skills, super precision intermediate, super physical elementary, military merit, 100. Yan took a deep breath. His system was designed to make him a super hexagonal warrior. As long as you accumulate military merits, you can continuously acquire new skills and improve yourself. At the same time, he also acquired a lot of military theory. Yan's face was full of confidence. With Tongzi in hand, what else could he be afraid of? Not only will the Lone Eagle be able to fly again, but he will also never lose his spot in the special forces. Yan looked back at the tent, his eyes flashing with cold murderous intent. Captain, rest and recover. Yian clenched his fists tightly. I will make them pay back their blood debt 100-fold. Chapter 3, Are all the officers in the team traitors? The next morning, at the Lone Eagle Squad camp, Shanghai solemnly hung the first-class Medal of Honor on Yian's chest. It's rare to find a first-class meritorious service for being alive and uninjured. Gu Yaozu, standing aside, was full of admiration. That's a real talent, Shanghai said proudly. He single-handedly stopped the enemy, protected his comrades, and finally returned safe and sound. I think it's no exaggeration to call him a combat hero. Also, I've already reported your promotion to the military district, and it will be approved soon. Shanghai stared at Yian closely, but if you can bring Lone Eagle into shape before the next war, I will go to the military district and have you promoted directly to deputy company commander. Thank you, Captain. Yian was overjoyed and saluted vigorously. I promise to complete the mission. In this era, the only promotion from soldier to officer is platoon leader. If he could directly become a deputy company commander, it would be a big step forward for him. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 military merits. Ding, military merit is currently 1,100. The host can use it to unlock new skills or upgrade existing skills. Yian's eyes suddenly lit up, and now he understood that the so-called military merit was obtained by making contributions. The more merits one had, the stronger his skills would be. If he is promoted to an officer, he will definitely gain a lot of military merits. Yian's heart was full of anticipation. After all, he had too few skills now that he wanted more than just to be an ordinary officer. In his previous life, he was a low-level slave who had to work 996 every day. In this life, since I have brought Tongzi to this era, if I don't kill the enemies and make merit, and have my family tree opened and become a general, then my trip would be in vain. It's just this first-class merit. The military merits I received are a bit too little. Yian looked disgusted. I tried my best, so you should at least give me 10,000 or 20,000 military merits. Before he could think about it, the sound of a truck suddenly came from outside. Your soldiers have arrived. Shanghai smiled slightly. Let's go out and take a look. Yian immediately straightened his chest and followed Shanghai out of the tent. Everyone, get out of the car. The loud roar was deafening, and a thin officer was standing in front of the car and shouting. Yian was stunned. This turned out to be Li Gang, the captain of the Fire Eagle Commando. Why is he here? Yian looked suspicious. In the Falcon Brigade, the Fire Eagle has always been the runner-up, always being suppressed by the Lone Eagle. Therefore, the Fire Eagle only does one thing every day: catch up with the Lone Eagle. When the Fire Eagle soldiers saw the Lone Eagle men, they were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. When they met on weekdays, they were extremely jealous of each other, almost to the point of being incompatible. But now, the captain of the Fire Eagle actually came to send him troops in person. But the next second, Yian's eyes almost popped out when he saw the soldiers jumping out of the car. Surprisingly, they're all officers. From beginning to end, there were 15 people in total, and each person's uniform had 4 pockets. In this era, soldiers' uniforms only had 2 pockets, while officers had 4 pockets. Yian's eyes twitched wildly. He would never have thought that the soldiers Shanghai picked for him were all officers. It turns out that he is the only soldier in the whole team, and everyone else is older than him. This is also a fart. He suddenly turned his head to look at Shanghai, but Shanghai gave him a mysterious smile, and Yian almost choked. He finally understood. No wonder Shanghai patted his chest and said he would support him yesterday. He is a soldier leading so many officers, so he must have some backing. Report. Li Gang walked up to Shanghai and saluted. The 15 men selected from each squadron have all arrived. Please give us your instructions. Shanghai returned the military salute. Didn't I ask Jin Chang to deliver it? Why are you here? Li Gang said with a dark face. Staff officer Jin had diarrhea, so I took his place. Shanghai looked at Li Gang and said coldly, at ease. Yes. Li Gang saluted again, turned around and growled at the team, at ease. The 15 people moved in unison, their chests puffed out high. Shanghai swept his eyes over everyone and said in a cold voice, everyone should know that the Lone Eagle Commando is the strongest team of our Falcon. But due to an enemy ambush, Lone Eagle suffered heavy losses. Shanghai roared, but the Lone Eagle has not fallen, and will never fall. He pointed at the crowd and said, you are all outstanding backbones of each team. I asked you to come here so that the Lone Eagle can fly back to the sky. Let the enemy be terrified when they hear your voices and tremble in fear when they see you. Now tell me, can you make the Lone Eagle fly again? Yes. 15 people shouted in unison. Okay. Shanghai nodded, then pointed at Yian beside him and said, from now on, he is your captain. All 15 officers were stunned in an instant. Everyone stared at Yian in disbelief, their jaws dropping to the ground. They were genuinely happy to be selected as the best commando team in the entire brigade, but they never expected that their captain was actually a private. After all, they are elite soldiers and officers. Comrade Yian is a sniper of the Lone Eagle Commando, and he also possesses exceptional military skills. Shanghai shouted, you must absolutely obey his orders and study hard. The squadron will assess your performance in the next round of battle. Shanghai said word by word, when the time comes, let's see if you can still help Lone Eagle retain its first place. Did you hear that? Yes. 15 people responded weakly, their voices obviously much softer than before. Ian was speechless, he could see it. As soon as we met, this group of people were already full of hostility and disrespect towards me. Once Jinhai left, no one would listen to what he said, let alone bring the Lone Eagle back out. Xiao Yi, say something. Shenhai said with a smile. Ian looked at everyone. All the soldiers stared at him fiercely, their eyes full of scrutiny. Ian rolled his eyes. These guys were obviously troublemakers. If you don't use any tricks to deal with troublemakers, it's useless even if you shout at the top of your lungs. Ian took a deep breath, turned his head and whispered to Chenhai, Captain, can we have a few words alone? Chenhai smiled knowingly and followed Ian to the side. Captain, why are all of them officers? Ian looked at the team from afar. I am the only soldier in the team, are you afraid you can't control it? Chenhai smiled and waved his hand. Didn't I tell you, I'll support you, just focus on training. What's wrong with officers? Officers are your soldiers too. Chenhai pointed at Ian and said, you are a courageous and capable boy. You are not afraid of enemies that are more than 10 times your number, so why are you afraid of them? Show them your abilities and let them see what a Lone Eagle is. Ian stared at him closely. Captain, you said before that Lone Eagle would be under my full management. Does that still count? Nonsense. Chenhai said angrily, why don't you go and ask around? I always keep my word and my words count. Ian continued, no matter how the training is carried out, no one can interfere. Even if someone complains, Chenhai laughed heartily, Guing, you are the boss, do as you say. If anyone comes to complain, I will slap him back. Ian breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Also, I need a lot of military supplies. Whatever you need, you must give it to me as soon as possible. What do you need? Chenhai was surprised, you guys don't lack anything. Ian chuckled, I don't know yet, but if I want to bring them out, I will definitely need a lot of things. All right. Chenhai nodded doubtfully. As long as you can bring the Lone Eagle out before the next battle, I'll give you whatever you want. Thank you, Captain. Ian saluted excitedly with Chenhai's promise. Ian can do whatever he wants according to his method, no matter whether the person who comes as a group of military officers or not. Not far away, Li Gang was pacing and observing Ian quietly. Although Fire Eagle and Lone Eagle are rivals, it is just a battle of honor between soldiers. He is not here to take advantage of their misfortune today, he just wanted to see what kind of talents the person who could replace Luo Tian as the new captain of Lone Eagle had. After all, Luo Tian is his #1 opponent in his heart. Captain Li. Ha? Li Gang turned around in surprise. A guy with a round head said with dissatisfaction, why let a soldier be the captain? We are all officers. That's right, letting a soldier be our captain, isn't that nonsense? The other one was also full of anger. Everyone here is an elite from the original unit. A tall and thin man raised his head proudly. Captain Luo from the Lone Eagle was qualified. I think this little soldier is more like a captain. That's right, I'm more qualified than him. Another soldier interrupted. Captain Li, please talk to the captain. A soldier said in a lewd tone, how about we choose a captain from among us? That guy can only be a soldier. If he becomes the captain, how can the Lone Eagle rise up? Yes, Captain Li, please help us. The others echoed. Li Gang smiled at them and said, I heard that Ian was just released from the confinement room. 15 people looked shocked. What did he do wrong? Shoot his captain. Li Gang shrugged, and everyone's jaw dropped to the ground instantly. Are you sure you want to replace him and make him captain? Li Gang asked. No thanks. Everyone shook their heads like rattles. What a joke, who the hell dares to be the captain if he dares to shoot the captain? Captain Li, a soldier asked tentatively, even if we don't choose to be captain, we still have to choose someone capable. Can he lead Lone Eagle? Yes, Captain Li, he's just one soldier. If he becomes the captain, Lone Eagle will be finished. Captain Li, I think our Lone Eagle needs someone like you to be their captain. Yes, Captain Li, how about we collectively request that you come to Lone Eagle? Seeing everyone's eager expressions, Li Gang's eyes twitched. I don't want to be beaten by him. Chapter 4 My rules are rules, Captain Li. All right. Li Gang watched Chenhai and Ian approaching and whispered, letting him be the team leader was a decision made by the team leader himself. If you have the guts, just tell the team leader yourself, but it probably won't work. Stand still. Li Gang said, and walked to the side alone. Everyone looked hopeless. Everyone knows that Chenhai's words are binding in the Falcon Brigade. He made the decision, and the chairman had no way to refute it. Chenhai walked up to the front of the team and said with a stern face, you don't have much time left. Whether you're a Lone Eagle or a dead eagle, the next battle will tell. I hope I didn't choose you wrongly. You can continue the glory of the Lone Eagle. Chenhai looked at Ian. I'm leaving now. The team is handed over to you. Don't forget what you said. Yes. Ian saluted vigorously. Chenhai and Gu Yaozu strode towards the off-road vehicle, but Li Gang walked in front of Ian. Ian was stunned for a moment, and immediately met Li Gang's sharp and scrutinizing gaze. Hey, I just took office, and everyone wants to show off their power to me? Yian snorted coldly. Without dodging his gaze, he went forward with the same sharpness, not losing an inch in momentum. Interesting. After a moment, Li Gang smiled slightly. I've heard of you before, but you're not famous. But you were recommended by Luo Tian, so you should have some ability, but definitely not much. Yian smiled and said, it's not much indeed, but it will allow Lone Eagle to continue to maintain its first place. Li Gang's smile widened. You've got guts. I wanted to defeat Luo Tian, unfortunately, but it would be the same if it were you. Li Gang approached Yian and said, Boss Falcon, we will be the Fire Eagle squad from now on. The quota for the special forces is also ours. You have no chance. Yian smiled and said, Captain Li is amazing, but if your Fire Eagles were as powerful as you, they would have been number one long ago. Li Gang wasn't angry, but laughed out loud. Alright. Then we'll see you in the next battle. Let me see if you, the Lone Eagle, can still fly. I'll also let you see how big the gap in strength is between us. Come on, don't let us leave you too far behind. Li Gang patted Yian and then strode away, looking at Li Gang's back. Yian smiled slightly. It's you who should work harder. He will not give up the special forces position to anyone. Yian slowly turned his head and saw a group of officers staring at him with murderous eyes. A wicked smile immediately appeared on his face. It's your turn. Everyone, introduce yourselves. In the speeding car, Chen Hai hummed a little tune proudly, and his hands moved along. Jiu Yaozu on the side couldn't help but said, Captain, I don't understand now. Do you want the Lone Eagle to fly, or do you want them to die? Nonsense. Chen Hai's eyes widened. If I don't want Guing to be better, would I transfer so many top students there? Gu Yaozu almost laughed out loud. They are indeed the top players in each team, but they are also notorious troublemakers in each team. Each of them is a rebel. Take Yang Wei for example, Gu Yaozu said angrily. Although he's ranked second on their team, he doesn't even accept being first. Only their captain can suppress him. Besides, Huang Yukai has been fighting on other teams since their team, always saying he wants to defeat everyone in the Falcon. He's just short of challenging the Fire Eagles and Lone Eagles. He won't give in to anyone. And that Jiang Lin. Gu Yaozu's eyes were filled with anger. Disobeying orders and acting on his own. If he hadn't performed meritorious service last time, I would have sent him to a military court. Gu Yaozu stared at Chen Hai. The others aren't much better. They're all conceited and rebellious. Old Chen, you've handed all the troublemakers in our entire brigade over to Yian. Even someone with more experience might not be able to handle them, not to mention that Yian is just a soldier. How can he control them? Who can obey him? Chen Hai chuckled, that's it? Isn't this serious? Gu Yaozu's eyes widened. If I had known who you were going to transfer, I would definitely not agree. Chen Hai patted him with a smile and said, Old Gu, don't be so angry. These guys are indeed troublemakers, but you have to admit that they are fast learners and have high overall qualities, right? Gu Yaozu nodded without comment. These 15 people have not been in Falcon for long, but each of them has their own skills. Chen Hai smiled and said, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. If the Lone Eagle wants to stand up quickly, it must use these anti-bone thorns. Once they burst out with their strength, it will be unimaginable. As for Yian, I believe him. Chen Hai said with a smile, this kid is very ruthless. He can break his captain's leg at any time. Facing dozens of enemies chasing him, he can risk his life at any time. Chen Hai's eyes flashed with confidence, so I think that if anyone can subdue those 15 traitors at once, our team leader Yian is the most suitable. Gu Yaozu sighed, I hope so. Chen Hai suddenly looked at Li Gang, who had been silent in the front row. I say, you came here today to test Yian's background, right? Li Gang turned his head and smiled, that's not true. Apart from Luo Tian, I don't care about anyone else in Lone Eagle. I'm really here to help Chief of Staff Jin send someone off. Chen Hai snorted coldly, come on, you know the strength of those 15 traitors. Are you afraid that they will really be trained by Yian, and then you Fire Eagles will have no chance? Would I be afraid of him? Li Gang said proudly, let's not talk about whether they can recover their strength before the next round of battle. Let's talk about those 15 traitors. Whether Yian can be tamed is another question. He's just a soldier after all. Li Gang smiled. How capable does he have to be to convince those 15 troublemakers? Captain, you overestimate him. Really? Chen Hai folded his hands, then let's wait and see. Li Gang smiled and said, Captain, in the next battle, our Fire Eagles will definitely be the most meritorious in the entire brigade. We, the Fire Eagles, will definitely secure a spot in the special forces. My name is Huang Yukai, the round-headed soldier shouted. Zhao Shang. The tall and thin man next to him answered weakly. Xia Fugue. Another soldier stared at Yi and Zhangluan. Jiang Lin. Thank you, Fei. Yian stared at this group of unruly guys, and they looked down at him. Even when announcing names, it sounded like a superior telling a subordinate. Do you still think of yourself as an officer? Ian smiled slightly, already having a plan in mind. After everyone finished reporting, Ian said loudly, "Welcome to the strongest Lone Eagle Commando of the Falcon Brigade. I am your captain, Ian, a third-year soldier. From now on," Ian said with a smile, "you can call me Captain Yi, or Captain." Everyone felt as disgusted as if they had eaten a pile of shit, and a huge pile of it. 3 years of military service, team leader, these two words should never be put together. You should have heard what the captain said just now. Ian said loudly, "The Lone Eagle has not fallen, but if it wants to fly, it still depends on your efforts. If we fail the next round of battle and fail to make the Lone Eagle fly," Ian pointed at everyone, "it will prove that you are useless and the captain has chosen the wrong person." "Oh shit," everyone's eyes widened in shock. "Report!" Jiang Lin yelled. "Speak." Ian nodded. Jiang Lin glared at him angrily. "If the team fails, shouldn't that be the commander's fault? What does it have to do with us?" The others nodded. "The training hasn't even started yet, and Ian is already trying to pass the buck? We were all top students in our old unit." Zhao Shang looked at Ian with disdain. "If we fail, it certainly won't be our fault." Ian smiled faintly. "First of all, the captain chose me. Secondly, I am from the Lone Eagle. So, there must be no problem with me. The problem must be you." Ian shrugged. "Are you doubting the captain's judgment, or do you doubt that the Lone Eagle is weaker than your previous troops?" Everyone was speechless. They couldn't refute these two statements. Ian put his hands behind his back and said seriously, "This is Lone Eagle, not your old unit. Once you are here, you must abide by the rules here." Ian said loudly, "And here, my rules are the rules." Everyone stared at Ian. After all, they are officers, and they are all top students in their respective old units, but as soon as he got here, he was scolded by a soldier. Without saying a single nice word, he would obey orders absolutely. Ian looked like an officer, and they were like soldiers. They had never received such treatment in their old unit. "Report!" Zhang Luan suddenly shouted at Ian smiled and waved his hand. "Don't say it, I know you don't accept me as the captain." He pointed at everyone and said, "You guys aren't convinced either, are you?" Well, everyone was stunned, but immediately nodded in unison. "You doubt my ability and believe that I am not worthy of being your captain. You want to replace me with someone else, right?" Ian asked. Everyone was stunned. Why did Ian rush to answer their real questions? Without waiting for anyone to answer, Ian continued, "I can tell you, it's just a dream." Everyone almost vomited blood, thinking that Ian was going to give in, but it turned out to be a provocation. Ian looked at everyone with a smile. "No matter how powerful you were in your previous unit, you are nothing when you come to Lone Eagle. I only need to make a little move to convince you. This is why the captain chose me as the captain." Oh shit, there was anger in everyone's eyes. This soldier is really too arrogant. "I know you don't believe me, so I'm going to show you some unique skills." Ian pointed at them and said, "We have an agreement. If you are convinced, we will listen to you obediently. Your rules are the rules." Zhao Shang roared angrily, and the others nodded. "Okay, that's great," Ian said with a wicked smile on his face. "What if we don't accept it?" Zhao Shang asked. Ian smiled and said, "Then you all go find the captain and replace me. I promise not to talk nonsense." Everyone looked at each other and nodded. They just don't believe that a soldier with only 3 years of experience, even if he is a Lone Eagle, can show how strong his strength is. We have to replace him today. Of course, he cannot be a team member, otherwise the captain will be in danger. "What special skills do you want to show?" Huang Yukai asked. "I'm a sniper, so of course my marksmanship is my priority," Ian said with a smile. 200 meters, every shot counts. Puff, everyone almost laughed out loud. Hitting the target every time at 200 meters is not a difficult task for scouts, and it is even easier for these top students. "Captain, how about we try a 300-meter race?" Zhang Luan said with a smile. "Your 200-meter run is really hard to accept." "Yeah, 300 meters is still a long way off." Xia Fei shrugged. "Is this the level of the Lone Eagle sniper?" Ian chuckled evilly. "Don't worry, wait until the fight is over, then you can convince me if I refuse." Chapter 5 Captain, don't shoot at the shooting range. Ian looked at the target in the distance. He turned to the crowd and said, "It has to be 300 meters, are you sure?" "Sure." Everyone nodded. "At 200 meters, anyone with a sharp gun here can hit the target every time," Xia Fei said proudly. Zhang Luan looked at Ian with a smug look on his face. "You're the captain and a veteran of the Lone Eagle. If you're capable, try the 400-meter or 500-meter race. If you can hit the target every time, we'll be in awe." "Yes." Everyone looked at Ian in a cheering manner. Ian smiled and nodded. "Okay. Originally I chose 200 meters because I was worried that you would be scared. Since you strongly requested it, forget about 400 or 500 meters, then let's do 300 meters. Everyone's face suddenly showed a disdainful smile. They thought that Ian's words just now were to get himself into trouble. "We agreed on this in advance," Ian said solemnly. "If I can hit the target every time, there won't be any more accidents." "Wait a minute." Xia Fugui said suddenly. What's wrong again? Yian looked at him. Xia Fugui laughed and said, it's really difficult for us to shoot at 300 meters with a 56 rifle without a sight, using only the front sight and the rear sight. He looked at everyone and said, but you're the captain, so you're definitely better than us. I think it's normal that you hit them all. You want to increase the difficulty a little bit, right? Yian said. Yes. Xia Fugui nodded happily. You are the captain, you have to show some unique skills. Yes, captain. Zhang Lin said with a wicked smile, raise the difficulty a little and convince us. Yian looked at them with a smile. He could see through these guys' thoughts at a glance. You want to embarrass me, right? Okay. Yian smiled. Your request is met. Yian pointed at a target in the distance and said, I will sprint over from there later, without rest, and fire 30 rounds in 1 minute. And, make sure every shot hits the target. How is it? Yian glanced at everyone. Everyone had a triumphant smirk on their faces. At 300 meters, without a scope, the target is almost invisible with just the crosshairs and rear sight to eye. In this situation, the shooter needs to be 100% focused, but Yian has to sprint 300 meters and then shoot immediately. That's like firing at a tiny 300 meters away while breathing rapidly, and even the gun is shaking up and down and left and right. It would be a miracle if every shot could hit the target. It's a deal. Everyone nodded excitedly. Yian rubbed his hands, but I also need your help. No problem. Huang Yukai waved his hand and said, do you want me to help you hold the target? Hey, Captain. Huang Yukai grimaced in pain. You've already tied our feet, why are you tying our hands behind our backs? Yian smiled and said, I'm afraid that you will cause trouble later and refuse to cooperate. After saying that, he turned around and tied up Zhao Shang. Hey, be gentle, be gentle. Zhao Shang screamed in pain, don't tie it like this, it hurts. We won't hinder you from shooting. You will definitely get in the way. Yian said firmly, so, you have to tie it up tightly. Captain, you underestimate us too much. Zhang Luan said coldly, we just want to see if you are capable enough to be our captain. No one will mess with you. That's right. Lu Feng said disdainfully, we were all top-notch soldiers in our old unit. Anyone who can surpass us must be better than us. We just want to weigh you up. How could you possibly cause trouble? Captain, you are judging others by your own standards. Sun Daji snorted coldly. Ye and walked up to him and tied his hands behind his back with a smile. Then he said to the crowd, when I shoot at you later, you will be scared and run around everywhere. Isn't that just making trouble for me? Zhang Lin sneered, Captain, even if you are against us, wait, Zhang Lin's eyes suddenly widened, you just said, shoot at us? Yeah. Yian nodded with a smile, but then shook his head, to be precise, this is what I hit. Yian took out an empty can from his bag and placed it on his head with a smile. Put one on each of your heads and shoulders. 15 people, that's exactly 30 shots. Holy crap, everyone widened their eyes in horror. Captain, you are not kidding, are you? Zhao Shang smiled awkwardly. I never joke around. Yian said seriously, I said I'd show you my special skills, so I must show them to you. I must make you convinced. Everyone was so scared that their eyes almost popped out of their heads. You were fucking crazy, what you were asked to demonstrate was target shooting. Who asked you to demonstrate hitting us? They now finally understood what Yian meant by fear, they are really scared now. Hurry up and get ready. Yian dragged Xia Fei and Zhang Lin with a smile and strode towards the target position. Captain, no. Xia Fei screamed in fear, it will kill people. I just doubt your ability, I don't want to be beaten to death by you, don't be afraid. Yian said with a smile, it's only 300 meters. Even if I jump up and shoot, I can still hit the target. I'm really accurate. Yian winked at the two of them. Ah. Zhang Lin and Xia Fei screamed desperately in fear, help. Yian was too lazy to talk nonsense with them and put the two of them directly on the target position. The target was then passed through the ropes that bound them and driven hard into the ground, so that they were fixed in place. Yian turned around and saw the others jumping around trying to escape, but they were soon carried over by his security department, and the 15 people were neatly lined up in a row. Captain, we were wrong. We shouldn't have doubted you. Sun Daji shouted anxiously, now I give in. I really give in. Yian turned a deaf ear and used thin wire to fix the can to his head and shoulders. After fixing it, he smiled and patted Sun Daji's face. Don't be afraid, it will be done soon. Sun Daji almost cried. One shot in the head, wouldn't it be over quickly? Captain, Zhang Luan said earnestly, I know you're a sharpshooter, and you're incredibly powerful. But what if you falter? If someone gets killed, or even if you injure us, won't you be held responsible? Captain, forget it. Captain, please don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Zhao Shang shouted, you still have a bright future ahead of you. Please don't do anything stupid. Yian tied up the last person and stepped back with a smile, you said so much, but you still don't believe me. If you were convinced, you wouldn't say so much. I still have to make you convinced. Ah. Everyone almost collapsed. They've been persuaded in every way and even admitted defeat, so do we have to beat them? We are teammates, not your captain. Why are you hitting us? Zhao Shang almost cried. Wrong. Yan said seriously, I also broke the shoulder of our team's former machine gunner. Hiss, everyone gasped. This guy just shot indiscriminately. Everyone's face was filled with despair. All right. Yan clapped his hands easily, let's get started. Wait a minute. Huang Yukai yelled. What's wrong? Yan asked. Huang Yukai said with a bitter face, Captain, I have one last request. Speak. Yan nodded. Can we not fight? Huang Yukai almost shed tears. Yan laughed and said, okay, get ready, I'm going to sprint. After saying that, he turned around and rushed towards the shooting point. Hey, Captain, don't rush, walk slowly, don't run, don't go for 300 meters, go for 200 meters. If you want, 200 meters. 100 meters will do too. Who the hell asked him to go 300 meters? Ah, here he is, with his gun. Everyone looked at Yan in the distance, who had already raised his gun, and almost shouted at the same time, don't shoot, bang bang bang, fierce gunfire suddenly rang out, and bullets whizzed past. Ah! Everyone screamed in fear. Chapter 6 The captain is the biggest traitor. Bang bang bang, bullets whizzed out of the gun barrel one after another. Suddenly, a series of tinkling sounds came from the target position in the distance. The cans on everyone's heads and shoulders were blown away one after another. Everyone was already scared, but suddenly they saw Yan in the distance actually jumping and shooting. Everyone was instantly frightened and screamed, tears streaming down their faces. A click, suddenly, there was a sound of empty firing from the gun barrel, and the last bullet was fired. Yan put down his gun with satisfaction and strode towards the target. Before he got close, Yan saw Huang Yukai from afar with his eyes closed, screaming intermittently like an old duck. Combined with his round head, he looks like a mutant platypus. The fight is over, why are you still yelling? Yan glared at him and then looked at everyone else. Everyone was panting as if they had just entered sage mode after a big battle. Is it over? Huang Yukai opened his eyes and looked around in horror. I'm not dead, am I not dead? You're not dead. Yan said loudly, but you peed your pants. Huang Yukai was stunned and quickly lowered his head. Although I couldn't see my pants because I was tied up, I could still see that my feet were wet. Huang Youcai's old face turned from red to purple in an instant, and his head seemed to become bigger. Normally, he was a real man who claimed to hunt all the falcons, but now he was embarrassed in public. He wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Yan looked at the others with a smile. How about it? My unique skills are pretty good, right? Ugh. Yang Wei and Sun Daji suddenly vomited. The others were not much better off, feeling like they had escaped death. They are not afraid of the hail of bullets on the battlefield because they can hide from them, but being tied up and shot felt like the Oxhead and Horseface were singing a duet in my ears. Don't be afraid, I told you I'm very accurate. Yi Anil laughed happily. Did you just see that? I jumped up and shot, and I still hit the target every time. Everyone was so angry that their eyes were blazing with anger, and they looked at Yan as if they wanted to cut him into pieces. They were really scared to death just now. If Yan fired a few more shots, they would all pee their pants. Oh no! Lu Feng was beaten to death. A scream was heard and everyone turned around in fear. Sure enough, Lu Feng was limp all over, with his head drooping. If he hadn't been tied up, he would have fallen down. And Zhao Shang, who was tied to Lu Feng, yelled angrily. Lu Feng was silent just now, he must have been beaten to death by you. Huang Yukai suddenly yelled in anger, Yan, you are a bastard. Aren't you a good shot? Now someone is dead, why are you yelling? Yan walked to Lu Feng with a relaxed look on his face. His super precision skill is at the intermediate level, allowing him to hit the target with any weapon within a range of 600 meters. Of course, 600 meters is the limit. If you use a pistol, you can only hit the target within the effective range of this. Was why Yan was able to block the pursuers alone, and why he was so confident just now. Why Yan looked Lu Feng up and down, then swung his arm. Lu Feng's head was shaken by the big beating. Fuck. Lu Feng suddenly woke up. Who hit me? The soldiers on both sides were stunned for a moment. It turns out that he is not dead, but fainted from shock. That's not as good as me. Huang Yukai rolled his eyes. No one hit you. Yan patted his head with a smile. I'm giving you first aid. Lu Feng looked confused. Yan coughed and took several steps back, putting a distance of almost 10 meters between him and the crowd. Originally, I thought you would be convinced after I showed you my unique skills. Yan sighed and shook his head, saying, it seems that my unique skills are not unique enough to really convince you. Everyone's eyes widened immediately. Did they complain? Under such harsh conditions, Yan was able to jump and hit all the targets, and some of them were living people. It takes a very strong heart to do this. How could they not accept it? Bang! Suddenly, a cold light flashed. Everyone seemed to see a cold light flash by, followed by a buzzing sound. Huang Yukai lowered his head in fear, and the next second he widened his eyes and yelled, between his legs, I saw a dagger completely stabbed into the target, leaving only the handle shaking violently. Huang Yukai could even feel the blade brushing against his treasure. Bang! Before everyone could react, another knife hit Huang Youcai's head accurately. Huang Yukai was so scared that he squeezed out a few more drops. This time he could clearly feel the blade scraping against his scalp. Bang bang bang. Several cold lights suddenly flashed in the air. Zhang Luan, Zhang Lin, Sun Daji and CFA screamed in horror almost at the same time, because between their legs, there was a violently shaking dagger inserted at some point. How about this unique skill? Yan smiled and took out 2 more daggers. I am not only a sharpshooter, but also good with cold weapons. Everyone was shocked. They didn't even see how Yan made his move, but the dagger is fast and accurate. They are all scouts, so they naturally know how valuable Yan's move is. If their hands trembled even a little, the treasures of Huang Yukai and his companions would be gone forever. This requires strong self-confidence and strength, neither of which can be missing. While everyone was stunned, Yan had already taken out a piece of cloth. At this distance, even with my eyes blindfolded, I can still hit the target. Watch carefully. Everyone was instantly frightened out of their wits. Blindfold your eyes. That's it, Captain, we are convinced, truly convinced. Everyone screamed in fear. From now on, you are our captain. Your rules are the rules. We will obey them even if we die. Captain, I give in. Captain, please lead us in training. We really want to train now. We need to get the Lone Eagle flying quickly. Team leader, Yan raised his lips to a wicked smile, then took off the cloth and said with disappointment, you guys gave in so quickly? Actually, I can still turn my back to you and shoot, Captain, we are truly convinced. Please, take us to training. Everyone spoke sincerely, and even tears were about to flow. Okay. Yan shrugged. It would have been better if we had done this earlier. We've wasted so much time. The captain chose me to be your captain. How could he be wrong? No. Everyone shouted in unison, that's absolutely right. Yan nodded and walked forward to untie everyone. Everyone regained their freedom, as if it were all a dream. Stand at attention. Yan suddenly yelled, and everyone didn't dare to be careless at all. They quickly stood up, with their chests puffed out like new recruits. They are traitors, but the one standing in front of them is even more traitorous than them. Not only were they convinced, but they were also genuinely scared. Yan glanced at everyone coldly. I chose you to join Lone Eagle so that you can revitalize Lone Eagle, not to act like a big shot and pick and choose. I don't care if you were the top soldier or the best in your old unit. When you get here, you're a tiger, you lie down. You're a dragon, you coil up. There's only one boss here, and you must obey his orders absolutely. Do you understand? Yes, everyone shouted. Yan nodded and pointed to a mountain in the distance. See it? Sprint to the top of the mountain, and then rush back. Except for the first place, the rest of the people will do 1,000 push-ups. Everyone looked at the mountain that Yan was pointing at, their eyes almost popping out. It looks very far just by looking at it, at least 30 kilometers round trip. Do you need me to repeat the order? Yan said coldly, or do you want me to continue showing off my unique skills? Charge. Someone shouted, and everyone immediately ran towards the mountains looking at their backs. Yan smiled brightly. What officers, what troublemakers, aren't they all very obedient? Yan looked around and then walked towards an empty corner. He had to plan how to use his military merits. Chapter 7. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I refused to accept it. Yan walked into the grove next to the camp. Seeing that there was no one around, he immediately had an idea. A panel immediately appeared before my eyes. Host, Yan, physical strength, 100, ordinary people, 50, current skills, super precision intermediate, super physical elementary, military merit, 1100, ding. Host, do you want to consume military merit? How many military merits are needed to acquire new abilities? How many are needed to improve existing strength? Yan asked directly. It takes 1,000 points to extract new skills. Strength improvement, elementary to intermediate, 1,000. Intermediate to advanced, 2,000. Advanced to godly, 4,000. Looking at the data, Yan was speechless. Okay, one first-class merit is only enough to draw a skill once and improve strength once, and it has to be from elementary to intermediate level. It is not enough for anything else. If you want to become a hexagonal warrior, you can only make more military achievements. Yan sighed. Fortunately, we are now on the front line. Although the first phase of the battle has been won, there will definitely be many more battles to fight, especially their scouts. They have more places to use their skills and it is not a problem for them to make more contributions. Host, do I need to consume military merit? The system voice sounded again. Yan took a deep breath and said decisively, consume, draw new skills. Yan knew very well that with his current abilities, it was not enough to make the Lone Eagle fly again. If you want to become a special forces soldier, you are even further away. Just being good at shooting is far from enough to meet the requirements, and it may not even be enough to suppress those guys for a few days. After all, the army respects the strong, therefore, he must acquire more skills. The overall comprehensive quality must be comprehensively improved. Military merit is being consumed, extracting new skills. Yan felt a sudden pain in his heart when he saw the 1,000 points of military merit that had disappeared. He risked his life to get that back in the hail of bullets. Ding, new skill extraction completed. Since this is the first time the host has extracted a new skill, the system will automatically reward it once. What the hell? Yian's eyes lit up instantly. Draw once and win once. This is a real profit. Yian couldn't stop smiling, and suddenly he didn't feel any pain in his body anymore. He just felt that it was so damn worth it. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the Martial God's True Body, primary level. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the God level disguise, intermediate. In the process of integration, Yian felt his whole body tremble, and warm currents rushed into his body, filling him with pleasure from his hair to his toes. After a full minute, the comfortable feeling gradually subsided. Yian shuddered all over, feeling as if he had been shooting for a whole minute. Yian breathed a sigh of relief and immediately checked his new skills. The true form of the God of War has integrated all kinds of martial arts and fighting techniques from ancient times to the present, and only uses the strongest killing moves when defending against the enemy. Make sure to kill with one strike. As for the God level disguise, as the name suggests, it can imitate and disguise itself into various forms in the most perfect state. A smile appeared on Yian's lips. These two skills came at the right time. The battles with the monkey army basically took place in the jungle. The monkey soldiers are best at camouflage and digging holes. In previous battles, many dragon soldiers suffered because they were unfamiliar with the monkey soldiers' combat methods, and eventually died heroically in a foreign country. The reconnaissance troops are responsible for fighting deep behind enemy lines. If you want to complete the mission with less casualties, you have to be better at camouflage than the monkey soldiers and be able to kill instantly in close combat. Yian clenched his fists, his whole body filled with strength. Now, he is more confident. In the past, Lone Eagle was a place where everyone was good at one skill, but Yian already has a new plan. In the future, everyone in the Lone Eagle must be good at everything, and everyone will be a hexagonal warrior. Captain Luo Tian appeared in Yian's eyes. What you haven't done, I will definitely help you complete it. Captain Yian was stunned and quickly walked out of the grove. There were already 4 soldiers standing in the camp, led by an 8-year veteran. I'm Yian. Yian stepped forward and asked, "Who are you?" "You are Captain Yi?" The old soldier looked Yian up and down, his face full of surprise. 3 years of service and you are the captain of Lone Eagle. The veteran suddenly realized he had been talking too much and saluted quickly. "Hello, Captain Yi, my name is Luo Xing. These 3 are Jiayu, Fu Zhilei, and Kai Chong." Luo Xing said with a smile, "We were sent by the captain to cook for you. From now on, there will be no need to bring you meals separately." "Hello, Captain Yi." The remaining 3 people also saluted in unison. Yian felt a warm feeling in his heart. Chenhai really took care of them. The other teams either gathered at the main team for meals or had someone deliver meals to them. Now Chenhai gives Lone Eagle some special training, which saves them a lot of time for training. Yian kept Chenhai's intention firmly in mind. However, the names of these people, such as soft-shelled turtle and cabbage worm, sound a bit random. "Okay." Yian nodded to Luo Xing, "Then I'll have to work hard for you guys in the future." "It's not hard at all," Luo Xing said with a cheerful smile. "It's our honor to cook for the strongest Lone Eagle in the entire brigade." "Captain Yi, do you have any other instructions?" Yian said a few simple words and then let them make their own arrangements. He originally wanted to try out the new skill, but was interrupted by Luo Xing and the others, so he could only wait until the evening to watch it. Squad leader Kai Chong looked back at Yian and whispered, "How come the captain of the Lone Eagle is only a soldier for 3 years? He only served 1 year longer than me. Is Lone Eagle out of people?" Jiayu's eyes, full of wisdom, were filled with curiosity. "Why would a captain like you let a soldier with only 3 years of experience take the position?" "That's right." Fu Zhilei narrowed his eyes. "There are so many awesome people in the whole team, like the captain of Fire Eagle. Pick any one of them and they're no better than him." "Shut up, all of you." Luo Xing glared at everyone. "What kind of place is Lone Eagle? This is the most powerful commando team in the entire brigade. The brigade appointed him as captain, so how could he be such a simple person?" Luo Xing said coldly, "Our mission is to cook well and provide security. Anyone who spreads rumors will be dealt with harshly." The 3 of them rolled their eyes. Fu Zhilei sighed, "Anyway, I can't tell how capable he is." Kai Chong smiled bitterly, "We are all soldiers, how can he be so outstanding? It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others." A few hours later, Yang Wei was the first to run back. It was a round trip of more than 30 kilometers, most of which was mountain roads. He was already soaked and even his liberation shoes were leaking water. Soon after, the others also returned, each of them also covered in sweat. Yian didn't waste any time and didn't give them any time to rest, except for Yang Wei. Everyone started doing push-ups immediately. Yang Wei sat on the side, panting heavily, and said with a gloating smile, "Sorry, everyone, it's because I am in better physical condition than you. I will rest for you, you guys keep working hard." Everyone glared at him fiercely, their eyes blazing with anger. Yang Wei was just about to lie down when he suddenly felt his scalp tingling and his back feeling cold. He turned his head suddenly and was startled. Yian was standing behind him, staring at him intently. "Captain." Yang Wei smiled awkwardly. I'll change places, do you really want to rest?" Yian said coldly. "Ah?" Yang Wei was confused. "No, you didn't mean, I'm telling you what I'm telling you." Yian glared at him. Are you really not going to do it? Are you going to watch your comrades suffer? Are you willing to enjoy yourself alone? I. Yang Wei's face was full of grievance. What do you mean by you? Yian roared, a unit is a whole. Do you still want to be special? If you behave like this, how can your comrades trust you on the battlefield? Yang Wei almost knelt down and said, didn't you tell me to rest? How come I am a sinner? If I were you, I would share the joys and sorrows with my comrades. Even if I can't do 1,000, I would at least do 500 to accompany them. Yian pointed at him and said, now, go and share the joys and sorrows with them. Aren't you stronger than them? 500, team leader, 2,000. Yes. Yang Wei was so scared that he immediately lay down beside everyone. I have already cursed all of Yian's ancestors for 18 generations in my heart. This guy is so wicked that I have never planned to let him rest. Ha, the soldiers around them almost cried out in laughter. Serves you right. Laugh at your uncle. Yang Wei had a sad face and started panting madly. Not far away, the 4 cooks who were cooking were all dumbfounded. Fuck. Kai Chong swallowed hard. These officers, are they so obedient? Isn't that guy called Jean-Luan? Fu Zhilei's eyes widened. The top student of the 7th Squadron, who's always been so arrogant in their squadron, how come, and that one, Sun Da-ji from the 5th Squadron. Jia Yu also recognized one of them. Their captain was always polite to him. I heard he even made a contribution some time ago. Why is Captain Yi scolding him like a grandson? Luo Xing's face was also full of shock. He never expected that Yian, a private, would not only become the captain, all the soldiers under his command were officers, and they were well-known traitors in the entire brigade. The most important thing is that these traitors obeyed his orders absolutely without any resistance. It's simply against the will of heaven. I've said it before. Luo Xing swallowed his saliva. Our team is full of hidden talents, especially this lone eagle. There must be a reason for letting Captain Yi be the captain. Hurry up, stop looking and get to work. The other 3 people suddenly reacted and quickly lowered their heads to work. As so many famous troublemakers in the brigade were completely subdued by Yian, and they were mentally prepared to keep a low profile. After the push-ups, Yian continued to test everyone's physical fitness. It didn't end until dark, and everyone was exhausted and out of breath. Look at you. Yian looked at them unhappily. We've only just started, and you're already so tired? You guys, you call yourself elite soldiers, you call yourself the king of soldiers? Based on today's training, it's just normal for us at Lone Eagle. Yian said coldly, now you understand the gap between you and Lone Eagle, right? Yes. Everyone answered weakly. Yian snorted coldly, okay, pack up and go to bed early. Tomorrow, we will start a new training. Disband. Everyone dragged their tired bodies and finished their meal simply. Then they crawled into the tent and fell asleep one by one. After a while, bursts of shots were heard from the tent, but not long after he fell asleep, a figure suddenly sat up. Damn it! The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Huan Youcai's eyes widened. I still refuse to accept this. Chapter 8. I admit, there is an element of gambling. It was late at night, and a gust of hot wind lifted a corner of the tent, making the treetops rustle. Ye and walked out of the tent, and there was a faint smell of gunpowder in the air that came from the front line. Although the first phase of the battle is ended, the dragon army swept the monkey army with overwhelming force and escaped unscathed. But sporadic fighting continues. The monkey army is confronting the dragon kingdom day and night. From time to time, the 2 sides will launch a round of artillery battles, and there are even sporadic small-scale battles. Everyone knows that although the monkeys were beaten badly, they have not yet given up. If we want peace on the border and prevent innocent people from dying tragically at the hands of the enemy, we must defeat them, no matter what the cost. Therefore, all the troops on the front line are taking the time to rest and train, so as to be ready for the upcoming new battles at any time. Ye and looked in the direction of the front line, then turned and walked towards the fighting training ground. During the day, he wanted to test out his new skills, but was interrupted by Luo Xing and his men. Now it's late at night and no one is disturbing me, so I can experience it. Ye and had to figure out how strong he was at the moment before he could formulate the next training plan. At the same time, the team members tense, everyone got up, and many of them were still dazed. Old Huan, what's wrong with you? Jean-Luan rubbed his eyes. Did you get bit by a venomous snake? You were sleeping so well, why are you yelling? Alahudi, the only one in the team with a unique appearance, smacked his lips and said, I was dreaming about eating naan. Oily naan, sweet naan, and meat naan. I was about to eat it, but you shouted, Adisi, and it was all gone. Can you all show some promise? Huang Yukai glared at everyone angrily. We've all been bullied by that Yian. How can you still sleep? How arrogant are you? Old Yang. Huang Yukai looked at Yang Wei. You were made a fool of by him today. It was so frustrating. How could you sleep? I slept soundly. Yang Wei yawned, it's tiring. Huang Yukai was speechless, looking at everyone with a look of disappointment. I really misjudged you. You are the top students in each squadron? You were bullied like this by a soldier, and you didn't even have the courage to resist. I was so disappointed that I considered you my rivals and wanted to defeat you. Thinking about it now, it's really disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. You are all shitty bastards. Huang Yukai. Zhang Lin glared at him angrily. We've just accepted the bet and lost. I wanted to refuse to accept it, but with Yian's gun skills and swordsmanship, I have no right to refuse. Didn't you also accept it right then? That's right. Zhang Luan said angrily, did you forget who peed his pants? Who screamed the loudest? You were not as good as us back then. Huang Youcai's face flushed red as he angrily said, can you blame me? In that situation, the bullet was flying towards my face. My brother had close contact with the dagger, and he had to cover his eyes. Aren't you scared too? That's all. Zhao Shang said coldly, looking at the entire team, who can be as good at shooting as Yian? Who can be as good at swordsmanship as him? Who has such a strong mentality as him? Anyway, I haven't heard of it. I was convinced as soon as he finished firing. CFA said with lingering fear, I was just so frightened at the time that I didn't have time to say anything. We should just give in. Yian's strength is more than enough to be our captain. You didn't shout during the day, so why are you shouting now? I didn't react during the day. Huang Yukai looked at everyone and said, I agree with everything you said. I admire his spearmanship and swordsmanship. Then why are you so dissatisfied? Everyone rolled their eyes. You're really wasting your sleep. We have training tomorrow. Wait. Huang Yukai said anxiously, his spear and sword skills are very powerful, but have you ever considered that perhaps his other abilities are not so good? Huh? Everyone stared at him. Huang Yukai snorted coldly, I didn't think about it carefully at the time, but I figured it out just now. He chose shooting because it was his strongest sport. Huang Yukai spread his hands and said, he used to be a sniper for the Lone Eagle, so it's normal for him to be a good shooter. But now we want a captain, and he needs strong overall qualities. If Yian is only good at shooting, and his other skills are mediocre or even non-existent, he might even be worse than us. Hey, don't say it, really don't say it. Lu Feng touched his head, old Huang's round head is full of ideas, and they are all damn right. Huang Yukai rubbed his head cheerfully, smart people all have big heads. I think that makes some sense. Yang Wei stroked his chin. We trained for a whole day, but he didn't participate. He said he wanted to test our abilities. But now that I think about it, could it be that he's not as physically fit as us? That makes sense. Lu Feng nodded repeatedly, and the others also looked as if they had suddenly understood. You all think what I said makes sense, right? Huang Yukai showed a very clever smile. You have a point. But old Huang. Zhang Lin stared at him, what do you want to do? Even if he is not capable of other things, we have already accepted the loss. If he's really incapable of other things, then why should we surrender to him? At least I won't. Huang Yukai raised his head proudly, I came to Lone Eagle to be stronger than before, to defeat everyone in our team. If Yian only knows how to use a spear and nothing else, then why should I learn from him? Wouldn't that just be a waste of time? Everyone nodded in agreement. And Huang Yukai stared at everyone, we are also shouldering the great mission of reviving the Lone Eagle. We must train hard to revive the Lone Eagle. If Yian can't do anything else, okay, just tell me what you want to do, Zhang Lin said, and the others nodded. Huang Yukai rubbed his hands, how about we go and give him a try? How to try, what to try? Everyone looked at him. Huang Yukai chuckled and said, you all should know that I, Huang, have top-notch fighting skills. There are few in the entire team who can match me. Everyone rolled their eyes collectively. For this bunch of traitors, they will only submit to those who can kill them instantly. Even if they are knocked down, they are only half submitted. They will never submit to those who talk big. Huang Yukai smiled awkwardly, of course, everyone is very strong. He said seriously, my idea is simple. Let's test his fighting skills. For us scouts, close combat is an important subject. If he can defeat me, or can withstand our attack, it means that his other abilities are also good. That's fine. Ali said hesitantly, but what if he's really good? Then we can feel at ease and listen to him obediently. Huang Yukai shrugged. But if he can't do it, he will still be the captain, but he should at least be polite to us in the future and not scold us like his grandson. Let's learn from each other. I admit, there was a bit of a gamble involved. Huang Yukai looked at everyone, but we're all top soldiers. No one wants to be scolded every day by those who are inferior to us, right? Everyone looked at each other and nodded heavily. Yian's gun and sword skills really made them admire him. However, Yian's status as a 3-year soldier still made them feel a little uncomfortable. Plus, they are all born rebellious. Fuck him. Zhang Lin stood up suddenly, let's see if he can do anything. Fuck. The others also stood up. Chapter 9, do you want to fight me one-on-one or in a group? Hey! Jiang Lin looked at Ali in shock. Why do you bring a stick? Fighting. Ali shrugged naturally. Jiang Lin was speechless. We are just looking for him to spar, not to fight, but to test his strength. Ali pointed at Huang Yukai and said, but old Huang still has a brick. Everyone turned around immediately and saw Huang Yukai holding a red brick in his hand. Fuck! Jiang Lin glared at him. Old Huang, we're fighting him in close combat. Are you going to kill him? Aren't you a martial arts expert? Zhang Luan asked, why are you carrying bricks? What do you know? Huang Yukai raised his head. This is called preparing for an emergency. He glanced at everyone proudly. We old troops train in combat, and we train in a real combat manner. When facing the enemy, as long as we can kill him, we use whatever is convenient. This is true close combat. Are you really going to kill him? Everyone stared with wide eyes. Don't worry. Huang Yukai smiled and waved his hand. Am I such a reckless person? I'll definitely go barehanded against other people. Huang Yukai put away his smile. But Yan is a ruthless guy. He dared to shoot at his captain and comrades. I must bring something to protect myself. I can save my life at the critical moment. Hearing what he said, everyone's anus tightened. Everyone looked at each other, then immediately turned around to look for someone to save their life. 5 minutes later, figures emerged from the tent under the leadership of Huang Yukai. Everyone bravely walked towards Yan's tent. After all, Yan had caused them a huge psychological trauma during the day, and they have not recovered yet. He's not here. Huang Yukai opened the tent and looked surprised. It's the middle of the night, where are they? Maybe he went to pee? Lu Feng asked in a low voice. How about we go back? Ali looked around nervously, afraid that Yan was hiding somewhere with a gun pointed at him. Actually, I trust the captain quite a bit. We're already here, don't be scared. Huang Yukai said coldly, we agreed that we must give him a try tonight. This is not only for us, but also for Lone Eagle. Yes. Zhang Luan nodded. Don't be scared. But we can't find him, so why not go back first? I agree. Ali raised his hand quickly. Huang Yukai was about to curse when Jiang Lin suddenly said, listen, is there a sound over there at the training ground? Everyone immediately quieted down and listened carefully. Bang. 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 Sure enough, intermittent muffled sounds came from the direction of the training ground. It was like two objects colliding dully. Holy shit. Yang Wei's eyes widened. There's still someone training this late? Could it be him? Humph, you don't practice with us during the day, but practice secretly at night. Xia Fei touched his chin. There's something fishy. Let's go over there. Huang Yukai picked up a brick and said, let's see what the hell he's up to. Everyone immediately followed him, bent over, and walked stealthily towards the training ground. The training ground is not far away, just next to a small woods. The group arrived quickly and saw from afar a figure moving back and forth between the trees, so fast that even an afterimage appeared. If it weren't for the moon tonight, they would be almost invisible. It was not until this moment that everyone finally knew what the banging sounds they had just heard were. That was the sound of Yan punching and kicking the tree. He hit more than a dozen trees that took two people to hug, causing them to shake violently, and the leaves fell to the ground like snow. Moreover, the sound of the beating was very dense, and it seemed that there were several sounds in 1 second. Oh. Holy shit. Zhang Lin opened his mouth in shock. Old Huang. That's what you suspect. Is he not good at other subjects? Ali swallowed in fear. He's so fast and so strong. I feel like he can beat me to death. No doubt about it. Zhang Luan also swallowed his saliva. He can beat you to death, plus me. Huang Youcai's jaw was about to hit the ground at this moment. He always claimed that he was invincible in defeating all falcons because he really had the skills. He fought against at least 2 or 3 squadrons, but no one was his match. But now look at Yan. He couldn't even see how the other party fought. This is nothing. Now, he wanted to slap himself twice. Why Yan is such a good shooter? How could he be bad at other things? Why did he doubt Yan and even want to fight him? Huang Yukai really wanted to slap himself a few times. Snap, suddenly, there was a sound of wood breaking. Everyone stared with wide eyes. Why Yan was like a monkey trying to catch the moon, and he actually broke a piece of it directly from the tree. Everyone's anus tightened instantly, but the next second, Yan dodged and tried to catch the moon like a monkey, and then he turned around and reached for another tree. Click, click. There were several consecutive sounds, and each tree was broken into pieces. Everyone's legs were so tight that not even a needle could be inserted. Oh. Yan suddenly jumped up and chopped at the tree trunk with a palm knife with a crisp sound. The tree trunk as thick as an arm was cut in half. Everyone involuntarily shrank their necks again, their faces filled with fear. Old Huang, you go ahead. Jiang Lin was already incoherent. You don't want to fight. I need to go to the bathroom. Huang Yukai said with a sad face, I feel a stomachache now, like I'm about to give birth. How about you guys do it? My hands are shaking. Jiang Lin shivered. My legs are shaking. Yang Wei's face was full of horror. I told you guys I wouldn't come, but you guys insisted. Ali said with a bitter face, I always trust the captain. I believe in you too, Captain. Zhang Luan nodded quickly. Don't say anything. Xia Fei swallowed his saliva, how about we go? Everyone nodded almost without hesitation, let's go. Slow down, be gentle, and don't make any noise. Jiang Lin said nervously, let's go back and continue to keep the body as it is, and pretend nothing happened. Bang, a muffled sound was heard, and everyone's eyes widened in horror. Huang Yukai looked at the brick that fell on the ground with a sad face, it's not my fault. I was nervous. Jiang Lin glared at him angrily, why are you carrying this thing? Who? Yian, who was not far away, suddenly stopped and rushed over, who is there? Everyone was instantly shocked. Run! Jiang Lin growled, everyone immediately bent down and ran at full speed. Stop right there. A fierce roar was heard, as if a spell was cast on everyone. In an instant, everyone stopped in their tracks, maintaining various strange postures. Yian walked over with his hands behind his back and looked them up and down. It's so late, what are you doing? It's the captain. Huang Yukai stood up awkwardly, what a coincidence, it's so late and you haven't slept yet. Bang, a brick fell to the ground and Huang Youcai's face turned pale instantly. Yian looked at the brick, then at the ugly expressions of the others, and immediately guessed the purpose of these guys' visit. They are indeed a bunch of traitors. They are still unwilling to accept the result. Yian sneered, yes, I knew you were coming to see me, so I was waiting for you. Looking for you? Of course not. Huang Yukai almost cried with laughter, we are exhausted today, how can we have time to look for you, right, everyone, yes. Everyone nodded immediately. Captain, we are here to take a shit. I came out to pee. I was sleepwalking, I don't know how I got here, I missed my mother, so I came here to cry secretly, I miss my wife. She ran away with someone else. Yian quietly watched them chatting. They're quite in sync. They all come out at the same time, to poop and pee, and they bring bricks and sticks? Tell me the truth. Yian glared at them, you guys are still not convinced, so you want to come and practice with me, right? Come on, do you want a one-on-one fight or a group fight? Yian waved at them, I'll satisfy you. Captain, swear to God, this is impossible. Huang Yukai said anxiously, I am convinced by you. You are my captain, and your rules are the rules. This brick, Huang Yukai quickly picked up a brick and hit himself on the head with it. The pain made him cry. I was practicing hard qigong while taking a shit. I just wanted our lone eagle to fly again as soon as possible. Really? Yian glared at him and then looked at Ali. Ali was so scared that he almost cried. Captain, I admire you from the bottom of my heart. This stick. I use it to wipe shit, huh? Yian was stunned. He never expected this answer. The others were also shocked. How could they come up with such nonsense? I'm not used to using toilet paper, really. Ali began to take off his pants in fear. If you don't believe me, I'll show you, using a stick is more effective. Oh. Chapter 10. I was almost moved, the captain is too vengeful. Ah. Ali's face twisted with laughter. Captain, you see, this is the purpose of me bringing a stick. The boys in our place all wipe it this way. Seeing Ali working so hard, Yian took a breath that he never thought that Ali could fight so hard, but Huang Yukai and his companions admired him in their hearts. In order to avoid being crushed by Yian's monkey-like moon-catching trick, they would have to fight just as hard. That's enough. Yian growled, stand still at brush. Everyone immediately straightened their chests and behaved much more obediently than during the day. Yian glanced at everyone coldly, and everyone looked away guiltily. No one dared to look him in the eye. Yian snorted coldly, I know exactly what you were thinking, otherwise I wouldn't be able to be the captain. I also know that you are rebellious and it will be difficult for you to submit to me. Yian said coldly, I don't want to say much. If anyone still doesn't accept me, you are welcome to challenge me. I am always ready to accompany you. Don't do anything sneaky. Let's meet in person. Yian glanced at everyone, anyone want to challenge? Everyone was silent, not daring to make a sound. What a joke. Yian just left an afterimage outside the woods. Only a moron would dare to challenge him. No one? Yian snorted coldly, since you don't have the courage, then be honest. Go back to sleep. Yes. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as if they had been pardoned. Captain. Huang Yukai said with an awkward smile, actually, you really misunderstood. We really came out to poop and pee, go back and lie there. Yian roared, or else I'll train. Swish, everyone rushed towards the tent at the speed of a 100-meter sprint and disappeared from Yian's sight in the blink of an eye. Yian looked at their backs, a sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth. What a bunch of traitors, it's not so easy to surrender, okay? Meanwhile, in the tent, the soldiers lay down one by one as quickly as possible. Huang Yukai, I really believed your tricks today. We have all suffered from your tricks. Zhang Lin's face was full of anger. Hey, don't just blame me. Huang Yukai said with dissatisfaction, didn't you agree very happily at that time? Jiang Lin angrily said, "You fooled me. Why did I believe you? Why didn't I believe the captain? I told you not to go, but you refused to believe me." Ali said with a sad face, "Thanks to you for giving up your butt, otherwise everyone's birds would have been gone." "It's terrifying." Xie Fei said with lingering fear, "I have never seen such a terrifying fight. They are all killing moves, and every move is fatal, now I completely believe it." Lu Feng's face was filled with horror. "There's a huge gap between us and Lone Eagle in every subject. They're really amazing." All right, Huang Yukai said confidently, "We're now part of the Lone Eagle. From now on, if he can do what he can do, so can we. Besides, isn't the crisis resolved? The captain has let us go, so you should think positively." "Old Huang, you have such a big head, how can you be so childish?" Chang Quan, who had been silent all the time, said coldly, "Do you think you are a fool to be the captain? He has already guessed what we were going to do just now. I guess he will train us to death tomorrow." Huang Youcai's smile suddenly froze on his face. "Alright, stop thinking about it." Jiang Lin sighed. "What's coming will eventually come. Everyone, hurry up and get some sleep. Tomorrow's physical strength will definitely be stronger than today's." Everyone was regretting their decision so much that their intestines turned green, and they slowly fell asleep in anxiety. The sky gradually brightened and the dark night was slowly receding. From the frontline positions at the border to the camps of the troops in the rear, everything was still quiet. There were even snoring sounds coming from all over the camps. Beep, beep. At this moment, a shrill whistle suddenly sounded in the Lone Eagle camp, instantly breaking the silence. In the tent, the soldiers slowly got up one by one. "It seems like the sky isn't even bright yet. Why is the wake-up whistle blown so early?" Zhang Luan stretched. "This means getting up 20 minutes earlier than usual, right?" Yang Wei sighed. "We've offended the captain, and we still expect to have a good life?" Zhang Lin said unhappily, "Hurry up and get dressed. If you leave later, the captain might." Before he could finish his words, something smoking suddenly rolled in. "What the hell?" Everyone looked over with sleepy eyes, but the next second, everyone was so scared that they flew up. "Fuck, Grenade, run!" Everyone was so scared that they didn't even have time to grab their clothes or shoes, and ran out in their shorts. "Get down!" Everyone fell to the ground in unison. Boom, a dull explosion sounded. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look. The tent is still there, intact. There was just a lot of white smoke rolling out from every crack in the tent. "Huh?" Everyone's eyes widened. "Fake? Xia Fugue looked stunned. "Of course it's fake." Yan walked over with his hands behind his back, smiling. "It's just a training bullet." "Training bullet?" Everyone stared at Yan, their mouths twisted with anger. "Originally, I wanted to use live ammunition to wake you up." Yan sighed, "But, thinking that you were so weak, I used training ammunition instead." Yan looked at everyone and said, "Just as I thought, you guys are really weak. Fortunately, you didn't use live ammunition." Everyone is so angry that their lungs are about to explode. Whose good person is woken up by a grenade? Psychopath. What, you don't accept it? Yan put away his smile and looked at them coldly. "A training bomb scared you into such a cowardice. Not only did you not take your clothes, you even left your weapons and equipment. Do you think it's safe here? Don't forget, we're only 10 kilometers away from the battlefield." Yan roared, "The enemy could come at any time. If it's a real grenade, you're finished. Even if you escape, are you going to use your fists to fight the enemy's guns?" Everyone was speechless after being scolded, and their anger disappeared in an instant. "Stand still!" Yan roared. Everyone immediately jumped up from the ground and quickly lined up in front of Yan. Yan stared at them coldly. "This is the Lone Eagle, the strongest commando team of the Falcon Scouting Brigade. We are ready to carry out the most dangerous missions and fight the most difficult battles at any time. So, the soldiers here have to remain highly alert at all times, even sleeping with one eye open." Yan said coldly, "Because most of the time, we are behind enemy lines, surrounded by dangers. Even the slightest negligence will not only cost you your life, but also harm your teammates." Yan clenched his fists. "I have lost all my comrades." Everyone's heart tightened. Before they came, they already knew what happened to Lone Eagle, so they had the opportunity to come in. At this moment, looking at the blue veins popping out on Yan's neck, everyone had a better understanding of Yan's actions. Yan took a deep breath and said, "As your captain, I don't want to lose anyone, and I don't want anyone to get hurt. Therefore, I will train you with the most stringent standards. Do you understand?" "Yes." Everyone puffed out their chests and shouted, their eyes filled with emotion. After all, Yan did all this for them. Who would still remember his bad deeds? Yan nodded. "Although we use training bullets, our training standards are based on actual combat. Under normal circumstances, your tents are gone, and your equipment is gone, so..." Yan pointed to the distant mountain. "Just like that, sprint to the top of the mountain and then come back." "Huh?" Everyone's eyes widened. "Captain." Zhang Luan asked tentatively, We are not wearing any clothes, not even shoes, I know." Yian nodded. It was bombed, so we can only run like this. But Captain. Ali said with a sad face, I am naked, I'm naked too. Zhang Luan and Huang Yukai looked aggrieved. Ye and spread his hands. There's nothing we can do about it. Who told you not to wear anything? Who told you not to bring anything with you? This is the only way. Okay, let's run. Yian smiled and stepped aside. Captain. Huang Yukai pleaded, at least let me go look for it in the ruins, or at least find a pair of socks to cover my vital parts. Yian said nothing, but silently took out his gun. Whoosh, everyone was so scared that they ran out immediately. Run faster. Yian shouted, we have to come back for dinner. Everyone was furious after hearing this. God damn it, Zhang Luan said with a bitter face. He just spoke so eloquently and passionately, I was really moved. Pa, now that I think about it, he was just trying to mess with us. This bastard is so wicked. He must be holding a grudge against me from last night. Huang Yukai shouted angrily, villain, villain, hee. Xia Fugui on the side smiled, at least we still have a pair of pants, you three, ha. I also have a pair of slippers that are better than yours, ha. Sun Daji looked proud. Don't laugh at me. Huang Yukai said angrily, let's run quickly. The troops will be getting up soon. If they see us like this, everyone will laugh at us. Beep, beep. At this moment, a series of shrill whistles sounded one after another and quickly spread to all the camps. Oh shit, everyone looked at each other and sprinted forward almost at the same time. Slow down, mine is so big, it hurts a little when it swung. Ali shouted anxiously. Can't you be smaller? Zhang Linlai shouted angrily. Stop shouting. Zhang Luan shouted anxiously, come together and surround the three of us. Chapter 11 Captain, why don't you let us go? Gather. In a camp, soldiers rushed out of the tents quickly just as they were preparing to line up. A group of shirtless guys suddenly rushed past from outside the camp. Oh my god, what did I just see? A soldier widened his eyes in shock. It's a small team, and they seem to be not wearing any clothes. Another soldier stood on tiptoe and looked into the distance. Not only is he not wearing any clothes, he's not even wearing any pants. What are you talking about? A company commander roared. What kind of good person would go out for a run without pants? You're just seeing things. Line up quickly. Assemble quickly. A platoon leader shouted hurriedly. The company commander took a few steps back and turned to look at the place where the Lone Eagle squad disappeared. Fuck, which unit would be running around naked so early in the morning? The company commander licked his lips and said, that's awesome. At the same time, the 15 members of Lone Eagle gathered in a group and were running as fast as they could towards the mountain designated by Yian. But if you want to get through, you have to go through camps one by one, but they didn't dare not go. Yian was so perverted, who knows if he was following them, but if Yian knew that they were being cunning, who knows what kind of immoral things he would make them do. But no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't be faster than everyone else getting up. At the beginning they were able to rush through the camps quickly, but now, many camps have already assembled, and there are crowds of people and loud slogans everywhere. Damn it, why are you all up? Lu Feng said with despair, can't you just sleep a little longer? It's over. Zhao Shang said with a sad face, if our old unit finds out, our reputation will be ruined. How can we live our lives in the future? Yian, I hate you so much, you are not a human being. Huang Youcai's old face turned red. Stop yelling. There's another camp ahead. Jiang Lin shouted anxiously, hurry up. Speed up. It's too late. Ali shouted in horror, they have discovered us. Cover your face, quickly, cover your face. Zhang Luan shouted quickly, everyone was immediately inspired. If they covered their faces, no one would know who they were. As for the naked body, who cares? In an instant, everyone covered their faces and rushed through the camp in front in an ecstatic posture. All the soldiers in the camp were stunned, staring at these guys running away with their butts twisted. Wow! A battalion commander swallowed his saliva. In all my years in the military, this is the first time I've seen morning exercises like this. After a while, laughter and shouts were heard in all the camps. Wow, you guys are awesome, bro. Run faster, I can see your big butts. Meanwhile, at the Fire Eagle camp. Li Gang looked off into the distance with a puzzled look on his face. What happened? Why is it so lively? Deputy Captain Lu Ton stood on tiptoe and said, it seems like a team is doing morning exercises naked. What's the big deal? Li Gang turned his head. It's Quan Guang, said Lu Ton. Ah. Li Gang almost stumbled and fell, and quickly turned around and raised the telescope. It seems, it's someone from Lone Eagle. Li Gang narrowed his eyes. What? Lu Tong's jaw nearly dropped to the ground in shock. Lone Eagle? Captain, are you sure? There are 15 of them in total. Li Gang said calmly, their figures are very similar, and their speed is not that of ordinary soldiers. He put down the telescope and sneered, I sent them there myself, there will be no mistake. Lu Tong's eyes widened in shock, how could they be so brave? They were naked and still passed through the camps. That's not right. Lu Tong looked at Li Gang. Captain, didn't you say that the 15 people who went to Lone Eagle were all notorious troublemakers in our brigade? How did the new captain of Lone Eagle get them to agree to run like this? How would I know? Li Gang sneered. However, this Yan seems to be quite capable. He was able to make these troublemakers obey him so quickly. In the old unit, they were the ones who refused to submit to anyone. Lu Tong laughed and said, he has some skills, but he's also a bit of a tyrant. What's going on here? It's just a mess. The next round of battle may start at any time, and Yan is not busy training, but actually doing this. Lu Tong shook his head. A Lone Eagle is gone just like that. From now on, we will have no rivals. Li Gang smiled disdainfully. It's quite messed up. I don't know what Luo Tian was thinking. He actually chose such a person as the captain. Captain Luo probably has no other choice. Lone Eagle is everything to them. If outsiders come, Lone Eagle might be gone. Yan is the only one left among them, and he can only try his luck. This is the only solution he has. I guess he is also unsure of himself. Lu Tong chuckled. That's enough. Li Gang glared at him and said, stop talking nonsense and focus on training. Yes. Lu Tong saluted quickly, turned around, and ran towards the team. But Li Gang looked in the direction of the Lone Eagle, shook his head and sighed, such a good opponent, and he's finished like this. Soon after, at the Falcon Brigade headquarters. Jiu Yaozu rushed in hurriedly. What on earth is Jian, that big fool, going to do? Chen Hai and Deputy Captain Jai Gang were studying the training plan and were startled by Gu Yaozu's shout. Old Gu, why are you so angry? Jai Gang said with a smile, what did Jian do to you? He didn't do anything to me. Gu Yaozu shouted angrily. He threw Lone Eagle's face to other troops. What's going on? Chen Hai looked surprised. Jiu Yaozu immediately recounted the situation of a group of people running away naked. The people from Division A and Division B just asked me, Gu Yaozu said angrily, are our falcons engaging in shameless training? They don't even wear clothes. Yan, that bastard, has really disgraced the Lone Eagles. Chen Hai and Jai Gang were completely confused. Is this a mistake? Jai Gang asked curiously, how did Division A and Division B know it was Lone Eagle? That's right. Gu Yaozu said angrily, Division A and Division B didn't know who they were, but there were 15 of them, and they ran so fast. In the entire battalion, who else was there besides Lone Eagle? No other squadron would do such a stupid thing. Jai Gang looked at Chen Hai. Captain, you may have chosen the wrong person. Gu Yaozu said angrily, Yan is just a soldier. He has never been a commander. How can he understand command? Yes, he is a tough guy. But look at him now, he is just messing around. Chen Hai's face turned grim, but after a moment he suddenly asked, wait, you just said that no one recognized them? Why didn't they recognize them? Because they all covered their faces. Gu Yaozu said, how could anyone know who they were? A smile suddenly appeared on Chen Hai's face. Quite smart, isn't it? Ha ha ha, it's good that you didn't recognize me. If you didn't recognize me, then Lone Eagle isn't embarrassed. Gu Yaozu's jaw dropped to the ground when he heard this. No. Captain, is that what I meant? I mean Yan, he's messing around. You asked him to revive Lone Eagle, what is he doing? Hey, Lao Gu, don't get angry. Chen Hai waved his hand nonchalantly. You need to change your mindset. Aren't those 15 guys notorious troublemakers? In their old unit, no one could completely control them. But now, Yan only took one day to make them lose all their dignity. Chen Hai laughed happily. This proves that I didn't choose the wrong person. Yan is capable. Gu Yaozu's eyes almost popped out. What kind of bullshit logic was this? Chen Hai rubbed his hands. As for training, we have to do it step by step. If Yan can subdue those guys first, then the subsequent training will definitely be no problem. I believe him. What do you think, old Jai? Jai Gang smiled awkwardly. I believe the captain. Hey, that's right. Chen Hai laughed cheerfully. First, dampen the enthusiasm of those guys, and then train them. Hey, I have a really good eye for people. Yan is really capable. It's okay, let them run. Chen Hai waved his hand with a smile. Jiu Yaozu's cheeks twitched violently. It was rare for him to meet such a protective captain. Meanwhile, at Lone Eagle camp the kitchen staff was busy as always, and the sound of clanging could be heard everywhere. Yan walked closer with his hands behind his back. It smells so good, what are you doing? The captain is here. Luo Xing and the other three quickly stood at attention. Yan smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry about me, continue cooking. Luo Xing nodded to the three of them, then came forward with a smile. You guys trained so hard, so we made some meat buns to replenish the soldiers' energy. Yan gave a thumbs up. Captain Luo, you were so thoughtful. Thank you for your hard work. Luo Xing laughed heartily. Captain, stop praising me. This is all the captain's order. He said we must provide you with good protection. We are just doing our job. The real hard work is you. What we are doing is nothing. Yian nodded with a smile. Captain, you are indeed thoughtful. Right. Luo Xing, still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, nodded repeatedly. The captain has always been very comprehensive in his considerations and has been very caring towards Lone Eagle. The entire team knows this. Yian stared at him with a smile. Captain Luo, does the captain want you to do a good job of supporting us? Yes. Luo Xing nodded. Then I won't be polite. Yian laughed. Luo Xing looked confused. Yian continued, after dinner is done, go to the brigade's ordnance department and bring some things back for me. Then, the security work of the camp will be handed over to you. Yian said seriously, without my permission, no one from other squadrons is allowed to approach. Luo Xing opened his mouth wide. Captain, I haven't finished yet. Yian continued, in addition to the people who stand guard, you also have to help us during training. I will tell you the specific details when the time comes. Yian patted Luo Xing's shoulder and said, Captain Luo, these things will be handed over to you from now on. Thank you for your hard work. Luowen's jaw almost hit the ground in shock, and the three people who were cooking were also shocked. What is going on? Why did we just hand it over to them? No, Captain. Luo Xing said with a bitter face, we are the ones who cook. Now, you are more than just cooks. Yian said solemnly, you have a new mission. Once you come to Lone Eagle, you are Lone Eagle's people. Didn't the captain ask you to provide security and obey me? That's it. Yian smiled slightly and turned away. Luo Xing looked at Yian's back and felt like the sky was falling. They didn't have a hard time before, but now, they are really going to have a hard time. Chapter 12, Green Military Uniform, Red Collar Badge, the strongest single soldier on Earth. Yian stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the 15 soldiers standing in front of him, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. What the hell, you guys, what happened to you? Did you mutate in the mountains? 15 people laughed evilly, revealing their big white teeth. At this moment, they were all green from head to toe, with only their eyes moving. Even if you see it in broad daylight, it is very creepy. Captain, this is what happened. Huang Yukai said proudly, we ran all the way into the mountains, thinking that we couldn't let the kids from other troops laugh at us when we came back. So, we came up with a quick idea. His face was full of wisdom. Use local materials, crush the leaves, add banana branches and leaves and a little mud, then mix them together and apply it on the body. Huang Yukai said with a smile, this way, no one will recognize us. We can run back openly without covering our faces. Ali said excitedly, we even made a protective bag out of vines and even protected my little brother. People thought it was just a branch blown by the wind. Huang Yukai laughed like a pig. Captain, we are smart. The others also showed smug smiles. Yian's mouth twitched with anger. Smart, really smart. I just received several calls. You guys look so weird, suddenly rushing out of the mountains, scaring a lot of local villagers. Even many troops in training were scared by you. You really are a bunch of smart people, but you're not as smart as before. Ha? Zhang Luan was surprised. Are we really that scary? Nonsense. Yian roared, let's take a look at your appearance in the mirror. You look like a banana tree that has become a ghost. With your appearance, not only other people won't recognize you, but your parents won't recognize you either. Even the oxhead and horseface of the underworld would be able to take away the wrong soul if they saw you. 15 people lowered their heads guiltily. They looked so scary, no wonder all the fellow villagers they greeted on the way back turned around and ran away. Okay, 1,000 push-ups. Yian growled. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened. Captain. John Lin said anxiously, we didn't make any mistakes, you're back late. Yian glared at them, an hour later than yesterday. John Lin almost vomited blood, but you can wrap yourself in a few banana leaves. Yian shouted, is it really that hard? Do it. Everyone, they wanted to refute, but what Yian said made sense, 1,500. Yian suddenly growled. Everyone was so scared that they fell freely almost at the same time, and started doing push-ups panting. Watching Yian walk aside with his hands behind his back, Yang Wei said in a depressed voice, what did I say yesterday? The captain is a vengeful person, and he will definitely deal with him today. Suddenly, a figure rushed to Yang Wei. Before Yang Wei could see clearly, a slap hit him hard on the head. Don't say bad things behind my back. Yian glared at him, I have very sharp ears, add another 500. Yes. Yang Wei burst into tears of regret. Yian crossed his arms over his chest and stepped back with a smile, watching everyone going up and down with all their might. Yian curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile. These 15 guys were temporarily subdued by him, but Yian could see that they were just intimidated by him, not completely convinced from the bottom of their hearts. The Lone Eagle wants to regain its combat effectiveness and become the first special forces in the Southwest. Yian needs them to have absolute trust in him, and the 16 people should be united as one. Then we'll see about it. Yian smiled faintly, fuck. Huang Yukai looked at the porridge with only a few grains of rice in the bowl and shouted angrily, Captain Luo, we trained so hard, and this is all we have to eat? Lu Feng's face was also filled with anger. The food standard of Lone Eagle is the highest in the entire brigade. But this food is much worse than our old unit. Ali shouted, if there's no naan, at least give me some steamed buns. You can't fool me with porridge. Team leader Luo, CFA shouted, did you embezzle our food money? Luo Xing was already furious, and when he heard this he almost died of anger on the spot. Shut your stinking mouths. Luo Xing roared angrily, I, Luo Xing, have been a cook for 6 years and have never been greedy for a grain of rice. If you dare to wrongly accuse me, I will fight you to the death. Everyone was frightened by his aura and stood a head shorter. Well, Captain Luo, don't be angry. Zhao Shang laughed dryly, we just want to ask why you only have a bowl of porridge in the morning. It's not enough to eat. Yes. The others nodded, we are just asking. Luo Xing is their bread and butter, so they can complain a little, but no one dares to offend him. If they get really angry, spit or pee in their soup, don't ask me, how would I know? Luo Xing roared angrily, these were all orders from the captain, I'm just following orders. I have a lot of things to do, and you're still here arguing with me. I'm just a cook, why do I have so much to do? Look at you all, you're all like banana spirits. Luo Xing roared, it's good enough that you have a stutter, but you're still so picky. Seeing Luo Xing turn around and leave angrily, everyone was confused. What's wrong with Lao Luo? Jiang Lin said with curiosity, let's ask, why are you so angry? Yeah. Lu Feng scratched his head, I knew him before, he was not like this, he was very easygoing, what happened? Beep, beep, a shrill whistle suddenly sounded, everyone jumped up reflexively. Oh my god. Huang Youcai's face was full of bitterness, even if I were to kill you, he wouldn't be as anxious as me. No one cared about anything else and just picked up the basin and poured the liquid into their mouths. And no matter how small a fly is, it is still meat. You can't go training on an empty stomach. After a moment, everyone lined up in front of Yi and frowned, why are you still like this? Didn't I tell you to go wash? Captain, Yang Wei yelled, it can't be washed off. It's stuck to my body. What? Yian's brows knitted into knots, can't be washed off? Report to the captain, Huang Yukai yelled, I don't know what kind of stinky mud we used. It's already imprinted on our skin and won't come off no matter how hard we rub it. Yian was speechless. These guys were really something. He coughed and glanced at everyone coldly, from yesterday to now, you should be very clear about your level. He suddenly said, you all want to come to Lone Eagle, right? Yes, everyone shouted. Yian nodded to Chang Quan, why do you want to come to Lone Eagle? Chang Quan said loudly, because the Lone Eagles are the strongest team on the Falcon, I want to come here and become the strongest soldier. Yian nodded and looked at Ali again, what about you? Ali straightened his chest and said, my data has always told me that I should be a man like an eagle. The best eagles are lonely. The best men should be lone eagles. Yian laughed heartily, then nodded silently, you all came to Lone Eagle for honor, to become stronger soldiers. Green military uniform, red collar badge, half-crouching horse stance with a gun slung across his body, the strongest individual soldier on earth. Yian glanced at everyone, this is the truest portrayal of us, the Lone Eagles. We are all the strongest individual soldiers on earth. Everyone stood up straight with pride, their blood boiling in their chests, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts, and soldiers strive for the first place, the strongest individual soldier on earth, this is the greatest affirmation of a soldier, this is also the purpose of their coming to Lone Eagle. But I still have to tell you the second half of this sentence. Yian stared at everyone, 56 rounds of wooden-handled grenades, the strongest on earth to kill all directions. Guard the national border, control the southern border, don't be arrogant with your wolfish ambitions. In an instant, everyone's blood seemed to freeze, and they all stared at Yian. Why should we be the best soldiers? Yian stared at everyone. Why should we, the Lone Eagle, strive to be the best? I tell you, it's not just for honor. We do this to better defend our country, to protect this beautiful land behind us, so that our people can live and work in peace and contentment, away from war. Yian roared with saliva spitting out, only by becoming the best soldiers can we keep the enemy out of our country and prevent the flames of war from reaching our homes. Only by becoming the best soldiers can we survive brutal battles and eventually return to our families whom we long for day and night. Only by becoming the best soldiers can we protect the best comrades around us. We must have as many comrades as we went out, and we must have as many friends as we return. Not a single one can be left behind. Do you understand? Yian yelled. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Yian stared at them and said, before you came, my former comrades were either killed or seriously injured. They will never come back. Yian's eyes were slightly red. But I know they will never regret it. Because they protected more comrades, and protected the motherland and the people. They are worthy of this military uniform and have not lost the face of our Lone Eagle. They will always be the pride of our Lone Eagle. Yian pointed at the crowd and said, now that you're here, we will be the ones protecting Lone Eagle from now on. Why can he fly so high? It's because countless seniors are holding him up with their hands, one after another. The Lone Eagle has been flying for so many years, it can't land in our hands. He looked deeply at everyone and said, I don't want to see only the shadows of my former comrades in you. I hope that each of you can become your own remarkable selves, the kind of people that others will give a thumbs up and say are truly amazing. Can you do it? Yian yelled. Yes. Everyone shouted from the bottom of their hearts. Yian's words instantly narrowed the distance between them. It also caused a huge change in everyone's impression of Yian before. They all more or less thought that Yian was deliberately making trouble for them, but at this moment, they suddenly realized that Yian was really doing this for them and for the good of Guing. Okay. Yian waved his hand, go back, put on your clothes, and prepare for today's training. Yes. Everyone's faces were full of excitement and they laughed very happily. It turns out that Yian is quite cute and not that unkind. Just put on your clothes. Yian suddenly added, and take out your equipment. As for the rest, squad leader Luo will take care of it, you don't have to worry about it. Huh? Everyone was stunned. Captain. Huang Yukai asked curiously, then where shall we sleep tonight? Yian said angrily, even your tent was blown away, of course you sleep outside. Then, will you sleep outside with us? Huang Yukai asked. Nonsense. Yian glared at him. Of course I sleep in a tent. Lying on a bed is so comfortable. Only a crazy person would sleep outside. After saying that, he left arrogantly with his hands behind his back. Everyone's eyes twitched wildly, and the good impression they had of Yian disappeared in an instant. Listen. Huang Yukai jumped up and down in anger. Is he talking human language? Before he finished speaking, Yian, who had already walked more than 30 meters, suddenly turned around and looked at him. Fuck. Huang Yukai quickly covered his mouth. Chapter 13. Does it look difficult? I think I can do it too. Beep, beep. A shrill whistle echoed through the camp at the sound of dense footsteps followed, and everyone lined up in less than a minute. Yian walked over while wearing a military belt. Everyone, turn right. Bang. March, move. Everyone looked confused and had no idea what Yian was going to train for, but since Yian didn't say anything, they didn't dare to ask any more questions and could only follow the orders obediently. But after taking a few steps, everyone was suddenly stunned. Luo Xing and his 3 soldiers, carrying pots, pans, and even firewood, actually lined up. Follow me. Yian waved his hand, and Luo Xing and the other 3 joined the team reluctantly. Lao Luo, Linhua, who was walking at the end, asked curiously in a low voice, what are you guys doing? Are you going to leave us? Shut up. Luo Xing whispered angrily, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll add some extra ingredients to your meal. Linhua immediately shut up. 2, 1. 2, 1. Yian's face was filled with joy, his smile almost overflowing from his face, but in the eyes of everyone just felt a chill on their backs. Although they had only been with Yian for 1 day, everyone had already sensed Yian's perversion. He is smiling so happily now, it must be something bad, but compared to them, the expressions of Luo Xing and the other 3 were even uglier. They were just cooks, but now they have become military support personnel. Who among my family members understands this feeling of being filled with grievances and unable to resist? Soon after, the team arrived at the shooting range. As soon as they saw this place, everyone had an immediate physiological reaction, because this was where their nightmare began. Set, fix. Yian roared, and everyone stopped in unison. Why do you all look like you're cuckolded? Yian blared at everyone, cheer up, everyone. Cheer up. Everyone was about to cry, how could they be happy? Report. Zhang Lin said with a sad face, Are you going to hit us again? Who said I hit you? Yian said unhappily, didn't I show you the level of the Lone Eagle yesterday? Today is the official training. I'll let you shoot at targets to improve your strength. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what you hit, just don't hit them. Old Luo. Yian looked at Luo Xing. Here. Luo Xing's voice trembled. Yian pointed at the entrance to the shooting range and said, send someone to guard the entrance and don't let anyone get close. Then, the 3 of you prepare to cook. Heat up the meat buns first. Be quick, because we'll need help. Yes. Luo Xing's mouth tilted to one side, his face full of grievance. Yian looked at everyone again and a smile slowly appeared on his face. You are all very clear about the captain's requirements for us. Yian put away his smile, but you may not know that the next test on us is not only to see whether the Lone Eagle can stand up, but also related to the pilot quota of the Special Forces. Special Forces? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. They were confused and knew nothing about Special Forces, but there is one thing they all know very well, that is, Special Forces is synonymous with particularly powerful forces, definitely better than the reconnaissance force. Yes. Yian said coldly, since you are already a member of the Lone Eagle, I won't hide it from you. The entire army is vigorously organizing Special Forces. The quota for our military region belongs to our battalion. And the battalion gave the quota to us, Lone Eagle. But Yi sighed, although the hope is very slim, the captain still gave us a chance. As long as we perform well, the ticket to the special forces is still ours. He stared at everyone and said, since you all want to be the best soldiers in Lone Eagle, then you all want to be better special forces soldiers, right? Yes, everyone shouted excitedly. They never expected that there would be such a hidden benefit. Ian nodded. We don't know when the new round of battle will come. Maybe in a month, maybe tomorrow. So, we don't have much time left. Ian stared at everyone and said, it's impossible to improve your overall quality in such a short time. If we want to maintain the same level as Lone Eagle in the next battle, we can only conduct targeted training. He glanced at everyone and said, now, many people think that Lone Eagle is no longer viable and are waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Therefore, I ask that you all give 120% of your effort. Is that a problem? No, everyone shouted. Huang Yukai said excitedly, Captain, as long as we can become Special Forces soldiers, you can train us as much as you want. Yes, Captain, just give the order, the others shouted. The three words Special Forces are too tempting for them. Okay. Ian laughed evilly, then I won't be polite to you. Disperse. Everyone immediately dispersed to both sides. Ian walked forward and stopped at the target position 200 meters away. Then he put an empty can on the ground and stood on it one leg. Everyone was confused, not knowing what Ian was going to do next. Do you see that target? Ian pointed to the only target standing in the distance. Everyone immediately nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Ian smiled, then took out a piece of cloth from his bag and covered his eyes. Huh? Everyone widened their eyes in surprise, but before they could react, Ian suddenly pulled the gun hanging on his back forward. He barely aimed, and of course he couldn't see. He just pulled the trigger. Flames spurted out of the muzzle and the bullet roared out of the barrel of the gun, which should have been shaking violently, was held tightly in Ian's hand. The whole person did not shake at all, just maintained the posture of standing on one leg and kept firing. What the hell? Everyone was shocked. Just open fire like that, and he was standing on that palm-sized can, yet he was as steady as a rock, even though they had already seen Ian's marksmanship. But watching it up close at this moment still shocked them, because even if they are standing on flat ground and firing, they have to consider how to stabilize their bodies to avoid the huge recoil of the gun causing shooting deviations. But Ian ignored the recoil and fired a volley of bullets from beginning to end. Click. There was a sound of blank fire from the gun. Ian took off the cloth and shouted with a smile, Kai Chong, look at the target. Yes. Kai Chong rushed towards the target with an unwilling look on his face. Damn, I'm not a bug. After a while, he came back with the target, all hits. Looking at the densely packed bullet holes on the 10-ring red heart, everyone swallowed their saliva. Captain, you are so strong. Huang Yukai gave a thumbs up in admiration. Lu Feng nodded vigorously, even with your eyes blindfolded, you still managed to shoot all the way through, and you still hit the 10 rings. Captain, you are so strong. Don't even mention our brigade, CFA exclaimed in admiration. I'm afraid even in the entire army, there aren't many who can rival the captain. How dare you talk like that? Are you looking down on the captain? Zhang Luan glared at him, then approached Ian with a grin. Who in the entire army can shoot as well as the captain? The captain is the best in the entire army. The rest of the people rolled their eyes collectively, cursing the stinky flatterer in their hearts. How come he was able to flatter them in time? Ian smiled and said, just now, I was just setting an example for you. This is our training subject today, stable continuous shooting. Don't underestimate it. Ian said, on the battlefield, stable and accurate continuous firepower output can not only sweep away the enemy, but also save your life. Captain, how could we underestimate you? Huang Yukai laughed and said, you have a treasure trove all over you. Okay. Ian said, then let's get started right away. He pointed ahead and said, just now I was running the 200-meter race, but since your foundation is not good enough, I'll let you practice the 100-meter race first, and then gradually improve. I'm standing on one can, and you guys should stand on two cans. Take it one step at a time. Of course, you don't need to blindfold yourself. Ian stared at everyone, just fight normally. Is that okay? Everyone looked at each other, and then shouted excitedly, alright, that's great, why not? Captain, you take such good care of us. CFA gave a thumbs up. This is teaching students in accordance with their aptitude in scientific training, right? When I first came to Lone Eagle, I knew you were the best captain. You were born to be a captain. Yes, that's what I thought too. Zhao Sheng nodded quickly. When I first saw the captain, I felt that I had finally found someone who could make me stronger. Everyone was talking at once and flattering him, and Ali couldn't get a word in. He was so anxious that he just hugged Ian. Captain, you are my eagle. Hey. Ian pushed him aside in disdain and said coldly, stop talking nonsense and practice these 100 meters first. Huang Yukai laughed cheerfully and said, Captain, I'm definitely not capable of the style you just played. But I think I can handle this 100 meters. Really? That's good, I'll wait and see. Ian showed a big smile on his face. Chapter 14 Captain, look at what you are doing. Is this humane of Firehawk Commando Camp? Li Gang looked coldly at the team climbing the barbed wire, his brows gradually twisted into knots. Deputy Captain. Li Gang suddenly yelled, Deputy Captain. Here. Lu Tong responded loudly, then ran over covered in mud. Captain, any instructions? What's going on? What are they doing? Li Gang pointed at the team angrily. Everyone's hunched over like crabs. How can you call this a crawling tactic? And the armed cross-country race before, Li Gang said coldly. Today's speed was surprisingly slow. They were so careless when they ran back. What on earth are they trying to do? Don't they know that the next battle could come at any moment? Don't they want a spot in the special forces anymore? Captain, Lu Tong said bitterly, everyone hasn't forgotten what happened today. You can't be blamed. Whose fault is that? Li Gang glared at him. Is it me? Of course I can't blame you. Lu Tong said indignantly, it's all the fault of that pervert. What? Li Gang stared at him in surprise, damn pervert? Range, everyone followed Yian's request and stood on the empty cans. However, it is completely different from the training method they understand. Everyone originally thought that they were standing in a row, stepping on empty cans, and shooting at a target 100 meters away, but in fact, it is not the same thing at all. Captain. John Lin said with a sad face, didn't you say that we were shooting at targets, not us? Why don't you keep your word? Yian was surprised, how did I break my promise? Didn't I let you guys do the target shooting? And I didn't participate. Zhang Luan shouted in despair, you didn't participate, but now we're doing this, aren't we just fighting ourselves? You might as well fight us. I'm the one who suffered the most. Huang Yukai cried out in agony. You were just shooting at each other, and I was being attacked from both sides. Anyone could have shot me. Captain, we're all your soldiers, why are you doing this to me? Do you really have to kill me? Yian divided them into 4 teams, with 2 teams in each group, and then the 2 groups stood face to face, and the target was moved behind them, that is, they need to shoot at the target behind them in front of the other group. Look how scared you are. Yian laughed cheerfully. Your positions were staggered, and there were more than 20 meters between the 2 groups. The bullet flew past your heads, missing them by more than 10 centimeters. Yian winked at everyone and said, of course, you have to keep your gun steady. If you let it drift, you'll probably blow your comrades' heads off. Especially his. Yian pointed at Huang Yukai, you have to be extra careful, there are 4 guns pointed at him. Ah. Huang Yukai was so scared that he almost cried. Captain, this could easily cost lives. John Lin said cautiously, can we train our troops more scientifically? I'm using a scientific method. Yian said seriously, by the way, it's not over yet. Come on, first row, squat down. Ha! The soldiers in the first row all widened their eyes. Squat, squat? Lu Feng laughed awkwardly, Captain, don't joke. Standing on the cans is already unstable, and squatting will make it even more unstable. The muzzle of the gun can easily hit the person on the other side, what are we training for? Yian stared at everyone without waiting for their response, he replied with a smile, isn't it just stable training? If I can teach you to stand still, how can I train you to be steady when shooting? Yian smiled and waved his hand, quick, squat down. After we finish firing a basic amount of ammunition, the first and second rows will take turns squatting. Everyone's eyes almost popped out, what the hell, do you need to use up a base of ammunition? The basic ammunition for a 56 gun is 300 rounds of bullets, which is 10 magazines. In the past, their training only allowed them to fire a little over 100 rounds of bullets at most, compared to ordinary troops. This is already a lot, but Yian actually asked them to fire 300 rounds at once. And from what he said, this was just the beginning. After fighting for so long under these circumstances, is this life really going to end here? Why is no one following my orders? Yian suddenly raised a gun from behind him. The soldiers in the first row of the 2 groups were so scared that they immediately squatted down. Yian nodded in satisfaction. Okay, add some weight to your guns. What? Everyone looked at Yian bitterly. Captain, it's very dangerous now, please stop hanging bricks at the point of the gun. No bricks. Yian said with a smile, no kettles either? I'll add my own weight to you. Ha? Huh? Everyone looked confused. In order to improve the shooting accuracy of soldiers, the army usually conducts fixed gun training, that is, the soldiers hold their guns and maintain a shooting posture, then hang a heavy object at the muzzle of the gun. The huge weight will pull the muzzle down continuously, and at this time the soldiers need to steady the gun and always aim at the target. You can use your own weight to determine the weight of a gun. People really don't understand. After a moment, Yian stepped back with a smile, admiring his masterpiece with satisfaction. Perfect. Yian asked with a smile, how do you all feel? Isn't your own weight much better than lifting heavy objects? Everyone's expression at this moment is worse than death. The look he gave Ian made him want to torture him to death. They would never have thought that what Ian called using his own weight was actually using rubber bands. One end was hanging on the muzzle of the gun and the other end passed through the crotch. Everyone had to straighten their backs to aim their guns at the target, and they have to control the strength, otherwise, if you are not careful, the muzzle of the gun will be pulled down by yourself, or the rubber band will detach from the muzzle and go directly to the crotch. Unfortunately, the rubber band of this monkey has a very strong pulling force and is a bit slippery, so everyone has to use all their strength to control him. Captain. Zhang Luan glared at Ian with murderous eyes. Where did you find these junk? I got it from Fire Eagle. Ian laughed happily. Fire Eagle? Everyone looked surprised. Ian laughed and said, last night, I sneaked into the Fire Eagle camp and took all their underwear. What? Everyone widened their eyes in shock, their heads almost burning. Captain, why do you have this habit? Huang Yukai clamped his legs tightly together in fear. What are you thinking about? Ian smiled and said, I just want the rubber band for their underwear. Where can I get this thing now? I have to say, your captain is really smart. He came up with such a good idea. Using monkey rubber bands can not only increase the resistance of the gun's muzzle, but also mobilize your whole body's coordination. Finally, it can also prevent heavy objects hanging on the muzzle from affecting the shooting of the person in front. I'm simply a genius. Ian laughed heartily. By the way, you have to thank Fire Eagle. They had no underwear to wear during training today. They must have been miserable. You must cherish them. Oh shit, everyone almost vomited blood. Is this the most immoral thing a human being could come up with? Stealing someone's underwear late at night just to get the monkey rubber band inside, and then using it to hit your own people. This is simply lacking in virtue. Everyone looked at Ian's arrogant look and really wanted to beat him up. Look at what you did. Is this a human thing? Bang. At this moment, Ali was not careful and the rubber band slipped off the muzzle of the gun and hit his crotch directly. He jumped up in pain and hit his head hard on the muzzle of Yang Wei's gun again. Then Yang Wei's monkey rubber band also slipped off. The two men covered their crotches and screamed in ecstasy together. Everyone was so frightened that their anus tightened and all the muscles in their body tensed up. Without looking at the painful expressions on Ali and Yang Wei's faces, just by listening to the whistling sound of the rubber band, they knew how painful it would be when that thing hit them. See? Ian pointed at Ali and Yang Wei. This is the result of not being able to control your body. Next, you must control every muscle in your body. Ian said loudly, you can shoot slowly, but if you can't control it well, you will either be hit by a rubber band or shot in the head by your own people. So, you must be careful. Everyone looked at Ian aggrievely. Listen to what you said, is it human language? Don't blame me for being strict, Ian said sternly. A strict general can lead strict soldiers. If I'm a little tougher on you, you'll improve faster. After all, you just agreed to let me train you as I please. Everyone almost cried. We let you practice as you like, but we didn't ask you to practice to death. Okay, the last item. Ian waved his hands vigorously to both sides. Luo Xing and Kai Chong were seen carrying two baskets and running quickly towards the target position. Captain, we're already miserable enough. Xia Fei said with a sad face, what else do you want? Ian smiled and waved his hands. Don't worry, I'm not going to make it more difficult for you. He said with a smile, didn't you guys not eat well this morning? I asked the kitchen staff to put all the food in your bowls and put them on the target. Ha! Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Ian continued, there are big meat buns and big chicken legs. As long as you beat 2 cardinal points, you can go and eat. Don't knock your own rice bowl away. Everyone stared at Ian, wishing they could cut him into 18 pieces immediately. Chapter 15. I don't know if I can bear it. Li Gang rushed out of the tent with an angry face, and Lu Tong immediately met him. Captain, your pants, weren't they stolen too? Li Gang's face flushed red, not a single one left, all gone. What? Lu Tong's eyes widened in shock. Not a single one left? Li Gang clenched his fists in anger. If he hadn't changed his underwear last night and washed it like everyone else, he would have had to work today. Damn it! What kind of wicked person did this? Lu Tong was furious. He actually stole all the underwear from our squadron. Is this bastard seriously ill? No, we have to find this bastard. Lu Tong said angrily, today he stole underwear, who knows what he will steal tomorrow. Captain, report it to the brigade. Report it. Li Gang glared at him angrily. What are you going to tell the team? Someone broke into our camp late at night and stole all our underwear? We can't even protect our underwear. Aren't you just embarrassing us even more? Lu Tong touched his head and thought about it. Their reconnaissance brigade is different from ordinary troops. In an ordinary army, if something like this happened, they would definitely arrest all the thieves in a big way, but they are the reconnaissance brigade directly under the military region, and they are the elite among the elites, and their Fire Eagles are the top leaders. If word got out that they couldn't even protect their underwear, the Fire Eagles' reputation would be completely ruined. Then, Lu Tong looked at Li Gang suspiciously. Our pants were stolen for nothing? Li Gang was filled with rage. What else can we do? We can't just go around the world looking for pants, right? The other squadrons will think we're perverts. Increase vigilance. Li Gang shouted angrily. From tonight onwards, everyone must keep an eye open even when they are asleep. All personal belongings must be kept safe. They must not be stolen again. Yes. Lu Tong nodded helplessly. Then I will go to the logistics department later to get a batch of new underwear. He suddenly looked at Li Gang. Captain, let me be honest, this thief is quite powerful. He was able to sneak into your tent and steal things right under your nose. If he did something to you, shut up. Li Gang roared. Li Gang's anus suddenly tightened when he thought of a pervert who stole underwear standing in front of him at night. Son of a bitch. Li Gang clenched his fists. If I ever catch this pervert, I'll beat the shit out of him. Ta-da-da, intermittent gunshots echoed throughout the shooting range. Ian walked back and forth between the two groups with his hands behind his back. Bang. Ah. Zhang Lin was not careful and his face was twisted by the monkey rubber band. Xia Fugui, who was squatting below him, was burned on the head by Zhang Lin's hot gun barrel and fell to the ground in pain. Bang. The monkey rubber band broke away from the muzzle of his gun and hit his center of gravity. Xia Fugui felt terrible and his facial features were instantly tensed. Maintain a good shooting posture, adjust your muscles, and don't deform your body, otherwise it will be like this. Ian yelled. As soon as he finished speaking, Ali suddenly let out a scream. Ian turned his head and saw that Ali was fine, but the rice bowl he placed on the target was knocked away by him. I don't know where the meat buns and chicken legs rolled to. My meat buns. Ali's heart was broken. My big chicken drumstick. My rice bowl. Ian walked up to him and patted his head with a smile. It's okay, we'll dig it out of the soil later, blow it and you can eat it. Ali almost spit out a mouthful of blood on Ian's face. Do you want to listen to what you were saying? Click. At the same time, CFA fired the last bullet and a blank sound came from the gun. Soon after, the others also ran out of bullets. Everyone line up. Ian roared, and everyone immediately jumped off the cans with difficulty and stood in a row in front of him. Everyone was extremely tired. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't feel anything at all, but Ian's series of actions made their muscles ache all over their bodies, especially my waist and arms. They are almost numb. 40 minutes. Ian raised his wrist and shook his head. It took 40 minutes to fire 300 rounds of ammunition. You guys still want to revive the Lone Eagle and get a spot in the Special Forces? Captain. Zhang Luan said aggrievedly, you said you could hit slower, you believe everything I say? Ian glared at him, why are you so naive? Holy crap, everyone was frowning. How could this be so deceptive? Should I believe Ian's words from now on or not? Captain, the target is coming. Luo Xing and Kai Chong ran over breathlessly and placed the targets on the ground. Ian nodded. Lao Luo, have the bullets been delivered? Luo Xing wiped his sweat and said, while you were shooting just now, I had Jia Yu and Fu Jile bring it over. Okay. Ian patted him and said, hurry up and take your men to reload the magazines with bullets, and then continue transporting the ammunition. Oh, and remember to cook, go. Luo Xing looked resistant, but Ian didn't give him a chance to speak and turned around to get the target. Luo Xing sighed helplessly and could only ask Kai Chong to go with him to load bullets. Look, look. Ian threw the target on the ground and glanced at everyone coldly. 300 bullets, and not even 100 of them hit the 10-ring mark. You can't even achieve a 1/3 hit rate? Ian roared, it's only 100 meters. Didn't you say before that you would definitely hit the bullseye with every shot? Captain. Sun Daji said aggrievedly. Huang Yukai said that. It has nothing to do with us. Yes. The others nodded in unison. Captain, it was Huang Yukai who said that. We didn't say anything. Huang Yukai almost jumped up in anger. No loyalty, absolutely no loyalty. But at this moment, Ian glared at him with murderous eyes. Huang Yukai immediately said with a bitter face, Captain, you didn't tell me that it was fought like this. If I knew it was fought like this, I wouldn't dare to boast even if I had 100 dog guts. Ian walked up to him with a smile and said, when we get to the battlefield, I'll find you a comfortable shooting angle and line up your enemies so you can shoot them. I'll also find you a nurse, okay? Seeing Ian's smiling face, Huang Yukai almost cried, no, it's not good, you know that too. Ian put away his smile and glared at him. Later, you have to stand in horse stance and shoot, with your legs parallel to the ground. Yes. Huang Yukai nodded painfully. Ian took 3 steps back and glanced at everyone. What are you still standing there for? Huh? Everyone stared at Ian in surprise. 1,000 push-ups, then 1,000 sit-ups. Ian yelled, get down. Whoosh. Without any hesitation, everyone fell to the ground almost at the same time. As Ian walked, he said coldly, we, the Lone Eagles, have never beaten you with such a poor result. The fact that you are beaten like this shows that your physical fitness is not good enough and does not meet the requirements. So, Ian shouted, from now on, if you fail, you must practice physical training. Ian smiled slightly, just right, both shooting and physical fitness. Hurry up, the last 3 people who have finished, sprint 3 times back and forth to the shooting range. In an instant, everyone was trying their best, puffing up and down. I knew it wouldn't be as simple as just shooting. Zhang Lin said with a sad face as Zhang Luan looked desperate, just accept your fate. The captain's rules are just rules, hurry up, pump faster. The uncles in the next village pee faster than you. Maintain the posture and form muscle memory, hold on, don't move, hold on, damn it, aim at the target and shoot. Are your eyes in your nostrils? Ah, my crotch, it's burning me, oh, it hurts. A day passed in a flash, and the sky above the shooting range was always echoing with dense gunfire and shouting. After it was completely dark, everyone dragged their tired bodies back to the camp of that day. They didn't know how many bullets they had fired or how many push-ups and sit-ups they had done. I don't even know how many times I ran around the shooting range. The muscles all over the body were so sore that everyone even started to miss the good times of yesterday. Compared to today, yesterday's training was simply heaven. Everyone has worked hard today. Yian looked at everyone with a smile. You performed well and have made progress. Everyone, have a good rest tonight, and we will continue tomorrow. Disband. Ouch. Everyone seemed to have lost all their strength and fell to the ground at once. Yian smiled faintly and stretched lazily. Oh, I'm really tired today. I stink. I need to take a shower and then lie down on the bed for a good sleep. Looking at his departing back, everyone's cheeks twitched wildly. After waiting for Yian to disappear, Yang Wei angrily said, listen. He's taking a shower and sleeping in bed. Is this even human language? Just keep your mouth shut. Zhang Luan collapsed on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, humming comfortably. If the captain hears this, I'll make you do another 2,000 push-ups. I don't want to think about anything else right now. I'm so hungry I can't even eat anything. Ali clutched his stomach. My meat buns and chicken legs were all taken away by the dog. Not even a bone was left for me. I really want to catch that dog and roast it. Me too. Huang Youcai's face was filled with anger. I don't know where this dog came from. It's not afraid of bullets and took away my meat buns and chicken legs, then let's eat quickly. Zhang Lin said, eat well and go to bed early. Otherwise, who can stand it tomorrow? Everyone looked at each other and then shouted together, Captain Luo, it's time for dinner. We want to eat. In the kitchen team, Luo Xing and the other 3 were also very tired. Before I had time to rest, a life-threatening cry was heard. You're yelling again. Kai Chang's face was full of grievance. Even the landlord's big beasts don't get this tired. Fu Zhilei looked at Luo Xing miserably. Squad leader, I really can't move anymore. Today, Jia Yu and I have moved ammunition countless times. We don't have a vehicle, so we have to push the wheelbarrow back and forth. I really can't do it anymore. Jia Yu is already in tears. Squad leader, I'm just a cook. I only know how to cook. Why don't you talk to the higher-ups and ask them to replace me? I really can't take it anymore. Luo Xing's eyes twitched as he looked at them deeply. The mission assigned to us by our superiors is a sign of absolute trust in us. We must grit our teeth and complete it, and overcome any difficulties on our own. But squad leader, Fu Zhilei said with a sad face, the superiors asked us to cook, not do so much. What are we now? Reconnaissance cooks? I feel like Captain Yu wants to train us to be lone eagles too. All right. Luo Xing took a deep breath and said coldly, tomorrow, Kai Chong and I will go move the bullets. Kai Chong was so shocked that his jaw almost hit the ground. You are noble and great. Why did you bring me along? Luo Xing clenched his fists tightly. I don't know if I can withstand it. Chapter 16. Do we have to die here? I can't stand it anymore. The next night, at Falcon Brigade headquarters, Luo Xing looked at Chen Hai for help. Captain, I just want to be a good cook and make delicious meals for the soldiers. I really can't be a reconnaissance cook. Chen Hai was stunned. Looking at Luo Xing crying and snotting, he was suddenly at a loss. Xiao Luo, stop crying. Gu Yaozu handed a handkerchief to Luo Xing. You're a grown man, how can you cry like that? Yeah. Chen Hai nodded vigorously. We Falcon soldiers lose blood and skin but not tears. Stop crying like an old woman. Luo Xing wanted to take the handkerchief, but his arm stopped moving halfway. Captain, Chief of Staff, did you see that? Luo Xing said aggrievely, I'm so tired that I can't even lift my arms. My legs feel like they're filled with lead, Luo Xing said tearfully. When I got here, I almost had to crawl. I really couldn't walk anymore. You don't know how much I ran during the day. The 4 of us not only have to cook and deliver meals, but we also have to take care of all the chores for Lone Eagle. The key is that Captain Yi has so many orders, more than the normal training of other squadrons. Gu Yaozu said angrily, Yian is really something. He asked Luo Xing and the others to go there to cook, but why did he train with them as soldiers? Luo Xing looked at Chen Hai and said, Captain, the organization trusts us and sent us to Lone Eagle. Logically, we should overcome any difficulties on our own. But we really can't overcome the difficulties we face now. Luo Xing said with a bitter face, we are just cooks. We have never trained like this before. Gu Yaozu also looked at Chen Hai. Captain, you have to take care of this. Chen Hai touched his chin and said after a long while, Luo Xing, have you discussed these issues with Ian? No. Luo Xing shook his head. Why don't you talk to him? Chen Hai stared at him. Why do you talk to me first? Luo Xing's lips trembled. I'm afraid. Gu Yaozu glared at him. You're asking him for reasonable advice. What are you afraid of? Can he actually hit you? That won't happen. Luo Xing shook his head. The 15 soldiers including Huang Yukai were completely subdued by Captain Yi. They were too tired to dare to refute him. How could I dare to find him? Chen Hai's eyes lit up instantly, and a smile appeared on his face. Is that so, Luo Xing? Since I have sent you to Lone Eagle, you are Yi Yan's soldiers. Yi Yan is your direct leader. So, if there's anything, you should go to him first. You can't report it to someone higher up the chain of command. That's against the rules. Luo Xing's eyes widened in shock. Captain, you mean, you go back first? Chen Hai waved his hand and said seriously, talk to Ian. I believe Ian is a reasonable person. Luo Xing almost knelt down. Captain, you didn't understand what I said? I dare not. Bang. Chen Hai slammed his hand on the table and said angrily, what's there to be afraid of when you're talking to your direct supervisor? You don't dare to talk to him, yet you dare to report it to him? I. Luo Xing stuttered and couldn't speak. Chen Hai pointed at him and said, Luo Xing, I sent you to Lone Eagle because I trusted you. What's the matter now? Are you going to desert because you're tired? Luo Xing almost jumped up in grievance. Captain, I didn't say I wanted to be a deserter. That's all right. Chen Hai suddenly said with a cheerful expression, you can't ask me to punish Ian or transfer you guys just because you're tired? That's not reasonable. I think you should go back first. Chen Hai said, when you are really tired and sick, I will talk to Ian. Luo Xing's jaw almost hit the ground. Is this even human language? I came to you to solve a problem, and you made me sick before I came again? Go back. Chen Hai said angrily, you came here so late at night without asking for leave from Ian, right? You are also a veteran, how could you make such a mistake? Go back quickly, what if Ian wants you to do something? Luo Xing was about to explode. He finally realized that there was no hope if he left Lone Eagle. Luo Xing saluted in grievance and left the command center with a look of despair on his face. Captain. After Luo Xing left, Gu Yaozu glared at Chen Hai. Ian is clearly messing around, and your bias is too obvious. Chen Hai laughed heartily. Old Gu, didn't you hear that? In just 3 days, Ian has completely subdued those 15 troublemakers. Ha! Gu Yaozu was stunned. Chen Hai leaned back in his chair proudly. I really didn't choose the wrong person. Ian is really capable. Wait. Gu Yaozu suddenly said, but what does this have to do with Luo Xing's situation? I have no problem with Ian training those 15 traders, but why is he training the cooks? I don't know either. Chen Hai spread his hands, but I just feel that he has his reasons. Gu Yaozu was speechless. Captain, you still say you are not biased towards him? Chen Hai smiled and said, since Ian did this, he must have his reasons. Moreover, with Luo Xing and the others' help, Ian can free up his hands and devote himself to training. Luo Xing and the other 4 are the best among the cooks. Whether it's cooking or military skills, they are not comparable to ordinary cooks. If we transfer them now, who will replace them? Wouldn't Lone Eagle be in chaos? Wouldn't we be doing Ian a disservice? Chen Hai chuckled, so, let's do it this way for now. I believe Ian knows what's going on. Gu Yaozu sighed helplessly, you, just protect him. If he can't bring Lone Eagle back, I wonder how you'll explain it to everyone. If he can't bring it out. Chen Hai said seriously, I will be the first to punish myself. Ah! Ian suddenly yelled in Chang Quan's ear, but Chang Quan remained unmoved, his body still maintaining the shooting posture, and the bullet whizzed out of the gun barrel. Ian nodded in satisfaction, then took more than 10 steps back. He took out a grenade from his waist, pulled out the fuse and threw it more than 20 meters away. Boom, the explosion suddenly sounded, but everyone acted as if they didn't hear it. They still maintained their posture and continued shooting at their targets. Ian's face was full of smiles. We have been shooting for 6 consecutive days and the results are very good. Everyone is making progress at a speed visible to the naked eye every day. Not only was the shooting distance moved to 150 meters, but everyone was also able to focus more without being disturbed by the outside world. Most importantly, they have initially formed muscle memory. No matter how tired they are, they can control their bodies and stay still until the bullets are fired. After firing 300 bullets, more than 200 of them hit the 10 rings, the rest of the bullets are basically within the 8th ring. Ian believed that this level had surpassed Lone Eagle's original level. Even if the old team members of Lone Eagle were to come and shoot in this way, they would not necessarily be much better than them. At the same time, these 6 days of training have greatly improved everyone's physical fitness. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Ian was in a very happy mood, considering everyone's current physical fitness, psychological quality, and shooting level even. Going to the battlefield now is fine, however, simply enhancing these two items is far from enough for the brutal battlefield. Ye Ank doesn't want them to repeat the mistakes of the old team members. After everyone finished shooting, Yian said loudly, everyone shot well. Next, we'll change our shooting methods. We'll also train in new subjects. Everyone looked at Yian in unison. Huang Yukai asked curiously, Captain, are we going to retreat another 50 meters and fight 200 meters? Yian shook his head, no, you are still in the same place, shooting at a moving target. Everyone was stunned. Moving target? Only Ali was smiling, great. Once it's moved, the food bowl won't be able to stay put. No more worrying about it flying. Zhang Luan also breathed a sigh of relief, my rice bowl is already full of bullet holes. It really can't be hit anymore. Yang Wei was filled with relief. I don't know how many times my buns and chicken legs have been pierced through. Now my mouth is full of gunpowder. It's finally over, Zhang Lin asked curiously, Captain, what are the new subjects? Yian smiled and said, you will know when it starts. Everyone looked at each other, and suddenly had a bad feeling. Captain, Xia Fei asked, how does the target move? Yian turned his head and yelled, Lao Luo, here. Luo Xing, who was far away, ran over immediately. Yian said to him, later, you take the three of them with you, each carrying two targets, and run back and forth between the two sides, letting them shoot at the moving targets. Luo Xing was shocked, Captain, you let them beat us? Don't be afraid, Lao Luo. Huang Yukai said confidently, we are hitting very accurately now. Yes, Lao Luo. Lu Feng said with a smile, the speed of our progress in the past few days is obvious to all. I can't even reach my rice bowl. Lao Luo, you have to trust the captain. Zhang Lin said. Luo Xing said with a sad face, I believe the captain, but I don't believe you, team leader, alright, go get ready. Yian waved his hand, don't run too fast, and also, try to keep your body as low as possible. He patted Luo Xing and said, this is also to train you to dodge bullets and gunfire on the battlefield. It will be safer when you deliver food to the battlefield in the future. Luo Xing almost cried, we are cooks, you insist on torturing us to death. Go! Yian pushed hard and sent Luo Xing out directly. Then he turned around and looked at the excited group of people. What are you standing there for? 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, 500 squats, start. Ha! Everyone's mouth dropped open. Captain, haven't we all passed? Do we still need to do it? Yian chuckled, pass? I just said that you guys played pretty well. Did I say you passed? 1,500, bang, everyone quickly freefalls. Not long after, gunshots rang out again. The moving target was shaken violently by the bullets, making a banging sound. Don't tilt the target. Yian yelled at Luo Xing and the other three, lower your body a little more and keep it parallel to the ground. Luo Xing and the other three were so frightened that they turned pale, and Jiayu was in tears. Squad leader, are we really the cooks? Kai Chong clutched the target tightly. When I joined the kitchen squad, no one told me I'd be trained like this. Being a cook is even more dangerous than being in the combat squad. Luo Xing's face was also full of bitterness. He had never thought about it before. They were just happily cooking, but one day they were chased and beaten. We must have committed too many sins in our previous life. Luo Xing said helplessly. Another day has passed in the blink of an eye. By the next day, Luo Xing and his three companions were already familiar with the process, although bullets still flew past their heads from time to time, but they have found the trick. As long as they run low, there will be no danger. By noon, they were no longer as frightened as they had been the day before. Even when I cook, my hands don't shake as much anymore. Captain! Huang Yukai suddenly stopped shooting, turned around and yelled at Yian, someone's coming. A lot of people. Yian looked outside the shooting range. Sure enough, a large group of people were walking towards the shooting range. Chapter 17. No one can bully my soldiers. I think I saw someone from my old unit. Yang Wei stood on tiptoe. Yes, it's my captain. That person seems to be my captain. Chang Quan also said. Captain, the leader. Huang Yukai narrowed his eyes. It seems to be Captain Li of the Fire Eagle. Yes, that's him. Zhang Lin nodded vigorously. Why are they here together? Yian frowned. Anyway, he came with bad intentions. He immediately shouted to Luo Xing, Lao Luo, go over there, stop them, oh. Luo Xing nodded and immediately rushed over with Jiayu and the other two. Hurry, put away all your stuff. Yian growled at everyone, we can't let them steal our training methods. Put them away. Everyone rolled their eyes collectively. With your wicked training mode, even the god of hell would shake his head. If everyone can beat you, who the hell would have to learn this stuff if their brain was stuck in the door? Yian, come out, you dare to do it but you don't dare to take responsibility? What kind of man are you if you hide behind the cook? Li Gang's roar came from afar, and Yian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It's bad, Captain. Ali suppressed his laughter. The Adisi are here to look for you. It's over. Xia Fugui said with a gloating look on his face. Captain Li has brought people to your house to ask for your underwear. Captain, why don't you find a place to hide? Zhang Lin said, if you get caught, your reputation will be ruined. From now on, the whole team will know you as a captain who likes to steal pants. You won't be able to wash yourself clean even if you jump into the Yellow River. Huang Yukai, watching the fun, said, people will definitely think you have some serious illness. Run. Yan watched Li Gang and his group rushing towards them, and Luo Xing and his 4 companions were unable to stop them at all. What am I afraid of? Yan turned around and smiled at everyone. Who can prove that I took it? How could a captain do such a thing? When the time comes, I can just say that you did it, and everyone will definitely believe it. Holy crap, everyone's smile froze on their faces. Yan laughed and ran towards Li Gang and others under everyone's murderous gaze. Be prepared and obey my orders at any time. Yan shouted without turning his head. Zhao Shang clenched his fists in anger. Captain, he is too shameless. Ali's face was filled with indignation. He took the pants, why should we bear the blame? Friends, this is not right. He has a small hole every morning and evening, and a big hole every day. Huang Yukai sighed, brothers, you'd better get used to it quickly. Everyone sighed helplessly. I'm not as strong as them and I can't beat them, but if you are angry, you can only hold it back. Everyone. Luo Xing stood in front of the crowd with difficulty. Our captain said that without his order, no one. Go away. Li Gang pushed him angrily, but he was too strong, and Luo Xing was too tired, so he fell to the ground with a thud. Squad leader, are you okay? Kai Chong and Fu Zhilei rushed forward immediately. Li Gang looked at his hands awkwardly. He didn't use much force, but now that we are here, there is no possibility of stopping. He glanced at Luo Xing and continued to lead his men forward. We can't go in without his order? Li Gang snorted coldly. Are you trying to scare me? Who are you? Now that the big one won't come out, let the little one come out to take over? Let Yan come out. Ta-da-da. Gunshots suddenly rang out, and a row of bullets accurately hit the feet of Li Gang and others. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the shallow holes made by the bullets were less than 2 centimeters away from their shoes, scaring Li Gang and others so much that they took several steps back. The hundreds of people who came in such a mighty force were all stunned in an instant. Li Gang was still in shock as he looked at Yan, who was walking towards him with a gun not far away, his eyes spitting fire with anger. Yan, what do you want to do? Li Gang roared, how dare you shoot at your comrades? Yan walked over with a smile, it's not the first time I've done this. Li Gang was speechless. He had forgotten that the guy in front of him was a tough guy who really dared to shoot. Yan pulled Luo Xing up and asked, are you okay? It's okay. Luo Xing shook his head quickly. Yan brushed off the dust on his body and then looked at Li Gang. My soldiers were just following my orders and not letting anyone enter the shooting range. Captain Li attacked him, so I could only fire a warning shot. Yan said sternly, no one can bully my soldiers. Luo Xing looked at Yan blankly, and his heart was instantly filled with emotion. Yan fired a warning shot at another group of people, including 3 captains. For a soldier like him, just for this protective heart of his child, Luo Xing suddenly felt that it was worth it even if it was a little more tiring. Li Gang clenched his fists in anger. He was in the wrong because he started the fight first, and Yan's gun was not pointed at anyone. Even if Li Gang was angry, he couldn't show. Yan threw the gun behind him and looked at Li Gang with a smile. Captain Li, why did you suddenly come to see me with such a large force? Is there something wrong? Li Gang snorted coldly. What do you want? Don't you know what's going on? Yan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Oh no, he's really here for his pants. He was just thinking about how to let Huang Yukai and Ali take the blame. Li Gang suddenly asked, how many days have you been occupying the shooting range? You still have the nerve to ask me what I'm doing here? That's right. Huang Feiyang, the captain of the 1st Squadron, said angrily, you own the shooting range. You occupy it from morning till night. Don't we have to practice? 2nd Squadron Captain Shi Digang's face was filled with anger. Yan, I've tolerated you for a long time. Before, I didn't bother with you because my soldiers were under your command. But you're going too far. The shooting range is for public use, not owned by someone like you, Yi. Yan opened his mouth wide, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. The heavy stone hanging in his heart finally fell. You came here just for this? Yan stared at them. The 3 captains looked at each other, then glared at Yan together. That's it. What, this is still a small matter? Yan chuckled, no, it's not small. I thought you came here for. So it's about this. Li Gang's eyes twitched. Hey, is this funny? We're serious, very serious. I'm sorry. Yan forced himself to stop smiling, I thought it was something bigger. I'm sorry, please continue. Seeing Yan's nonchalant look, the 3 captains' faces turned green with anger. There's only one shooting range for the entire brigade, and everyone takes turns using it, Li Gang said angrily. You've been occupying it for a week straight, preventing us from practicing shooting. Isn't that a big deal? Huang Feiyang pointed at Yan and said, we came here today to tell you to take your men and leave the shooting range immediately. Yan looked at the 3 of them with a smile, are you done? Yeah. The three of them nodded together. Ye and narrowed his eyes. Then please go back. If it were in the past, the shooting range would have given it up. They have indeed been using it for too long, but it's different now. The Lone Eagle's overall level is not as good as the Fire Eagle's, and it can't even reach the level of the past. No one knows when the next battle will begin, so Ian must race against time now. That he couldn't let Luo Tian and the others who had already left be sad, nor could he let his fallen comrades feel disheartened. For the sake of the Lone Eagle, he must fight to the end even if he is called selfish. Li Gang and the other two all frowned. What do you mean? Ian said calmly, as for the shooting range, I'll need it for a few days and won't leave for now. You guys go back first and take the soldiers to practice with their guns. If you really can't help but want to shoot, then go to the shooting range of Division A or Division B. They don't practice every day. If that doesn't work, could you guys go to the public shooting range in the mountains? Or wait for me for a few days, 4 days, at most, and I'll definitely give it to you. Li Gang and the other two were stunned. Looking at Ian's harmless smile, their eyes inexplicably spewed flames. Ian! Li Gang growled angrily, are you kidding us? Captain Li, look at what you're saying. I'm just giving you advice. Ian said seriously, the shooting ranges of Division A and Division B are much larger than here. The public shooting range is even bigger. You can practice there together. We are so pitiful as lonely eagles. Please take care of us, Old Li, stop talking nonsense to him. Chidi Gang's face was full of anger. If they don't leave, we will send them away. Right. Huang Feiyang stared coldly. Let's take good care of Lone Eagle and send Captain Yi to the public shooting range for some good training. Li Gang nodded silently. Then everyone, please take the trouble to send them away. Let's do it. Chapter 18. Kill me to cheer up the captains. Go. Huang Feiyang and Chidi Gang shouted at the same time. The hundreds of people they brought immediately rushed towards Yi and with great momentum. Just then, gunshots rang out suddenly. The bullet hit everyone's feet accurately, scaring everyone to stop immediately. Yi-un. Li Gang's face was filled with anger. You've gone too far. If you have the guts, shoot me. Li Gang pushed away the two soldiers blocking him and walked towards Yi and without fear. Flames suddenly spurted out of Yi-un's gun muzzle. Li Gang was so scared that his face was distorted and he jumped back quickly as a reflex, but as soon as he landed, he felt something was wrong. He looked down and saw that the toe of his shoe was smoking. The toe of his shoe was actually broken by Ian. Fuck. Li Gang's eyes nearly popped out of his head in anger. Ian, you really dare to shoot me? Don't move. Ian waved the gun in his hand. I saw my old comrades die or get injured. My brain doesn't work well when it's stimulated, and my hands are out of control, so don't do anything rash. If you get hit by me, there's no room for reasoning. A few more bullets were fired, and everyone was frightened and retreated. I'm sorry. Ian laughed evilly, my brain isn't working well. I can't help it. Please forgive me. Everyone's eyes were filled with anger, but no one dared to take another step forward. Ian's affairs had long been a hot topic throughout the entire brigade. He really dared to shoot. Li Gang was so angry that he was shaking all over. Ian, you are being a scoundrel. Huang Feiyang pointed at Ian angrily and said, you are messing with us, aren't you? I'm going to report you to the brigade. Go to the brigade and report me? Ian stared at Huang Feiyang. Huang Feiyang raised his head proudly. What, are you scared? If you are scared, take your people away quickly, otherwise, no. Ian suddenly interrupted Huang Feiyang and said with a smile, what I mean is, you can sue me as much as you want, I have someone above me. Huang Feiyang. Ian raised his head proudly. The captain has already stated his position, as long as the Lone Eagle can fly again, he will give me whatever I want. If anything happens, he will take care of it. Now, I want this shooting range. Ian spread out his hands helplessly. Puff, Huang Feiyang almost vomited blood looking at Ian's face that looked like he deserved a beating. He was afraid of the gun in Ian's hand and didn't dare to move forward. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Li Gang and Chidi Gang also widened their eyes in shock. They never dreamed that Chen Hai would actually say such words to Ian. No wonder Ian dares to be so arrogant. Team leader. At this moment, Zhang Lin and others ran over together, holding their weapons tightly and standing behind Ian. Originally they were waiting for Ian's orders from a distance, but when they saw Ian confronting hundreds of people alone, they just looked at each other and no one said anything, and everyone ran over inexplicably until they stood behind Ian. They didn't understand how they came together so tacitly. Ian didn't look back, but he felt 15 people standing behind him. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up into a faint smile. At this moment, it seems like I have returned to the past. At that time, no matter what they faced, he and his comrades stood behind Captain Luo Tian, team leader. Luo Xing said nothing, but silently took Kai Chong, Jia Yu, and Fu Zhile to stand behind Ian. Ian protects them, so they have to protect Ian too. 19 people just stood quietly behind Ian. It's like a steel wall, indestructible. They were like sharp swords, waiting to be unsheathed fearlessly. As soon as Ian waved his hand, the smile on Ian's face became even wider, because he knew that he was not the only Lone Eagle. What are you going to do? Chidi Gang glanced at the soldiers behind Ian unhappily, and finally his eyes fell on Shang Quan. What's up, Chang Quan? You've only been away from the squadron for a few days, and you're already helping the new captain and challenging the old one? Huang Feiyang also pointed at Yang Wei. What are you doing here, kid? What are you trying to do with your eyes so wide open? Do you still want to fuck me? Chang Quan looked at Ji Digang seriously. Old captain, you told me before that I must protect my superiors. Now Yan is my captain, I have to protect him. This is what you taught me. Ji Digang was so angry that his hair stood on end. Old captain. Yang Wei said to Huang Feiyang with a grin, I am now a member of the Lone Eagle, so I have to listen to my current captain. If I do something to you later, please don't be angry. I will apologize to you later. Seeing Yang Wei winking at him, Huang Feiyang was furious. You ungrateful bastard, you little bastard, I gave you so many cigarettes before, you ungrateful bastard. Ian stepped forward and said seriously, everyone, the team doesn't have much time left for us Lone Eagle. I really need this shooting range. I, Ian, am not an unreasonable person. So, 4 days. Ian raised 3 fingers solemnly. We promised to leave after 4 days. Huang Feiyang and Ji Digang looked at Li Gang together. They were in a dilemma. The Lone Eagle was completely wiped out, and they actually felt very sympathetic, so they didn't bother Ian for so many years, but their squadron does need to shoot. The scouts' proud nature made them unwilling to share the public shooting range with the regular troops. Li Gang took a deep breath and stared at Ian closely. Ian, you said you were reasonable, so let's be reasonable. He glared at Ian. The captain supports you because he wants you to let Lone Eagle fly again. He doesn't want Lone Eagle, the ace, to be lost like this. At this time, you should conduct comprehensive training to improve their overall strength. Li Gang said angrily, but what's the point of you spending all day here? You're wasting your time. The assessment requires you to go to the battlefield. What's the point of just practicing shooting? Besides, these are just a bunch of traitors. Li Gang pointed at the soldiers behind Ian. Can they obey you one by one? Can they focus on one subject? You can't fight them to death on one subject. That's right. Huang Feiyang nodded immediately. Xiao Yi, you were just a soldier before. I don't know why the captain made you the captain. You have no experience, we don't blame you, but if you make a mistake, you must correct it. Don't delay the Lone Eagle. Ji Digang then said, if you don't understand military training, you can ask us. Especially Captain Li, he's an authority. Yian smiled slightly. What the 3 captains mean is that if I continue to train here, it won't be very effective? Yes. The 3 nodded together. Li Gang said angrily, hurry up and change your subject. Don't waste your time here. Although you Lone Eagles will never be a match for us Fire Eagles, I don't want you to really perish like this. Yian smiled and nodded, then turned to look at his soldiers. Li Gang's words just now had already filled everyone's faces with anger. They are now listening to Yian very much. Isn't this just trying to sow discord? Moreover, how come the Lone Eagle is no match for the Fire Eagle, just because we're here? Aren't you just looking down on people? They are a bunch of rebellious people who are fearless and will not submit to anyone apart from Yian. If anyone dares to say this to them, they must do it. Captain Li and the others don't believe you've made any progress these past few days. Yian said with a smile, how about you show us your skills? Let the 3 captains see if you haven't been busying around for a few days. No problem. Huang Yukai unloaded his gun and said murderously, let's report the results of the training over the past few days to the 3 captains. Yes, fire a few shots, shoot a few shots if it works. Zhang Lin loaded the bullet with a click. CFA sneered at Li Gang and the others and said, let's just fire a few shots at the 3 captains to liven things up. 100 meters. Yian didn't wait for Li Gang and the others to reply. He just waved his hand and 15 soldiers immediately rushed towards the 100 meters. Huang Feiyang laughed directly. Xiao Yi, you practiced for a week, and you only ran 100 meters? Ji Digang laughed and said, you scared me to death. I thought Captain Yi was going to perform a 400-500 meter race. Li Gang shook his head helplessly. Yian, don't waste your time. What's so interesting about this 100 meter shooting? In our brigade, everyone with a gun can hit the target every time. Yian said nothing, but turned around and walked in front of Luo Xing and the other 3. Captain, we understand. Luo Xing said excitedly, let's go hold the target. No need. Yian smiled slightly and took out an empty can from his bag, then he placed it on Luo Xing's head. Stand still and don't move. Yian laughed and then put a can on the head of Kai Chong and the other 2. Ha! Li Gang and the others all widened their eyes in surprise for a moment. I didn't understand what Yian was going to do. Captain. Luo Xing's eyes widened in fear. You, what are you doing? Don't be afraid. Yian winked at them. It's not like you don't know their strength. 100 meters, guaranteed, team leader. Before Luo Xing could beg for mercy, Yian suddenly squatted down and said, fire. Bang bang bang, there was a burst of gunfire from 100 meters away, and 4 cans were instantly blown away. Oh shit, Li Gang and others were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. Luo Xing and the other 3 felt their legs go weak. It was the first time in their lives that they felt what it was like to have a bullet flying past their scalps. Captain Li. Yian looked at Li Gang and the others with a smile. You haven't seen a 100-meter shooting like this before? Is it okay? Li Gang and hundreds of others swallowed their saliva almost at the same time. But in ordinary 100-meter shooting, whether you are standing, kneeling or lying down, the target you hit is a dead target, but the lone eagle shot at a living person. Just overcoming the psychological fear is not something that ordinary people can do. More importantly, as soon as Yian gave the order, gunshots rang out. This meant that Lone Eagle's men barely aimed and simply shot at people they had never seen or heard of. This kind of 100-meter shooting. 150 meters. Li Gang and others were still immersed in shock, but Yian had already given another order. Hey, Captain Yi. Li Gang wanted to stop him, but Yian had already given the order, and gunshots rang out soon after. Bang bang, 4 jars flew out from over the heads of Luo Xing and the other 3 again. Li Gang's hand was fixed in the air. Looking at the 4 unharmed Luo Xing, he was almost petrified by shock. 200 meters. Yian yelled as he replaced the jar. Seeing Jiang Lin and the others running towards the 200-meter mark, Luo Xing, still in shock, quickly said, Captain, don't, La Luo. Yian grabbed his hand and said, thank you for standing with me. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I know what's going on. Luo Xing almost cried, you count, but they don't. I originally thought that Yian was protective of his soldiers, but it turns out that he just didn't allow others to bully his soldiers, but he didn't say that he couldn't bully his own soldiers. Luo Xing regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He regarded Yian as his confidant, but Yian used him as a target. If I had known this earlier, I would never have stood behind Yian. Hey! Huang Feiyan looked at Luo Xing. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten? Luo Xing said with a bitter face, I wasn't that scared before, but now I am very scared. Ah? Huang Feiyan looked surprised. What do you mean? Because they have only practiced up to 150 meters, and haven't even reached 200 meters yet. Luo Xing burst into tears. What? Li Gang and the others all widened their eyes in shock. Then, you dare to fight? Captains, Luo Xing glanced at them from the corner of his eye. If I get shot in the head later, just think of it as killing me, just to cheer you up. Oh shit, Li Gang and others were so scared that their anus shrank inward. Chapter 19. Who says we are not a team? Li Gang looked at Huang Feiyang and Qi Digang in horror, and the faces of the 3 of them were extremely ugly. Yian and his soldiers were so confident that they thought Yian and his gang were really sure, but it turns out they haven't even mastered it yet. How dare this guy shoot? Lao Luo, don't move. Huang Yukai yelled from a distance, otherwise, it will be easy to hit you. Luo Xing and the other 3 were so frightened that they immediately stood still, holding hands, not daring to move. Captain Li. Yian laughed not far away. The difficulty has increased again, please watch carefully. Seeing that Yian was about to give an order, Li Gang and the other 2 shouted anxiously. Captain Yi, don't shoot, please don't shoot. Yian shook his head, how can that be? If we don't shoot, you will think we have been fooling around here for a few days. I am a reasonable person, I must shoot, otherwise how can we prove that we are not wasting the space? Yian raised his hand from a distance. Li Gang was so frightened that he rushed to the front of Luo Xing and the others. Stop fighting, I believe it, do you believe it? Yian looked at Li Gang with a smile. Seeing Yian's face full of the expression of success, Li Gang was so angry that his mouth twisted. Not only do I believe you, I am also really impressed by you. Yian. Li Gang pointed at him angrily, you're such a jerk. You shot your own people in the head. I give you the thumbs up. You're in trouble. Yian smiled and waved his hands. You're welcome, we Lone Eagle people are all brave. Li Gang's eyes twitched fiercely, and he glared at Yian coldly. Okay, just practice here slowly. When we get on the battlefield, I'll see how accurate your fighting is. After saying that, Li Gang turned and left. Don't worry, Captain Li. Yian smiled and waved his hand. Our Lone Eagle is fast and accurate, definitely better than your Fire Eagle. Captain Li is leaving. Huang Yukai and the others also ran over at this moment, shouting with gloating joy, we haven't finished the performance yet, don't you want to stay and watch more? Captain Li, we can still shoot with our eyes closed at 600 meters and never miss a shot. This is a rare opportunity. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Captain Li, you guys don't have to watch it, but please at least give us some feedback. Aren't we amazing? Li Gang was so angry that he was shaking all over and walked forward without looking back. He brought everyone here to ask Lone Eagle for the shooting range, not to kill anyone, although he knew that these guys were bluffing and their maximum shooting range was only 150 meters, but he really doesn't dare to gamble. Li Gang was sure that if he didn't stop, these people would really shoot at the heads of Luo Xing and the other 3. If someone really dies, not only will none of them be able to escape, but they will also have to live in guilt for the rest of their lives. After all, if they didn't come, no one would be beaten to death by. In other words, they are the ones who forced people to death, so even though he knew that Yian and the others were bluffing, he had no choice but to leave. Damn it! Li Gang's eyes were blazing with anger. What a bunch of psychopaths. After serving in the army for so long, this was the first time he was fooled by someone. Qi Digang said angrily, the captain has gathered all the troublemakers in the brigade to Guing, hoping that Yian will tame them. But I see that they are getting more and more crazy after being trained by Ian. Going is finished, it's finished, Huang Feiyang frowned. I think Ian is even crazier than his soldiers. Well, a big troublemaker with a bunch of little troublemakers. From now on, the Lone Eagle should be renamed the Traitor or the Troublemaker Commando. The two looked at Li Gang together. Captain Li, is this matter over? Are we just going to go back in disgrace? Li Gang glared at them angrily. Finished? Bullshit. I'm not done with them. Bang, Luo Xing and the other three's legs went weak and they fell to the ground together. Huang Yukai approached with a grin. Lao Luo, look how scared you are. We are not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Luo Xing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He looked at Yian aggrievely. Captain, listen, is he talking like a human being? We are the ones being beaten, so of course they don't have to be afraid. Lao Luo. Zhang Luan said with a sly smile, it's only 200 meters. We're guaranteed to hit the target, so what are you afraid of? Don't even mention the 200 meters. Xia Fugue raised his head proudly. Even for the 300 meters, we can shoot very accurately. Our training these days is not in vain. Adasi. Ali pointed at Jia Yu with a gloating look. Look at you, you've even peed yourself. What's there to be afraid of? Luo Xing and the other three were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They all looked at Yian and said, Captain, all right. Yian waved his hands quickly and looked at Luo Xing and the other three seriously. Just now, I would never let them shoot. Ha? Luo Xing and the other three looked surprised. Yian smiled and said, the first 2 times, I immediately ordered to open fire. But at 200 meters, I deliberately gave you some time, hoping they would give up. Yian stared at Luo Xing closely, although I know that our men can definitely hit the target within 200 meters after being freed from restraints. But I will not take the risk, because you are also my soldiers, and I will never let you be in danger. Hearing this, Zhang Lin and others rolled their eyes, but the look in Luo Xing and the other three's eyes when they looked at Yian was full of awe and even a hint of emotion. Fuck, this is also possible. Xia Fei and others all shook their heads helplessly. Yian smiled and helped Luo Xing up. Old Luo, don't say anything, we are a family. Yeah. Luo Xing nodded with emotion. Yian laughed heartily, but I must say, your performance just now was truly amazing. The look of parting life and death was absolutely amazing. Luo Xing touched his head awkwardly. He wasn't acting, he was really scared. Captain. Zhang Lin said with a smile, don't you think that our group is more like a team? Yian turned his head to look at them. Everyone spontaneously approached him, and a smile appeared on everyone's face. They really look like a team. Huang Yukai said with a cheerful smile, really? The others also nodded silently and looked at Yian. What are you looking at? Yian suddenly growled, and everyone was startled. You guys, do you think you're a team? Not even close. Yian pointed to the ground and said, right now, everyone, 2,000 push-ups. Ha? Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. No, Captain. Huang Yukai looked bewildered. We just united and drove them away. Shouldn't we celebrate now? What are you celebrating for? Yian pointed at them angrily, look at what you just shot. Several of them hit the bottom of the cans and almost blew Lao Luo and the others off in the head. After being beaten like this, they almost killed Lao Luo and the other 4, and you're still gloating? Yian spitted out his mouth, 2,500, do it immediately, so you can celebrate. Swish, no one dared to talk nonsense anymore. They lay on the ground with bitter faces and started to work grunting. You deserve it. Jia Yu glared at Ali angrily, you didn't hit me accurately, you deserve it, I'll kill you. Ali said with a bitter face, Adasi, my bullet didn't leave the gun chamber. It has nothing to do with me, hurry up and stop talking nonsense. Kai Chong shouted proudly, we're supervising you on behalf of the captain. If you're slow, be careful, we'll put boogers in your food. Fuck. All the soldiers' faces were filled with anger. Yian glanced at the crowd, and a smile quickly slipped across the corner of his mouth. Yeah, we look like a team now. Who says we aren't? Yian raised his head and seemed to see Luo Tian and his comrades, all of whom were smiling at him. Captain, did you see that? Yian's eyes were slightly red, the Lone Eagle has not fallen. We are still a team. He took a deep breath and said calmly to all the soldiers, we will train for the last 3 days. After 3 days, we will leave. I will teach you a whole new subject. Everyone looked up at Yian, their eyes full of anticipation. Falcon Squadron Headquarters, Shanghai held the phone with an unpleasant expression. Deputy Commander, didn't you say that the Special Forces were our Falcon Brigade? But now, how come 2 more have appeared? Shanghai. An angry roar came from the other end of the phone. Ma Weigua, Deputy Commander of the Military Region, said angrily, how long have we given you the Falcon? Don't you know? The entire army is now stepping up the formation of Special Forces. The Garrison Military Region has even completed its formation, but you haven't even a shadow of a thing. And you still dare to blame the military region? Commander. Chen Hai said excitedly, I have already signed a military order and will definitely form an awesome special forces unit. I just need some time. What we lack most now is time. Ma Weiguo roared, since you don't have time, I don't think you need to do it. I will revoke your Falcon qualification and just focus on being a reconnaissance team. Chief. Chen Hai's eyes turned red with anxiety. Chapter 20, the heroes have already shed blood, we cannot let them cry, Captain. Chen Hai shouted anxiously, if you ask us to withdraw, you might as well remove me from my position as captain. I won't be able to face anyone in our team. Zhai Gang and Gu Yaozu on the side both stood up and stared at Chen Hai with sharp eyes. Chen Hai, you still dare to threaten me? Ma Weiguo roared, I'm telling you, forming a special forces unit is an order from headquarters. It's a top priority for every military region. If we fail to form a special forces unit in time, we will fall behind other military regions. Ma Weiguo roared, not only will you be dismissed, but I, the deputy commander in charge, will also be too ashamed to stay in this position. So, don't even bother threatening me, kid. The earth won't stop spinning without you, Chen Hai. Chen Hai's expression showed a hint of pleading, Commander, the reason I need some time is because I want to build the best special forces. We are inferior to others in the southwest in everything. We have nothing, this time, all the military regions are on the same starting line. I don't want to lose to them, so, alright. Ma Weiguo said coldly, you know we can't lose. But we're already behind other military regions, and we don't have time. Your idea is unrealistic. You clearly have a good commando team, but you insist on waiting for that reorganized unit, Commander, Chen Hai said word by word, I have selfish motives. The Special Forces quota was originally given to Lone Eagle, and no one expected that they would be wiped out. Chen Hai choked up and said, their last wish was to give them one more chance. Commander, 8 good soldiers are gone, and 6 are about to take off their uniforms. They've sacrificed their lives, and I can't let them be disappointed again. I can't. At least, let them keep hope and fight one more time, right? Zhai Gang and Gu Yaozu silently clenched their fists, the heroes have shed blood, and we cannot let them shed tears of disappointment again. Ma Weiguo on the other end of the phone also fell silent. After a long while, Ma Weiguo finally said, Chen Hai, I understand how you feel. I've led troops into battle before, but I'm the deputy commander, so I have to look at the bigger picture. Establishing a special forces unit means we in southwest China have finally been able to get on the same starting line as other military regions. This time, we must not fall behind. Ma Weiguo said in a deep voice, so, the military district will still have to form 2 special forces. One will be formed by the top fighters selected from the 2 group armies, and the other will be selected from various units by the military district. I hope you understand. Chen Hai gripped the microphone tightly, his eyes twitching wildly. Although he was filled with resentment, he had to admit that Ma Weiguo was right. From a big picture perspective, Chen Hai has indeed been holding back the military region. But Ma Weiguo suddenly said, the Lone Eagle Commando has made numerous military achievements and paid a heavy price for victory. If we don't give such a force a chance, then you and I should both go home and sell sweet potatoes. Chen Hai's eyes suddenly lit up, Chief, don't say such cheesy things. Ma Weiguo said coldly, I'm just giving you a chance, but you must not cheat for personal gain. I'm saving a spot for you. After you're trained, you'll have to compete with the other 2 special forces. In the end, only one team will be left to represent our southwest. Yes. Chen Hai said excitedly, please rest assured, Commander, I will never cheat or show favoritism. In the next battle, I will test the performance of the Lone Eagle. If they are not good enough, I will not show favoritism and will definitely let the good ones take the lead. Thank you, Commander. Ma Weiguo snorted coldly, don't be too happy, kid. The military order has already been sent to the commander. If you give up this quota, nothing will happen. But if you insist on taking it, then if the special forces team you choose can't beat the other 2, you will still be punished. Chen Hai laughed cheerfully and said, if you can't practice it, the military district can punish you however it wants. Thank you, Chief, thank you, get out. Ma Weiguo hung up the phone angrily. Chen Hai put down the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Zhai Gang and Gu Yaozu immediately came over and asked, did the deputy commander agree? Agreed. Chen Hai laughed heartily, the military district still has to give me some face, ha. Zhai Gang and Gu Yaozu rolled their eyes together, they just heard it. The military district is about to fire you. How can you still save your dignity? Asshole. Chen Hai snorted coldly, someone actually tried to snatch a spot from us in the special forces. Don't they know that we Falcons are the most professional? How can they compare with us? I know that, Zhai Gang said. I heard the garrison military district has already formed a special forces unit and is intensifying training. The northern military district has formed 2 and even sent personnel to the Russians to learn. The most ruthless is the southern military region, Zhai Gang said. They directly invited foreign special forces experts to help them with selection and training. The Western Military Region even sent delegations to various military regions to learn, but they didn't come to our southwest. Gu Yaozu spread his hands and said, the Southern Military Region is wealthy and powerful, and the garrison is at the foot of the emperor. Other regions have more funds and resources than us. No wonder the military region chief is anxious, we are indeed slow. Bah! Chen Hai said with disdain, even if they develop faster, can they compare to our foundation? Chen Hai sneered, we are experiencing war, and each of us has been selected from the hail of bullets. How can they compare? Not even close. Since we won't be leaving the southwest, they can only play house. Gu Yaozu looked at him unhappily, but our candidate team has not yet formed combat effectiveness. The enemy has been making unusual moves recently, and it is very likely that a war will break out. What if the Lone Eagle? Nothing will happen. Chen Hai laughed and said, I believe they can do it. Gu Yaozu and Zhai Gang looked at each other and shook their heads, not knowing where Chen Hai got so much confidence from anyway. They don't think highly of the Lone Eagle. Report. A guard standing at the door shouted, Fire Eagle Captain Li Gang, 1st Squadron Captain Huang Feiyang, and 2nd Squadron Captain Qi Di Gang are here and want to see the captain. Chen Hai frowned slightly, why are they running here together? They said there's something important to report, the guard shouted. Oh. Chen Hai laughed, it's an important situation. Let them in, I want to see how important it is, yes. Chen Hai stared at the dry-mouthed Li Gang and the other two quietly, is it over? It's over. Li Gang nodded, Chen Hai waved his hands impatiently, I thought it was a big deal, is this it? Li Gang and the other two were confused, Chen Hai's tone of voice was exactly the same as Yian's. Okay, I get it. You can go back to your daily routine. Chen Hai waved at them. Qi Di Gang and Huang Feiyan looked at Li Gang miserably. Li Gang's mouth twitched, and he said unwillingly, Captain, I think this is a big deal. Yian. What's wrong with him? Chen Hai glared at him. Didn't he just show you some shooting skills? Oh, he's better than you, and you're upset, so you come here to complain. Li Gang's eyes almost popped out of his head. Captain, that's not what I meant. I just think that his training is too dangerous, that's because they have the ability. Chen Hai snorted coldly, I think Yian is amazing. In such a short time, not only did he make those bastards obey him, but he also mastered such shooting skills. Can you do it? If you have the ability, your soldiers are just like him. Don't be jealous of him. Li Gang was so angry that he almost died on the spot. Would he be jealous of Yian if Chen Hai stood up unceremoniously? Also, what Yian said is correct. They, the Lone Eagle, are in the process of reorganizing, and Yian is under a lot of pressure. Don't you all think that your team is stronger than the Lone Eagle? If you are stronger than them, why are you competing with them for the shooting range? Are you so afraid that Yian will bring the Lone Eagle back? Chen Hai pointed at them, spitting out saliva, if you have the ability, go to Division A and Division B and seize their shooting range. Or go to the public shooting range and make them all get out. That's what real men do. Don't bully a unit that was just annihilated. You don't have any courage at all. You didn't even bully me, but you got so angry that you came to me to complain. I feel embarrassed for you. Chen Hai waved his hands vigorously, get out, all of you, go practice on your own, don't disturb Yian's training. Li Gang was so angry that he was shaking all over, but before he could say anything, Gu Yaozu on the side had already shouted, what are you still standing there for? Go! Gu Yaozu winked at Qi Di Gang and Huang Feiyang, and they immediately pulled Li Gang out after the three left. Chen Hai finally smiled, listen, I told you I didn't choose the wrong person. Yian is awesome. He can shoot his comrades as targets, and he can do it quickly and accurately. I can't do that. Lone Eagle has a chance, Gu Yaozu said angrily, Captain, why are you still encouraging him? Li Gang is right, this is so dangerous, if something goes wrong, impossible, absolutely impossible. Chen Hai said confidently, didn't you see that guy break Luo Tian's leg with one shot, and avoid Taoda's heart? His shooting skills are very accurate, I believe him. Gu Yaozu and Zhai Gang were speechless. What kind of bullshit logic is this? You are just protecting your own child, Chen Hai laughed cheerfully and said, good things come to those who wait. Let's just wait and see what happens with those two crappy troops formed by the military region. Once our Falcon Special Forces show up, they'll be ready to reveal their true colors. Outside the command center, Li Gang angrily pushed the two men away and said, let me go. Huang Feiyang sighed, I told you not to come, but you insisted. So, you got humiliated. Qi Di Gang shook his head, Yian is not bragging, he really has someone above him. Li Gang said angrily, I didn't mean to do anything to him. I just wanted the captain to warn him not to engage in such dangerous training. But the captain didn't know right from wrong. It's obvious that he's protecting him. Qi Di Gang patted him on the shoulder and said, forget it, old Li. Even though Yian was just trying to scare us, he does have some skills. At 150 meters, his soldiers were firing without even aiming. I have to admit that. Huang Feiyang also nodded. It's really not easy for Lone Eagle. Luo Tian and the others are gone just like that. Well, since Yian can improve Lone Eagle's strength, let him practice at the shooting range. Anyway, they have no hope of getting a place in the special forces, but at least they can keep their number. Yes, Old Li. Chi Di Gang smiled. You are not really afraid that Yian will turn Lone Eagle into your competitor again, right? I'm afraid of him? Li Gang sneered. We, the Fire Eagles, are afraid of no one right now. Just wait, it won't be long before we, the Fire Eagles, get a spot in the special forces. They're nothing. Time passed quickly, and it was the afternoon of the third day in a blink of an eye. After what happened that day, the 15 soldiers seemed to have found their confidence. Every day was like a shot of chicken blood, and no one complained about Yian's training methods anymore. Even Luo Xing and the other three seemed like different people, full of energy all day long. Not only did he cook and deliver bullets, he was no longer afraid to carry targets around the shooting range. Sometimes they even took the initiative to hold up the cans for them to shoot from 150 meters to 200 meters to 250 meters to 300 meters. Everyone's achievements are growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, they are more like a team, and their mutual understanding is growing rapidly. The sky gradually darkened, and the last ray of red glow was swallowed by the darkness. Yian clapped his hands and said to the soldiers who were doing squats, "We'll have another round of shooting later. And our shooting training will come to an end for now. Tomorrow, we'll start a new training." Great. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Finally, I don't have to shoot anymore. Xia Fei laughed. I almost vomited from shooting. My shoulder sockets are sagging, Zhang Luan said with a smile. Finally, I can rest. Sun Daji sighed. I used to love shooting guns, but in this time, I've fired as many bullets as I've used in my years of military service. I'm really scared now. Captain. Ali asked excitedly, what's our new training tomorrow? Everyone looked at Yian curiously. Yian chuckled. It must be a much easier training session than these days. No need for physical punishment, right? Lu Feng asked nervously. No need. Yian waved his hand. I've already said it's easy. Everyone's faces were immediately filled with smiles. No need for shooting, no need for physical fitness, it's no different from resting. Long live the captain, everyone shouted together. Yian smiled and nodded, but that smile was very cunning. Chapter 21, Find Out, Falcon is the real boss. Captain, Shanghai, at the Falcon Squadron headquarters, Shanghai suddenly raised his head. Oh, it's Zhang Wei who's back. Zhai Gang stood up excitedly. Zhang Wei sounds very happy. It seems that he has brought back the combat mission of the military region. Open the door, come and welcome us. Shanghai waved impatiently. Zhai Gang immediately rushed over to open the door, and a burly and tall figure just came to the door. With a height of 1.9 meters and a broad and strong build, he looks more like a team leader than Shanghai. Lao Su, you're finally back. Shanghai opened his arms happily. I missed you so much. Su Hongqing hugged Shanghai and lifted him up high. I miss you so much, too. Put it down quickly. Shanghai kicked his legs in anxiety. What a shame if the soldiers see it. Su Hongqing laughed and swung his arms lightly, and Shanghai landed directly 1 meter away. Shanghai glared at Su Hongqing angrily. My great commissioner, when will you change this bad habit of yours? After all, I am the captain now, you have to give me some face. Su Hongqing put down the bag with a smile. I'm sorry, I've gotten used to it over the years and I can't change it all at once. Zhai Gang, standing by, smiled widely. I understand Zhang Wei better. We need to keep our distance. Su Hongqing winked at Zhai Gang playfully. Next time I'll take the initiative to get closer to you. Don't. Zhai Gang was so scared that he quickly waved his hands. After all, I am the deputy captain, please give me some face. Commissioner. Shanghai asked curiously, did you come back with a combat mission this time? What did the military district say? Su Hongqing smiled faintly. The enemy has been deploying troops recently. According to reconnaissance, they've transferred 3 armies from the south. Furthermore, they've stepped up their defenses around the cities and roads we previously breached. These bastards still don't feel any pain from the beating. Shanghai spat, they still want to compete with us. Zhai Gang snorted coldly, this group of ungrateful monkeys, using ours to eat ours, and now they want to turn the tables and ride on our heads. I think we should just kill them. What do you mean by military region? Shanghai stared at Su Hongqing. Su Hongqing smiled and said, the superiors have already decided that this time we will not sit idly by and wait for death. We must strike first and fight. Okay. Shanghai and Zhai Gang almost jumped up with excitement. Also, the way we fight this time is different from last time. Su Hongqing continued, before, the enemy massacred our people and openly occupied our land, so we fought back in self-defense and launched a massive counterattack. But this time is different. We only bombarded each other, and they did not cross the border on a large scale. So the higher-ups decided to continue the bombardment, but with precision, Su Hongqing said. Blow up their strategic hubs, camps, important facilities, and their manpower. The main force won't initiate an attack. Shanghai's eyes suddenly widened. You mean, let us reconnaissance team, yes. Su Hongxing nodded with a smile. We will go deep behind enemy lines, detect the coordinates of important enemy facilities, and then guide the artillery to carry out targeted bombing. This not only reduces casualties but also achieves twice the result with half the effort. Most importantly, it's a new combat model. Okay. Chen Hai excitedly threw a series of punches into the air. He didn't care whether this was some new combat mode. Chen Hai only knew that this time, their Falcon was the one taking the lead, and all the credit went to their Falcon. The Falcon Reconnaissance Battalion is about to make a big splash in the entire military region and even the entire army. When does it start? Chen Hai looked impatient. Wait. Su Hongxing said, the enemy is still gathering. Wait until they finish gathering. Before they take action, we should take action first. Yes, that's how it should be. Chen Hai said with a smile, beat them as soon as they show their heads. Beat them until they lose all their temper. Let them know who is the father. Besides, Su Hongxing said with a smile, we still have to wait for the Mountain Wolf and Iron Fist troops to arrive, and then we can act together. Chen Hai smiled and nodded, okay. Chen Hai looked puzzled. Wait a minute, Lao Su, what the hell are Mountain Wolf and Iron Fist? Also, didn't you say that this operation was a solo operation by Falcon? Why are there 2 more troops? Su Hongxing smiled faintly, turned around, and shouted outside, come in, Captain Chen is waiting for you. Chen Hai and Zhai Gang both turned their heads curiously. Outside the gate, 2 older military officers walked in, one on the left and one on the right. Chen Hai, long time no see. Chen Hai's smile disappeared instantly, his eyes almost popping out. It's you 2 bastards? Damn it! Chen Hai was instantly furious. Did I ever tell you that if you dare to step into Falcon again, I'll break your legs? Zhai Gang, arrive! Chen Hai roared, give me the weapon. Lone Eagle camped.ye and walked towards the team with his hands behind his back. From a distance, he saw everyone gathered together, chatting about something.ye and frowned slightly. He had just gone for a walk outside and wanted to take a look at the training ground, but along the way, everyone I saw was whispering, and some even looked very excited. Unexpectedly, his soldiers were the same. Hey, are you saying something bad about me? Yian let out a low roar, and everyone was so scared that they stood up quickly. Captain, how can we plot against you behind your back? Xiang Cheng waved his hands quickly. That's right. Lin Ho laughed cheerfully, Captain, you are a godlike existence in our hearts. Our admiration for you is like the endless flow of a river. Or like the Yellow River flooding, it is impossible to stop. Shut up. Okay. Everyone immediately straightened their chests.ye and glanced at everyone. Tell me, what are you doing? Captain. Zhang Lin said, Lao Luo just told us that Zhang Wei has brought 2 people to the team. Ah? Yian looked confused. Zhang Wei? Captain, you don't know? Luo Xing's face was full of gossip.ye and shook his head. He had really never seen the Zhang Wei ever since he traveled through time. Su Hongxing has not been in the team. Moreover, his predecessor was selected from the grassroots units to join the Lone Eagle more than 4 months before the war, so he had never seen it at all. Speak. Yi Anna pouted. Luo Xing chuckled. Didn't Zhang Wei go to the military district cadre school to study for half a year? He's back today. What's more, he brought 2 remarkable people with him. Who? Yian's face was full of curiosity. Luo Xing grinned. Kong Lei and Chen Jin. Yian opened his mouth in astonishment. Who are they? Luo Xing was surprised. Captain, you don't even know them? Yian shook his head. I have been at Falcon for less than half a year. Oh, no wonder. Luo Xing said with a sly smile, Kong Lei was our former chief of staff, and Chen Jin was the deputy captain, but he was transferred 2 years ago. Yian nodded, I see. Why, has it been transferred back again? That's impossible. Luo Xing laughed, they've been transferred to the military district and there's no way they'll come back. Yian frowned, is that all? Why is it so mysterious? This is no small matter, Zhan Luan said. Kong Lei and Chen Jin are our captain's sworn enemies. They were transferred because the 3 of them almost got into a fight. Yian instantly became interested. Tell me, what's going on? Luo Xing quickly said, back then, the 2 of them and our captain all wanted to be captain. The 3 of them had their own teams. The Lone Eagle team belonged to our captain, the Fire Eagle team was led by Kong Lei, and there was also a Blood Eagle team led by Chen Jin. The scene back then was like a 3-way confrontation, Luo Xing said with a sigh. But in the end, our captain was still the better one. Lone Eagle defeated the Fire Eagle and Blood Eagle, and ultimately won the captain's spot. But Kong Lei and Chen Jin refused to obey and were eventually transferred to the military district, Luo Xing said. However, when Kong Lei left, he took a dozen key members with him. Chen Jin was even more outrageous, taking the entire Blood Eagle unit with him. Furthermore, when they were in the military district, they often made things difficult for our captain, and that's how the feud began. Yian opened his mouth in shock. He would never have thought that such a thing had happened to Falcon before. Jianglin said seriously, I heard that the captain hates them both. Then do they dare to come? Yian's face was full of question marks. It was the Zhangwei who brought them here, Luo Xing said, even the captain has to listen to the Zhangwei. What? Yian was confused. Captain, do you still need to listen to the chairman? In any military unit, the general committee member is in charge of political work, although the military commander nominally has to listen to the chief commissioner, that is just in name only most of the time. The troops are under the control of the military chief, and the commissioner is responsible for enforcing discipline. Yian's eyes suddenly appeared with Chen Hai's bandit-like face. He really couldn't imagine that Chen Hai would actually listen to others. Luo Xing looked at Yian in shock. Captain, you really don't know? Yian said angrily, if you have to fart, fart now. Luo Xing said, our chief is Su Hongxing. He used to be our captain. The current captain, Kong Lei, and Xian Jin were all brought up by him. What the hell? Yian felt like his brain was going to shut down. Zhangwei, is it the former team leader? That's right. Luo Xing nodded. The former commissioner had a terrible temper. He was fired because he beat up our team leader, Kong Lei, and Chen Jin. That's why he was made a commissioner instead. Puff, Yian almost vomited blood. Chen Hai's ferocious look appeared before his eyes again. He couldn't even imagine what it would be like to see Chen Hai being beaten. Thank God he doesn't hit anyone. Wait. Yian's eyes widened. He was demoted from captain and then promoted to a regular member? What kind of operation is this? Not surprising. Luo Xing shrugged. Zhangwei has great prestige in our team, and after beating up the team leader has become much more obedient. Yian nodded helplessly to it. Seems that this is also in line with the characteristics of the Zhangwei. But now my temper is much better. Luo Xing said with a smile, I usually don't beat people. I always talk about reason first, and everyone listens to me. This Zhangwei is no ordinary person. Yian swallowed his saliva. Not only can he reason, he also knows a little bit of fighting. How can we not listen to him? Only then did Jian realize that Falcon was really a place full of hidden talents. The most interesting thing is that Kong Lei and Xian came in. Xiafei chuckled, 3 sworn enemies reunited, there will definitely be something interesting to watch. Looking at these people with gossip-filled faces, Yian couldn't help but cough. Okay, is this something you should consider? Yian said coldly, gather and prepare to train in new subjects. Everyone stood up quickly. Captain, can you now tell us what new subjects we will be training? Lin Hua asked curiously. Yian smiled slightly, disguise reconnaissance. Ha? Everyone's eyes lit up and they all looked at Sun Daji. Yian looked at Sun Daji suspiciously, what's going on? Captain, you don't know. Ali said with a smile, Old Sun's camouflage reconnaissance skills are well known in our brigade. Xia Fugui nodded quickly. During the last battle, he sneaked into the enemy's core-level headquarters alone. He got the intelligence and returned safely without being discovered. Oh? Really? A smile appeared on Yian's lips. Sun Daji laughed bluntly and said, Captain, I'm not exaggerating. I can't guarantee my performance in other subjects, but in camouflage and reconnaissance, I think I'm no worse than you. Yian's smile became even wider, as he felt that he was doing fine again. Okay, let's try it. Yian stared at him, let me see how good you are. Chapter 22. Oh my god, the trees can talk. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Su Hongxing shouted anxiously. Zhangwei, don't stop me. Chen Hai hugged Xian Jin's neck with both hands and clamped Kong Lei's waist with his legs, the 3 of them twisted together like a snake. Today I must break the legs of these 2 bastards. Chen Hai roared, otherwise I will let our team down. Su Hongxing stood up anxiously, that's all in the past. Today they came, they're not good guys anymore. Chen Hai shouted angrily. They knew that our Falcon was the only special forces pilot unit in the military region, but they still dared to form a new special forces unit and use people from our own brigade. I'm going to beat these 2 traitorous bastards to death today. Captain, don't stop me. Chen Jin also tightly gripped Chen Hai's neck. I've long disliked this bastard. He poached my men to join his Lone Eagle team, causing the combat effectiveness of my Blood Eagle team to decline. This wicked guy, I've wanted to kill him for a long time. Kong Lei grabbed Chen Hai's lower body with his backhand, and Chen Hai's mouth suddenly became O-shaped in pain. Chen Hai, you son of a bitch. How dare you be the first to complain? Kong Lei said angrily, not only did you poach my people, you also stole our Fire Eagle supplies. Otherwise, how could I lose to you? You still want to kill me? I'll kill you first. Come on. Chen Hai used his hands and feet together, and Kong Lei and Chen Jin rolled their eyes in pain. Come on. Kong Lei and Chen Jin also worked together. Chen Hai burst into tears the moment he felt so much pain. Stop fighting, everyone, stop fighting. Su Hongxing circled around them anxiously. You're all captains now. How disgraceful would it be if the soldiers below saw you? Let go, let go. Just then, Gu Yaozu ran in. When he saw Chen Hai and the other two huddled together, he was stunned. Captain, what are you guys doing? What are you standing there for? Chen Hai's tears streamed down his face. Didn't you see they were 2 against 1? Come on, help us, and kill these 2 traitors, I said. Stop fighting. A roar resounded throughout the command center like thunder, then a figure like an iron tower suddenly bent down the next second. Chen Hai, Chen Jin, and Kong Lei all flew out. With a loud bang, he fell heavily to the ground. Gu Yaozu and Zhai Gang looked at Su Hongxing in shock, as if he had transformed, and were so scared that they quickly stood up straight. I'm trying to reason with you, but you don't want to listen, right? Su Hongxing had a dark face and walked towards Chen Hai and the other two like a tank. Jiangwei, don't, Captain, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Outside the command center, the 2 guards looked at each other, then took 10 steps forward together. Sun Daji smiled awkwardly at Yan and said, Captain, I have no intention of disobeying you at all. As for the demonstration, I don't think it's necessary. How can that be? Yan shook his head and said seriously, although I am the captain, I am humble and eager to learn. As the saying goes, there must be a teacher among 3 people. If your camouflage and reconnaissance skills are really better than mine, I have to learn from you for the sake of our lone eagle to become stronger. Sun Daji looked at Yan suspiciously. Captain, you are not kidding, right? You want to learn from me? That's right. Yan nodded solemnly. As long as you are better than me, then the camouflage reconnaissance training will be handed over to you. Sun Daji's eyes lit up instantly, and smiles appeared on the faces of the other soldiers. During the training process, everything is under Lao Sun's command? Jiang Lin asked hurriedly. Yes. Yan nodded vigorously. As long as he is better than me, then during training, he is the captain and I have to listen to him. Everyone immediately looked at Sun Daji. Okay, Lao Sun, you can show it to me. Lu Feng said in a low voice as Zhao Xing approached Sun Daji and said, Captain, I don't need to tell you how abnormal your training is, right? If you can do it, then go ahead. The brothers all support you. If you lead us in training, it will definitely make our life much easier. Come on, old Sunday. Zhang Luan poked Sun Daji. You're so good at disguise and reconnaissance. I think the captain is definitely not as good as you. Go! Xiang Qing winked at him. When the time comes, maybe we can even deal with him. Yeah, after all the hardships you've endured, don't you want to teach him a lesson? Xia Fugui winked and said, bring the brothers with you to take him down. Ali's eyes lit up. Ashida, don't hesitate. Give it a try and change your bicycle into a motorcycle. Listening to everyone's encouragement, Sun Daji straightened his back a lot. A sneer flashed across Yan's lips. He could see that Sun Daji was not convinced in his heart, but was just afraid of him. After spending so many days with this group of people, Yan had already seen through them. These guys are arrogant, capable, and talented. If you want them to obey you unconditionally, you have to conquer them in every aspect. If they are not convinced at all, these people might do something weird during training. Is it possible? Yan asked. If you have the ability, then go for it. Don't be so fussy. Sun Daji took a deep breath and stared at Yan confidently. Captain, I really don't disagree with you. However, I think you are right. For the sake of our lone eagle, then I will give it a try. That's right. Yan patted him with a smile. Everything is for lone eagle. A triumphant smile appeared on everyone's face. They didn't know how strong Yan's camouflage and reconnaissance skills were, but they know how powerful Sun Daji is. That was actually a second-class merit. Captain, tell me, how should I disguise myself? Sun Daji said excitedly. Don't worry. Yan said with a smile, if your camouflage reconnaissance is not good enough, it will be a waste of time. Then during the next training, I will insert another training. Do you agree? Everyone looked at each other, and Zhang Lin immediately asked, Captain, is it okay for him to disguise himself as a reconnaissance officer? It's not you who defines it, is it? No. Yan shook his head. Let everyone define it. Everyone must be convinced. I will never cheat. No problem. Zhang Lin was the first to nod. The others thought about it and nodded. It's just one more training, no big deal. Although Yan had said before that he would not add physical training to the new training, but they didn't believe that Yan would let them have it so easy and only train them in the subject of camouflage reconnaissance. Even if they lose, it seems like they have nothing to lose, but if he wins, he can deal with Yan in a reasonable, legal and compliant manner. They are so looking forward to this day. Okay, since everyone agrees, let's get started. Yan looked at Sun Daji with a smile. The purpose of camouflage reconnaissance is to allow us to better penetrate the enemy's rear and move freely in the enemy's hinterland, then I won't make it difficult for you. Yan pointed to the nearby mountain and said, from the foot of the mountain to the mountainside, you will hide in disguise in this area. We will all go find you together. If I can't find you within 4 hours, you lose. Yan said with a smile, if I can't find you, then you're really good. You can take over the camouflage reconnaissance training. Sun Daji glanced at the mountain. The range given by Ian was very wide. A broad smile immediately appeared on his face. Captain, let me confirm this with you. I'm taking over the training. Will you obey me in everything? Can't we settle the score later? Ian raised his hand. I swear, if I don't listen to you, the sky will be struck by lightning. If I settle the score later, I will give birth to a son without eyes. All right. Sun Da-ji laughed and said, Captain, I'll show you how to behave. Ian waved his hand. Please start your performance. An hour later, Ian and the others stood at the foot of the mountain. It's time. Ian turned his head and looked at everyone. Let's get started. Captain. Xiaofugue asked curiously, aren't you coming with us? Ian smiled and shook his head. No, I will find him myself. Xiafei chuckled wickedly. So, aren't you afraid that we'll cheat? Even if we find him, you won't tell us? Ian smiled faintly. You guys, although you are the troublemakers of your respective units, you have principles and backbone. For the sake of Lone Eagle's ability to fly again, I don't believe you will protect him. A smile appeared on everyone's lips. Ian's trust in them made them respect him even more. Captain, let's get started. Zhang Lin growled. Everyone, spread out and search carefully. Okay. Everyone dispersed immediately. It's like a net, stretching from the foot of the mountain to the mountainside. Looking at their backs, Ian walked up the mountain from another direction with his hands behind his back. His god-level camouflage ability is already intermediate, which not only allows him to quickly disguise himself, but also greatly enhances his ability to identify camouflage. No matter how strong Sun Da-ji's disguise is, it cannot escape Ian's eyes. However, Ian did not want to simply find Sun Da-ji. To deal with traitors, you have to use some harsh measures. Ian looked at the mountain carefully and soon locked onto an area. If he is a master, he should be disguised here. Ian smiled slightly. Sun Da-ji, here I come. 3 hours later, in a dense forest somewhere on the mountainside, the soldiers formed a horizontal line and looked around carefully. This is our third time here. Xiafei whispered, we haven't found anything. Sun Da-ji shouldn't be here, right? The woods are denser here. Zhang Lin inspected the treetops. That kid is most likely hiding here. Everyone, be more careful. Ali picked at a bunch of leaves, but when he found nothing, he shook his head. Da-ji Adasi is really amazing. Where is he hiding? As expected of someone who sneaked into the enemy headquarters alone, he's quite capable. Chang Quan nodded in admiration. We searched so carefully but still couldn't find it. I think this one is a sure thing. Lin Hua chuckled wickedly. If we really can't find it, then the captain will be in big trouble. Da-ji will definitely kill him. My admiration for Da-ji now is like a surging river. All right. Zhang Lin said coldly, there's still time. We need to be careful. Everyone nodded. They wanted to make trouble for Ian, but as Ian said, they came to Lone Eagle to become stronger and wanted Lone Eagle to return to the top. I will never do anything against my principles just to punish Ian. I think Sun Da-ji might do the opposite. Yang Wei touched his chin. This is the easiest place to hide. If we can think of it, he can think of it too. What if he's hiding somewhere we've all overlooked? That makes sense. Zhang Lin nodded. After searching here, let's go to the foot of the mountain. It's dark out there. Everyone nodded again and continued to search slowly forward. After they completely left the forest, the leaf that Ali had just pulled away suddenly moved. Several branches stretched out from under the leaves, and then a pair of eyes slowly poked out. After making sure that there was no one around, Sun Da-ji, wearing thick camouflage, crawled out from among the leaves. He actually dug a hole in the ground, then covered himself with branches and a large amount of leaves. This way, he is level with the ground. Even if someone walked over him, it would be difficult to find that there was a person hiding underneath. A bunch of idiots. Sun Da-ji looked down the mountain proudly. Anything you can think of, I can think of too. I won't wait for you to catch me in the dark. This is the best camouflage position. He looked at his watch and saw that there was still half an hour left. Sun Da-ji breathed a sigh of relief. Even if they went up the mountain again, it would be too late. He turned around and leaned against a tree stump, stretching himself lazily. I'm so tired, but it's worth it. Sun Da-ji laughed cheerfully and said, Captain, I'm sorry. My training is very cruel, but you just have to bear with it. I don't want to endure it because you're sitting on my brother. Suddenly, a gentle and familiar voice came to Sun Da-ji's ears. Sun Da-ji was so frightened that he turned around suddenly, only to see that the tree stump he was leaning against actually winked at him. Oh my god. Sun Da-ji jumped up in fright, tears streaming down his face. Tree, the tree stump can talk. The tree stump has become a spirit. Chapter 23. The strong are never afraid of challenges. Inside the brigade headquarters, Chen Hai was bleeding from his nose, and Shen Jin and Kong Lei had bruised faces and noses. The three of them were like children who had made a mistake. They looked straight ahead and stood obediently against the wall. Su Hongxing clapped his hands with a smile and sat down comfortably on the sofa. Zhai Gang and Gu Yaozu, who were standing at the door, didn't dare to breathe. The scene of Su Hongxing easily defeating 3-on-1 was still replaying in front of their eyes. Even as strong as Chen Hai and the other two were, they were still tossed around like chickens by Su Hongxing and were beaten without any chance to fight back. The two men swallowed hard. They hadn't seen Su Hongxing lose his temper for a long time and almost forgot his nickname Tyrant Beast. At this time, Su Hongxing took out a cigarette, and Zhai Gang rushed forward quickly. As soon as the cigarette reached his mouth, the match was lit. Su Hongxing smiled and nodded at Zhai Gang, then looked at Chen Hai and the other two. I told you to stop fighting, look at what has happened. Chen Hai and the other two were speechless. How did we become like this? Don't you have any idea? Su Hongxing shook his head and sighed. After all, you were all comrades from the same class, and later in the same platoon and company. What a close relationship you have. Now that things have turned out like this, I'm ashamed for you. Chen Hai and the other two looked dissatisfied. Their conflict has been going on for a long time. Su Hongxing exhaled a puff of cigarette and said calmly, okay, the past is the past. Now shake hands, and you will still be good friends from now on. Ha! Chen Hai and the other two all widened their eyes. He glanced at the people around him from the corner of his eye, and the three of them raised their heads stubbornly almost at the same time. I said handshake. Su Hongxing slapped the table. In an instant, Chen Hai and the other two crossed their hands and clasped them together. Su Hongxing nodded with a smile. Okay, since we shaken hands, let's not talk about the past anymore. Come, sit down and talk. Chen Hai and the other two quickly let go of each other's hands, each of them with disgust on their faces. If they could, they would wash their hands now. Seeing the three of them sit down, Gu Yaozu breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, it has to be the right one. When it comes to reasoning, everyone has to listen. Zhai Gang frowned slightly. I just don't know why these two guys came back. From what Zhang Wei said, they don't want them to return to Falcon, do they? Impossible? Gu Yaozu looked unconvinced. This time, the three of them were already sitting opposite Su Hongxing in an orderly manner. Su Hongxing snuffed out his cigarette and got straight to the point. Chen Hai, I won't hide anything. The Mountain Wolf and Iron Fist, who are participating in the battle with our Falcon this time, are two newly formed Special Forces pilot units of the military region. Su Hongxing pointed at Qian Jin and said, he is the captain of the Iron Fist Special Commando Team. Kong Lei is the captain of the Mountain Wolf Special Commando Team. The military district asked me to bring them here. Let's meet in advance and discuss how to act during the battle. Qian Jin and Kong Lei looked at Chen Hai with a smug look on their faces. Captain Chen, in the next battle, perform well. Don't lose to us so easily. Chen Hai's face was twitching violently. He looked at Su Hongxing fiercely. Zhang Wei, for the next operation, we Falcon will act alone. This is an order from the military district. Su Hongxing interrupted Chen Hai. This time we need to infiltrate a large area. To ensure the smooth progress of the battle, our Falcon alone is not enough. Also, Mountain Wolf and Iron Fist have just been formed. The military district wants them to gain experience on the battlefield. Special forces can only become truly powerful after seeing blood. Su Hongxing stared at Chen Hai. This is also what Deputy Commander Ma meant. Qian Jin said with a smile, Chen Hai, I'm sorry, we're here, you won't be afraid, right? After all, we are so strong. Kong Lei snorted coldly, it's okay, Chen Hai. The worst that can happen is that you lose. Are you still a reconnaissance brigade directly under the military region? This special forces unit, not everyone can join it. Base, Chen Hai stood up suddenly, staring at the two of them. If Su Hongxing hadn't been there, he would have been unable to resist pouncing on them and killing these two bastards. Qian Jin and Kong Lei stared back at Chen Hai fearlessly, their eyes full of provocation. Commissioner Zhang, can we talk for a moment in private? Chen Hai asked. Su Hongxing nodded, okay, but not now. Let's first divide the combat area. Su Hongxing looked at the three people. For this operation, the military district has authorized me to take full command. The three teams will act separately. Xiao Gu. Here. Gu Yaozu quickly straightened his chest. Go get the map. Yes. Gu Yaozu rushed out at a trot. An hour later, Chen Jin and Kong Lei stood up and saluted Su Hongxing. Captain, we're leaving now. Kong Lei said, our team will arrive tonight and will rest in the designated area, ready to attack at any time. Su Hongxing stood up, smiled, and nodded. All right. As your captain, I'll give you a heads up. You must not slack off on your training before the battle begins. After the battle begins, you must be extremely cautious. The mission comes first, and the soldiers' lives must be protected as well. Yes. The two men puffed out their chests, then he gave Chen Hai an extremely provocative look and turned away. After the door closed, Chen Hai could no longer bear it. Zhang Wei, how could you bring them here? You are our old captain, and now you are our Zhang Wei. You should stand on our side. Even if the military region gives an order, you have to take responsibility. Who said I didn't take it? Su Hongxing stared at Chen Hai. You asked the military district to protect Lone Eagle. Do you think the military district will agree just because you signed a military order? I also signed a military order. Chen Hai was stunned and stared at Su Hongxing blankly, speechless for a moment. After a moment, Chen Hai sat down angrily. Deputy Commander Ma is such a sly old bastard. He promised to give me a chance, but immediately sent those two guys over. They also have actual combat experience. Doesn't that make our chances even smaller? Deputy Commander Ma is such a jerk. Bang, Su Hongxing slapped the table, and Chen Hai jumped up reflexively in fright. Chen Hai. Su Hongxing stared at him intently. I'm telling you, I agree with the military district's plan to form the Mountain Wolf and Iron Fist teams. I also recommended who should form them. I also agreed to let them come to the front lines for training. What's the matter? Are you going to scold me too? Chen Hai stared at Su Hongxing in shock. Zhang Wei, you. Su Hongxing's eyes twitched, a trace of sadness flashing in his eyes. The Lone Eagle almost got wiped out. Do you think I'm not sad? In the last round of battle, our brigade lost a total of 37 comrades. Do you think I'm not heartbroken? I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Su Hongxing clenched his fists. When I heard the news, I hid under the quilt and cried all night. They were also soldiers I trained. I treated them as my own brothers. They were still so young. In the room, Gu Yaozu and Zhai Gang lowered their heads silently, while Chen Hai's eyes were red. Su Hongxing took a deep breath. Our troops haven't fought a war in a long time. But our opponents have been fighting for the past 20 years. They have rich combat experience and fighting spirit. Even though we defeated them, what about the future? Su Hongxing stared at Chen Hai. What if we encounter a stronger enemy in the future? You know, there are enemies everywhere around us who are eyeing us with greed. If we continue to fight in our current state, how many soldiers will be killed? How many innocent people will die tragically because of our incompetence? Su Hongxing spoke faster and faster. We can't live forever on the glory of our predecessors. We can't just close ourselves off and stay complacent. Our predecessors forged their strength through bloody battles. Now, our generation must continue to move forward, so that we can defend our country. That's why the special forces were established, and that's why I support all the proposals. Su Hongxing stared at Chen Hai. I love our brigade, too. I want us to always be number one. However, we've been stuck in our comfort zone for too long, always thinking we're the best and most powerful of the entire military region. But there's always someone better than you. Only through competition can we, the soldiers, train the strongest troops. This will allow fewer soldiers to be sacrificed in future battles. Su Hongxing said loudly, I don't want to give any soldiers ashes to their parents. Exactly. Chen Hai nodded bitterly, I understand what you mean. Su Hongxing sighed, I've said everything I need to say. The rest is up to you to figure out. In a nutshell, whoever has the ability will take the lead. But don't worry, no matter what happens. As the official committee member, I'll take responsibility for everything. Commissioner. Chen Hai stared at Su Hongxing deeply. Don't say such cheesy things. Su Hongxing pointed at him. You are the captain of the Falcon. Your mission is to make our team stronger and completely crush them. If you don't do it well, Su Hongxing raised his fist, I'm going to fuck you. Yes. Chen Hai saluted in fear. Our Falcon will always be the boss of our military region. No one can stop us. Su Hongxing pointed at him and said, although I brought you 3 up, I also agree with all the resolutions of the military region. His face darkened. But I want you to beat them so hard they're crying and screaming. Let the whole military region know that if anyone dares to compete with us Falcons, I'll beat them so hard they'll be traumatized for the rest of their lives. Chen Hai laughed cheerfully, that's right, this is the old captain I know. He can't be soft on traitors. Su Hongxing said with a fierce face, don't be so playful with me. There is one thing I just said that you can't do. I will beat the shit out of you. Chen Hai was so frightened that he immediately puffed out his chest and said, I guarantee that we will complete the mission. We, the Falcons, are the only special forces team members. Zhai Gang and Gu Yaozu on the side swallowed hard. The Zhangwan was indeed the Zhangwan, and he really knew how to make sense. Su Hongxing laughed heartily, that's right, this is the Chen Hai I know. No matter who comes, just kill them. Oh right. Su Hongxing changed the subject, the new captain you promoted is called Yi Yun. How is he? Can the Lone Eagle fly again? Chen Hai nodded, it should be no problem. That kid is very capable and decisive, and he also knows how to train soldiers scientifically. Lone Eagle's performance is improving very quickly. Really? Su Hongxing laughed cheerfully. I heard you gave him all the troublemakers in the brigade. Can he surrender? Chen Hai smiled and said, that's why I said he's capable. Those troublemakers now have special respect for him. Su Hongxing smiled and nodded. Okay, it's worth it that I signed the military order with you. I'll go check it out in a couple of days to see how this guy has trained the Lone Eagle. At the same time, in the woods on the mountainside. Ye and stared at Sun Daji with a smile. How about my disguise, is it acceptable to you, team leader? Sun Daji knelt down in front of Yi and with a plop, tears streaming down his face, and said, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have overestimated my own abilities, and I shouldn't have doubted you, I was wrong, shoo. Yian raised his index finger, don't talk, they're coming. Chapter 24 Passive Combat? Captain, are you trying to kill us? In the woods, Jiang Lin and others also rushed over after hearing the noise. Seeing Sun Daji kneeling in front of a tree stump with tears in his eyes, Xie Fei walked over and pushed Sun Daji with a smile. What's wrong, old son? You should be happy that we didn't find you. Why are you crying? I know. Ali raised his finger wisely. Daji Adasi must be so happy that he'll be able to beat the captain up real quick. He's crying with joy. Sun Daji looked at them with horror and winked at everyone desperately, but no one noticed the trick. Yang Wei grinned and slapped him on the head. You are really good, kid. We walked around here 3 times and didn't find you. You hid well enough. He walked straight to the tree stump, leaned against it and said with a smile, the captain has nothing to say this time. Come on, think about it, how should we deal with the captain? Sun Daji looked at him, then at the tree stump, his face changed color. Take your hand away, captain, the captain doesn't even know where he's wandering off. Yang Wei laughed heartily and jumped towards the tree stump to sit down. I don't know how embarrassing it will be when he gets here. The next second, his voice stopped abruptly. There were also sounds of people sucking and gasps all around. Everyone stepped back in horror as if they had seen a ghost. The corners of Yang Wei's eyes twitched fiercely. Brothers, why do I feel like something has caught me? Yes. Yian's voice suddenly came to his ears. I was afraid you would sit on my head, so I caught you in advance. Yang Wei turned around in horror, only to see that the tree stump actually smiled at him and stretched out its 2 hands to catch him steadily. Team leader, Yang Wei was so frightened that he fell to the ground with his pants wet and his whole body almost convulsed. Yi and slowly stood up, and everyone swallowed inexplicably. His disguise, as long as he didn't move, was almost indistinguishable from a tree stump. From color to shape, it's perfect. Everyone's head was buzzing. This disguise was amazing. Captain. Jiang Lin asked in shock, what, when were you here? Yian smiled faintly, 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago? Everyone's eyes widened. This means that when they passed by here, they not only did not find Sun Daji, but also did not find Yian. Yian smiled and said, when you left here for the first time, I was behind you. After you left, I found Sun Daji and hid behind him. Then you came here twice more, but you didn't notice me, and he didn't notice me either. In an instant, everyone felt like the sky was falling. The 2 people were disguising themselves right under their noses, but they just passed by like blind people. The worst thing was that Yian only showed up when they came for the second time, but they didn't even notice the extra thing. Everyone was completely convinced, and at the same time, their legs began to tremble inexplicably, and a bad feeling arose. Yian walked up to Sun Daji with a smile. Not bad, Daji, your disguise is really good. You actually fooled all of them. Sun Daji was so desperate at this moment. Captain, please stop praising me. I'm really impressed. You're really better than me in every way. Captain, Zhang Luan suddenly said, we've known for a long time that Sun Daji is no match for us, and we just want to embarrass him. Actually, we're really impressed by you, aren't we? Right. Jiang Lin and the others nodded quickly. Sun Daji is just overestimating his own abilities. He thinks he's so great. Captain, you need to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he won't know his place. Sun Daji glared at them angrily. You bastards, weren't you the one who instigated me? I really didn't want to embarrass myself in front of the captain. It's all your fault. Enough. Yian roared, scaring everyone so much that they immediately straightened up, and Sun Daji knelt even lower. Return to the team. Yian rolled his eyes at him. Sun Daji jumped up immediately and ran to stand in the line. Yian walked to the front of the team with a cold face, and everyone was so scared that they dared not breathe. You're all so proud. Yian sneered, you always think you're great, right? Everyone looked miserable, and now they were regretting it so much. Why do you have to question this old pervert for no reason? Now, is there anyone who still questions me? Yian asked. Captain, we never dared to question you. Everyone shouted in unison, we admire you wholeheartedly. Yian nodded, does that mean you're willing to accept defeat? Will there be other training sessions during the next disguise training? The crowd was filled with reluctance and cried out in tears, your rules are the rules, we obey your orders. Very good. Yian walked up to Sun Daji with a smile. Sun Daji looked into Yian's eyes and smiled awkwardly. Captain, Yian laughed, Daji, let's start with you. What? Before Sun Daji could react, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. The next second, a huge force surged in. Sun Daji's feet left the ground uncontrollably and he flew backwards. With a bang, Sun Daji fell heavily 2 meters away. It was only then that wailing and screaming were heard. Oh my god, beat me to death, Captain, you, vomit. Everyone watched in horror as Sun Daji was beaten to the point of vomiting, and their anus tightened instantly. This is interspersed training. Yian said with a smile, passive fighting. Captain. Lin Hua asked tremblingly, what, is it passive combat? Yian smiled and said, simply put, it's passive training in combat. He stood with his hands behind his back, saying as he walked, "In your usual combat training, wrestling and grappling, you're almost always proactive. But what if the enemy doesn't cooperate?" Yian smiled and said, "As for me, I will do the opposite. I will attack, and you will block it. This will not only train your quick reaction ability, but also your ability to withstand blows, and you will also learn how to attack me. It will kill 3 birds with 1 stone and make you improve quickly." Yian stopped and winked at them. "Most of the moves I use are killing moves, which are very practical on the battlefield." Jianlin asked in horror, "What you mean is that you're fine, so why don't you just beat us up?" "Wrong." Yian shook his head. "To be precise, I punched you. Because one punch made you fly away, there is no need for a second punch." Everyone was about to cry. What the hell was the difference? Moreover, it is a killer move. It seems like we are going to kill them. "Of course, you can fight back," Yian said with a smile. "If you can hit me, no matter how hard you hit me, as long as you can hit me, you can be exempted from this training that day." Everyone must kneel. They couldn't even see how Yian attacked, so they were so scared that they could block him. How could they even fight back? What the hell is a counterattack? "But don't be afraid," Yian said with a smile. "Although my move is a lethal one, I will avoid the vital points and use less force. I will definitely not let you get hurt." Everyone was stunned for a moment, then they breathed a sigh of relief. They had secretly witnessed Yian's terrifying strength. Thought if he attacks with all his strength, he will at least destroy their roots if he doesn't kill them. Yian clapped his hands. "Okay, now let's get to the point." He stared at everyone and said, "The disguise training just now exposed serious problems with the 2 of you. First, your observation skills are extremely poor." Yian said coldly, "Our enemies have been fighting jungle warfare for over 20 years. Their camouflage skills are quite advanced. With your observation skills just now, you won't even know how you died on the battlefield." Everyone nodded silently. They had all been to the battlefield and seen the enemy's disguises. Monkey soldiers can be dressed up as tree stumps, grass, bushes, just like Yian. In the last round of battles, many soldiers died because of such losses. Second, Yian said loudly, "You know very little about camouflage. True camouflage isn't about hiding, but about blending in. Turn yourself into a stone, a wooden stake, or even a piece of mud. Just like I'm on the road you've already been on, but you still can't find me. This is integration." Everyone nodded silently again. Yian's disguise was in perfect harmony with his surroundings, making people feel that he was supposed to be there. Yian continued, "So, for the next training, in addition to teaching you the basics of camouflage and helping you do it yourself, I will also disguise myself from time to time and appear next to you. If you can't find me." Yian smiled and said, "Then we'll start passive combat training. Everyone can get 6 consecutive chances." What? Everyone was so scared that they almost fell to their knees. Getting beaten 6 times in one training session, even if Yian held back, he would not hit the vital points, but if he was beaten 6 times in a row, wouldn't his body be covered in bruises? Okay. Yian didn't wait for them to think about it, clapped his hands and said, "Now I will teach you the basics, and you can practice in half an hour. Let's start." Everyone's faces were more bitter than bitter gourds at this moment. When they thought about being beaten down again and again, everyone looked like they had lost all hope in life. If they could turn back time, they would definitely slap themselves hard and warn themselves loudly not to compete with Yian in disguise. This guy is a super old pervert. Chapter 25, No swimming here, little bunny, please open the door. In the jungle, Yian walked forward with his hands behind his back and a sly smile on his face. "Open it quickly, I'm coming in." Yian suddenly stopped and shouted cheerfully to the surroundings, "Are you all hidden? I'm here again. I'll count to 3. Yian smiled and raised his fingers. 1, 2. The jungle was extremely quiet as a cemetery, but there was a thick tension in the air. 3. As soon as he finished speaking, Yian rushed forward. With a bang, he kicked a stone beside the tree. Stone suddenly let out a scream and rolled out like a ball. Yian turned around and hit the tree trunk accurately with his right elbow. All of a sudden, a large piece of the tree trunk suddenly moved. Not only was he kneeling on the ground in pain, but he was also spitting out something. "And you?" Yian suddenly looked up and smiled. "Ah." A branch on the tree suddenly let out a scream. His body lost its balance and he fell heavily to the ground. Yian stepped directly on his head and rushed straight towards a bush, but just as it reached the front, the bush suddenly broke into pieces. Zhang Luan jumped out in horror and stabbed Yian in the chest with a stick, but Yian had no intention of retreating. He pushed his shoulder forward, and the huge force immediately changed the direction of the stick, and it hit Zhang Luan's chest with a bang. Ouch! Zhang Luan screamed as he was knocked away, holding his chest and grimacing in pain. "You've learned to strike first." Yian chuckled, "It's a good idea, but when you meet someone as powerful as me, you have to run away first. You deserve it." Yian shook his head and picked up Zhang Luan's stick. Like a javelin, it smashed hard towards the distant treetops. Ah! A figure fell heavily from the treetop. Yian smiled slightly and suddenly rushed in another direction. 10 minutes later, everyone stood dejectedly in front of Yian, each of them looking as wilted as an eggplant hit by frost. "Very good, there has been some progress." Yian smiled and said, if it weren't for my keen eyes, most people wouldn't have noticed it. Congratulations, you have reached a whole new level. Everyone collectively rolled their eyes to it has been 5 days, and they themselves can't remember how many times Yian has caught them and how many punches they have received. Captain. Jiang Lin stared at Yian in confusion. For this disguise, we've summed up the lessons learned over the past 5 days, paid attention to every detail, and racked our brains to create a perfect disguise. How did you find us? Everyone stared at Yian curiously. They were extremely confident before, thinking that they had it all figured out this time. Now, they also want to know how Yian found them so quickly. Smell. Yian said with a smile. What? Everyone was confused. Why Yian put his hands behind his back and said, didn't I just say that you have made great progress and have at least reached the average level of a lone eagle? I want to find you through my eyes, which does increase the difficulty and takes time. Yian smiled, but you forgot to cover up your smell. You have a strong smell of sweat and rotten sweat. I can smell it from a long distance away. It's hard not to find you. Everyone hurried to smell the clothes, and sure enough, a sour smell reached their heads. Huang Youcai's face was full of bitterness. I can't believe it, I can't believe it. It turns out that it was our body odor that betrayed us. The others also sighed, but they also felt a little secretly happy in their hearts. Although they were exposed, it was not because they were bad at disguising themselves. As long as I can make progress, the beatings of the past 5 days will not be in vain. If you want to disguise yourself perfectly and hide, Yian said seriously, you must pay attention to every detail. The slightest negligence could cost you your life on the battlefield, and could even implicate others. Do you understand? Yes. Everyone growled in agreement. Yian smiled slightly. Okay, now, let's start passive combat training. Everyone's anus tightened inexplicably. I'm fair. Yian laughed and said, I just hit you once, and each of you has 2 left. Who goes first? Everyone stepped back involuntarily. The ghost mother wants to come first. After a while, everyone was lying on the ground with their arms and legs spread out. Ali was even hanging on a tree, groaning. Stopped. Yian rubbed his hands and said with a smile, the disguise training has been going on for 5 days. Yian said, how about this, let you relax for 2 days. Ha! Everyone raised their heads together. Yian smiled and said, for the next 2 days, you won't need to disguise yourself and hide. Swish, everyone almost jumped up at once, and Ali fell from the tree. Everyone stared at Yian. Captain, are we going to start new training? Chang Quan asked. New training? Yian snorted coldly, you haven't even mastered disguise yet. Yian stared at them and said, I see that your camouflage ability has reached its limit and it will be difficult to make a breakthrough for the time being. So, let's change the training method. I'll be the one pretending, and you guys come find me. Yian said, you can relax for 2 days, and you can also use my disguise to open up your mind and break through your current limits. Everyone's eyes lit up collectively. In the past 5 days, Yian also disguised himself to let them find him. Although they didn't find it once, it did broaden their horizons. Most importantly, they can rest while looking for Yian. Unlike now, I have to pretend from morning to night and get beaten by Yian at least dozens of times every day. But if they were to look for Yian, they would still be beaten even if they couldn't find him, but at least the number of times would be less than half. Captain. Huang Youcai gave a thumbs up. Wise and powerful, you are truly a model of scientific military training. No wonder we've made such rapid progress. CFA said seriously, it's not that we're so smart, it's that the captain is so amazing. If we could become special forces soldiers, Sun Daji said flatteringly, Captain, you should take 99% of the credit. Captain. Lin Hua said excitedly, my admiration for you is like the endless torrent of a river. Alright. Yian waved his hand and said coldly, from now on, we'll switch roles. You guys need to be on high alert. Yes. Everyone shouted excitedly. Okay, go back and rest. Yian said with a harmless smile, remember to be alert. Yes. Everyone saluted Yian and ran towards the camp happily. Yian looked at their backs and the smile on his face became even wider. Oh. Huang Youcai lay down on the grass and stretched lazily. I haven't felt this comfortable in a long time, it feels great. Ma Liang rested his head on his hands and lay down comfortably. It's been a long time since I've watched the sun so leisurely. At this moment, I really want to recite a poem. Zhang Luan turned his head and said, come on, let's make one for everyone. Yes, make one. The others started to cheer. Ma Liang smiled faintly. Okay, let's do it. Listen carefully. The sun is about to set in the west, and we'll all lie down on the ground. The autumn wind will blow away the stench of sweat, and then I'll ask you if it feels good. Ma Liang laughed cheerfully and said, how about it? Are you surprised? Everyone's eyes twitched and their jaws dropped. This is also called poetry? Huang Youcai rolled his eyes, oh my god, I can do that too. Ma Liang was immediately furious. What? Is my poem bad? This is improvisation, do you understand? Zhang Luan laughed and said, Old Ma, I think your poem is quite good. Ma Liang smiled proudly and said, "See, there are still people who know how to appreciate. It's a little more fragrant than Lao Huang's feet, but not as smelly." After Zhang Luan said this, everyone burst into laughter. Ma Liang jumped up in anger and pointed at them angrily. "You are rough and rude, and you cannot be educated." Jiang Lin laughed and said, "That's vulgar and unreasonable." Everyone burst into laughter again. Ma Liang rolled his eyes. "That's about the same idea, that's enough. I have no idea what you are talking about." Ali got up. "Where are you going?" Xia Fei asked. "Pai de Tiao, do you want to join us?" Ali asked. "I'll go with you." Xia Fugui jumped up. "I've been holding my shit in for 2 days. I'll go too and use your paper." Lu Feng stood up in a servile manner, while the others continued to rest. Ali and the other two quickly ran to the temporary toilet. As soon as they squatted down, they heard a crackling sound. "Comfortable." Xia Fugui looked extremely relaxed. Ali covered his nose and said, "Hurry up and go back quickly. I don't know when the captain will come out." Lu Feng waved his hand. "There's nothing to worry about. We can just search slowly and still have time to rest." "That's right." Xia Fugui nodded. Who would run so fast if they knew they were going to get beaten? "Don't worry, even if the captain wants to disguise himself, he needs time. Actually, I'm very good at pretending." Suddenly, the wall in front of the three people suddenly moved and stuck directly in front of them. The three of them looked at a face that appeared on the wall, and they were so scared that they grabbed each other and rolled over backwards. A plop. A large splash appeared in the pit, but Yian had already retreated in advance and escaped safely. "I told you to be on high alert." Yian shook his head. "Didn't you notice that the walls of the temporary toilets suddenly got bigger? Come up quickly." Yian shouted anxiously, "Swimming is not allowed here. Dinner will be served soon. Don't eat in here." After saying that, Yian walked away with small steps in a proud manner. The three of them were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They scared them into a cesspool and made fun of them. Is this what a human being would do? The three people in the pit tried desperately to climb out, but their feet slipped and they fell heavily down again. "What's wrong? How did you fall into the pit?" Jiang Lin and others rushed over after hearing the noise. Seeing the three people floundering in the pit, I was shocked and wanted to laugh. Captain, Lu Feng yelled angrily. "He pretended to be a wall and hid in front of us to scare us. He is so wicked." Gulilu, everyone turned around and was shocked to find that there was a hole in the wall. Yian is hiding here. It's so insidious. Huang Yukai was heartbroken. "Stop looking." Xia Fugui yelled, pull us up." Gulilu, bang, Gu Yaozu slammed the table and jumped up. "No more ammunition?" Gu Yaozu roared, "Where's the ammunition? Did you eat it or sell it?" The ordnance chief said aggrievely, "Chief of staff, you can't wrongly accuse me. The ammunition was taken away by Lone Eagle. It has nothing to do with me." "What?" Gu Yaozu's eyes widened. "Lone Eagle? Are you kidding me? Our brigade has enough ammunition for a month, and Lone Eagle has used it all up? Do they eat bullets?" The section chief spread out his hands. "Then I don't know. If they ask, I'll give it to them." Gu Yaozu's mouth twitched with anger. "If they want it, you'll give it to them? Isn't the ordnance department owned by their family? This is the captain's order." The section chief said helplessly. "The captain said that whatever Lone Eagle wants will be given. Don't take it out on me, go find the captain." Gu Yaozu was suddenly speechless, but he remembered what Chen Hai had said. Bang, Gu Yaozu slammed his hand on the table again. "Even with the captain's order, they can't use so much ammunition. I want to go and see if they have eaten all the bullets." Chapter 26. I have never seen such a pretentious person. Hurry, rush while no one is around. A group of people rushed to the brigade's bathhouse in a hurry. It is called a bathhouse, but in fact it is just a temporary brick house. There are only 30 shower stalls in total to accommodate all officers and soldiers in the brigade. All the teams are training now, and the water supply is tight, so there is no one here for the time being. That's so wicked. Xia Fugui cried out in grievance. Which captain is as wicked as him? He didn't even yell start, and he even tried to scare people. Ali's face turned pale. I said, it's definitely not simple. Captain, you are very bad. Ugh, Huang Yukai patted Ali sympathetically and said, don't think about it, and you won't vomit. Those are just transformed food anyway. Lu Feng, who was standing by, glared at him angrily. Old Huang, listen to what you're saying, is this human language? Those things all come out from down there, do you treat us like dogs? Alright, hurry up. Jiang Lin shouted angrily, if someone sees you guys like this, won't they die of laughter? Ali and the other two hurried to the shower, and the rushing water instantly poured over them from head to toe. Let's go too. Jiang Lin looked at everyone. Without any hesitation, everyone started taking off their clothes. I can't stand this stinky sweat anymore. Zhang Luan happily applied soap. Ma Liang rubbed his armpits and smiled, it feels so good. I haven't felt this good in days. I want to recite another poem. Shut up, everyone growled while washing his hair. Zhang Lin shouted, guys, everyone, pay attention. The captain has started disguising himself. And unlike before, he won't notify us. He wants us to find him. Therefore, everyone must be fully alert and observe their surroundings closely. Understood. Everyone nodded. I finally understand now. Chang Quan said with sudden realization, no wonder the captain told us to be careful, it turns out he had been preparing for this for a long time. Zhang Lin snorted coldly, the captain is full of bad intentions. In short, everyone should be vigilant, that's right. Suddenly, a face appeared on the wall in front of Zhang Lin and leaned towards him with a smile, you are so smart. At the same time, Zhang Lin felt his brother being hit by something. Oh my god, ahahaha. Zhang Lin was so scared that he flew backwards. It happened to fall into the arms of Ali, who turned around, and the two hugged each other tightly in fear. The others were also startled and turned their heads to look over. Ye and walked out of the shower with a smile on his face. There was a concave human figure in the wall behind him, which was just right for him to hide in. Are you crying or laughing? Yian stared at Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin was about to cry. I'm scared. Yian chuckled and looked at the terrified people around him. Just now, Zhang Lin's analysis was very correct. I won't inform you, nor will I tell you the scope of my disguise. I am everywhere and may appear at any time. Yian smiled and blinked, so, be careful. Everyone got goosebumps after hearing Yian's words. Everyone trembled inexplicably at the thought that he might appear in any unexpected place. It's so scary, even scarier than watching a horror movie. Okay. Yian clapped his hands. 3 punches each. You 3 more. Who goes first? Ali and the other two looked aggrieved. No, Captain, we've all fallen into the cesspool, can't we be exempted? The dawn sunlight slowly spreads across the earth. A smoking grenade rolled among the crowd didn't even open their eyes, and rolled around reflexively. They have long been accustomed to this way of waking up. The only difference from the past was that Yian was not seen this morning, but no one dared to be careless and formed a circle cautiously while getting dressed. He looked around vigilantly. Yesterday, they were really scared by Yi and they didn't know how many times Yian suddenly appeared from places they least expected, and then launched a barrage of force against them. Even at night he did not stop, and suddenly emerged from the ground, scaring Huang Yukai so much that he almost sought his grandmother. In just half a day, everyone was beaten more than in the previous day, and now, their faces and noses are bruised and their bodies are covered with bruises. Looking at any object around, it seems that Yian is disguising it. After everyone got dressed, they waited for half an hour, but Yian didn't show up. After discussing it, we decided to go eat first. However, they did not march in formation as usual. Instead, they formed a battle formation and headed towards the cafeteria with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Does this look like the captain in disguise? Huang Yukai suddenly pointed at a tree stump. Everyone looked at each other, then rushed forward without hesitation, punching and kicking the tree stump. I don't think I've seen that wall before. Zhang Luan suddenly shouted. Fight! Zhang Lin waved his hand and everyone rushed forward again. The grass is too tall there. Someone might be hiding there. Fight! Everyone rushed towards the pile of grass again in tacit understanding and immediately started fighting with fists and feet. What are you doing? A voice suddenly came. Let go of that pile of grass. Everyone turned their heads warily, only to see Luo Xing approaching with a suspicious look on his face. Are you crazy? Luo Xing looked at them angrily. A bunch of people, picking a bunch of grass? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Everyone looked embarrassed, and their behavior did seem to be abnormal. Team leader Luo, you don't know how hard we've been working. Huang Yukai recounted the story aggrievedly. Luo Xing's eyes widened in shock. Captain, is this so powerful? He is too great. Great as hell. Zhao Shang's face was filled with anger. We were almost killed by him. Sun Daji looked around in fear. Now, everything I see looks like him. I feel like I'm going crazy. The captain is such a jerk. Huang Yukai said with a bitter face, what's the point of him doing this? It would be better to resume the previous training. Who said it's meaningless? Luo Xing glared at him. The captain is doing this so that you can learn more and faster through vigilance. Only in adversity can people realize their potential. The greater the adversity, the greater the potential, and the faster you will progress. Everyone's eyes widened, and Huang Yukai nodded silently. Captain Luo, what you said makes some sense. I didn't realize you knew so much. Luo Xing chuckled, of course. If I don't know much, can I be your captain? What? Huang Yukai asked with a smile, but the next second, his pupils suddenly dilated. Luo Xing actually torn off his face, revealing Yian's face that deserved a beating. Ah! Huang Yukai was so scared that his eyes rolled back and he fell backwards. The others were also frightened and retreated as if they had seen a ghost. Captain! Zhang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. You, what are you doing? Yian smiled proudly and said, disguise reconnaissance is not only about disguising yourself as an object, but you can also use makeup to disguise yourself. Don't you know this? Everyone swallowed hard. They knew about makeup, but this was the first time they had seen makeup like this. All right. Yian waved at them, 3 punches, who's going first? Him. Everyone pointed at the unconscious Huang Yukai in unison. Captain, he's unconscious now anyway, so why don't you just use all your strength to hit him? Bullshit. Huang Yukai suddenly jumped up. You have no sense of loyalty. 3 punches, no one can miss. In the afternoon, everyone lay on the grass with their teeth bared. Just now, Yian actually disguised himself as Chen Hai. Everyone was a little skeptical at first, but when Chen Hai glared at them with that old face, they were so scared that they stood still immediately. Immediately afterwards, Yian showed his true colors and beat them until they cried for their parents. I can't live like this anymore. Huang Yukai said with despair, I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. He's too good at pretending. I've never seen anyone so good at pretending. Jiang Lin gasped. From trees to grass, from walls to rocks, from people to dogs. He can pretend to be anything dead or alive. He can even pretend to be an animal. We'll never find him. Xia Fei's tears fell uncontrollably. It's too hard to find him. Ali clutched his chest and said, it's not until tomorrow that it's over, but I feel like I can't make it to tomorrow. I'm almost beaten to death. Everyone sighed together. They originally thought that finding Yian would be much easier and they would be less beaten, but now they found that the beatings they received had increased exponentially. Don't stay here, go back to camp. Jiang Lin struggled to stand up. The camp is open. Let's gather together and be alert. I don't believe he will have another chance to take advantage of us. Everyone immediately helped each other to get up. This is the wilderness, and there are places to hide. It's really too dangerous. Yian has installed everything he can in the camp, so it is definitely much safer than here. The group limped towards the camp. Just as I reached the door, a cold voice suddenly came, stop. Everyone turned their heads suspiciously, but their eyes immediately lit up. Gu Yaozu walked over with his hands behind his back, a serious expression on his face. What are you doing? You don't even have a formation. Do you have any discipline at all? Everyone looked at each other, and a smirk immediately appeared on their faces. Chapter 27 Catch them all. Gu Yaozu had just been to the armory, and there was really no bullet left. If he reports this to the military district, he will definitely be scolded. He was now filled with rage, but the Lone Eagle soldiers in front of him not only did not immediately line up in front of him, and he was actually looking himself up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. Gu Yaozu's anger was ignited in an instant. All of you, stand in line. Gu Yaozu roared. When you meet your superiors, you don't even know how to stand in line, and you don't even know how to salute? What did your captain teach you? You are so careless, and you still want Lone Eagle to. Before he could finish his words, Gu Yaozu's eyes suddenly widened. A figure suddenly jumped towards him. At the same time, the fists continued to grow larger in his eyes. Bang bang bang. Gu Yaozu was hit by several punches in the face and chest, and he fell back uncontrollably. Gu Yaozu was stunned and felt his head buzzing. He raised his head, his face full of disbelief. You hit me? Bang! At this moment, 2 feet appeared below, one on the left and one on the right, and swept across Gu Yaozu's calves accurately. Gu Yaozu lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. The next second, everyone rushed forward and attacked Gu Yaozu with fists and kicks. I'm going to hit you. Huang Yukai excitedly stepped on Gu Yaozu. Do you think you can still fool us? We won't be fooled. I'm the chief of staff. Stop fighting, you guys are going to rebel, stop pretending. Zhang Luan kicked Gu Yaozu fiercely. Captain, we won't fall for your tricks. What captain? I'm the chief of staff. Are you blind? Gu Yaozu covered his head and screamed, I'm the chief of staff. Ouch, who kicked me in the ass? Captain, stop pretending. Jiang Lin shouted excitedly, if you don't admit it, we won't stop. He winked at everyone, and everyone's punches and kicks suddenly became faster. They were beaten so badly by Yian these days. Now I have finally found an opportunity to beat Yian legally and reasonably, and I must not waste it. Everyone was waving their fists and feet desperately, cursing in their hearts, you deserve it, you bastard, I'll beat you to death. Help, help, someone's been beaten to death. Gu Yaozu curled up into a ball and yelled desperately. Captain, stop pretending. Huang Yukai said with a smile, if you don't admit it, we won't believe you even if you scream your throat out today. Just then, an officer rushed over. Following the sound, I saw a man being beaten. He subconsciously shouted, Chief of Staff, is it you? Hearing the voices of his men, Gu Yaozu was like a drowning man who saw a life-saving straw. He screamed and stretched out his hand from the crowd, Xiao Qin, help me. Qin Fang was so frightened that he was dumbfounded. Stop hitting him, stop it. Qin Fang rushed over and grabbed the man, this is the Chief of Staff, why are you hitting the Chief of Staff? Oh. Huang Yukai looked Qin Fang up and down, then looked at Gu Yaozu with a smile, Captain, it's all right. Have you asked the extras to help? Gu Yaozu really spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell is this extra? This is his staff officer. Chief of Staff, how are you? Are you okay? Qin Fang looked at Gu Yaozu's miserable state and pointed at everyone angrily, you Lone Eagles, are too presumptuous. You are finished. You even hit the chief of staff. You are completely finished. Hey, hey, hey. Ali waved his hand with a smile. My friend, how many cigarettes did our captain put in your trouser pocket? How did you act so convincingly? We're not acting. Gu Yaozu yelled as he lay on the ground. I'm Gu Yaozu, the chief of staff of the Falcon Squadron. Ali pointed at him and said, you said you are Gu Yaozu, so how do you prove that you are Gu Yaozu? Gu Yaozu's eyes almost popped out. This was the first time in his life that he had heard someone ask him to prove that he belonged to him. Can't prove it? Huang Yukai squatted down with a smile. Captain, you can't fool us. We won't be beaten again. Come on, tear off his face. Ali immediately squatted down. Huang Yukai and Gu Yaozu grabbed Gu Yaozu's face from the left and right and started to fight with him. What are you going to do? Gu Yaozu was so angry that tears burst out. Qin Fang, who was standing by, jumped up angrily and roared, let go of the chief of staff, let go. But before he could get close, Xiafei pushed him to the ground. Don't move, the show is over. Oh, this makeup is really good. Huang Yukai pulled Gu Yaozu's mouth. Why can't you tear it off? Just try it. Ali started to tear it off seriously. Gu Yaozu's face was torn into pieces, and 2 lines of tears flowed down his face like crazy. Help! Someone help me, stop! A voice suddenly came, and everyone turned to look. Chief of Staff. Huang Yukai said with a cheerful smile, there's a guy pretending to be you. Please wait a moment while we tear off his disguise, huh? Huang Yukai suddenly reacted and, like everyone else, stared blankly at the other Gu Yaozu in front of him. Huh? Gu Yaozu sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at his other self in shock, instantly forgetting the pain. You bunch of idiots. Yian roared angrily, what are you doing? Let go of the chief of staff, Captain, something big has happened. At the shooting range, Lu Tong ran towards Li Gang with a gossipy look on his face. Li Gang turned his head in surprise. What's going on? Are we going to fight? No. Lu Tong laughed cheerfully. It's more exciting than fighting a war. Li Gang was stunned. Stop talking nonsense. If you have something to fart, fart quickly. Lu Tong said with a smile. Those troublemakers from Lone Eagle beat up the chief of staff. What? Li Gang almost jumped up in shock. Who hit who? Lone Eagle, those troublemakers. Lu Tong laughed so hard he couldn't stop. The chief of staff went to their camp, but before he even entered the door, he was pinned to the ground and beaten up. I heard the chief of staff was beaten like a pig's head. Ha ha ha, Li Gang swallowed hard. Oh, damn, how could they be so brave? The commissioner and the captain have been notified, and they're on their way. Lu Tong laughed, the Lone Eagles are definitely finished this time. They brought this upon themselves. If we're not careful, we'll be left without a match. Li Gang glared at him and said, don't gloat over your misfortune. We Fire Eagles have no rivals to begin with. Right. Lu Tong nodded repeatedly. Among the current Falcons, our Fire Eagle is the boss. Watch everyone's training. Li Gang turned and left. I'm going to the bathroom. Okay. Lu Tong laughed and said in a low voice, you're even more gossipy than I am. At the entrance of Lone Eagle Camp, 2 cars stopped at the same time. Su Hongxing and Chen Hai jumped out of the car respectively. Both of them looked extremely grim. In the army, it is considered a very bad thing for a new recruit to beat an old soldier. Beating the chief of staff, even they had never heard of it. The nature of this incident is extremely bad, and it is only right that all the members of Lone Eagle be arrested. But the 2 of them signed a military order to rebuild Lone Eagle. If something happens at this time, you're the one. Chen Hai walked up to Su Hongxing with an embarrassed look on his face. Su Hongxing glared at him angrily. Didn't you tell me that the new captain, Yian, is really good? Now his soldiers have beaten up the chief of staff. Is this what you call really good? He can't even control his own soldiers. Chen Hai said with a bitter face, I heard before that he was in control of those soldiers, but I didn't expect, you. Su Hongxing pointed at him angrily. The captain wasn't chosen well, and neither were the soldiers. Even if Luo Tian was still here, if you picked 15 troublemakers for him, they would still be the most troublesome group in the entire brigade, and Luo Tian wouldn't be able to control them. It's my fault. Chen Hai nodded humbly. Then what's next? Su Hongxing sighed. Let's first clarify the situation. Whoever is responsible must be held accountable. We can't condone them violating military discipline just because of our feelings for Lone Eagle. Discipline is our foundation, and no one is allowed to violate it. Yes. Chen Hai nodded helplessly. Old Captain, Chen Hai. Just then, 2 more cars drove over. Chen Jin and Kong Lei jumped out of the car with smiles on their faces and jogged over. Su Hongxing and Chen Hai frowned at the same time. Why are you here? Xian Jin laughed and said, I heard that something bad happened here, so we came to take a look. Yes, we're not far away. Kong Lei said with a smile, what kind of malicious incident is it? Let's learn how you handle it and gain some experience. Su Hongxing glared at them angrily. This is our Falcon's internal affairs, so don't come in. After saying that, he turned and walked inside. Old Captain. Chen Jin and Con Lei wanted to follow, but were stopped by Chen Hai. Old Chen, let us take a look. The two of them smiled. Chen Hai snorted coldly. No one is allowed to come in, keep an eye on them. Yes. Several soldiers rushed up immediately and separated Chen Jin and Con Lei. Old Chen, don't be like this, the two shouted, we are just studying. Bah, don't think I don't know your bad intentions. Chen Hai glared at them and turned to walk inside. No hope. Chen Jin shrugged helplessly, it's a wasted trip. Con Lei sighed and was about to speak when a voice suddenly came. Old Captain. Con Lei turned his head in surprise and was completely stunned. Yes, it's Gonzi. Li Gang looked at Con Lei deeply, and after being stunned for a long time, he suddenly remembered to salute. Con Lei chuckled and waved his hand. Go in, don't waste your time here with me, go. Old Captain, go. Con Lei waved his hand. Li Gang's eyes twitched, and he swallowed all the words he wanted to say. He turned around and strode towards the camp. I clearly wanted to talk to him, why are you chasing him away? Xian Jin said with a smile, this is the soldier you brought into Falcon. Con Lei sighed, forget it, that's all in the past. Soon, we will be opponents. Xian Jin smiled and said, you are afraid that Chen Hai will make things difficult for him. You, others get angry for their beloved, but you get angry for your brother. You too. Con Lei looked at him, the two looked at each other and smiled at each other. At the same time, Su Hongxing strode into the Lone Eagle's command center. As soon as I entered the door, a figure suddenly rushed over. Zhang Wei, you are here, Su Hongxing was startled by the pig head in front of him. You, who are you? I'm Gu Yaozu. Gu Yaozu's face was full of grievance, look at what I've been beaten into. You don't even recognize me. Su Hongxing looked at Gu Yaozu's face, which was swollen like a pig's head, and nodded awkwardly. Yes, it was quite cruel. Zhang Wei, you have to make the decision for me. Gu Yaozu pointed at the Lone Eagle people who lowered their heads and said, they are the ones who beat me. We have to arrest them all. Su Hongxing nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely make the decision for you. He slapped him, and Gu Yaozu fell to his knees with a thud. What are you doing? Su Hongxing was startled. No need to kneel. Gu Yaozu said with a sad face, it's not that I want to kneel, it's that I really can't stand steadily. Chapter 28, Changing the Captain? When I came over, I saw them beating the chief of staff. Qin Feng pointed at Zhang Lin and the others indignantly. They pinned the chief of staff to the ground and beat him violently. They were so inhumane. The chief of staff had clearly begged for mercy and shouted for help. Hey, hey, hey. Gu Yaozu shouted awkwardly, no need to say the rest. Yes. Qin Feng quickly stepped aside. Gu Yaozu said angrily, Commissioner, Captain, the matter is very clear. I think that not only should they be punished, but Yi Yan's responsibility should also be investigated. Su Hongxing and Chen Hai looked at each other. They no longer had the anger they had when they first arrived. Instead, their expressions were a little subtle. Chen Hai coughed and asked, is what the chief of staff said true? Report, it's true. Yi Yan shouted, during the training period, I did not strengthen the camp management, which is why this mistake happened. I am willing to take full responsibility. Captain. Zhang Lin said excitedly, this is not your fault. We were blind and mistook the chief of staff for you. Yes, we were the ones who beat them up. You are not responsible. Xia Fugui shouted, Captain, Commissioner, if you want to punish us, punish us. It has nothing to do with our captain. Captain, I'm the official. Luo Xing suddenly stood up and said excitedly, managing the camp is my responsibility. This is the task assigned to me by the captain. It's my fault that I failed to manage it well and let some strangers in. It's all my fault. Please punish me. No, it's our responsibility. The others shouted, if you want to punish us, punish all of us, just not our captain. That's enough. Gu Yaozu jumped up in anger. What's going on? Oh, am I an outsider? Oh, I accidentally entered your camp, so I deserve to be beaten, right? Gu Yaozu roared angrily, you don't have to argue anymore, no one can escape. Captain, the commissioner, they are shirking responsibility, they want to, alright. Su Hongxing smiled and waved his hands. Xiao Gu, you've been beaten pretty hard. Go to the side and rest for a while. The captain and I are here with you. Gu Yaozu nodded, glared at Yi Yan and the others, and then sat aside. Su Hongxing coughed, Yi Yan, come here. Yes. Yi Yan strode up to Su Hongxing and said, Commissioner. Su Hongxing stared at him, put your makeup back on. Yes. Yi Yan immediately took off the disguise and put it back on his face. 2 minutes later, Gu Yaozu stood in front of everyone. Oh my god. Su Hongxing's eyes widened, it really looks like it. Chen Hai walked around Yi Yan and said in admiration, it really looks like him. Although many details show that he is just pretending. But at first glance, it's really Lao Gu. Outside the gate, Li Gang was also extremely shocked. This makeup ability was beyond his understanding. He stared at Yan closely and became wary of Yan for the first time. Su Hongxing was also looking Yan up and down at this moment. He was neither humble nor arrogant, his expression was calm, and there was a murderous look in his eyes. The situation was clearly not favorable for him, but he didn't seem to be panicking at all. It seemed that no matter what happened, even if there were rows of bullets coming at him, he would deal with it calmly. Su Hongxing nodded appreciatively, then looked at Chen Hai. We already understand most of the situation. You are the captain, what do you say we should do? Chen Hai touched his chin and said, you are the official, so you should handle this matter. Su Hongxing shook his head, I've been away for more than half a year. You're more familiar with the brigade's affairs than I am. You can take charge. Su Hongxing said seriously, whatever decision you make, I support you. Chen Hai understood what he meant and stopped refusing. Yi Yun. Here. Yi Yun puffed out his chest. Chen Hai pointed at him angrily and said, how could you, a bunch of soldiers, hit so hard? Look at what you did to the chief of staff. Even if it was you, I shouldn't have hit you so hard. You have no sense at all. I told you to train to fight the enemy, not to kill your own people first. Chen Hai said angrily, later, you will take them to apologize to the chief of staff. Your apology must be sincere and from the bottom of your heart. Then, you will be punished with a 40-kilometer armed cross-country race. Yi Yun was stunned and stared at Chen Hai blankly. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Is it that simple? Gu Yaozu's jaw was about to hit the ground. Seeing Yi Yun didn't reply, Chen Hai glared at him angrily. Don't you understand my order? Yes. Yi Yun suddenly realized that it was Chen Hai who was supporting him. The captain was really nice. He said he would support him, and he never backed down, standing by him from beginning to end. If they really get to the bottom of it, the entire Lone Eagle will be doomed. Come here. Yi Yun immediately waved to his soldiers, apologized to the chief of staff. Yes. Everyone ran over quickly and stood in a row behind Yi, and everyone looked at the stunned Gu Yaozu with a guilty look on their faces. Follow me. Yi Yun waved his hands vigorously, and everyone bowed with him. We're sorry, Chief of Staff. We're wrong. We sincerely apologize and hope you recover quickly. We sincerely ask for your forgiveness. Gu Yaozu watched them bow to him 3 times, then he looked at Chen Hai in disbelief. Captain, is this the end? No. Chen Hai shook his hand, they still have to run 40 kilometers, we must make them tired. Chief of Staff. Yi Yun said seriously, while we're running, we will definitely reflect deeply on this and prevent this kind of thing from happening again. I'm sorry. Chief of Staff. Huang Yukai said with a bitter face, I pulled your face too hard just now. If you feel uncomfortable, Ali and I can rub your face for you. I accidentally kicked your butt. Ali then said, let me rub your butt, get out. Gu Yaozu spit out saliva. He stood up and looked at Chen Hai with grievance. Captain, you shouldn't be so protective of your child. I've been beaten into a state of disarray. Jianwei, you have to make the decision for me. Su Hongxing coughed and said, I've said it before, I support Chen Hai. Gu Yaozu. Su Hongxing pointed at Yi Yun and said, can't we blame them for this? Look at them, their disguises are so real. But you had to come here at this time. Is this all a misunderstanding? If we punish them, won't that dampen their enthusiasm for training? Zhang Wei is absolutely right, that's exactly what I think. Chen Hai looked at Gu Yaozu, old Gu, it's not easy for Lone Eagle to grow up. Seeing them getting better and better, we have to support them. Is this all a misunderstanding? You are a magnanimous person and will definitely not take it to heart. I understand you. Xiao Gu, you're the chief of staff, be more generous. Su Hongxing said with a smile, who told you to come here when they were training? You're also responsible. Anyway, the bruises on your face will disappear in a few days, so let it be. Gu Yaozu almost vomited blood. He was inexplicably beaten into a pig's head and 2 of his teeth were knocked out. In the end, it was still his fault. Is there still law and justice? That. Yi Yun saw Chen Hai winking at him frantically and said quickly, Chief of Staff, I'm sorry. I'll take them to an armed cross-country race right away. When I come back, I'll give them some physical training and train them to death. Right. Huang Yukai nodded. Train us to death and vent the Chief of Staff's anger. Yi Yun didn't dare to stay and waved his hand quickly. Everyone immediately followed him out. Wait. Gu Yaozu suddenly yelled. Yi Yun and others had no choice but to stop. Xiao Gu. Su Hongxing frowned, hasn't the matter been settled? Gu Yaozu said angrily, Commissioner, Captain, the reason I came to Lone Eagle today is because Lone Eagle has used up all the bullets in our brigade over the past period of time. What? Chen Hai and Su Hongxing were shocked, although they didn't know the exact number of bullets. It was definitely an astronomical number. After all, it was for a brigade, but all 15 of them used it up? Xiao Yi. Su Hongxing's eyes widened. Are you guys bullet eating? Yian said calmly, Commissioner, I use so many bullets because I have a unique training method. Jiang Lin and others rolled their eyes. Your training is indeed unique. Others would never imagine that you would train like this. Yian said seriously, I am a sharpshooter myself. Most people certainly don't understand my training methods. Besides, the captain also approved me in advance to use any resources. Chen Hai's eyes twitched violently. You didn't tell me in person when you took the ammunition. Only now did he realize that Jian had already set a trap for him before he officially became the captain. Seeing Su Hongxing's gaze, Chen Hai could only nod helplessly. I did approve it, that's what happened. With so much ammunition available, have you made any progress? Gu Yaozu asked coldly. He then looked at Su Hongxing and said, Zhang Wei, I'm not trying to find fault. But which team can use so much ammunition in such a short time? They only have 15 people. I went to the military district to reapply for ammunition. How can I explain this? No one will believe me no matter how hard I try. Su Hongxing nodded silently. It's really hard to explain. In addition, they also consumed a large number of grenades. Gu Yaozu added, and light machine gun ammunition. Su Hongxing took a deep breath. Although he had a good first impression of Yian, but in that era, the country was not rich, and many places still had problems with food shortages, and military supplies were also very tight. For the Lone Eagle to consume so much ammunition at once is definitely a big deal. How do you want to deal with this? Su Hongxing raised his head. Jiu Yaozu looked at Yian coldly. I originally wanted to ask Yian about the whereabouts of his ammunition, but now I have found out. So I plan to test the level of Lone Eagle. Su Hongxing's eyes lit up. Do you want to see if Lone Eagle has improved? Yes. Gu Yaozu nodded. Yian promised to make the Lone Eagle fly again. He has been with it for quite some time and has consumed so many supplies. It's time to see what the Lone Eagle is capable of. At least, let me see if this beating I received was worth it. If that doesn't work. Gu Yaozu looked at Chen Hai and said, we'll have to change the captain. Chen Hai's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to see the level of the Lone Eagle, but he was not sure. Yian. Su Hongxing turned around and asked, the chief of staff wants to test your abilities. Do you dare? Chapter 29 My life is in your hands. As Su Hongxing finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Yian. Jiu Yaozu said coldly, Xiaoyi, I'm not targeting you. But for Lone Eagle to be able to rebuild, not only you are making sacrifices, the captain and the committee have also made a lot. He said coldly, you've been captain for so long, you should at least show some results. It doesn't have to be much, as long as your soldiers show significant improvement in 2 subjects, then I'll have no problem. Gu Yaozu looked at Chen Hai again. They consumed so much, they should at least prove it was worth it. Chen Hai nodded. Yian, what do you say? Yian saluted Chen Hai and Su Hongxing and said, thank you for the chief of staff's approval. I will take them to run for 40 kilometers. Ha! Chen Hai and Su Hongxing were both stunned. Seeing them about to leave, Gu Yaozu shouted anxiously, wait a minute. Who asked you to leave? Who recognized you? Did I say anything that you misunderstood? Su Hongxing smiled and said, Xiaoyi, let me ask you to show off your training results. What are you running for? Chen Hai's heart was pounding, and he stared at Yian. Are you afraid and want to run away? Scared? Yian shrugged. That's nothing. Didn't the chief of staff say it was okay? That's why I left. Su Hongxing and Chen Hai lost their confidence and looked at Gu Yaozu. You just said this? My sister said that. Gu Yaozu was so anxious that he almost jumped up. Where did I say that? Yian, you are practicing Tai Chi with me, right? Yian stared at him seriously. Chief of staff, didn't you say that as long as my soldiers have 2 better performances than before, then you will have no problem? Yes. Gu Yaozu nodded blankly. I said so, but, Yian smiled slightly, that's alright, you just saw that we are good at 2 subjects. Su Hongxing and Chen Hai stared at Gu Yaozu suspiciously. Jiu Yaozu's face was full of grievance. What did I see? I didn't see anything. Yian said seriously, how could you not see it? First of all, my disguise was so real that even you were scared by me. My soldiers are a little worse than me, but they are definitely better than before. Secondly, my soldiers subdued you in an instant. Even the staff officer you brought with you was subdued in one move. You didn't even have a chance to escape, and you can only scream for help. This shows that their fighting skills are better than before. Yian spread his hands. Aren't these 2 items? That seems to be the case. Su Hongxing and Chen Hai nodded together. Jiu Yaozu was so angry that he almost exploded. Captain, the real commissioner, he's talking nonsense. His disguise is impressive, but that's just him. We didn't see if his soldiers were any good. Also, they ganged up on me. Can that be considered fighting? Su Hongxing and Chen Hai nodded again. It seems that this is also the case. We have others. Yian said immediately. At the shooting range, Captain Li and his men saw with their own eyes how powerful my soldiers are, and they scared them away. Captain Li and his men can prove. Yian immediately looked at Li Gang. Isn't that right, Captain Li? Li Gang's eyes were blazing with anger. Captain Yi, please understand. We left because we didn't want you to get killed. Yian smiled and said, then tell me, were we very powerful back then? Li Gang was speechless. Even if it's 150 meters away, he can quickly shoot his teammates in the head and hit them accurately with every shot. You say he is great, but it seems that he is not that great. You say he is not powerful, but at least no one can do what the Fire Eagle can do. That counts as one. Chen Hai nodded. I've heard about that, too. It's really impressive. After using so much ammunition, it's only natural that you're powerful. Gu Yaozu said coldly, but there's still one thing missing. Yian pointed outside, aren't I going to take them to run for 40 kilometers? To prove that their physical fitness is much stronger than before. Gu Yaozu, let's go. Yian waved his hand, show the team leader how strong your physique is now. Good. Zhang Lin and others shouted excitedly. You're not allowed to run. Gu Yaozu jumped up in anger. 40 kilometers of armed cross-country race, how long will it take for you to come back? Are we just waiting here? Then let's do 3,000 push-ups? Yian said, waving his hands, come on, everyone, get out and start shaking up and down. Okay. Everyone was excited and wanted to take off their clothes immediately. Stop it. Gu Yaozu roared, no one is allowed to move, no one is allowed to take off their clothes, and no one is allowed to run. Yian smiled and said, you won't let us move. Does that mean you finally recognize us, Chief of Staff? Thank you, Chief of Staff. Then we will go run 40 kilometers. Gu Yaozu felt like he was going crazy, his head was about to explode from Yian's torture. I don't fucking approve of you. Gu Yaozu rushed to Yian, pointed at him and said, don't move, and you are not allowed to speak, old Gu. Chen Hai said coldly, what do you mean by this? You asked someone to prove it, and then they tried to prove it, but you stopped them. I don't understand. Yeah. Su Hongxing frowned, what do you mean? Gu Yaozu looked at them and said, Commissioner, Captain. I didn't stop them. I was just testing their physical fitness, which was too time-consuming. Then tell me what you want to test. Chen Hai said. Gu Yaozu turned his head and looked at Yian, you just said that your soldiers are very good at fighting and have made great progress compared to before? Yian opened his mouth wide, Chief of Staff, no. Gu Yaozu frowned, what's wrong? Yian pointed at him with a worried look on his face, you've been beaten like this, don't test my soldiers. They will beat you to a pulp later. Yes, Chief of Staff, let's forget about this. Huang Yukai said with a bitter face, how about testing our disguise? We go to the wild and you bring people to find us. Forget about the combat. I'm really afraid of injuring you. Chief of Staff, I really don't dare to hit you again. Ali shook his head, your voice is hoarse from shouting. If you can't hold it anymore, you won't be able to shout. Gu Yaozu was so angry that his liver hurt. His face flushed red as he shouted, who told you to hit me? Who said I wanted to fight you? I just wanted to test your fighting skills. Oh, so it wasn't you who hit me. Yian laughed, why didn't you tell me earlier? You scared me. Then we're relieved. As long as it's not you, Huang Yukai said with a cheerful smile, then we won't show any mercy. Gu Yaozu covered his heart with his hands, and he suddenly felt that he should not have come to Gaing today. This group of people are indeed well known as traitors in the entire brigade. He feels that if he stays here for one more second, he will lose 2 years of his life. Testing combat is a good idea. Su Hongxing nodded in agreement. We'll see the results soon, Xiao Gu. That's a good idea. Chen Hai asked, then, how do we compare? Gu Yaozu said coldly, I will pick one person, Lone Eagle will send one. And the winner will be decided in one round. I'll do it. Huang Yukai raised his hand excitedly. He once vowed to be invincible in the entire Falcon. He couldn't do it before, but after being beaten so many times by Yian recently, he felt like he had gained a lot of insights. Now he feels that he is terrifyingly strong. Get lost. Gu Yaozu waved his hand, his eyes fixed on the silly and almost silent Ma Dali. That's it? Him? Everyone looked at Ma Dali. Me? Ma Dali pointed at himself in horror. Yes. Gu Yaozu laughed evilly, come out. Captain. Zhang Lin and others looked at Yian together. Everyone knows that although Ma Dali was also a troublemaker in the old army, he is different from others. His problem is that he is stubborn. He is a complete stubborn donkey. Once he makes up his mind about something, 10 oxen can't pull him back. In addition, he is also talented, so in his old unit, as long as he did something right, he would not even listen to the captain's words, which made him a thorn in the side. But currently in Lone Eagle, his strength is the weakest, and he is almost always at the bottom. Gu Yaozu's choice of him can be said to be a sharp vision. Captain. Ma Dali also looked at Yian for help, his eyes full of insecurity. Yian smiled and patted him. It's okay, Dali, go ahead. You are a member of our Lone Eagle. I believe that you will definitely allow me to continue to be the captain. Ma Dali only saw deep trust in Yian's eyes. Without further hesitation, he nodded vigorously and walked straight to Gu Yaozu. Not only did he press his body against hers, but he also pressed his face against hers. Gu Yaozu was so scared that he quickly stepped back. Hey, hey, hey. You're not fighting me, don't you understand? Ma Dali said with embarrassment. Sorry, I forgot. Everyone was speechless almost at the same time. At the same time, even if you don't know my Dolly, you can see it at this moment. The silly guy with an average build should be the worst one among the lone eagles. Jinhai really wanted to replace Guing with someone else, not someone as good as Huang Yukai, but at least someone of average ability. But seeing Su Hongxing was very interested and had no intention of stopping him, he could only shut up and feel anxious. After all, the real father of the Falcon Brigade is Su Hongxing. Alright, Xiao Gu. Su Hongxing said with a smile. The lone eagle has chosen its players. Who will be the opponent? Gu Yaozu laughed and pointed at someone. It's him. Chapter 30. It seems like I won, but it also seems like I lost. Looking in the direction of Gu Yaozu's finger, everyone gasped. Him? Zhang Lin and the others all widened their eyes in shock, and Yan also frowned slightly. Me? Li Gang opened his mouth in surprise. Yes. Gu Yaozu smiled slightly. It's you. Chief of Staff. Huang Yukai shouted angrily. Aren't you bullying an honest man? That's right. Yang Wei said indignantly. You asked the Fire Eagle captain to hit us hard. We hit you too hard just now, so you're taking revenge on us, right? Shut up. Yan kicked Yang Wei and he flew out. Sorry, Chief of Staff. Yan laughed and said, my soldiers are just a bit chatty, but they don't mean any harm. Gu Yaozu was originally angry and wanted to lose his temper, but when he saw Yang Wei getting up from the ground with a groan, his anger immediately disappeared. Chief of Staff. Li Gang shouted, you should choose someone else. What? Are you scared? Gu Yaozu blared at him. Li Gang said angrily, what am I afraid of? I just don't want to bully the weak. I'm talking to Lao Gu. Shanhai couldn't help but say, what kind of fighting skills is Li Gang? He's one of the best in the whole brigade. Shanhai pointed at Ma Dali who was sniffling and said, you let this guy fight Li Gang? That's really bullying. Captain. Gu Yaozu said seriously, since we need to test it, we must find an expert to do it. Only then will it be convincing. Besides, I didn't ask Ma Dali to beat Li Gang. Gu Yaozu spread his hands. It's normal for him to lose, but with Li Gang's ability, he will definitely be able to see whether Ma Dali's strength has improved, and he will be able to make a correct judgment at that time. That makes sense. Su Hongxing nodded in agreement. Shanhai swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth, but after looking at the dumbfounded Ma Dali, Shanhai couldn't help but say, do we falconers need experts? There are many people who can do the test. That guy. Qi Di Gang, Huang Feiyang, they can do it too. There's no need to send Li Gang. Yes. Li Gang nodded quickly. Let Lao Qi or Lao Huang go. They are more suitable. I won't bully the weak. The expressions of Qi Di Gang and Huang Feiyang were instantly wonderful. What's going on? We are more suitable. Just say we are weaker than you. They never thought that they would be hurt just for watching the fun. That makes sense. Su Hongxing nodded. They're a little worse, but they're enough to test this kid. Li Gang will be in, and it will be over in a moment. If they go in, we can still make a judgment together. Puff, Qi Di Gang and Huang Feiyang felt a pain in their hearts. Official certification is the most deadly. Then let's go with Qi Di Gang. Shanhai immediately decided, this guy is the weakest, let him do it. Puff, Huang Feiyang almost couldn't help laughing, and Qi Di Gang wanted to die. Seeing Su Hongxing nod, Gu Yaozu immediately looked at Yan. Xiao Yi, is everything okay? No. Yan smiled, I trust my soldiers, it doesn't matter who they are. A cold light flashed in Li Gang's eyes. How fucking arrogant. Su Hongxing also had a smile on his face. He looked at Yan and then at Ma Dali with interest. Even if they all think that Qi Di Gang is weak, it depends on who he is compared with. Ordinary soldiers have no chance of winning against Qi Di Gang. Su Hongxing is now very curious about why Yan is so confident in this silly soldier. What kind of person has he taught him to be that even Qi Di Gang looks down on him? Both sides, get ready to begin. Gu Yaozu shouted, one round will determine the winner. Dali, come on. Dali, fuck him. Dali, even though we all dislike the captain, please don't let him go. Dali, it all depends on you. Everyone patted Ma Dali and cheered him on. Ma Dali looked at Yan blankly. Yan still had a smile on his face. Don't be afraid of him, just think about how I usually beat you and how you avoided it. Use all of these on him. You can do it. Yeah. Ma Dali nodded vigorously, then he strode forward. Li Gang stared blankly at Ma Dali as he walked up to him and started warming up next to him. Hey. Li Gang couldn't help but yell, it's not me, it's him, he's fighting you. Ma Dali turned his head to look at Qi Di Gang, who looked confused, and bowed awkwardly to Li Gang. Yes, I'm sorry. After saying that, he turned around and ran towards Qi Di Gang again. Li Gang rolled his eyes helplessly and was completely pessimistic about Ma Dali. Come to the middle. Gu Yaozu saw my dolly sticking to Chi Di Gang again and shouted helplessly, "It hasn't started yet, come to the middle." "Yes." Ma dolly staggered and ran to the middle again. "Ha ha ha ha." Su Hongxing couldn't stop laughing, "This kid is so cute." Shen Hai wanted to cover his face in embarrassment, cursing Gu Yaozu in his heart, "Good boy, you are good at selecting people, you deserve to be beaten like this, you deserve it." "Alright." Gu Yaozu waved to Chi Di Gang, "Come on, get ready." Huang Feiyang smiled and pushed Chi Di Gang, "Old Chi, come on, you are only a little weaker than me." "I'm not as weak as you." Chi Di Gang exhaled angrily and strode towards Ma Dolly. The two of them stared at each other intently, and Chi Di Gang felt a little scared. Ma Dolly's eyes couldn't be described as ruthless or murderous, they were even a little silly and cute, but he kept staring at me without blinking. It would make anyone who saw me feel uncomfortable. "Chi Di Gang," Gu Yaozu said seriously, "I want you to test him. You must not hurt anyone. Be careful when you attack. The most important thing is to see if his strength has improved. Understand?" "Yes." Chi Di Gang raised his head proudly, "I will show mercy." "Okay." Gu Yaozu waved his hand, everyone stepped back. Everyone retreated to the corner. "Kid." Chi Di Gang narrowed his eyes at Ma Dolly and said, "I won't bully you. I'll let you make the first move. Show off all your skills and don't hide them. This will determine the life or death of your captain." "Yes." Ma Dolly nodded vigorously. "Start." Gu Yaozu roared. Chi Di Gang smiled slightly and quickly assumed a fighting stance. He wanted to show everyone how he was weaker than Huang Feiyang. Bang! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, countless crystal fragments flew everywhere. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the half-glass bottle left in Ma Dolly's hand. Ah! Chi Di Gang also reacted at this moment. He covered his head and screamed as he stepped back, "You fucking hit me with a glass bottle. You're so vile and shameless. Damn, I'm bleeding, Ma Dolly." Gu Yaozu jumped up in anger. "This is a fight. How could you sneak attack with a weapon?" Ma Dolly said simply, "This is what our captain taught us. Everything should be based on actual combat. When we encounter the enemy, we should use weapons if we can. If we don't have any weapons, we can use fists and feet. Moreover, Captain Shi also encouraged me to do this just now. I thought it would be possible." Gu Yaozu, Su Hongxing and Shen Hai were also dumbfounded. After serving as a soldier for so many years, this is the first time I have heard such shameless yet seemingly reasonable words. Li Gang and Huang Feiyang shrank their heads at the same time. Fortunately, they didn't go up, otherwise they would be the ones being hit. "Yi Yun." Gu Yaozu turned around and yelled, "Did you teach this?" "Right." Yi Yun nodded vigorously. "Aren't we going to the battlefield soon? If we encounter the enemy, we must fight them to death. Captain, is there anything wrong with my teaching?" "No, no." Shen Hai shook his head awkwardly. "So did I win?" Ma Dolly asked naively. "Winning is a fart." Chi Di Gang roared, "Come again, but no weapons allowed." "Yes, you are not allowed to use it." Gu Yaozu said quickly, "This is a competition between comrades to test your true strength. Don't treat him as an enemy." "Yes." Ma Dolly nodded naively. "Start." Gu Yaozu waved his hand again. Chi Di Gang's eyes were blazing with fire, but before he could launch an attack, he suddenly saw Ma Dolly moving a chair. "Hey!" Chi Di Gang shouted anxiously. Ma Dolly stopped abruptly and said awkwardly, "Sorry, I forgot." Chi Di Gang roared, "Attack with your fists and feet, come on." "Yes." Ma Dolly rushed forward and yelled, "Blow your head off, blow your head off." Chi Di Gang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He is so arrogant that he wants to blow his own head off so blatantly. He took a step forward, dodged Ma Dolly's fist sideways, and then punched Ma Dolly in the stomach. Bang! Oh. Chi Di Gang's eyes suddenly widened. Before he could throw his fist, Ma Dolly's fist hit him in the stomach first. Moreover, he is extremely strong. Fuck. Chi Di Gang stepped back, drooling. You're not going to hit me on the head?" "Why?" Ma Dolly said honestly, "this is a diversion. They said they would hit you on the head, but I just won't. Our captain taught me." Puff, Chi Di Gang is about to collapse. "The guy in front of me seems honest and simple, but he is actually full of evil intentions. He had never seen such a despicable bastard. Old Chi, you've been beaten twice in a row." Huang Feiyang shouted, "Why are you so weak now? You weak uncle." Chi Di Gang roared and rushed towards Ma Dolly. He had completely forgotten what Gu Yaozu had told him. Now, he was determined to knock down the bastard in front of him, and his fists rained down like raindrops, but Ma Dolly suddenly became extremely agile and was able to dodge his fierce attack with ease. "Wow." Su Hongxing's eyes lit up, the dodging skill is pretty good. Shen Hai couldn't stop smiling, and the stone in his heart was finally half relieved. All the Lone Eagle people folded their hands with confidence, looking at the entire team. No one is better at dodging than them, although they were always beaten by Yian on weekdays. But Yian's attack was too fast and at a tricky angle. This is how they developed these skills. The Lone Eagles didn't dare to say how good they were at fighting, but their dodging abilities were definitely the best in the entire Falcon Brigade.at this time, GD Gang had already chased my dolly for a circle that he was sweating all over, but no matter how hard he punched or kicked, he couldn't hit the horse hard. GD Gang was furious. He was the captain and he came to test my dolly, but now it feels like my dolly is testing him. You kid, get down. GD Gang suddenly jumped up, took a step forward and punched my dolly hard. My dolly's body tilted and he passed by GD Gang. Just as GD Gang landed, my dolly arrived. Hit your head, hit your head, hit your head. GD Gang protected his head vigilantly and retreated, but my dolly punched him in the stomach. GD Gang yelled angrily, isn't your special code the first one? Bang, my dolly's fists hit GD Gang's ears hard. GD Gang's head buzzed and he stumbled backward. Okay. Ma dolly nodded honestly. Ha 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 ha. Su Hongxing pointed at Ma dolly, this kid is so cute. Li Gang and Huang Feiyan couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Fortunately I didn't go up. GD Gang watched Ma dolly rushing towards him again, and he was so angry that he was about to explode. You bastard, you have no martial ethics. We agreed to hit you in the head, fuck. GD Gang's eyes suddenly widened. Ma dolly had actually come close to him, and reached out to his lower body with his right hand. Steel peaches, steel peaches, steel peaches. Ma dolly used his left and right hands alternately to hit GD Gang's lower body. GD Gang didn't care about the buzzing in his head. This was no joke. He used his hands to try his best to block it. Dilly, fuck him. Jiang Lin and the others shouted excitedly, pinch his peach. What the hell is this trick? Gu Yaozu widened his eyes in shock. Li Gang and Huang Feiyan inexplicably clamped their legs together. Just by listening to the banging sounds on the field, they could imagine how strong Ma dolly was. If he was caught, he would be covered in bruises. Yan also had a wry smile on his face. He had not formally taught everyone fighting moves yet, but was only training their ability to withstand blows and dodge. When my dolly meets a master, he can only use his most powerful killing move. Fortunately, he is fast. The two sides advanced and retreated, and GD Gang was soon forced into a corner. Damn it, you're getting too greedy. GD Gang's eyes were full of anger. After blocking for a long time, he had already figured out Ma dolly's style. At the moment when Ma dolly changed hands, GD Gang threw a swing punch. Ma dolly was tired after fighting for a long time. He couldn't dodge in time and the fist hit him hard in the face. GD Gang's face was filled with joy. I'll make you crazy. He never expected that Ma dolly would be hit so hard that he would spin around on the spot, and then punch him on the head with his backhand. You're paralyzed. GD Gang saw stars in front of his eyes. He was completely enraged and unleashed a combination of punches without reservation. Ma dolly did not retreat anymore. He dodged while confronting GD Gang head-on. Everyone around was dumbfounded. GD Gang's fighting style was completely messed up, and Ma dolly was forced to use his turtle punch. The two sides fought with fists hitting each other, making loud noises. Suddenly, Ma dolly leaned back and sat down on the ground after being hit. GD Gang waved his fist in the air twice, then fell to his knees with a thud, gasping for breath. The room suddenly became quiet, with only the heavy breathing of Ma dolly and GD Gang remaining. Does this mean GD Gang won? Chen Hai looked at Su Hongxing. Su Hongxing nodded, but then shook his head. But it seems like I didn't win. Chapter 31. Young people are good, they fall asleep right away. Captain, this is the official. Yan asked, how do we calculate this? Who wins? Should. Su Hongxing looked at GD Gang who was half kneeling on the ground and Ma dolly who was lying on the ground. He laughed awkwardly and said, GD Gang should have won. Right. Gu Yaozu nodded. If Ma dolly falls first, GD Gang will definitely win. A smile suddenly appeared on GD Gang's blood-stained face, but the next second, his smile froze on his face. Ma dolly, who had been beaten into a pig's head by him, actually stood up shakily again and he clenched his fists in front of him and rushed towards him again without saying a word. Hey, hey, hey. GD Gang shouted anxiously, it's over, you, bang. Before he could finish, Ma dolly punched him in the face. GD Gang's face was deformed by the beating and he fell backwards with a thud. Holy crap, Gu Yaozu reacted suddenly and shouted hurriedly, stop him, stop him. Li Gang, Huang Feiyan, and others immediately rushed forward and forcibly stopped Ma dolly aside. You guys, you're taking sides. I didn't lose, I can still fight. Ma dolly struggled desperately like a bull, and 3 or 4 people couldn't stop him. Gu Yaozu rushed to his side and shouted, Ma dolly, he won, but you can fight him like this, you also passed. Ma dolly was stunned. Right, right. GD Gang covered his face and climbed up, shouting angrily, I am testing you. My victory does not mean that you have failed the test. You fucking punched me, my teeth, then, why didn't you say it just now? Ma dolly looked innocent. GD Gang was so angry that he almost jumped up. I wanted to ask, what's the point of you punching me? Ma dolly looked at Gu Yaozu again, chief of staff, then our captain, doesn't need to leave, right? Gu Yaozu glanced at Yan unhappily, then shook his head, I keep my word. You have passed the assessment, proving that your captain has no problem leading the troops. Of course, you don't have to leave. Oh, that's good. Ma dolly laughed, then fell straight back. Hey, what's wrong? This is... Everyone was shocked and hurried to support him. Jiang Lin and others then rushed over together and pushed Li Gang and others away. Old Ma, are you okay? Greatly. After everyone carefully checked him, CFA said with a smile, it's okay. I was too tired and fell asleep. All the onlookers were speechless. What a young man, he can fall asleep as soon as he lies down. Su Hongxing stood up at this time and said with a smile, this fight was very exciting, and the misunderstanding has been resolved. Xiao Gu, do you have any questions? Gu Yaozu's cheek twitched in pain, and he glared angrily at everyone in Lone Eagle. It's gone. Okay. Su Hongxing clapped his hands and smiled. Since there's no problem, let's go. Don't delay Captain Ye's training. Su Hongxing strode over to Yan and patted him with a smile. Boy, you're good. Work hard and keep working hard. Maybe you still have a chance to get a spot in the Special Forces. Yan said seriously, reporting to the commissioner, the number of Special Forces has never changed. It belonged to us Lone Eagle before, it still belongs to us now, and it will not change in the future. Su Hongxing laughed heartily. Don't talk big, show your strength when the time comes. Yes. Yan saluted vigorously. Su Hongxing nodded with interest and strode out. Chen Hai walked past Yan with a smile, punched him in the chest, and then strode away. Yan touched his chest with an unhappy look on his face, always hitting the same place. It's almost a draw. Just then, Gu Yaozu walked over with a gloomy face. Yan quickly forced a smile. Chief of Staff, I apologize to you again. I will take them to go cross-country running right away. Yan. Gu Yaozu glared at him coldly. Your disguise is indeed very impressive. I accept this beating. But you better not do anything weird again. You've passed this assessment, but the real one will begin soon. Don't let yourself down then. Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Is the war about to start? Gu Yaozu rolled his eyes. Did I say that? I didn't say anything, don't guess blindly. You just need to train well. Don't let me get beaten in vain. Gu Yaozu snorted coldly and turned away. Everyone left one after another, and Jiang Lin and others all surrounded Yan with smiles on their faces. Yan looked at them, then at Ma Dali lying on the ground, and a warm feeling flowed through his heart. No matter how strict the training between them was, but when they meet outsiders, they can unite as one. For his own sake, Ma Dali will fight to the end even if he is exhausted. Now they are really a very good team. Captain. Huang Yukai chuckled. We've managed to get through this difficult time today, and even impressed the entire team. Shall we have a celebration party? Yes, we have to drink some more. Zhang Luan rubbed his hands excitedly. After all, we are the only ones in the entire military region who can legally and legitimately beat up the Chief of Staff. We have to drink some more. The most important thing is that we kept the captain. Jiang Lin said seriously, it not only proves that the captain is capable, but also proves that we are capable. We can drink 2 of them. Captain. Everyone looked at Yan together. Yan smiled at them, suddenly walked up to Ma Dali and kicked him. Is it dawn? Ma Dali jumped up suddenly. Sleep. Do you have to sleep for so long after getting punched? Yan roared, get up and run. Ma Dali said with a bitter face, Captain, I was beaten like this for you, and I still want to run away? You don't look stupid, do you? Yan patted his face with a smile. Ma Dali quickly jumped up, run, I can run. Captain, aren't we going to celebrate? Huang Yukai said with a bitter face. Celebrate your uncle. Yan glared at them angrily. You can't even tell the difference between a real person and a fake one, and I should celebrate your success? You beat up the Chief of Staff and almost got me fired, and I should toast to you? Add 10 kilometers, 50 kilometers, let's go now. Yan pointed outside. Everyone was so scared that they ran outside without wasting a second. A smile appeared on Yan's face again. He brought out the team's cohesion. From today on, the Lone Eagle team is united. Such a team will be more combat effective on the battlefield. It's not that he doesn't want everyone to rest, but from what Gu Yaozu said just now, it can be seen that they don't have much time left. Perhaps a new round of fighting may begin soon. Yan must use this last bit of time to raise the overall strength of Lone Eagle to a higher level. Only in this way can they complete the mission more perfectly and save everyone's life. Yan rubbed his hands. It's time to go scout and find out the situation, and then make the next plan. Su Hongxing led his men out of the camp, and Chen Jin and Kong Lei immediately came to greet them with smiles. Captain, what's going on? Do you need our help? Su Hongxing rolled his eyes. You two haven't left yet? I'm not leaving. Kong Lei said with a smile, after all, we used to be Falcon's men. If anything happens to Falcon, we will definitely help you, old captain. Thank you, but you should take care of yourselves first. Su Hongxing glared at them. Don't get beaten to pieces on the battlefield. It would be fine if you lost your own men, but if the enemy mocked our entire army, you would be the sinners. That's impossible. Xian Jin said with a smile, after all, we are special forces. We can't be bad at fighting. Su Hongxing glared at them and turned away. Hey, old captain, what happened? Let's talk, the two shouted. Seeing Su Hongxing get in the car, the two turned to Chen Hai. Old Chen, don't go, let's talk, you big-headed bastard. Chen Hai made an international gesture to the two of them, then shouted to Kai Chong and Jiayu, the gatekeepers, if anyone tries to come in later, shoot. I'm responsible if they kill you. Yes. Kai Chong and Jiayu immediately straightened their chests. Chen Hai turned his head and strode into the car. Chen Jin and Kong Lei looked at each other helplessly. Hey, old Gu. Suddenly, Chen Jin saw Gu Yaozu, who had been beaten like a pig, coming out. He rushed over as if he had grabbed a lifeline. How did you become like this? Who beat you? Tell me, I will avenge you. Gu Yaozu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. You are really bringing up things that are not related to the topic. That he would never tell anyone else that he was beaten by a group of soldiers. Besides, I've become like this, and you still recognize me? It's none of your business. Gu Yaozu snorted coldly and turned around and ran away. Hey, Lao Gu, let's chat. The two shouted, but Gu Yaozu disappeared in the blink of an eye. What happened to this newly formed Lone Eagle? Chen Jin and Kong Lei looked at each other, with curiosity and fear in their eyes. Back then, they were defeated by Chen Hai because of the Lone Eagle, although they had heard long ago that the Lone Eagle was wiped out in the operation and was now being rebuilt with new personnel, but the name Lone Eagle has long left a psychological shadow on them. They don't care what happens to the rest of the Falcon Brigade. I'm only very interested in the Lone Eagle. Having stumbled once, they don't want to stumble a second time. There's no way to find out the situation? Chen Jin sighed and turned to look at the Lone Eagle's camp. At this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Hey! Chen Jin poked Kong Lei. Look, your soldiers are coming out. Kong Lei immediately turned his head and saw Li Gang and others walking out of the camp. Chen Jin and Kong Lei looked at each other, and a sly smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Chapter 32. I will never sell myself. Old chief, what are you doing? In the grove, Li Gang looked at Kong Lei, who was pressing him step by step, and swallowed hard. Kong Lei raised a wicked smile and suddenly stepped forward, pushing Li Gang against the tree with a wallbang. Their faces were almost touching, and Li Gang's throat rolled violently several times. Old leader, I will never betray myself. Li Gang quickly closed his eyes. I didn't ask you to betray yourself. Kong Lei glared at him. I just want to know what happened to the Lone Eagle Commando just now? Li Gang suddenly opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief, but he thought Chen Jin and Kong Lei had tied him up in the woods too. Well, Li Gang said with a simple smile, I went in late and didn't see anything wrong. It shouldn't be a big deal, Kong Lei sneered. You used to be quite honest, but now that you're the captain, you've learned to be cunning? Don't lie to me. If you have nothing to do, can your commissioner, captain, and chief of staff come together? Also, Chen Jin asked, why did your chief of staff turn into a pig's head? What happened? Yes. Kong Lei nodded. Why did Gu Yaozu turn into a pig's head? What happened to the Lone Eagle Commando? Li Gang had completely calmed down and stared at Kong Lei with a smile. Old chief, I heard that you are now the captain of the Mountain Wolf Task Force directly under the military region? It's the Mountain Wolf Special Commando Team. Kong Lei said proudly, it's different from your reconnaissance team. Li Gang nodded repeatedly. Okay. Then let me ask you, old leader, can anyone tell me about your mountain wolves? For example, I'd like to know what kind of training you've had recently, as well as your specific deployment and route for the upcoming battle. Li Gang smiled harmlessly. Your people, can you tell me if you ask them? Hey! Kong Lei's eyes widened. You kid, are you kidding me? How dare I? Li Gang stood at attention. You are my old commander, and you trained me. I am only asking you respectfully. If you say yes, I will immediately send someone to the wolf cave to capture two. Then you can ask me, and my people will ask them at the same time. Kong Lei's eyes widened with anger. The reason I ask you is because you are the soldier I brought out. Li Gang said righteously, the people I arrested must have been soldiers of our falcon. Kong Lei, Chen Jin chuckled and said, Shaoli, don't act so angry. We don't want to ask your secrets. We are just curious about what happened to Lone Eagle. Li Gang dodged past Kong Lei and took several steps back before saying, I'm sorry, old leaders. Although I'm honest, I know the confidentiality rules by heart. You two are no longer members of our Falcon Brigade. If you want to know anything about the Falcon Brigade, please speak to our commissioner or the brigade captain. I'm just a small squadron leader, I don't have any power. Li Gang smiled and said, please don't embarrass me, both of you. Goodbye. Li Gang saluted the two men and then turned and left, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and said, two old leaders, I advise you not to bother asking about the Lone Eagle. I know what you are planning. If you want to be wary of anyone, you should be wary of us, the Fire Eagle Commandos. Li Gang smiled faintly. As long as the Falcon Scouting Battalion has us, the Fire Eagle Commandos, you, whether you are a mountain cat or a local dog, don't dream of being a special forces unit. Because we, the Fire Eagles, will shatter your dreams. Fuck. Kong Lei and Chen Jin immediately chased after him angrily, but Li Gang was obviously prepared. After he finished speaking, he immediately accelerated and by the time Kong Lei and Chen Jin chased out of the woods, Li Gang had run so fast that even his shadow had almost disappeared. This bastard. Kong Lei's eyes were blazing with anger. Why didn't I see before that this kid was so arrogant? He even dared to provoke me. I taught him all his skills. I'm so angry. Chen Jin took a few breaths and burst into laughter. Kong Lei glared at him angrily. What are you laughing at? I am a mountain cat and you are a dog. He scolded you as well. Chen Jin smiled and waved his hands. I am laughing, but you have very poor judgment. Why didn't you take such a good seedling away? Now look, the soldiers you brought with you are here to blow your head off. Kong Lei clenched his fists in anger. I wanted to take him away, but this kid was very stubborn and just didn't want to leave. Alright. Chen Jin waved his hand. Although I didn't get anything out of you today, there are two things I can be sure of. What? Kong Lei stared at him. Chen Jin smiled and said, First, we are already like rats crossing the street in Falcon. Everyone is shouting and beating us. No one wants to see us anymore. Kong Lei rolled his eyes. Nonsense, you still need to tell me that? Even my most honest soldier is playing tricks on me. Second. Chen Jin laughed. Although Li Gang didn't say anything, it's certain that the Lone Eagle Commando is no longer a threat to us. The Fire Eagle Commando is what we need to focus on. Why do you say that? Kong Lei asked curiously. Chen Jin glared at him. Think about it. Li Gang used to be as afraid of the Lone Eagle as we are. But look at him just now. He was so confident that he didn't take the Lone Eagle seriously at all. In fact, in his eyes, the Lone Eagle was not as good as us. Kong Lei nodded, but immediately widened his eyes. What do you mean? It's as if we are so bad. Chen Jin waved his hand. It doesn't matter. Get the point. What I mean is, the Lone Eagle Commando may really be a thing of the past. They're destroyed, and even if they're rebuilt, they won't have the strength they once had. A light flashed in Kong Lei's eyes. So what you mean is, Chen Jin chuckled, for the next operation, we'll work together. Don't worry about the Lone Eagle, just keep an eye on the Fire Eagle. Keep an eye on them. After we drive them out, we'll compete for the position of the Military Region's Chief Special Forces Unit. Kong Lei chuckled and grabbed Chen Jin's hand. Okay, let's do it. Keep an eye on the Fire Eagle Commandos. Akio, Li Gang, who had already run far away, sneezed violently. He rubbed his nose, completely unaware his cool move just now inadvertently saved Jian from trouble, but it actually caused him a lot of trouble. As night fell, the camps quickly became dark with the melodious lights-out signal. The Falcon Squadron headquarters was brightly lit at this moment. Chen Hai laughed cheerfully and said, Zhengwei, what do you think? I didn't brag to you, did I? The person I chose must be good. Su Hongqing exhaled a puff of smoke, smiled and nodded. This Jian is not bad. His soldiers are all rebellious, but they are also obedient to him and are completely on the same page with him. Su Hongqing laughed and said, everyone should have seen at the time that Xiao Gu declared him the winner to save Captain Chi Gang's face. Lone Eagle must have passed the test. But that Ma Dali actually wanted to fight and insisted that Xiao Gu personally say that he passed the test before he would give any evidence. And those troublemakers, no one came out to stop them. They only came over after Xiao Gu announced that he had passed the test. Wasn't it just to protect Yian? Su Hongqing nodded. In such a short time, Yian was able to make his soldiers follow his will. Even if his training is not outstanding, he is still very qualified. This kid is really capable. Chen Hai smiled from ear to ear. He is really capable. Let's not talk about other things. Let's talk about today's fight. Although Ma Dali's fight was reckless and unorganized, like a turtle fist, he was swift and his moves hit the vital points, and his reactions were sharp. Even though he was often hit, he avoided the vital points most of the time. If it were in the past, Shi Gang would have subdued him within 10 moves. How could he be in such a mess? Su Hongqing nodded again. He and Chen Hai were both experts and could see the ins and outs of it. Xiao Gu. Su Hongqing pointed at Gu Yaozu, who was sulking at the side. Even though what happened today is over, you are not allowed to cause trouble for them again. Right. Chen Hai nodded. Old Gu, Xiao Yi is a rare talent. With him around, the Lone Eagle is likely to fly again. You must not disturb his training. Gu Yaozu's face was filled with grievance. 2 leaders, when did I interrupt his training? I went to ask him about the use of ammunition, and then I was beaten for no apparent reason. I feel so wronged. Why are you blaming me in the end? Anyway, Su Hongqing said coldly, just don't bother them anymore. The military district has already notified us, although no final order has been issued. Su Hongqing said coldly, but the second round of battle will begin in 7 days at most. I hope that by then, Yian can go to fight with the Lone Eagle in the best condition. He stared at Gu Yaozu coldly. The captain and I signed a military order for Lone Eagle in the military district. If they don't fight well, we will be punished, or even fired. Do you want to see us like this? Ha? Chen Hai immediately glared over. Gu Yaozu said with a bitter face, of course I don't want to. I will definitely not disturb them, that's right. Chen Hai and Su Hongqing looked at each other and laughed together. Gu Yaozu clenched his fists in frustration. He really didn't intend to do anything, so why did he have to swallow all the grievances alone in the end? So unfair. At the same time, outside the command center. A tree stump moved slowly and soon entered the forest. Ye and took off his disguise, his face showing surprise and emotion. I didn't expect that the captain and the commissioner would actually issue a military order for us in the military district. Ian clenched his fist silently. He knew what issuing a military order meant. This is like guaranteeing your own future to the Lone Eagle, the expectations of the veteran team members, the wishes of the sacrificed comrades, and the hearts of Chen Hai and Su Hongxing. Ian took a deep breath and said, Captain, Commissioner, thank you. I'm going to do something extraordinary now, and I'm sure you will cover for me. Chapter 33. Oh my god, where did you take us? The next morning, Falcon Command. Bang, Gu Yaozu kicked the chair over. He turned around, still not satisfied, and picked up the teapot to throw it. Chief of Staff, his subordinate Yang Sanjin shouted hurriedly, that's your prize from the military competition. Gu Yaozu stopped moving suddenly, looking at the big red words on the teapot. He put it back with gritted teeth, then picked up a pen and threw it to the ground. You bastard! Gu Yaozu was so angry that he wanted to sit down, but when she found that the chair had been kicked over by him, she could only pick it up again with even greater anger. Yang Sanjin asked curiously, Chief of Staff, why are you so angry? Didn't the military region equipment department agree to resupply us with ammunition? Gu Yaozu was furious. The ammunition was replenished, but do you know how I was scolded? Gu Yaozu's eyes were red with anger. First, the people from the equipment department gave me a hard time. What they said was really unpleasant. Then, Deputy Commander Ma of the military region called me personally to scold me. Can you imagine? For such a small matter, those bastards in the equipment department actually reported it to Deputy Commander Ma. They actually reported it. Yang Sanjin looked embarrassed, thinking that a battalion had run out of ammunition. This would not be a small matter when there was no fighting. After all, the army was not well off now. Gu Yaozu's face was filled with grievance. I was scolded like a dog. It felt like my head was hit dozens of times with a wooden stick. Even now I can still hear Deputy Commander Ma scolding me in my ear. Yang Sanjin quickly asked, then you didn't explain the situation to the commander? Can I say that? Gu Yaozu glared at him angrily. You said the captain gave special approval? You said the commissioner also acquiesced? Doesn't that sell out both the captain and the commissioner? Yang Sanjin gave a thumbs up. Chief of Staff, you took on everything by yourself, how righteous. Nonsense. Gu Yaozu said angrily, after all, the captain and the committee are doing this for the betterment of our falcon. How could I do such a thing? His face was filled with bitterness. But I'm the one who's been wronged the most. The higher-ups have put the blame for the heavy ammunition loss on me. Deputy Commander Ma sternly warned me before the battle that we must strictly control ammunition usage. If there's another problem. But are those bastards from Lone Eagle a pushover? Then you report to the team leader or the commissioner. Yang Sanjin said hurriedly. Gu Yaozu slammed his hand on the table in anger. Did you leave your brain at the camp? Don't you know that the captain and the committee member are the men standing behind Ian? Yang Sanjin scratched his head awkwardly. Then won't you be in trouble soon? Gu Yaozu's head was buzzing with fear when he thought that the newly delivered ammunition would soon be used up and that Deputy Commander Ma would call again. Damn it! Gu Yaozu slammed the table in grievance. I got beaten for no apparent reason, and now I'm being blamed for no apparent reason. The captain and the official committee won't let me take care of Lone Eagle. Why the hell am I so unlucky? Yang Sanjin sighed helplessly. Chief of Staff, you're truly miserable. The Lone Eagle was quite good before, but how come Ian is so unlucky now that he's the captain? They say his soldiers are troublemakers, but those are only the troublemakers in their respective squadrons. Ian is the biggest troublemaker in the entire brigade. Bang! Gu Yaozu slapped the table again and stood up suddenly. Yang Sanjin was startled. Chief of Staff, I said something wrong? Gu Yaozu gritted his teeth and said, damn it. I can't let him do whatever he wants. I absolutely can't just sit there and wait for death. Sanjin, from now on, you are solely responsible for monitoring Lone Eagle's movements. Report any situation to me immediately. What? Yang Sanjin shuddered. Chief of Staff, didn't the captain and the commissioner forbid anyone from interfering with the Lone Eagle training? Sending me in, aren't you asking the captain and the commissioner to give me a one-on-one punch? Look at you, you coward. Gu Yaozu glared at him and said, just keep an eye on them and don't interfere with their training. Gu Yaozu said coldly, I don't care about the others, but if they want to shoot and consume ammunition, you must notify me immediately. I have to control their usage, otherwise I will be the one who suffers next time. Will this work? Yang Sanjin looked confused. Do as I say. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Gu Yaozu waved his hand, go immediately. Yes. Yang Sanjin saluted, turned around and ran out. Gu Yaozu let out a long breath, and finally a smile appeared on his face. Ian, I'm going to keep watching you, don't try to trick me again. In the dense woods, the heavily camouflaged soldiers were all staring fiercely in one direction. 400 meters away from them, Yang Sanjin was leaning against a tree, smoking leisurely. There was anger in everyone's eyes, and they wanted to beat this bastard to death. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded in the woods. Everyone's heart skipped a beat and their muscles tensed. Come out, come down, you're hiding pretty well. Ian smiled and pulled the soldiers out of their disguises one by one. The worst off was Ali, whose whole body was buried in the soil, leaving only half of his head outside. Ian grabbed his ears and pulled them out like a carrot, causing him to scream in pain. Captain, we can't train anymore. Huang Yukai said with a sad face, that guy is haunting us all the time. We can't train at all. That's right, look, that guy is still laughing. Zhang Luan angrily pointed at Yang Sanjin, who was laughing in the distance. Hey, this bastard is still laughing at us, he is laughing. Everyone was so angry that their hair stood on end, staring at Yang Sanjin. At Yi and snorted coldly, what? You can't train just because someone is watching you? This just shows that your camouflage ability is too poor. Anyone can find you. Zhang Lin said aggrievely, Captain, how could that guy find us? We were in disguise before, and that bastard was wandering around us, but he couldn't find us. He stayed away from us only after we warned him. If I can't find you, then why do you care about him? Yian rolled his eyes. But he's near us, isn't he like a beacon shining on us? Zhang Lin said bitterly, he can't find us, but as soon as you see him, you'll know where we're hiding. Yian scratched his head. He was indeed looking at the direction where Yang Sanjin was and then looking for people in that direction. There is nothing wrong with what Zhang Lin said. Captain, can we beat him up and make him get out? Xia Fei asked. Yian almost choked on his saliva, you guys are pretty awesome. You just beat up the chief of staff and now you're beating up his men. Are you addicted to beating people? Everyone's faces were filled with bitterness, but he's here, so we can't even practice pretend training. And the target shooting earlier. Yang Wei said, it was this guy who informed the chief of staff, so the chief of staff came to limit us to only firing 2 basic rounds of ammunition each. 2 basic rounds are only enough for us to warm up. And then he followed us into the bridal chamber, and as soon as he took off his clothes, it was gone. Sun Daji said bitterly, we were practicing passive combat, and this guy was laughing so happily that we couldn't focus on your moves. We really got beaten up. Captain, go ahead and beat him up. The captain has your back. Huang Yukai said, with this guy here, we really can't practice. Yes, Captain, just beat him up. If you beat him up, the chief of staff won't have anything to say. Everyone pleaded. Yian glared at them angrily, even if the captain supports me, I can't just beat him up, right? He didn't affect our training. Seeing everyone's bitter faces, Yian curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile. Originally, he planned to train for 2 more days before implementing the plan, but now it seems, well. Yian said with a smile, later, you go back to eat and sleep. Huh? Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Captain, are you kidding me? Why are you sleeping in the middle of the day? Lu Feng said with a vigilant look, Captain, you're not going to mess with us again, are you? Yian looked innocent, don't you want to avoid seeing him? I want you to sleep during the day and train at night. How can he follow us at night? Even if he does, he won't be able to see you and you can easily get rid of him. Everyone's faces were instantly filled with smiles. Captain, it's you who can solve this problem so easily. Yian smiled and said, do you all agree? We have to agree. Everyone nodded excitedly. That's good. Yian waved his hand, okay, line up, 6 punches, who goes first? Everyone's faces fell instantly, what the hell? Gu Yaozu looked at his watch in disbelief. What time is it now? Are they asleep already? Yang Sanjin nodded, yes, they were all asleep and snoring. I saw it with my own eyes. Gu Yaozu opened his mouth in astonishment, sleeping in broad daylight, what the hell are they doing? Yang Sanjin touched his head and said, maybe he's tired. I saw with my own eyes that their training was really hard. They were beaten to the ground by Yian. What? Gu Yaozu frowned, Yian, hitting someone? That's right. Yang Sanjin nodded, they were all sent flying. Gu Yaozu was full of questions. He had never heard of Yian's training method. Yang Sanjin smiled and said, but Chief of Staff, your method is really effective. Let them fire 2 base rounds of ammunition today. There will definitely be no problems. Gu Yaozu pondered for a moment and said, keep watching them. Yian is a cunning fellow. They might start training the moment you leave. You have to keep an eye on them. Yes. Yang Sanjin nodded. Gu Yaozu snorted coldly, Yian, no matter what tricks you play, don't even think about escaping my eyes. At 10 o'clock in the evening, all the camps were dark. There is not a single star in the sky tonight, and the earth is so dark that you can hardly see your hand in front of you. At the Lone Eagle camp, Yian woke everyone up one by one for the first time. Then, under his leadership, everyone was fully armed, quietly bypassed Yang Sanjin's surveillance, and quickly left the camp. Once we were far away from the camp, everyone was as excited as fish entering the sea. Captain, you are amazing. That stupid staff officer is still staring there stupidly. By the time he realizes we've already disappeared. Ha ha ha, how could he find out? It's so dark tonight. If he did, it would be weird. That's right. We'll be back early tomorrow morning. He still thinks we slept all night. We'll continue sleeping during the day tomorrow and let him watch over us slowly until he dies. By the way, Captain, what are we training for today? Ian smiled and said, what else can I practice? Of course, it's camouflage infiltration. A wicked smile suddenly appeared on everyone's face. Such a dark sky provided them with a natural camouflage. Ian didn't think he could catch them easily. They will receive fewer punches tonight, but no one noticed that Ian was laughing even happier than them at this moment. We need to stay away from the camp to avoid being discovered by friendly forces. Ian said, it's too dark. Everyone, follow the person in front of you. Let's do a night raid training first. Yes. Everyone nodded excitedly. It is easier to raid at night. Each person will have a white towel sticking out of his backpack, and the people behind just need to follow closely. This is much more comfortable than camouflage training. Everyone got ready immediately, and after a moment Ian began to accelerate. The entire team moved quickly through the mountains and forests like a long snake. As time passed, everyone's faces were gradually covered with sweat. Soon, even my back was wet. The night was so dark that no one knew how much time had passed, let alone how far they had run. It was unknown how long it had been, but the sky in the east suddenly turned pale, and Ian finally ordered to stop. Fuck! Huang Yukai fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Captain! Aren't we supposed to be training in camouflage and infiltration? Why have we been running all night? Ian smiled and said, don't worry, we will train again after dawn. Let's rest first. Everyone was speechless. After all this time, they still had to train at dawn. They were waiting in vain. No, that's not right. Chang Quan suddenly pointed to a place not far away. Is that our fellow villager? The others stood up with difficulty and looked in the direction of his finger. At the foot of the mountain, a dozen women wearing conical hats and traditional monkey costumes were passing by. In the distance, there were many people wearing the same clothes. Fuck! Jiang Lin's eyes widened in shock. Captain, where have you brought us? Chapter 34. Do you really want to destroy us? Ma Liang's head slowly emerged from the dense branches, rotating left and right like a radar. How is it? How is it? Huang Yukai asked quietly below him. What's the situation outside? There's a village due north, Ma Liang whispered back. All the villagers are coming from there. Wait, there are enemy troops. Enemy? In an instant, all the soldiers under the tree became nervous. How many people are there? How many weapons do they have? Jiang Lin's face was filled with anxiety. Are they coming towards us? Before Ma Liang could answer, Ian, who was resting on the side, smiled and said, don't be nervous, don't be afraid. We're 30 kilometers deep into enemy territory. Is it normal to see enemy troops? What the hell? Everyone almost knelt down together. 30 kilometers? Xia Fei's face turned pale. Fuck. Is this considered the enemy's rear area? We got here without alerting the enemy? Stop it, Captain. Huang Yukai laughed. How could we possibly be that capable? Tell me, where exactly is this place? Everyone was confused. Both the enemy and us have gathered heavy troops on the front line and are defending it with all their might. They really couldn't understand how they ended up here. It's really 30 kilometers behind the enemy lines. Ian said calmly, I took you along the same route we, the Lone Eagle, used to infiltrate before, right under the enemy's noses. It's not difficult at all, it's very simple. Everyone gasped and broke out in cold sweat on their backs. The thought that they actually passed right under the enemy's nose last night makes my scalp tingle. Last night, they followed Ian happily. Who would have thought that he would have a close brush with death? If they were careless, everything would be over on the spot. Everyone stared at Ian intently, cursing all his 18 generations of ancestors in their hearts. Captain, are you really not afraid that our entire army will be wiped out right after we form it? Jiang Lin's face was filled with fear. Ian said with a relaxed expression, originally, I was planning to lead you to infiltrate here, but I didn't expect God to be so helpful. It's pitch dark. Plus, the enemy doesn't like to use flares. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing and I won't let you down. Everyone rolled their eyes. You screwed us so badly, and you're not going to screw us anymore. Now they finally understood. No wonder we walked so much distance last night. It turns out that we not only had to bypass our own people, but also the enemy. No, Captain. Huang Yukai looked at Ian in confusion. We agreed on camouflage infiltration training. Why did you bring us behind enemy lines? Coming to the enemy's rear, isn't it just for disguised infiltration training? Ian spread out his hands as a matter of course. Everyone, Ian said seriously, your daily training is only aimed at me. In actual combat situations, you have no idea whether your training results are good or bad. Ian said sincerely, only when you are behind enemy lines and facing real enemies can you perform better and know the extent of your training. Actual combat is always the best way to train. I am doing this for your own good. Everyone instantly cursed in their hearts. Taking us behind enemy lines is for our own good. For your grandma, let's go. Ma Liang slid down from the tree excitedly and said with a relaxed look on his face, it was the enemy passing by. They didn't come towards us and have gone far away. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Lin quickly said, Captain, we've made it this far. The training has yielded good results. Should we go back now? Everyone nodded vigorously. What are you saying? Yian was surprised. You followed me here, and you came in the dark, without any technical skills. The real training hasn't even started yet. In an instant, everyone almost collapsed. Zhang Lin said with a bitter face, Captain, we have all been to the battlefield and know that what you say is true. But we don't even have ammunition with us. The guns we have are just fire sticks. How can we train like this? Sun Daji nodded. I once infiltrated the enemy headquarters alone, but I was carrying plenty of ammunition and a pack of explosives. Now I have nothing. If we are discovered by the enemy, will we shoot them with guns? Ammunition gives us courage, Captain, moreover. Lu Feng followed up, the battle hasn't even started yet, and we've sneaked into the enemy's rear without authorization. Doesn't this count as acting without authorization? We'll be punished when we return. Yian stood up with a smile. Don't worry, everyone. We are out here for camouflage and infiltration training. You just need to make good use of the camouflage techniques I taught you. I will also be there to guide you, so it doesn't matter whether you need ammunition or not. As for the punishment or something. Yian smiled even brighter. Don't worry, I have someone behind me. Everyone almost vomited blood after hearing this. Without ammunition, the gun is just a fire stick, and there are enemies all around. This is going to kill them. Yian clapped his hands with a smile. Don't worry, everyone. In the last battle, we, the Lone Eagle, infiltrated the enemy's rear more than a dozen times. I am familiar with the routes here. As long as you listen to me carefully, I am sure that your strength will make a qualitative leap. Everyone had a wry smile on their face. How could they not be obedient? They have guns but no ammunition. If they don't practice well, it will not be as simple as being beaten up by Yian if they are discovered. That's like eating a bowl of peanuts directly, according to the enemy's habits. We might even have to cut off their heads, but if Yian didn't say to leave, none of them could leave, Captain. Zhang Lin looked at Yian resignedly. Then how do we practice? Yian waved his hand. Everyone, take a rest first. This training opportunity is very valuable. I will definitely make good arrangements for you. Looking at Yian's smiling face, everyone wanted to kill him. What sins did they commit in their previous life to have such a captain? Chief of Staff, Gu Yaozu looked up in surprise and saw Yang Sanjin stumbling in. What's going on? Gu Yaozu stood up suddenly. They're shooting so early? No, it's not target practice. Yang Sanjin said anxiously, they are all gone. What? Gu Yaozu looked surprised. Gone? What does that mean? They're gone, all of them. Yang Sanjin was so anxious that he almost jumped up. Not a single one is left. Tell me slowly, what's going on? Gu Yaozu glared at him. Yang Sanjin said with a bitter face, according to your order, I was waiting outside their camp. In the morning, I found that they were not moving, so I went in to check, but there was no one there. Where are those people? Where did they go? Gu Yaozu's eyes widened. I asked the people in the kitchen, Yang Sanjin said, but they didn't know either. I also asked the sentries nearby last night, and they said they seemed to have seen them quietly leave the camp around 10 p.m. and head south. No one has seen them since. Gu Yaozu's jaw almost hit the ground. South? Not back yet? Yes. Yang Sanjin nodded. Their guns are gone, too, as are their backpacks, water bottles, and everything else they carried with them. Gu Yaozu's temples were throbbing wildly, and an ominous feeling surged up in his heart. Chief of Staff, what should we do now? Yang Sanjin stared at him. Bang! Gu Yaozu slammed his hand on the table and yelled angrily, Yang Sanjin, I told you to keep an eye on them, but what are you doing? So many people ran away from under your nose, and you couldn't see it? What the hell are you doing? Yang Sanjin's face was full of grievance. Chief of Staff, you can't blame me. They are the Lone Eagle Commando. Even if they are rebuilt, they are all more powerful than me. If they really want to get rid of me, how can I keep an eye on them? Shut up. Gu Yaozu was so angry that he was scrambling around. Where did you go in the middle of the night, these bastards? What bastards, Chief of Staff? Yang Sanjin whispered. Maybe they just didn't want to be watched by me, so they ran out for training. Will they be back soon? Don't even think about maybe. Gu Yaozu glared at him angrily. Go find them now. Mobilize your forces and quickly ask around in the surrounding troops. You must find them for me. Yes. Yang Sanjin ran out quickly. Gu Yaozu clenched his fists. Yian, you little bastard, what on earth do you want to do? At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Yaozu tiptoed into the command center. Chen Hai, who was checking the map, didn't notice him, but Su Hongxing said with a smile, "Xiao Gu, what are you doing sneaking around?" Chen Hai looked up upon hearing this and immediately saw Gu Yaozu standing at the door cowering. "What's wrong, Lao Gu? Is there something wrong?" Chen Hai asked. Gu Yaozu walked into the room awkwardly. "Yes, something really happened." "What's the matter?" Chen Hai put down the pen in his hand and looked at him with a smile. Gu Yaozu's face flushed red. That's right, what is it?" Chen Hai frowned. "Why are you being so fussy today? Just say it if you have something to say. What's going on?" Su Hongxing also came over. Gu Yaozu looked at the two of them and mustered up the courage to say, "The Lone Eagle is gone." "What's missing?" Chen Hai looked surprised. Lone Eagle Commando." Gu Yaozu gritted his teeth and shouted, "The entire Lone Eagle has disappeared since last night." "What?" Su Hongxing's smile disappeared instantly. Chen Hai's face suddenly changed color, and then he slapped the table, scaring Gu Yaozu so much that he almost jumped up. "How could they just disappear?" Chen Hai roared, "A whole commando team, how could they just disappear like that?" Gu Yaozu nodded bitterly. "It's true, it disappeared." In the evening, on a hilltop of the Lone Eagle group, wearing thick camouflage, slowly poked their heads out from the bushes. "Captain, didn't we agree that we would just do disguise training and nothing else?" Jiang Lin swallowed and looked ahead nervously. Ye and smiled slightly. "I said I won't carry out combat missions, but I didn't say I won't do anything else. Isn't this just a side job?" Everyone wanted to die instantly. I knew Yian would never have any good intentions. "Don't worry," Yian said with a smile, "this is also part of our training. As long as you obey orders, there will be no danger. When have I ever betrayed you?" As he spoke, Yian winked at everyone. Everyone was in tears. "We are almost being tricked by you, you must tear us to pieces." Chapter 35, Still Eating? "I'm here to take you in." It was dark at the Falcon Squadron headquarters. Gu Yaozu was like a primary school student who had made a mistake, hiding in the corner and not daring to make a sound. The only sound in the room was Chen Hai pacing back and forth. Every step he took felt like stepping on Gu Yaozu's heart, frightening him so much that he didn't dare to breathe. "Captain, the commissioner." Just then, the door was pushed open and Huang Feiyang rushed in with sweat all over his brow. Chen Hai and Su Hongxing immediately went forward, and Gu Yaozu also stood up suddenly and rushed over as if he saw a life-saving straw. "How is it? Did you find it?" Chen Hai asked impatiently. Huang Feiyang shook his head bitterly. "No." Hearing this, Gu Yaozu's heart sank to the bottom again and he quickly retreated back to his original position. "Hasn't found them yet?" Chen Hai roared angrily. "You have 4 squadrons, more than 400 people, and you've been searching for a long time and can't even find a dozen of them? What else can you do besides making shit?" Huang Feiyang said helplessly, "Captain, we've searched everywhere we can. We've searched everywhere the Lone Eagles have been during their training. We've even searched places they might have been to, but we haven't found any people, not even a single footprint." Chen Hai's head was buzzing and he felt like the sky was falling. The war was about to begin, but the Lone Eagle disappeared at this moment. If the higher-ups knew about this, all the Lone Eagles would probably be put in solitary confinement and wouldn't be able to participate in this battle. "Captain," Huang Feiyang suddenly whispered, "I heard he didn't even have his gun. Could he have deserted?" Chen Hai gasped in shock, his hair standing on end in fear. If he really deserted, his position as captain, who had signed a military order, would be over. "Nonsense," Su Hongxing suddenly said seriously, "We in the Falcon Brigade have never had deserters. They are the Lone Eagle Commando, and there is no way there would be a Lone Eagle." "Yes," Huang Feiyang said awkwardly, I'm just guessing, get lost." Chen Hai was frightened to death by him and roared angrily, "Keep looking. If you can't find anyone, come back and I'll beat you to death." "Yes." Huang Feiyang was so scared that he turned around and ran away. "Oh, Captain." Huang Feiyang suddenly turned back and said, "The captains of Mountain Wolf and Iron Fist are here again. They are at the gate. What are they doing here again?" Chen Hai frowned. Huang Feiyang said, "Maybe he heard that something happened here, so he came here to inquire." "Damn it." Chen Hai's face was filled with anger. "These two bastards are staring at us every day. Tell the guards on duty not to let them in, and not to allow anyone to contact them. Whoever leaks this information will be killed, yes." Seeing Huang Feiyang leave, Su Hongxing patted Chen Hai and said, "All right, don't get angry. The most important thing now is to control the impact. Lone Eagle is probably afraid of being restricted, so find a place to train. Nothing will happen. I believe in Yian." Chen Hai nodded in agreement. Yian was the last man of Lone Eagle. He would never let anything happen to Lone Eagle. Suddenly, he turned his head sharply. Gu Yaozu, who was huddled in the corner, almost cried. He was even breathing carefully, so how could Chen Hai still notice him? "Gu Yaozu." Chen Hai strode up to him, spitting out saliva. "Are you fucking brainless or deaf? I've told the committee not to harass them, not to influence them." "Hey, you're so good." Chen Hai pointed at his nose and roared, I told you not to go, but you insisted on going. Are you deliberately challenging me and the Zhanwei? I didn't. Gu Yaozu quickly shook his head, what are you? Chen Hai said loudly, getting close to his face. You're just a pig with a green onion stuck in its nose. Why are you pretending to be an elephant in front of me? You're playing the arrow in my pants, what nonsense are you talking about? You're staring at them like an old lady blowing her nose and pinching her with your hands? I think you just can't accept being beaten by them, so you put on powder and go to the coffin, just to save face. You send people there, just like a tailor without a ruler, with bad intentions. Now that you've forced them away, you're like a full cow stomach, a straw bag. You are a hanged ghost, you are shameless. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you are a cuckold. Su Hongxing, who was standing by, watched as Chen Hai became more and more excited in his scolding. Not only was Gu Yaozu spitted in the face, but he was also forced to squat down from his standing position and was almost crying. He quickly stepped forward and pulled Chen Hai away. Alright, it's already happened, what's the point of scolding him? Just find him back. Chen Hai pointed at Gu Yaozu angrily and said, I told you to send someone to keep an eye on us. If the higher-ups find out, you'll be the one to take the blame. Gu Yaozu sat on the ground with a look of grievance on his face. Why am I so unlucky? I just wanted to control their ammunition usage. I did nothing wrong. Why do I have to take the blame again? Also, they ran away, shouldn't they be punished? Why are you only scolding me? Yi Yun. Gu Yaozu covered his face with his hands. You are my nemesis. At the foot of the mountain, there is a small courtyard. There were 2 trucks parked in the yard, and only one of the lights in the only house was on. At this moment, in the woods outside the yard. Yi and smiled and looked at everyone. See, there are only 2 guards at the door of that room, and the others are all inside the room. Is everything alright? A smirk immediately appeared on everyone's face. They had already scouted the surroundings twice and made sure there were no enemy troops nearby. Moreover, they even sneaked under the enemy's nose, but the enemies in the yard did not notice them. This makes their confidence explode. It turned out that it wasn't that their disguise was bad, but that Yian's eyes were too sharp. Nowadays they are actually pretty awesome. Now, even if there is no ammunition, it doesn't seem to be a problem. Zhang Lin pulled out the dagger, and Yian immediately asked, what are you doing? Ah. Zhang Lin was stunned. Prepare to kill them. Why are you so cruel? Yi Yin glared at him. They were eating, why did you kill them for no reason? You are too violent. Zhang Lin was stunned. Then are we still going to make friends with them? That's right. Yi Yin nodded. What's wrong with making friends? More friends, more paths. Everyone, Yi Yin said seriously, let's invite them back and ask them to tell us more about the surrounding area. Don't we have more intelligence than others for the upcoming battle? Fuck. Everyone rolled their eyes. You should just say that you are going to take the tongue back and interrogate him, and you have to be so polite. Come here. Yi Yin waved his hand, and everyone immediately gathered around. Wait a minute. Yi Yin quickly arranged an action plan. Outside the house, 2 monkey soldiers were holding porcelain basins made in the Dragon Kingdom and eating heartily while leaning against the wall. The meat is so delicious today, a monkey soldier said with a greasy mouth. I haven't eaten meat in half a month. I've almost forgotten what it tastes like. Next, we may have meat to eat every other day. Another soldier said with a smile, real? Of course. The monkey soldier said mysteriously, the war is about to start. Haven't you seen how many troops have arrived recently? Once the fighting starts, the supply of supplies will definitely be better than usual. The higher-ups are counting on us to defeat the dragon people. Great, another monkey soldier said excitedly, it's so blissful to be able to eat meat every other day. The monkey soldier was about to speak when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a clump of grass in the yard out of the corner of his eye. But he just glanced at it and said to his companion with a smile, look how useless you are. I heard from the commander that we will definitely win this time. When we break into Dragon Country, we can eat meat every day. We can eat meat every day? Another monkey soldier said excitedly, with stars in his eyes. What a happy life that would be. So, we have to fight hard and break into the Dragon Kingdom, then we will have everything. The monkey soldier laughed. Bang. Suddenly, a huge force smashed the 2 people's food bowls to the ground. Looking at the food scattered all over the floor, the 2 monkey soldiers were stunned for a moment. Still eating? Yi Yin, covered in grass, stood in front of the 2 with a smile. I'm here to take you in. The 2 monkey soldiers looked at the straw man that suddenly appeared in front of them. Their eyes suddenly widened. Ah. Chapter 36, Shattering the Imperial Dream with One Shot. Sir, I am from Guangnan. Yi Yin raised his hand and punched twice. Not only did the shouts of the 2 monkey soldiers stop abruptly, but their bodies also flew backwards. I'm going to pry you open. You're screaming so ugly. Ian shook his head. At the same time, two figures rushed past him swiftly. Boom. The door was violently slammed open by two monkey soldiers flying backwards. The enemy soldiers who were eating in the room were all startled and looked at their two fallen companions in confusion, but at this moment, two creatures covered in grass floated in like the wind. Before the monkey soldiers could figure out the situation, the black muzzles of guns were already pointed at them. Don't move. Surrender your guns and you won't be killed. Jiang Lin and Zhao Sheng growled at the same time. All the monkey soldiers widened their eyes in shock, not being able to react for a moment to what was happening. After all, this is not the front line, it can be considered the rear area, and the war hasn't even started yet. Where do the enemies come from? Boom. At this moment, several large holes suddenly appeared in the roof. Several figures fell from the sky. Boom. The window shattered and two figures jumped in at the same time. Don't move. Surrender your weapons and you won't be killed. Suddenly, there were more than 10 straw men in the room, and it only took 7 or 8 seconds. The monkey soldiers finally came to their senses and realized that the enemy was really coming. Ah! The monkey soldiers were terrified and knelt down almost one after another. Then, he raised the rice bowl high in his hand. Well, this time it was the lone eagle's turn to be dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen someone surrender with a rice bowl in their hands. Ian walked in with a cheerful face at this moment. Oh, you're so polite. Then we won't be polite. The monkey soldiers knelt in the middle of the room with their heads in their hands, looking at the enemies who suddenly appeared with horror and anger. These are not enemies, they are clearly bandits. At this moment, Ian and others were holding their rice bowls and eating with relish. What's more, Ali and my dolly directly picked up the pot and started cooking. Seeing the lone eagle's men eating with their mouths full of oil, all the monkey soldiers couldn't help but swallow hard. They would never have thought that the first thing these enemies did after arriving was to steal their meat. Adasi. Ali ate the meat and shook his head at the monkey soldiers. The meat you cooked is so disgusting. If you have a chance, go to my beautiful hometown and try it. That's what I call truly delicious. That's right. Huang Yukai pointed at a group of prisoners and said, you guys have wasted all this meat. Your cooking skills are terrible. After saying that, he directly showed off a large piece of meat, and the oil flowed out from his chewing. The captives were instantly furious. They had never seen such a shameless person in their lives. You eat their meat and still think it tastes bad. If it tastes bad, give it to me, it's so fucking infuriating. Captain. Lin Ho walked into the house with a bowl in his hand. I just looked next door. There are quite a lot of supplies, as well as a lot of weapons and ammunition. This should be a small warehouse. Ian burped and threw away the rice bowl contentedly. Although it tastes bad, I'm finally full. Puff. The monkey soldiers' hearts were hit hard again. It's so unpalatable that you don't leave a single grain of rice. Ian stood up and stretched comfortably. Then he looked at the group of prisoners with a smile. All the captives suddenly became nervous and lowered their heads. Dear friends, who can speak Longwa dialect? Ian walked up to them with a smile. No one answered. You can't even speak Longwa language. How can you be so uneducated? Ian said with a bright smile, don't be afraid, I just want to make friends with you. As long as you cooperate honestly, I will let you eat later. All the captives' eyes lit up instantly. In that era, supplies were extremely scarce, and meat was extremely attractive to them. Captain, we've finished eating. Xia Fei said suddenly. Ah? Ian frowned. How come you guys are such big eaters? Everyone rolled their eyes and said, you've already eaten 2 bowls, more than anyone else. Ali. Ian said loudly, put down the pot and stop eating. Oh. Ali put down the pot reluctantly. Ian smiled at the captives again and said, there's still some meat stew in the pot. If you just cooperate, I'll give it to you later. The prisoners looked at the pot and were so angry that they almost died on the spot. There was only a thin layer of grease at the bottom of the pot, and it wasn't enough for each of them to lick it. They had never seen Ian so shameless. Still not talking? Ian put away his smile and slowly straightened up. You clearly understand what I'm saying, but you just don't want to answer me. If you don't answer me, it means you don't want to cooperate with me. If you don't cooperate with me, it means you don't want to be my friend. Ian covered his chest and said, I'm really sad. Let's kill them. Ha? All the captives' eyes widened instantly. Snap, in an instant, more than a dozen guns were loaded and pointed at them. One of the prisoners finally couldn't hold it anymore and yelled in fear, Sir, I am willing to cooperate, sir, I also understand Dragon Country, and I want to make friends with you. It's too late. Ian shook his head, my heart has been broken by you. Seeing Ian raising his right hand, all the captives were completely panicked. Sir, I'm not actually from Annam, I'm from Guangnan, a prisoner shouted in horror. Sir, my ancestors are also from the Dragon Country. We are one of us, sir, swish, Ian waved without hesitation. The captives immediately closed their eyes in fear, and the 2 female captives screamed loudly, click, click, click. There was no gunshot in the house, but there was a crisp sound of airstrikes. Ha? Several prisoners bravely opened their eyes, and there was not a single bullet hole on their bodies and none of their companions were killed. The Dragon Country soldiers surrounding them were staring at them with mocking expressions. I was just kidding. Ian laughed heartily. Actually, there are no bullets in our guns. We didn't bring any bullets with us when we went out. Ha ha, holy crap. The prisoners were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Could it be that these enemies just came in with a fire poker and captured them all? Not only did he steal their food, he also scared some of them to the point of peeing. The most hateful thing was that Huang Yukai and his men laughed at them while holding empty guns and pulling the triggers at them continuously. This is so fucking bullying. Are you really treating them like monkeys? In an instant, all the captives' faces were filled with anger. The group of people in front of them were definitely the boldest and most shameless enemies they had ever seen. A monkey soldier aimed his eyes at the gun in the corner, but before he could move, there was a sudden snapping sound. Don't move. Chang Quan pointed his gun at them coldly. We didn't have any bullets just now, but we do now. All the captives raised their hands in fear. They can now be sure that the group of dragon people in front of them are absolutely crazy, and if he in order to open fire again, they would really die. Okay, is there anyone willing to be friends with me now? Yian asked with a smile. All the captives nodded frantically. Very good. Yian touched his chest with a smile. Now I am happy again. Now, let me ask you a question. Yian put away his smile, and his eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent. All the captives were so frightened that they stood up straight. Does Ye Huling know? Most of the prisoners looked confused, and only one female prisoner nodded. Yian immediately asked, more than a month ago, a battle took place in Ye Huling. Your people ambushed one of our troops there. Do you know the unit's designation? Everyone in Lone Eagle was worried. They knew that the battle in which the Lone Eagle army was annihilated took place at Yehu Ridge. Yian was asking about the Monkey Special Forces team that ambushed them. I don't know. The female prisoner shook her head. Yian frowned. Some of our people died there. Do you know where their bodies went? The female captive shook her head again. I don't know. But if your people were killed in that area, they would most likely be sent to Sangong City, where they would be beheaded and displayed to the public, and then buried. For a moment, Yian's heart felt like it was being torn apart in eight. He brought back almost everyone, except for two who he couldn't bring back. When Yian thought that they would never find peace until their death, his eyes turned red and the blood in his body boiled. Everyone in Lone Eagle looked at Yian silently. They could all feel the sadness emanating from Yian. At this moment, they felt the same way. They would not be able to tolerate this if their comrades were treated like this after their death. It was at this moment that they looked at Yian with even more approval. Yian stared at the female prisoner intently, staring her so much that she burst into tears. Commander, I really only know this much. The corner of Yian's eyes twitched, and then he took a deep breath to calm himself down. He must bring those two people home and let their souls return to their hometown, but not now. This time, infiltrating into the enemy's hinterland is already extremely dangerous. It is equivalent to dancing on the edge of the knife of death and arm wrestling with the king of hell. Without the fire support of a large force, Yian could not take everyone on an adventure. As a friend, Yian suddenly said, I want to invite you to take me back. You won't refuse me this favor, right? Snap, more guns were loaded with bullets and pointed directly at the heads of several prisoners. We are willing. All the captives nodded frantically. We are all friends, we are family, we should send you back. Very good. Yian smiled again. Then please move all the guns and ammunition from next door into the car. All the captives widened their eyes. Hurry! Chang Quan roared, staring the prisoners so much that they jumped up immediately. Every prisoner was speechless. These people not only ate and took things from them, but also made them do hard labor. This is completely different from the impression they have of the Dragon Country soldiers. They really doubted whether these people were bandits. Yian walked out the door, looked at the prisoners and started moving their things. His gaze turned to the distance again. That is the direction of Yehu Ridge. Captain. Zhang Lin walked up to Yian and said softly but firmly, next time we come, let's take those two brothers home together. Yian turned his head in surprise. Not only Zhang Lin, but everyone else nodded firmly to him. Yian was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The Lone Eagle seemed to have stood up again. Okay. Yian nodded vigorously. Next time, we will take them home together. More than 10 minutes later, Zhang Lin rushed to Yian. Captain, everything that can be taken away has been loaded, and both trucks have been filled with gas. Yian nodded. Okay, notify everyone and get ready to go. Yes. Zhang Lin was about to turn around, but immediately turned his head back and asked, by the way, Captain, where are we driving to? It's not convenient to continue the mission with so many prisoners and supplies. Yian smiled and said, our training has ended. Everyone has done a great job. Let's stop and go back. Zhang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Then where do we get off? What car are you getting off? Yian looked surprised. Since we're already in the car, we must be driving all the way home. Oh, what? Zhang Lin suddenly realized. Take a car, through the enemy's position? Captain, are you leading us into a trap? Chapter 37. Do you think the enemy's defense line is your backyard? Captain. Zhang Luan looked at Yian pleadingly, please don't be impulsive. If you have anything to say, let's talk it over, okay? Don't rush into something that will lead to your own death. Can I carry more of the captured supplies? Ollie stared at Ian bitterly. Captain, I'll work like a horse and an ox, can't I carry more stuff? Let's not go and die. Everyone stared at Ian in horror, their eyes full of requests. Ian glanced at the crowd with annoyance. Look at how little you can do. All we have to do is drive through the enemy checkpoint and then head straight for our defense line. It's such a simple thing, and look how scared you are. Everyone's faces twisted as they heard this. Ian actually said it was simple. That's the front line, a battlefield. Is it a place where you can just drive away? Do you think this is your backyard? Captain, Zhao Sheng said bitterly, the border is heavily guarded by enemy troops. If we drive over there so brazenly, wouldn't that be sending ourselves to our deaths? That's right, driving there is a dead end. Xiafei's face was distorted with anxiety. Captain, what are you thinking? We are still young and have a bright future. Please don't be impulsive. Xia Fugue was so scared that he put his hands together and looked like he was about to kneel down at any time. Captain, please don't be like this. Huang Yukai said with a bitter face, didn't we agree to train in disguise and infiltration? I just started to feel the same way, please don't do anything weird. I want to continue disguise and infiltration. We should go back the same way we came here, please don't do this, it scares the brothers. Ian looked at the people with terrified faces and laughed cheerfully. You want to die, but I don't want to die yet. Everyone was stunned and stared at him. Ian put away his smile and said seriously, the camouflage and infiltration of us scouts is not just about hiding ourselves so that the enemy can't see us. A more sophisticated camouflage is that even if you stand in front of the enemy, he won't be able to tell who you are. Just like you disguised yourself as squad leader Luo and deceived us? Xiang Cheng asked doubtfully. Yes. Ian nodded. You've already passed the level of disguise and concealment. Now, I want to train you on facial disguise. In future battles, if our superiors need us to infiltrate enemy cities or even military camps to obtain intelligence, do you have to constantly disguise yourselves as objects? No matter how clever your disguise is, as long as you move, there's always a chance you'll be discovered. Even I can't guarantee I'll never be discovered. Ian said coldly, therefore, we can only act better if we completely blend into the environment and become one of the enemy. This is not just a matter of disguise, but also requires strong psychological qualities and adaptability. Now, heading towards the enemy checkpoint and passing safely under their heavy guard is a perfect training opportunity. Everyone opened their mouths in shock. It was not until this moment that they understood why Ian had always said that their disguise and infiltration were far from perfect. They have no problem disguising and hiding, and can move freely under the enemy's nose, but they really can't deceive the enemy face to face. But despite saying so, everyone still looked hesitant. After all, they've never done that before. Captain, Jiang Lin said bitterly, I believe you can definitely pass through the enemy checkpoint with ease. You are so powerful, but we have no experience. Besides, the frontline outpost is a strategic military location, so the enemy's inspections will be very strict. CFA said, we are not as mentally strong as you, and we are carrying prisoners. If we reveal any flaws, the others nodded, although they also received training in facial disguise. It's okay to face a few enemies, but this is a checkpoint that is heavily guarded. Scouts are also human beings. It is nonsense to say that they are not panicking. Ian smiled widely. If we want to pass through this important military area safely, we can't just rush in recklessly. We need to cooperate. He waved his hand and everyone came over immediately. Ian quickly told everyone the plan, but instead of feeling relieved, everyone frowned. Is this okay? Sun Daji looked puzzled. Don't worry. Ian said confidently, there will be no problem with my plan. As long as you play your best, how can I cheat you? Everyone rolled their eyes. Haven't we been cheated enough by you? Okay. Ian looked at his watch and said coldly, we must go back before dawn. Let's go. Everyone took a deep breath. I want to be a member of the Lone Eagles and get a spot in the Special Forces. They must take this step. Let's fight. Everyone clenched their fists and strode towards the truck. 2 trucks were moving forward, one in front and one behind. On the bumpy dirt road, the car lights pierced the darkness like 2 sharp swords pointing straight at the road ahead. In the first truck, Ian took a pen and made modifications on the map given by the prisoner according to the route he remembered. Huang Yukai and others had already changed into enemy clothes, painted their faces black, and put on a lot of camouflage all over their bodies, directly dressing up as the enemy's special forces. Opposite them, the captives were completely disheartened and had completely accepted their fate, because they were also dressed up as special forces. A cloth was stuffed in his mouth and his feet were tied together. Each person had a grenade on his back, and the fuse was connected to the rope on their feet. If you move it a little bit, you might pull out the wire. The prisoners not only did not dare to move, they didn't even dare to breathe. Given their current condition, even if they were discovered by their own people, they would probably be shot to death by their own people. Since death is the answer either way, it's better to be honest. At least they know that the Dragon Army treats prisoners well. Jiang Lin. Ian suddenly raised his head. Here. Jiang Lin immediately came over. Ian handed him the map and pointed to the route he had drawn. Later, we will go to this checkpoint. This is the weakest point in the enemy's defense line. It will be safer to pass through here. After you pass this place, immediately go in the direction I drew. Don't stop for a moment, go at full speed, and then we'll meet here. Zhang nodded continuously, yes. Yan looked at him seriously, you will act alone this time. I won't be around, so you must be fully alert. Yes. Everyone nodded. Yan took a deep breath and said. Before, I was afraid that you would become proud, so I kept some things to myself. Now I can tell you. After spending these days together, you are the best soldiers besides my old teammates. In an instant, all the soldiers' eyes lit up. On weekdays, Yan always said that they were stupid and dumb. They had become accustomed to it and even believed it so, but now, others think you're troublemakers and unruly, but that's because they don't truly understand you. In my eyes, you're smart, strong, and highly talented. Yan smiled, I am very honored to be your captain. This is the final stage of camouflage training. I hope you will use all your skills and return safely. I am waiting for you. Everyone's eyes were inexplicably moist. This is the first time I've heard Yan praise me after knowing him for so long, and he praised me so highly. Yes. Everyone nodded vigorously. Yan smiled faintly, turned around and pulled the cloth out of a female prisoner's mouth. Teach me a few words of Anam. Ah. The female prisoner trembled all over. Okay. A moment later, Chang Quan, who was driving, shouted, Captain, the prisoners said we're almost at the checkpoint, 10 minutes at most, okay? Yan nodded, then looked at Zhang seriously, the team is in your hands. Bring everyone back safely. No one can be left behind. Yes. Zhang saluted vigorously, I promise to complete the mission. Captain, you must come back safely too. We are waiting for you. The other soldiers looked at Yan seriously. Yan smiled slightly, then picked up his weapons and equipment, and jumped down without hesitation the moment the car slowed down. Everyone looked outside involuntarily, but Yan had already disappeared into the darkness. Damn, why is the captain suddenly so corny? Huang Yukai sniffed, I'm really moved. Yang Wei wiped his eyes and said, I almost cried. The captain actually praised us, that's enough, Zhang said coldly, we're almost at the checkpoint. Everyone, cheer up and get home safely. Yes. Everyone responded and gripped their weapons tightly. Chapter 38, Our Things, I will take them back on behalf of the motherland call. Yan bent over and moved quickly across the mountain ridge like a ghost, the wind whistled in my ears and trees brushed past me, his breathing had begun to grow heavy, and his legs were gradually becoming heavy, but he didn't dare slow down at all. Zhang and his men will soon arrive at the checkpoint, so Yan must race against time. Suddenly, voices were heard from the front. Yan immediately fell to the ground and rolled into a bunch of grass, trying to stabilize his heart rate and breathing. Half a minute later, he quietly poked his head out. Less than 50 meters above him, 2 enemy sentries were smoking and chatting. Damn, I almost got discovered. Yan sighed. Fortunately, he was wearing camouflage, and his body was parallel to the ground when he ran, so the 2 sentries did not notice him, but the situation just now was also very dangerous. If he had not been so vigilant, he would have been in danger. If I return safely this time, I should be able to gain military merit, right? Yan's eyes were full of anticipation. Only when you get to the battlefield do you realize that the more abilities you have, the better. Yan looked around and confirmed that there were only these 2 sentinels. He immediately crawled up the grass like a snake and quickly bypassed the 2 sentries. Yan seized the opportunity, quickly climbed up a tree, and looked around vigilantly. After a moment he breathed a sigh of relief. Although this is already the front line, it is not a front line position, so the defense is not strict. Yan guessed that the enemy's attention was probably all directed towards the direction of Longhua, and they had no idea that a crisis would arise behind them. He looked up and saw faint fire and human voices about 100 meters away. That should be the front line, right? Yan smiled faintly, quickly took off his camouflage, slid down the tree, and walked towards the position in a swagger. Soon, a wide trench appeared before him. A dozen monkey soldiers gathered together chatting, and the sound just now came from them. Yan slid down quietly, and then walked forward along the trench in broad daylight in front of the enemy troops. No one in the chatting enemy army paid any attention to him at all. After all, this was the rear of the position, and there was no war with the Dragon Kingdom yet. So no one would doubt a family member wearing an military uniform. Between the mountains, a checkpoint cuts the road in half. Inside the car, all the soldiers' palms were slightly sweaty and their heartbeats quickened. They had seen from afar that this checkpoint was definitely not just an ordinary roadblock. There were not only 2 heavy machine guns in the trench, but also a 37mm twin barreled anti-aircraft gun. This thing is not only for air defense, but can also hit armored vehicles when laid flat. If we beat them, both the car and the people would be beaten into a pulp. Not only that, there are positions on the mountains on both sides of the checkpoint, and there seem to be heavy weapons. Everyone couldn't help but swallow. If they reveal their true identity later, they won't even be able to leave their bodies intact. The prisoners were also nervous at this moment. Everyone's head was covered in cold sweat, and the female prisoner was even about to cry. Now even if they were rescued by their own people, they couldn't explain it. The only thing waiting for them was death. They could only pray desperately that these Dragon Country soldiers could take them away safely. Everyone, be careful, Zhang whispered. If we're exposed later, fight immediately. Huang Yukai, CFA, you'll take charge of the machine gun positions on both sides. Zhao Shang, Xiafugui, you'll take charge of the anti-aircraft guns. Lu Feng, Yang Wei, Dali, you'll take the high ground on the left. The rest of you, take the high ground on the right. I'll take care of the guards. Yes. Everyone nodded coldly at the strong desire to fight instantly dispelled the tension. Jiang Lin then coldly said to the captive co-pilot, "You and I are already in the same boat. If we are captured alive, we will definitely drag you down with us." I understand. The prisoner nodded repeatedly. "I will definitely cooperate. There was a grenade between his legs. Even if Jiang Lin didn't say it, he would cooperate to the end. Stop. At this moment, an enemy sentry suddenly blocked the road. Get ready. Jiang Lin raised his hand, and everyone held their guns in front of them. Squeak, the two trucks slowly stopped. Several soldiers walked quickly out of the checkpoint, led by a platoon leader. He glanced inside the car and saw that the prisoner in the passenger seat was actually the captain, so he immediately saluted. "Sir." The prisoner returned the salute in a mock manner. "We have an important mission, let us go immediately." The platoon leader hesitated and said, "I'm sorry, sir, I can't let you go without orders from above. We're a special forces team, carrying out orders from headquarters." The captive shouted angrily. "If you delay our mission, not only you, but even your superiors won't be held accountable." The platoon leader was frightened. He looked at the two people in the car who were wearing camouflage and had their faces painted black. He looked back again, and the people in the carriage were the same, and everyone was staring at him murderously. Just like the legendary special forces, special attack teams are often under the command of the headquarters, and are not under the control of ordinary troops. "Here's a pass." The prisoner took out a document and waved it in front of the platoon leader. "Let me pass immediately." "Yes." The platoon leader saluted quickly. Jiang Lin breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the prisoner with a smile. He didn't expect that this kid was such a good actor. "Sir." But at this moment, the platoon leader suddenly said aggrievedly, "I'm sorry, I didn't get the notice from above. We're on a secret mission." "How could the headquarters need to notify you?" The prisoner was also anxious. He risked his life and stared at the platoon leader. "Let us go immediately." He had to glare at her because he was really afraid of dying here. "I'm sorry, sir." The platoon leader saluted vigorously and said bitterly, "I can let you go, but I need to check it out. Otherwise, I won't be able to report to my superiors." The prisoner was completely panicked and his eyes involuntarily glanced at Chan Quan, who was driving. Chan Quan calmly kicked him, and the prisoner immediately said, "Hurry up, then." "Yes." The platoon leader turned and yelled, "Check the vehicle." Several more enemy soldiers immediately ran over to the checkpoint. Everyone in the Lone Eagle car had their fingers on the trigger. Seeing the enemy troops surrounding the vehicle for inspection, they were all ready to fight at any time. Yan walked forward along the trench, and even nodded and greeted several monkey soldiers on the way. Soon, he came to an open area without any obstruction. There are 4 camouflaged howitzers here, all with their muzzles pointed towards the opposite side. Yan looked around and saw the artillerymen gathered in groups of 3 or 4. Some were chatting, some were smoking, and some were playing cards, but no one was looking at the cannons. Yan took a deep breath and walked straight towards a cannon. When he got closer, he recognized at a glance that it was made by Longwa Dai. In the early years, support was given to monkeys to help them fight invaders. Unexpectedly, one day these ungrateful people would use these cannons to attack their benefactors. How many young soldiers have sacrificed their lives under the artillery made by our motherland? Yan clenched his fists inexplicably. Perhaps his teammates were also bombarded by these cannons. How chilling that is, damn it. Yan looked around, but still no one noticed him. He immediately pulled out 2 grenades from his satchel. "I will take back what belongs to us on behalf of our country." He pulled the fuse, threw it into the ammunition box beside him, and then ran forward. "Why is that guy running?" An enemy soldier noticed Yan and said sarcastically, "Why are you running so fast in the middle of the night? I just saw him throw something and then run away." Another enemy pointed at the ammunition box, "Right over there." "Hey, why is there still smoke?" The other enemy soldiers turned their heads to look, but before they could see what was coming out of the smoke, 2 grenades exploded one after another. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the grenade detonated the artillery shell, and the entire artillery position immediately exploded. Violent explosions followed one after another, and flames shot up into the sky. Not only were the 4 howitzers blown into the sky, but the surrounding artillerymen were also blown away. The entire platform turned into a sea of fire in an instant, and the entire mountain began to shake along with it. "Blow you bastards to death." Yan looked back, then he excitedly took out his gun and fired a volley of bullets at the enemy soldiers that appeared in front of him, instantly turning them into a hornet's nest. "Enemy attack, enemy attack. The dragon people are coming to kill us." Yan put away his gun and ran towards the position on the top of the mountain while shouting the 2 sentences of Anan dialect he had just learned. The platoon leader walked to the back of the car and saw that all the agents in the car were staring at him with murderous intent. He swallowed inexplicably, but he still bravely smiled and said, "I'm sorry, everyone. I have to check it out. It's quick." He smiled and nodded at everyone, then climbed into the car. In an instant, all the prisoners were extremely nervous and everyone was trembling. Jiang Linza winked at Lin Hua, who was on the outermost side. Lin Hua understood and quietly reached for the dagger with one hand, ready to kill the platoon leader at any time. Boom, suddenly, a loud explosion was heard in the distance. The platoon leader who had just climbed into the car turned his head in shock and saw flames rising from the position on the mountain on the left. What's going on? The platoon leader looked shocked. The people of Lone Eagle were ecstatic, as they knew that it must have been Yan who did it. Zhang Lin did not dare to hesitate and immediately gave the prisoner a wink. The prisoner nodded vigorously and yelled at the platoon leader, "Asshole, the enemy has launched an attack, you are delaying us. Let us go, quickly." The platoon leader was startled and nodded hurriedly. Okay, let them go, quickly, let them go." The soldiers at the checkpoint quickly raised the pole, but at this moment, the platoon leader suddenly shouted, "Hurry up and get on the bus, 10 people, get on the bus." The Lone Eagle group was shocked and was about to take action. The platoon leader had already shouted to the prisoners in the front row, "Sir, let me take the others with you. I want to redeem myself for my crimes." Puff, the Lone Eagle group almost vomited blood looking at the platoon leader's frightened expression. He was obviously scared and thought he had really delayed the special attack team's important matter. The prisoner looked at Jiang Lin hesitantly. Jiang Lin curled up the corner of his mouth into a sneer and nodded at him. "Okay, let's go, hurry up," the prisoner shouted anxiously. The platoon leader felt relieved instantly and called on his soldiers to climb into the car quickly. Chang Quan stepped on the accelerator, and the truck roared through the checkpoint and rushed towards the motherland. Everyone looked at the checkpoint going away, and they all breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts finally at ease. The situation just now was more dangerous than pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. Once the enemy discovered the prisoners' tricks in the car, they would probably have to surrender everything here. It was only then that they realized that their backs were completely wet and even their socks were soaked with sweat. "Commander, we will fight just like you tell us how." The platoon leader looked at the group of agents in a flattering manner. Jiang Lin and others turned their heads to look at the group of sheep that had come to their doorstep, and a very kind smile appeared on their faces. Jiang Lin looked towards the hilltop where the explosion had occurred, and felt inexplicably nervous again. "Captain, you must come back. You must come back. P.S. A new book is launched. Thanks to all the brothers and sisters who have read till here. The little author is begging you to use your lucky hands to prompt for updates. I wish all the brothers and sisters to pass all the exams, have a successful career, have their dreams come true, and make a fortune in the year of the snake." Chapter 39, One of Us? Don't think I'm a fool. The enemy is coming, the position was breached, there are so many enemies, run, there are enemies everywhere. Ian lowered his head and ran through the enemy's position, shouting in the monkey language he had just learned. Looking for a crowded place, he just threw a grenade over there. The previous violent explosion had already thrown the entire mountain into chaos. The trenches were filled with panicked enemy troops. Ian's shout immediately spread throughout the trenches, coupled with the intermittent explosions. The enemy believed Ian's lies. Bang bang bang. In an instant, gunshots rang out in the trenches. The terrified enemy soldiers were like headless flies, opening fire directly at anything suspicious they saw, especially the place where Ian threw the grenade and it exploded would immediately attract a large amount of firepower. Many monkey soldiers were not killed by Ian's grenade, but were killed by their own bullets. Where did the explosion happen? Who are we fighting now? What's going on? Outside a cave near the top of the mountain, the enemy commander looked at the chaotic position with a confused look on his face. Not far away, thick smoke was rising into the sky. "Commander." An officer saluted vigorously. "Dragon troops have entered our position and are now exchanging fire with our troops." "What?" The commander widened his eyes in disbelief. He looked back at the top of the mountain, then turned his head away in shock. The place where the firefight was taking place was behind his headquarters and could not be considered the front line at all. Where did they come from? How did they get behind us? The commander roared. Did they fly over my head? "Captain, we shouldn't be discussing how they got here," the officer next to him reminded him. "We should be discussing how we got rid of them." The commander suddenly looked down at the position below. Although there were many exchanges of fire, they were all scattered. With his experience, he knew at a glance that it was a small enemy force infiltrating and causing sabotage. "Damn it," the commander roared. "Inform all units to concentrate their firepower and surround the enemy. Don't let any of them go. Also, send the guard company over to support them and kill them all, yes." At the same time, Ian had already run to the top of the mountain. Seeing a group of enemy troops rushing towards him from afar, he quickly squatted in a dark corner. After the enemy troops left, Ian carefully stood up, looking at the enemy position that had been turned upside down by him. Ian had a simple smile on his face. "Goodbye everyone, take your time fighting, I'm leaving first." Ian laughed, bent down, and rushed quickly to the other side of the mountain. "Who told you to fire without permission?" At the frontline command center, Zhao Weihua, commander of Division A, shouted angrily into the phone, "How dare you open fire without orders from above? You're so bold." "Division commander." The aggrieved voice of the artillery regiment commander came from the other end of the line. "We didn't open fire, it has nothing to do with us." Zhao Weihua's face was filled with anger. "You weren't the ones firing, so why did the other side blow themselves up? Are they blowing themselves up for fun?" "I don't know either," the commander shouted. But it really wasn't us who blew it up. How could our artillery regiment make such a stupid mistake? Zhao Weihua was completely confused. The enemy position opposite was just under the responsibility of their division. Not if it wasn't his artillery bombing, why did the explosion happen on the other side? Division commander, the chief of staff said in a deep voice, there's gunfire all over the hill opposite us. It looks like a close combat. Could it be our reconnaissance troops? Zhao Weihua's eyes immediately lit up. He strode out of the command center and raised his telescope to look across. Sure enough, there were no more large-scale explosions, but there was a lot of gunfire and sporadic explosions from time to time. Zhao Weihua could tell that it was the sound of grenades exploding. Our reconnaissance team has infiltrated the enemy's position? Zhao Weihua was surprised and delighted. But why didn't they notify us in advance? Don't they need us to provide fire support and troop support? Not only him, but all the officers around him were confused. There are reconnaissance units in their divisions. Each combat regiment is equipped with a reconnaissance company, and there are even direct reconnaissance battalions at the division level. Every time the reconnaissance team takes action, there will be multiple combat teams ready to support them. Artillery is also ready to provide fire support, but this time, they didn't receive any news at all, and, looking at the battle situation on the opposite hill, this is clearly a major operation. Could it be the Falcon Squadron? The chief of staff suddenly said. Zhao Weihua's mouth dropped open in astonishment. The Falcon Squadron is formidable, but are they so formidable now as to infiltrate enemy positions without any support? And even create such a commotion? Are they truly that brave? Commander, how about, you ask the higher-ups, the chief of staff whispered. Zhao Weihua nodded vigorously. Yes, I have to ask. Such a big thing, and you didn't even inform me, the division commander? At the edge of a woods, Jiang Lin and others were either lying in the grass or hiding among the treetops. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the hill not far away. Why is the fight getting more intense? Huang Yukai looked at the hill where the fire snake was moving with a puzzled look on his face. It seemed as if more enemies had joined the battle. Could it be that the captain is surrounded? Ali covered his mouth in horror. Don't be such a pessimist. Jiang Lin said unhappily, the captain is so capable. If he can help us escape, he can definitely escape too. Yes, yes, yes. Ali nodded repeatedly, the captain is so amazing. He can deceive the enemy by disguising himself in any way. But, he hasn't come back for so long. Ali covered his mouth in fear again. Could he have lost his front hoof and fallen into the enemy's hands? Damn it! This time, everyone stared at him angrily. Ali quickly slapped his mouth. No, the captain is so powerful. Zhao Shang lowered his voice and said, it's been a long time. The captain might really be entangled. How about we go over and take a look? Jiang Lin glanced at his watch and said coldly, okay, in 10 minutes, if the captain doesn't show up, there's someone. Chang Quan suddenly reminded from the treetop. Everyone became nervous in an instant, and the muzzles of their guns were pointed in the direction Chang Quan pointed. Soon, they saw a dark shadow jumping towards them. It's me, don't shoot. Yi Yan's voice also came, team leader. Hearing this familiar voice, everyone excitedly appeared and immediately went to greet it. Captain, are you hurt? Huang Yukai checked Yi Yan up and down in panic. Captain, Ali said with a sad face, you took so long to come back. We all thought something happened to you, we were so worried. The others collectively rolled their eyes. You're the only bastard who thinks something will happen to the captain. Yi Yan looked at the concerned expressions of the crowd and felt extremely warm in his heart. He was the youngest among the Lone Eagles in the past, and everyone treated him like a younger brother, and now, he is the captain and everyone cares about him like a brother. This made Yi Yan feel that Lone Eagle seemed to have never changed. And no matter what he is doing or where he goes, he is luckier than many people as he has a group of brothers who always care about him. I'm fine. Yi Yan smiled and waved his hand. It's not advisable to stay here for long, retreat immediately. Yes. Everyone saluted excitedly. The truck was parked in the woods, covered with thick camouflage. Yi Yan was stunned as soon as he jumped into the car. Why are there more prisoners? Xiafei glanced at the tied-up platoon leader and the others. Oh, you mean them? These guys volunteered to be our prisoners. What? Yi Yan was surprised. Voluntarily? That's right. Zhang Luan happily hugged the aggrieved platoon leader. This guy is really loyal. We were already leaving, but he insisted on bringing people to see us off. We are a country of etiquette, so of course we couldn't refuse, so we took them along. Yi Yan nodded in confusion and gave the enemy platoon leader a thumbs up. Brother, it's great that you can take the initiative to abandon the dark and join the light. Of course the platoon leader was so angry that he cried, who the hell knows that you are from Dragon Country? If I had known earlier, I would have beaten you all into pieces at the checkpoint. When the platoon leader thought about how he had insisted on following them, his tears flowed even more violently. Let's go home. Two trucks roared out of the woods and drove quickly towards the motherland, because this is still the enemy's area. No one knows where the enemy troops may be hiding. So in order to be concealed, both cars did not turn on their headlights, relying entirely on the faint light of stars to move forward. The mountains ahead were getting closer and closer, and everyone started to get excited. Just move forward a little further and you will reach your motherland. Ta-da-da. Suddenly, tongues of fire appeared out of nowhere in the darkness. The fierce bullets directly smashed the front of the first truck. The car lost control and crashed into a tree nearby. What the hell? The people in the car were shocked. Fortunately, Chang Quan stepped on the brakes hard and the truck stopped narrowly. Don't move, put your hands up. At this moment, dozens of people in green military uniforms suddenly rushed out from the darkness ahead. They quickly surrounded the truck with guns raised. Huang Yukai touched his bruised forehead and yelled angrily, "Damn it! We didn't die at the hands of the enemy, we were damn near killed by our own people." The others were also filled with anger at this time. They took a stroll through the gates of hell and had a showdown with the king of hell. As a result, when he arrived at his doorstep, he was almost killed by his own people. Who wouldn't be angry? But before they could say anything, the black muzzles of guns were already pointed at them. "Everyone, put your hands behind your head and squat down, quickly," a squad leader shouted hoarsely. "Hey!" Yang Wei shouted angrily, "Why are you squatting? We are family." "One of us?" The squad leader snorted coldly, "You take me for a fool. Don't you know you're Anan agents? Get down, or I'll shoot. Get down, you dog agent." The other Dragon Country soldiers roared. Yang Wei wanted to argue, but Ian pulled him back. "Stop talking, we forgot to change clothes." Everyone's heart skipped a beat and they subconsciously looked down at their clothes. Until this moment, they were still wearing enemy uniforms, dressed like secret agents. Damn, we were careless. Everyone had a bitter smile on their face. "Get down," the squad leader yelled at the top of his lungs while pulling the bolt of his gun. Swish, Ian led everyone to squat down with their heads in their hands. With a kind and friendly look on their faces, the enemy platoon leader standing by almost laughed out loud at their misfortune. "And you, I'll tell you one last time. Get down and put your hands on your head." The squad leader suddenly pointed his gun at the platoon leader and the others, "Or I'll shoot." The platoon leader panicked and shouted with a bitter face, I can't squat down. I'm tied up." Chapter 40. Ian, you have caused me so much trouble. The sky gradually brightened, and a hint of paleness appeared in the east. At the Falcon Brigade headquarters, Chen Hai kept shaking his head at the phone. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Chen Hai said seriously, "Now is the truce period. Even if we take action, it is impossible for us to clash with the enemy. Damn it, don't you understand me? I didn't say I send anyone out, I didn't send anyone, no." On the other side, Su Hongxing said with a smile, "Commander, we can't act on our own without receiving orders." Yes, I'm watching, no one can do anything rash. This I don't know. I really don't know." After a while, the two finally hung up the phone and sat down on the chairs. "Damn it," Chen Hai said angrily. "Division A, Division B, Commander Wang, the military district staff, everyone thinks we sent someone out. I've been explaining it for a long time, but they just don't believe me." Chen Hai said angrily, "Am I the kind of person who would act on my own without orders from my superiors? They are really bad at judging people." Su Hongxing rolled his eyes, "If you don't have a criminal record, how can people suspect you?" Chen Hai smiled awkwardly and then asked, "By the way, Deputy Commander Ma, have you finished it?" Su Hongxing nodded, "Deputy Commander Ma trusts me. With me here, he thinks you won't do anything out of line." "That's right." Chen Hai laughed and said, "With you here, I wouldn't dare to do anything reckless even if I had 10 times the courage. I'm even afraid that you'd fight me. I'm glad you know." Su Hongxing smiled and clenched his fists. Chen Hai swallowed hard, then said awkwardly, "The prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain. I am no longer the person I used to be." Chen Hai shouted, "There's more than just our Falcon Battalion reconnaissance unit on the front line. There are so many scouts in the various divisions and armies. How could they suspect it was us? Because the other troops don't have this ability." Su Hongxing shrugged. "I heard that the hilltop opposite is in chaos. Only our Falcon has this ability. The reconnaissance troops down there don't have this ability." "That's true." Chen Hai nodded, but immediately shouted, "By the way, aren't there still those two bastards Jianjin and Kong Lei?" "Yes, it must be these two bastards who did it." Chen Hai's face was full of anger. "Damn it, they secretly went to the actual combat to gain their team's experience, and then put the blame on us. That must be it." Su Hongxing frowned slightly, "Don't talk nonsense if you don't have any evidence. My great righteous committee member, those two bastards are just wicked bastards, don't you know them?" Chen Hai shouted, "They must be the ones who are here." Su Hongxing sighed, "Speaking of being immoral, you seem to be even worse than them." "No." Chen Hai rolled up his sleeves, "I have to go find them. I can't let them take the blame." Suddenly, the phone rang. Chen Hai's face was full of anger. "Again?" He picked up the phone. "Hello, this is Chen Hai, who is this?" "It's me, Zhao Weihua." Chen Hai's eyes blazed with fire. "I say, Lao Zhao, you're not done yet, are you? I've told you everything, it's not me or me, my soldiers captured a group of people, and half of them were said to be your soldiers." Zhao Weihua interrupted Chen Hai directly. What? Chen Hai was stunned, "My soldiers?" "Yes. Zhao Weihua said angrily. I asked them myself, but they refused to tell me their numbers or provide any identifying information. Moreover, they were all wearing enemy uniforms, but they insisted they were your soldiers. Chen Hai's eyes almost popped out of his head. No, it's impossible. My soldiers are all in the camp. Chen Hai, I have the person here, why are you still pretending? Zhao Weihua said coldly, if you don't want the person, then I will send him directly to the intelligence department for interrogation. Chen Hai was about to speak when Su Hongxing grabbed him and said, could it be a lone eagle? Ha? Chen Hai was startled and nearly dropped the phone. No, no way, are they that bold? Going deep into the enemy territory alone and making such a big noise? Captain, the official. Yan and others squatted on the ground, looking at Chen Hai and Su Hongxing happily. Chen Hai's jaw almost hit the ground. Fuck, it's really you. At this moment, his head was buzzing. He had assured everyone, including Deputy Commander Ma, that what happened last night had nothing to do with Falcon. Now he has to take the blame for acting on his own without approval from his superiors. Chen Hai was in tears at this moment. He couldn't even imagine how fierce the leader's anger would be. Chen Hai. Zhao Weihua snorted coldly, your man, right? Chen Hai nodded bitterly. Keep pretending. Zhao Weihua said cheerfully, what happened last night, I immediately guessed it was you Falcons who did it. Chen Hai almost cried, damn it, it wasn't my order. Old Zhao. Su Hongxing coughed and said, let's talk on our own. Zhao Weihua understood immediately, okay, I'll wait outside. After Zhao Weihua left, Chen Hai couldn't hold back any longer. Yan, what the hell are you doing? The whole team just disappeared without a trace, and I was looking for you everywhere. I thought you were hiding somewhere training. Captain, we are training. Yan said sincerely, camouflage infiltration reconnaissance training. Hiss, Chen Hai sucked in a breath of cold air, his cheeks twitching wildly. Who the hell asked you to go train with the enemy? You. Yan stared at him. Me? Chen Hai almost laughed out of anger. Yes. Yan nodded, didn't I say at the beginning that I would train in my own way? You said you would fully support me and let me train however I want. Chen Hai was so angry that his liver hurt. It turned out that Yan had already dug a series of traps for him, and he had to jump out of one trap before another, and now, he can't even explain himself even if he jumps into the Yellow River. Then you can train, so why engage in a firefight with the enemy? Chen Hai was furious. You came back quietly after training, and no one knew. Now, even the military district knows about it. You son of a bitch, you've caused me so much trouble. Captain, we didn't engage in a firefight with the enemy, Yan said. Chen Hai's eyes twitched wildly. The enemy's hilltop was blown up into a mushroom cloud. The fighting was fierce last night. The people who saw it could be seen lining up from here all the way to the military district building. What are you still quibbling about? Captain, Zhang Lin shouted, we really didn't engage in a firefight with the enemy. We didn't even take a single bullet with us. Nonsense, you guys, wait. Chen Hai's eyes suddenly widened, you don't even have a bullet with you? No. Everyone shrugged. The chief of staff controls the ammunition. We don't have a single bullet. Then. Chen Hai asked in confusion, why are the enemy positions being attacked so fiercely? Yan chuckled, I used a little trick. Actually, they beat themselves. Captain, this doesn't count as a mistake, right? Chen Hai's eyes instantly flashed with brilliance, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He immediately looked at Su Hongxing. Su Hongxing nodded at him, then looked at Yan. Tell us about your training in detail. Yes. Yan laughed. He could see that everything was alright. After a while, Yan and others followed Chen Su out of the house. Zhao Weihua, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately came forward and asked, why, are you leaving? Yes. Su Hongxing said with a smile, old Zhao, please hand over the 2 vehicles, weapons, ammunition, and prisoners they seized to us. Zhao Weihua chuckled, Lao Su, I see, there's something fishy going on. Tell me. Give me the food first. Su Hongxing said with a smile. Okay. Zhao Weihua nodded to his subordinates. Chen Hai also waved to Yan, go. Yes. Yan saluted a few people and immediately took everyone to get the things. Captain, will we be punished? Jian Lin asked worriedly. Things seem to be getting out of hand. Huang Yukai rubbed his hands, is it going to be a disaster? What are you afraid of? Lu Feng snorted coldly, if something happens, we will all shoulder it together. Yes, let's carry it together. The others nodded. Yan smiled at them, don't worry, it's okay. I told you, I have someone to support me. Everyone looked suspicious. Seeing how furious Chen Hai was just now, it didn't seem like he was okay. Here, Su Hongxing hugged Zhao Weihua and whispered, this is our joint operation, and you are responsible for the support. Therefore, you also have a share of the credit. Zhao Weihua smiled so brightly that his face wrinkled. Lao Su, that's very kind. You're right. Let's take joint action. Su Hongxing patted him with a laugh and said, it's settled then. Wait. Zhao Weihua put away his smile and stared at him. Lao Su, are you sure what you just said is true? You didn't lie to me, did you? The superiors will definitely ask me about it. You can't let me down. Humph. Su Hongxing punched him in the chest. Who do you think I am, Su Hongxing? I'm honest and never cheat anyone. Don't worry, I'm telling you the truth. It was originally a secret operation, and if you hadn't accidentally captured my men alive, I definitely wouldn't have told you. Zhao Weihua thought about it and felt that this was true. The Falcon's men originally wanted to complete the mission quietly, but they were stopped by their own soldiers. They were afraid of leaking the mission and losing face, so they did themselves a favor. After figuring this out, Zhao Weihua burst into laughter. Look at what you said. I don't trust anyone else, so how can I not trust you, old Su, and Shenhai? It's settled. We're going to act together. The three of them looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Su Hongxing and Shenhai looked at it privately, and they finally put their minds at ease. And next, all we have to do is pass on the blame. Chapter 41, Drag him out and shoot him. The sky was completely bright, and the fiery red sun slowly dyed the east red dot on the enemy's hilltop. Smoke was everywhere, and there were crackling flames in many places. The air was filled not only with the smell of gunpowder, but also with a strong smell of blood. In the trenches, medical soldiers were busy running around because there were injured monkey soldiers everywhere, groaning and waiting for help. As for those who were beaten to death, they were simply covered with white cloth and waited to be sent away together. The whole hill looked extremely miserable at this moment, and the soldiers were tired and depressed. At the same time, a group of officers were standing next to the artillery position that had been bombed into ruins. The leading colonel looked at the wreckage of the howitzer that had been burned to charcoal, and his eyes twitched uncontrollably. Commander, a voice suddenly came. Colonel Li Jia slowly turned his head, and his cold eyes frightened the commander who came to report. Nguyen Van Phu. Li Jia sneered, you're truly an incredible commander. I've been in the army for so many years. I'd beaten the Gallic chickens, driven off the bald eagles, conquered the Khmer Rouge, and I've seen countless soldiers. But you're unique. You know what? You're a freak. Nguyen Van Phu was so nervous that he almost cried. Commander, I thought there was an enemy infiltration, so you ordered your soldiers to kill each other? Li Jia put his hands on his hips, a smile on his face. Using guns wasn't enough, you even organized people to throw grenades at each other and leveled the anti-aircraft guns to fire. Wan Wenfu was extremely panicked when he heard this, and was shaking with fear. Li Jia laughed cheerfully and said, I told you to hold your ground, but you let your soldiers fight among themselves. In half a night, you killed 127 people. You killed more people than the enemy did. Nguyen Van Phu, you are not a spy sent by the enemy, are you? Division Commander. Nguyen Van Phu saluted hastily out of fear. I am a loyal soldier. My heart belongs to the motherland, and my life also belongs to the motherland. I will never be a traitor in my life. Then why didn't you kill the dragon people, but only your own people? Ha! Li Jia put away his smile and spit out saliva in anger. In half a night, you destroyed my position. And, you bastard, you commanded it yourself. You are either a pig-brained person or a spy sent by the enemy. Nguyen Van Phu felt everyone's cold gazes directed at him, and he even saw Li Jia's guards starting to reach for their guns. He was so frightened that he shouted, Commander, it's unfair, it's unfair. At that time, the artillery position suddenly exploded, and my troops panicked, thinking that the reconnaissance troops of Longhua had infiltrated. Then tell me. Li Jia glared at him, why did the artillery position explode? Because. Ruan Wenfu was speechless for a moment, because the battle had just ended. He only found out about the misunderstanding that had been going on all night in our AGO.so, he hadn't had time to find out what was going on. What's the reason? Li Jia roared, tell me. Ruan Wenfu was startled and shouted quickly, because, maybe, they were smoking, and their cigarettes were not extinguished. Hiss, Li Jia sucked in a breath and pointed at Nguyen Van Phu's head angrily. Cigarette, but killed more than 100 of my soldiers and disabled 4 of my howitzers? Come, take him down and shoot him. Ruan Wenfu was so scared that he fell to his knees. He never thought that the matter would become so serious, so he was killed directly. Commander, don't blame me. I didn't smoke the cigarette. Commander. Ruan Wenfu was so scared that he hugged Li Jia's legs, tears and snot streaming. Li Jia kicked him away angrily and was about to give an order when a colonel nearby came over. Commander, he won't be executed, will he? It was an accident at most. If you execute him, you won't be able to explain to your superiors. After all, he is the commander of a reinforced regiment. The corners of Li Jia's mouth twitched fiercely, and then he snorted coldly, remove Commander Nguyen Van Phu from his post and take him away and lock him up immediately. Once the facts are clarified, he will be handed over to the military court for processing. Yes. 2 guards immediately rushed forward, carried Nguyen Van Phu and left. Commander, I'm not a spy. I'm loyal, Nguyen Van Phu screamed, but was quickly silenced by the guards. You bastard. Li Jia spat fiercely. How could one of my men have such a thing? Commander, what should we do here? Asked a subordinate. Li Jia turned his head and looked at the position where he had fought all night, and he was instantly furious. The wounded were immediately treated, and the dead were cremated en masse. It was announced to the public that they had been killed by enemy bombings. Li Jia said coldly, as for last night, nothing happened. He clenched his fists tightly. I can't afford to lose that person. Yes. Everyone saluted collectively. Li Jia sighed helplessly. If his allies knew what happened last night, they would be laughing their heads off. That he would also become a laughingstock in the eyes of his colleagues. For the sake of his reputation, this matter must be settled immediately. Yet he no longer cared what happened. You mean? Ma Weiguo asked doubtfully. Your soldiers, during training, discovered enemy infiltration and reconnaissance. They followed and monitored them all the way, intending to capture or eliminate them, but ended up on the enemy side? Yes. Su Hongxing nodded repeatedly into the phone. It's too dark, and we can't tell the direction. You know, they're new recruits, inexperienced, and all they see is the enemy. I understand. Ma Weiguo continued, they risked their lives to follow us in order to prevent the enemy from obtaining our intelligence and successfully evacuating? Deputy Commander, it has to be you. Su Hongxing laughed heartily. You know I'm not good at speaking. You've said things I can't. That's enough. Ma Weiguo snorted coldly. You made a good excuse. Su Hongxing was stunned and quickly straightened up. Deputy Commander, this is not made up, I believe it anyway. Ma Weiguo interrupted him. I regard this as your official report. I approve it. Su Hongxing's eyes lit up instantly, and he waved his arms excitedly at Chen Hai, who was standing beside him. Chen Hai's face was full of smiles, and he happily clapped his hands with Su Hongxing. New recruits. Ma Weiguo suddenly said in a cold voice, a group of new recruits have made such a great contribution. Your Falcon recruits are really amazing. They can kill all the new recruits in the entire military region in seconds. Su Hongxing smiled awkwardly. It's all thanks to your good leadership, Deputy Commander. Stop talking nonsense. I'm a complete idiot. Ma Weiguo said calmly, I'm relieved for you too. After all, you signed a military order for these new recruits, but it seems like that order may not be necessary anymore. Su Hongxing felt warm in his heart. He and Chen Hai protected Yan, while Ma Weiguo protected them. Thank you, Deputy Commander. The real battle is about to begin. Ma Weiguo said coldly, let them perform well, and then I will personally award them medals. Yes. Su Hongxing shouted. After the call ended, Chen Hai immediately came over and asked, how's it going? Did the Deputy Commander believe everything? Su Hongxing smiled faintly. The Deputy Commander didn't believe a word of it. Ah. Chen Hai was stunned. Then you still, but the Deputy Commander, he's protective of his own son. Su Hongxing said with a smile, so he chose to believe it. Outside the command center, Yan led everyone to stand in line. At this moment, behind them, many people had heard the news and rushed over one after another. Yan. Gu Yaozu rushed to Yan angrily, can you please stay out of trouble for a day? Can you be a little quieter? Yan smiled faintly, Chief of Staff, what trouble have I gotten into again? Gu Yaozu's eyes almost popped out. You still don't know what trouble you've gotten yourself into? As a soldier, acting without authorization is disobeying orders. Moreover, this is not just ordinary unauthorized action, you are conducting unauthorized military operations. Gu Yaozu spit out saliva. Without the authorization of your superiors, you are seriously disobeying military orders. He suddenly lowered his voice, but his face was full of anger. According to military regulations, it's no problem to send you to a military court and sentence you to a few years. Gu Yaozu pointed at him angrily. Now you understand how much trouble you've gotten yourself into, right? I told you to train these troublemakers, but you ended up colluding with them and becoming a troublemaker yourself? You're the captain, how can you be as clueless as them? Oh shit, Jiang Lin and others were filled with anger. The person is still here. Yan, you really got into big trouble this time. Shai Gang sighed, our team almost sent everyone to look for you, but you, Li Gang snorted coldly behind Yan. Xiao Yi, you are too hasty, aren't you? Your soldiers haven't even grown their hair yet, and you want to take them flying. Fortunately, nothing happened. If something had happened, your life would have been over. Oh shit, the anger of the Lone Eagle people has reached its peak, the person is still here, aren't you trying to avoid suspicion at all? He's finished now. Gu Yaozu glared at Yan with a look of disappointment. Even if nothing happened, the higher-ups would never allow such a thing to happen. You're finished, you're definitely finished. The captain and the commissioner are coming out. Qi Gang reminded hurriedly. Everyone turned their heads and saw Chen Hai and Su Hongxing striding out. Yan looked at their relaxed expressions from afar, and the last trace of uneasiness in his heart completely disappeared. Captain, that's really nice of you. Yan chuckled inwardly, you said you support me, and you really do. Don't say anything later. Gu Yaozu suddenly whispered, shut your mouths. Ha? Yan and others looked at Gu Yaozu in surprise. Oh, so many people are here. Chen Hai smiled slightly. Do you all know about the Lone Eagle? Captain, I'm here. Gu Yaozu stepped forward without hesitation. Yian went too far, but he did it for the betterment of Lone Eagle. Their critical moment is approaching. Therefore, I beg you to be lenient with him. As the chief of staff, I also have responsibilities. Please share some of them with me. Yian and others looked at Gu Yaozu again. No1 expected that Gu Yaozu did not take advantage of their misfortune, but instead stood on their side. Captain, I'm the commissioner. Zhai Gang also stepped forward. Old Gu is right. It wasn't easy for Yian to rebuild the Lone Eagle. They trained very hard and finally made it this far. They accidentally ran into the enemy. It must have been a misunderstanding. I hope they will be given a lighter sentence. I can also take some of the responsibility for them. Yian and the others' eyes all lit up, but before they could be moved, Huang Feiyang, Qi Digang, and several other officers also stood up. Captain, this is the official. Yian doesn't have much experience, but it's already quite good that he's been able to bring Lone Eagle to where he is now. Give him a chance. If you're going to take responsibility, count me in. Give them a chance. Li Gang took a deep breath and stood up as well. Count me in, too. In an instant, Yian and the other members of Lone Eagle felt as if their softest part of their hearts was touched. They always think that other teams are their competitors. No1 expected that in their most dangerous moment, everyone would stand up and stand by them. Everyone's heart was inexplicably filled with emotion. Captain, I'm the commissioner. Gu Yaozu shouted again, let them go. If anyone from above investigates, come after me. Come at us. Zhai Gang shouted along with the others. Chen Hai and Su Hongxing looked at each other, both of them with smiles on their faces. Who said that Yian and Gu Ying are going to be punished? Su Hongxing turned his head and looked at everyone. Everyone was stunned. Chen Hai said with a smile, when did they make any mistakes? They clearly made meritorious contributions, and great ones at that. Everyone's eyes almost popped out, and Gu Yaozu almost fell to his knees. It was clearly a serious violation of military discipline. How could it be considered a meritorious service? Chapter 42. There is a pot, please take it. What the hell? Gu Yaozu looked at Chen Hai in shock. Captured 27 prisoners? Yeah. Chen Hai nodded with a smile. Is he alive or dead? Qi Digang looked confused. Nonsense. Chen Hai said angrily, the dead are called corpses, how can they be called prisoners? Chen Hai said loudly, not only are they alive, but they are also completely uninjured and are jumping around in full swing. Oh shit, everyone swallowed in collective shock. Capturing prisoners, commonly known as catching tongues, is one of the scout's signature skills. By catching the enemy's mouths, we can obtain enemy intelligence, understand all the enemy's movements, and then launch targeted attacks on the enemy. Not only do the Dragon Country scouts do this, this is also an important means for troops around the world to obtain enemy intelligence, but catching a tongue is not easy. The difficulty lies in capturing a living prisoner from the enemy's area. The living ones will cry and move, and it is extremely difficult to bring them back safely under the enemy's nose. It is difficult for ordinary troops to do this. Even if a scout goes to catch the tongue, it is a life or death situation, which is equivalent to a walk through the gates of hell. At most, we could capture 5 or 6 prisoners, but Lone Eagle and his gang managed to capture 27 lively prisoners at one time. 27. They wouldn't even dream of making it that big. Looking at Yian and the others puffing out their chests with arrogance, everyone's faces were filled with envy and jealousy. They scratched their heads and couldn't figure out how these new recruits did it. This impressive record is much better than any of them. Su Hongxing smiled and said, we are about to launch the second phase of the battle against the enemy. Lone Eagle has captured 27 prisoners at this time, and they were captured in different areas. This is crucial for us to understand the enemy's deployment and obtain enemy intelligence. Yes, with this information, we can save many lives and accurately strike the enemy. Not only that. Chen Hai laughed happily. In addition to capturing 27 prisoners, they also seized 2 trucks and a whole truckload of supplies. In an instant, Li Gang, Huang Feiyang, and Qi Digang's faces twisted uncontrollably before coming. They only heard that Lone Eagle went to the enemy's defense area and was captured by Division A when he returned. No1 told them that Yian and his team had done such a big thing. Now, they wish they could slap themselves twice. He has made such great contributions, so why does he still need their sympathy? The clowns are themselves. The key point is that what Lone Eagle achieved this time was something that none of them were able to do in the last battle. Doesn't this seem like Lone Eagle is more powerful than them? Li Gang and his companions clenched their fists in an instant. Jealousy made them look completely different. Chen Hai smiled and said, Zhang Wei and I have reported this matter in full to the military district. The higher-ups mean that Lone Eagle has made significant contributions this time. Yian was calm and composed, and commanded properly. All team members, obey orders and dare to sacrifice. So, according to the instructions from the higher-ups, Chen Hai said with a smile, give our brigade a commendation, the Lone Eagle Commando a collective second-class merit, and Yian a personal second-class merit. In addition, the brigade will also give you a collective commendation. Thank you, Captain, thank you, Commissioner. Yian shouted, salute. Swish, everyone in Lone Eagle raised their right hands, and everyone's face was filled with pride. Li Gang and others were feeling so uncomfortable at this moment. The Lone Eagle has not passed the assessment yet, which means it has not been officially established. If this is true, that would be disastrous. Gu Yaozu also looked at Yian with an uncomfortable expression. Thinking about how he had the nerve to stand up for others just now his mind was a mess. What was happening? Who was I? Where was I? Captain. Jiang Lin whispered excitedly, your backing is truly powerful. Huang Yukai suppressed a laugh. I originally thought we were dead, but I didn't expect that the dead would be said to be alive. Captain, the captain really supports you. Yian smiled triumphantly, but at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a second-class merit and a third-class merit. Military merit is accumulating. Ding. Military merit accumulation is complete and is being distributed. In an instant, the panel popped up in front of Yian again. Host, Yian, physical strength, 100, ordinary people, 50, current skills, super precision intermediate, super physical fitness elementary, god level disguise, intermediate. Martial god true body, elementary. Military merit, 1300. Yian was stunned. He got 1,200 military merit points this time. Last time, he fought hard and won the first-class merit, and only then was he awarded 1,000 military merits. This time, the second-class merit plus the third-class merit makes it 12,000? System, you filled in the military merit manually, right? Yian looked suspicious. You didn't fill it in casually based on your mood, did you? Report to the host, gain military merit points, which are generated through strict calculations. After a moment, Yian finally understood. It turns out that the military merits he received were not only for his achievements, but also for killing enemies. Of this time when he entered the enemy's position, he killed quite a few enemies by bombing and fighting, and all of them were accumulated into his military merits. Yian suddenly realized, but felt even more aggrieved. It turns out that the 1,000 points of military merit last time were not all first-class merit. He felt his heart bleeding again. Alright. Chen Hai clapped his hands and looked at everyone with a smile. The Lone Eagle performed very well this time, but everyone, please don't try to imitate him. I'm worried that you won't be able to learn and something might happen. Li Gang and others clenched their fists so hard that they made a crackling sound. Is this a public statement that everyone is inferior to the Lone Eagle? Alright, let's go. Chen Hai waved his hand and said, continue training. Everyone glared at Yian murderously before slowly dispersing. What's wrong with these guys? Huang Yukai said in surprise, we've done something great, you should be happy for us. Weren't they acting so well before? Why are they so fierce now? A smile appeared on Yian's lips. I am afraid that my brother will suffer, and I am even more afraid that my brother will drive a Land Rover. Li Gang and his gang demonstrated it to the fullest extent. At this time, Chen Hai and Su Hongxing walked in front of Yian with a smile. Su Hongxing put his hands behind his back and smiled. Xiao Yi, you did a great job this time. Don't do it again in the future. Yian was speechless. Chen Hai glared at him. What Zhang Wei meant is that if you want to do this again next time, remember to notify us first so that we can make up a lie for you in advance. Yes. Yian nodded with a smile. Ahem. Su Hongxing coughed twice, glared at Chen Hai, then smiled and looked at Yian. You went deep into the enemy territory, captured so many prisoners alive, and you all came back intact. Su Hongxing nodded in admiration. This time, you guys have rolled over in the bed of the King of Hell and come back again. Xiao Ye, you've done a great job leading Lone Eagle. Yian smiled faintly. Zhang Wei, this is what I promised the captain and our old captain. We, the Lone Eagle people, will definitely do what we say. What's more? Yian smiled at Jiang Lin and the others. My soldiers are all excellent. In an instant, the 15 soldiers almost burst into joy. They never expected that Yian would praise them so much in front of the captain and the committee member. If Chen Hai and Su Hongxing hadn't been there, they would have jumped up with excitement. Okay. Su Hongxing laughed. By the way, I have another question. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Su Hongxing asked curiously, capturing so many prisoners is already dangerous enough. Why did you bring back so many supplies? Oh. Yian laughed and said, that's because the chief of staff strictly controls our use of ammunition and keeps an eye on our training. So I have no choice but to change the training location and capture some ammunition to train the troops. Gu Yaozu's mouth twitched violently. He had already quietly retreated to the side, but he didn't expect Yian to pull him out and whip his corpse. Sure enough, Su Hongxing and Chen Hai looked over with murderous eyes. Gu Yaozu smiled awkwardly. No, not anymore. From now on, even if you kill me, it won't hinder your training. You can use as much ammunition as you want, and I won't say anything more. Su Hongxing glared at him, then smiled and said to Yian, okay, you lead the team back. Hurry up and train. Su Hongxing said mysteriously, the second phase of the battle will begin soon. Then, I want to see you show your prowess. Yes. Yian saluted vigorously, watching Yian and his men leave. Chen Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they came back before the war. Otherwise, I really don't know how to explain this to the higher-ups. Su Hongxing smiled and hugged Chen Hai. This time, I feel that our bet was right. Yian can really make the Lone Eagle fly. Yes, that's what I thought too. Gu Yaozu nodded happily. Yan is really amazing, Lone Eagle will definitely be able to rise up. Chen Hai and Su Hongxing looked at him together. Gu Yaozu's heart skipped a beat when he saw them looking at him. Chen Hai's face instantly lit up with smiles. Although the superiors praised Lone Eagle and commended them for their achievements, they still need to be punished for acting on their own. Merit is merit, and fault is fault, right? So, Lao Gu, do you want to take the blame? Gu Yaozu's smile froze on his face instantly. At this moment, he wished he could slap himself a few times. Can't this mouth just stop talking? Outside the camp, Huang Feiyan looked back, his face filled with indignation. Where on earth did they capture 27 prisoners? This doesn't make sense. How did they do that? I can't figure it out. Qi Digang touched his chin. How long have these troublemakers been together? They're already so powerful? I can't figure it out. Another officer swallowed hard. Does this mean that Lone Eagle is back in first place in the entire brigade? Are we being trampled under their feet again? Hiss, everyone gasped. Although everyone felt very sympathetic and sad about the demise of the Lone Eagle, they also didn't like being stepped on by the Lone Eagle again. They haven't even had 2 days of relaxation. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Huang Feiyan shook his head repeatedly. It must be luck, it must be a coincidence, right? Qi Digang nodded in agreement. Now that the truce is in place, the enemy's defenses must be poor. So, they must have gotten lucky. That makes sense. An officer nearby nodded vigorously. Even Lone Eagle wasn't this strong when Luo Tian was the captain. How long has Yan been the captain? How could he have made those traitors so strong? I don't believe it. He must have been lucky. I think any of us can do the same this time. Huang Feiyang said, it's just that they just happened to be lucky enough to run into this. That's enough. Li Gang shouted coldly, whether you're just lucky or not, we'll find out as soon as we enter the second stage of the battle. Li Gang snorted coldly, by then, the enemy will not be unprepared. We'll know whether it's a mule or a horse after taking it out for a walk. Right. Everyone nodded in unison. When we fight the enemy with real weapons, we'll be able to tell at a glance whether they're just lucky or not. Shaoli. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. Li Gang suddenly looked up and saw Kong Lei and Chen Jin running towards him happily. He suddenly felt unwell. Fuck, the ghost is still haunting me. Meanwhile, behind them, Yian led the team and strode out of the camp. Everyone was extremely excited, but because they were in the brigade camp, everyone tried their best to control themselves. At this moment, Yian suddenly stopped and his gaze fell on something not far away. Yian curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile. I almost forgot about you. P.S. Dear adoptive parents, please move your noble and wealthy hands to help me urge the update, leave some comments, and get some free gifts. The author is grateful and kneels down to thank you. Bang bang bang, kowtow. Chapter 43. You used to call her sweetie, but now you call her Mrs. Niu. As soon as they left the team, everyone couldn't hold back any longer and jumped up excitedly. Awesome. Huang Yukai shouted excitedly, we are so fucking awesome, haha. Zhang Luan was all smiles. We must be awesome. Think about it, we've only been together for a short time, and we've already captured 27 prisoners at once. Is there anyone in the entire brigade more awesome than us? Not even the Fire Eagle, ha. We've really made it this time, Ollie said proudly. Did you see the captain's faces just now? Jealousy, envy, and more jealousy. Ha. Even the Fire Eagle is useless against us. From now on, we can walk around the brigade with all our might. Xia Fei raised his head proudly. Anyone who sees us will have to give us a thumbs up and say we're awesome. Even the captains won't be able to stop us. I really want to go back to my old unit and show off. Xia Fugue rubbed his hands together. I have to tell everyone I know how awesome I am now. Especially my old captain. He's so jealous. Hey. Zhang Lin glared at them unhappily. We are pretty good, but don't forget our captain. Without such a good captain, there would be no us. Right. Everyone looked at Jian collectively. Although we are good soldiers, we wouldn't have grown so fast without you, Captain. Captain is the best, Captain, you are our god. Captain. Huang Yukai laughed, should we have an extra meal tonight to celebrate? What are you celebrating? Yian stared at him with a smile. Celebrate our achievement. Huang Yukai said with a smile, how glorious. The captain and the committee member have both taken a new look at us, what kind of merit? Yian slowly put away his smile, does that merit have anything to do with you? Look at your stupid faces. If I hadn't disrupted the enemy's position, would you be able to stand here in one piece? You can't even handle a checkpoint. You're so clueless, and you still have the nerve to call yourself awesome? Yian's saliva sprayed Huang Youcai's face, you stupid ones are quite awesome, and your stupid ones are also very special. Everyone was stunned, staring at Yian with their mouths wide open. Just now Yian was praising them in front of Chen Hai, Why did he change his expression so quickly now? Captain. Ma Liang asked doubtfully, didn't you say before that we were the best soldiers you've ever led? I've never led troops before. Yan spread his hands and said, of course you are the best. Everyone, what are you looking at? Yan said angrily, look at you all, with your big mouths grinning like idiots. You're still walking sideways in the group? If you get stopped at the checkpoint, I'll have to be carried out of the group. How could I, such an awesome guy, bring out a bunch of idiots like you? Get out of here. Everyone, fully armed, put on camouflage, and run 40 kilometers cross-country. Yan pointed to the distant hilltop, the last one back will have no food. Swish, everyone looked aggrieved and rushed out together. It's too much, Captain, it's too much. He hurts my heart. Ali's face was full of sadness. He praised us so much before, I was moved to tears. Huang Yukai clenched his fists angrily, but he just called me an idiot. Damn, I was moved for nothing. He called us dear yesterday, but today he calls us idiots. Yang Wei's mouth twitched, he is the #1 bastard in Falcon. He just wants to give us some courage, so we won't be nervous when we rush to the checkpoint. Zhang Luan said angrily, what he said is all lies. Forget it. Zhang Lin sighed. The captain's mouth is a lie. Every time he moves his lips, he's just talking nonsense. It's better to believe that Qin Shi Huang is still alive than to believe him. Let's run. Sun Daji shouted. He said we won't have any food, and that must be true. If he's not satisfied, none of us will get any. Everyone cursed angrily and ran away without a trace. Ye and looked at their backs and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. These days, he has summed up a lot of experience in leading troops. When praise is due, it should be given affectionately, but most of the time you should not spoil them. Otherwise, if these guys really think they are so great, it will be easy for them to stagnate. Arrogant soldiers will surely be defeated. They still have great potential and a bright future. Ye and hopes that they can go further and become truly independent and awesome people. He took a deep breath, then turned around and walked back to the camp. Shaoli. Kong Lei and Shen Jin led their men to block Li Gang outside a small forest, and also blocked Huang Feiyang and Shi Di Gang as well. After all, they were Falcon's former deputy commander and chief of staff. No one dared to say anything for a moment. Why are you running? Kong Lei said angrily, we are not tigers. How can we eat you? Li Gang's mouth twitched, you two Falcons are traitors, Tiger is much better than you. He is really grateful. Why are these two people always pestering him? If Chen Hai and Su Hongxing knew about this, they would probably think that I was going to rebel too. Old chief, Li Gang said bitterly, we are competitors now. Can we have some sense of boundaries? Look at what you said. Xian Jin said with a smile, even opponents can we chat? Li Gang bit back the curse word that was about to come out of his mouth and said with a wry smile, I have something else to do. Let's talk again after the military region confirms the number of special forces, okay? Seeing that he was about to leave, Kong Lei and Shen Jin surrounded him like an eagle catching chicks. Hey, let's just ask a few questions. Kong Lei said anxiously, did you lead the team to capture tons on the enemy side? And did you catch several? Li Gang was stunned. Did the news spread so quickly? How many? Huang Feiyang said disdainfully, 27. What? Kong Lei and Shen Jin looked at Li Gang in shock. Shaoli, are you so powerful? Li Gang's old face flushed, unable to express his pain. He also couldn't tell the two that it was the newly formed Lone Eagle who did it. That would be a leak of secrets, and Shen Hai wouldn't forgive him. Of course, he didn't have the nerve to say, Shen Jin said excitedly, can you give us 2 prisoners? 1 is fine. If you want to make it difficult, you can just tell us a little about the enemy situation. Li Gang was speechless. These 2 guys were forcing him to rebel. Captain. Li Gang suddenly raised his right hand with force. Kong Lei and Shen Jin looked back in surprise, but there was no one there. When they turned around, Li Gang had already run dozens of meters away. Fuck. Kong Lei yelled angrily, Shaoli, just smashed it. Damn it, have you forgotten how good I was to you before? You have no conscience. Not only did Li Gang not stop, but he ran faster and faster, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shen Jin sighed and turned to look at Huang Feiyang and the others. Huang Feiyang and the others waved their hands quickly, 2 old leaders, it's useless to look at us. We know nothing, and it wasn't us who did it, get out. Kong Lei kicked him angrily, several people ran away as if relieved. Damn it, Li Gang is so powerful now? Kong Lei frowned. He disappeared for a day and a night, and captured 27 of them? Did those prisoners surrender voluntarily and follow him here? Shen Jin clenched his fists. 27. That's going to require a complete map of the enemy surroundings, right? Damn it. We've already lost at the starting line before the battle even begins. This must be that damn Chen Hai's awful idea. Kong Lei's face was filled with anger. The war is about to start. It's too late for us to go there now. Besides, Deputy Commander Ma has strictly ordered us to infiltrate. If the fighting starts, we will definitely be passive. The enemy will be wiped out by Falcon. Qianjin took a deep breath and said coldly, there's another way. Keep an eye on the Fire Eagles. We'll do whatever they do. Keep an eye on them. That's right. Kong Lei smiled immediately. If they don't give us prisoners, then we can use them as a beacon and let them lead the way. The two of them smiled knowingly. This is what they call the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You want prisoners? At the brigade headquarters, Chen Hai looked at Yian in surprise as he came back. Yes. Yian nodded. I need the captives to be of great use. Please approve, Captain. Su Hongxing asked, didn't you say before that you had already interrogated all the prisoners? Why do you want to interrogate them again? Chen Hai waved his hand. Deputy Captain Zhai will lead a special interrogation later, so don't worry about it. Just seize the time to train. If there is important information later, I will share it with everyone. Yian shook his head. I'm not going to interrogate them, I have other uses. Any other uses? Chen Hai was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened. Our army treats prisoners well. You kid, you can't do this. Yian smiled bitterly. Captain, how could I possibly abuse them? I am really useful. Chen Hai looked at Su Hongxing hesitantly. Su Hongxing rolled his eyes, smiled and nodded. Okay, here you go. Thank you, Zhang Wei. Thank you, Captain. Yian saluted excitedly. Then, I will go and get the people? Go. Su Hongxing waved kindly after Yian left. Chen Hai immediately approached Su Hongxing and said, I'm the official, aren't you afraid that he might mess around? Su Hongxing looked at him cheerfully. Don't you trust him very much? Why don't you believe him now? Chen Hai said with lingering fear. Trusting him will cost you a price. And I've already discovered that this guy is full of nonsense, and not a single word he says is reliable. Su Hongxing laughed heartily, but at least, he said that he would bring the lone eagle back to life. That's pretty reliable. Chen Hai nodded silently, then sighed helplessly. Forget it, as long as he can lead Lone Eagle to pass the test, I'll be a little scared, but it's worth it. Yian arrived at the place where the prisoners were held and explained the situation. The guarding staff officer said that he would confirm it first before sending it to Yian. Yian didn't say much. After designating the prisoners, he immediately walked towards his camp. He couldn't wait to find a deserted place and draw new skills again. It's always good to have many skills. In the real battle that is coming, he will need more and more powerful skills. Chapter 44 Learning foreign languages is good. We also want to learn foreign languages. After returning to the camp, Yian immediately went to the command center. Extract new skills. Yian said without hesitation. After this infiltration training, Yian felt it clearly. Even if the level of super physical fitness is still at the primary level, it can make his physical fitness much better than others. For Yian now, what he needs are more life-saving skills. As for what you have now, it's fine as long as it's enough. Ding. Successfully deducted 1,000 military merits. New skills are being drawn. Yian's eyes were full of anticipation, hoping for a killer skill. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Divine Hand, Primary. The next second, the attribute panel appeared in front of Yian. Host, Yian, Physical Strength, 100, Ordinary People, 50, Current Skills, Super Precision Intermediate, Super Physical Fitness Elementary, God Level Disguise, Intermediate. Martial God's True Form, Elementary. Divine Hand, Elementary. Military Merit, 300, a Divine Move? Yian looked puzzled. What the hell is this? The system immediately explained, the Divine Hand can enhance the host's manual ability, making the host dexterous. After hearing this, Yian's face turned green. Fuck you. Yian was furious. I worked so hard, I fought so hard, and this is all you give me? Improve hands-on ability. What the hell is this ability? Should he change his career to making handmade frogs, folding paper cranes and twinkle little stars? System, can you change it? Yian asked. I'm a soldier, a warrior, and I'm about to go to war. Please give me a powerful ability to kill everyone. Report to the host. Once the skill is extracted, it cannot be replaced. If you don't need it, you can destroy it. Yian. It is recommended that the host research new skills. This system aims to build the host into a super hexagonal god of war. Every skill extracted is extremely awesome. Yian's eyes twitched with anger. What's so good about studying this thing? I wasted 1,000 military merits and ended up with this. A divine move, and the name is pretty nice. Can you become a god by stacking little stars? Damn it, I can become a craftsman after retiring from the army. Yian was so angry that he wanted to beat someone up, and now he especially needs Jiang Lin and the others to come back quickly. Captain, Yian was just about to bite the bullet and see how dexterous he was when Luo Xing's voice suddenly came from outside. Why are you screaming in broad daylight? Am I deaf? Yian rushed out angrily. Luo Xing was startled and quickly lay down and started doing push-ups. Why Yian, what's your name? Yian roared, I didn't ask you to do push-ups. Oh. Luo Xing quickly climbed up again and pointed outside, saying, "A staff officer from the brigade said they sent someone to you. I didn't let them in without your order." After saying that, Luo Xing immediately lay down again. "I didn't ask you to do it." Yi Yan growled angrily, "Bring the person in." "Yes." Luo Xing quickly got up and ran. When the brigade staff officer brought the prisoners into the camp, Luo Xing immediately said to Jiayu, "Be careful today. The captain seems to have taken a bullet." Jiayu's heart skipped a beat. "I heard the captain made a great contribution this time. Why is he still angry? Who can truly understand the captain's heart?" Luo Xing whispered, "In short, be careful. If anything goes wrong, immediately accept the punishment." I understand." Jiayu nodded seriously. On the other side, the staff officer asked Yi Yan to sign and then saluted. "Captain Yi, I leave the person to you." "I'm leaving now." "Thank you." Yi Yan returned a military salute. After the staff officer left, Yi Yan turned and looked at the prisoners. The two female captives were so frightened that they quickly lowered their heads, their bodies shaking inexplicably. "Follow me." Yi Yan turned and walked towards a tent. The two female captives looked at each other and followed Yi Yan into the tent tremblingly. Yi Yan turned around and looked at them scrutinizingly. His sharp gaze scared the two of them so much that they almost cried and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. "What's your name?" Yi Yan asked. "My name is Chen Lan." "My name is Fan Hongyan." Yi Yan looked the two of them up and down. Chen Lan was about 1.6 meters tall, with fair skin and a pretty face. She was considered good-looking among ordinary people. Fan Hongyan is about 1.5 meters tall, petite, and looks okay, giving her the air of a girl next door. Yi Yan took a deep breath and asked coldly, "Do you know what kind of treatment prisoners receive?" "I know." Chen Lan said quickly, "The dragon army treats prisoners well." Yi Yan snorted coldly, "Well said. First, we will interrogate you to find out if you have committed any war crimes, such as killing our people, or indirectly helping." "No, we didn't do anything." The two shook their heads in panic. "Shut up, I haven't finished yet." Yi Yan shouted coldly, and the two women immediately became obedient. Yi Yan continued, "The interrogation is over. If you are guilty, you will serve your sentence. If not guilty, you will be subjected to labor reform, generally for more than 5 years, and will be sent to a hard labor farm." The two women trembled again. "It would be fine if it were in Annan, but this is Longwa, and who knows how the labor camp will treat these prisoners." Yi Yan looked at their panicked expressions and said coldly, "Of course, I can help you avoid all this. I can let you go back, and I can also let you live a peaceful life here without suffering." The two women immediately looked at Yi Yan, their eyes full of expectation. "However, I need you to cooperate with me." Yi Yan stared at the two of them. "Completely cooperate, we'll cooperate." The two women nodded vigorously. "Sir, we'll do whatever you tell us to do." Yi Yan smiled slightly. "Very good. As long as you cooperate, I promise to keep my word." After saying that, he strode towards Chen Lan. Chen Lan immediately straightened up nervously. Yi Yan smiled at her and suddenly reached out to grab her clothes. Tearing, a piece of Chen Lan's clothes was torn off instantly, and she screamed loudly in fear. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Yi Yan looked at the pieces of clothing in his hand and a smile instantly appeared on his face. "God's hand, I seem to have found some feeling." He looked at Chen Lan with a smile. "Don't move, cooperate, tear." No. Outside the tent, Kai Chong happened to pass by. Hearing the screams inside, he instantly became alert. "Fuck." Kai Chong had a weird smile on his face. "Captain, you're still a beast." 1995. Yi Yan walked among the crowd with his hands behind his back. 96. Call. Everyone struggled to stand up, their faces pale with exhaustion. 97, 98, 2000. After finishing the last push-up, everyone lay on the ground exhausted, without even the strength to breathe. Yi Yan nodded in satisfaction. "That's right, we share the hardship and joy together, then everyone will have food to eat." Everyone glared at him angrily. Before they came back, they knew that Yi Yan would never let them go easily. So everyone came back together and no one was left behind, but they still underestimated Yi Yan. Yi Yan used the reason that they were the last in the group to make them do 1,000 squats, 2,000 sit-ups and 2,000 push-ups at one time. Now they are so tired that they can't even move a finger, so how can they eat? "What? Are you all tired?" Yi Yan looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone's face was filled with anger. "Nonsense, do you think we still have the energy like this? If they could beat Yi Yan, they would have beaten him up long ago." Yi Yan smiled and said, "It seems that you can't eat for the time being. So, I will give you some benefits and let you have a good rest." "Huh?" Everyone immediately became alert. "Captain, don't think about ruining us." Huang Yukai shook his head desperately. "I don't want any benefits. Just let me lie down. That's the greatest benefit." Everyone nodded in agreement. "It's really a benefit. I guarantee you'll like it." Yi Yan winked at them and said, "I've tried it for you. It's very easy. Captain, if you want to kill us or cut us up, just tell us directly." Ali said with a bitter face, "Kill us all at once, don't torture us anymore." "Look at what you said." Yi Yan rolled his eyes. "You are the best soldiers I have ever led. I love you so much, how could I possibly cheat you? I, Ian, never cheat anyone, Puff, everyone wanted to die, we have been tricked by you into this state, isn't it miserable enough? Come on, get up. Ian said with a smile, I promise, if you don't want this benefit, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. To them, Ian meant that if you don't appreciate the favor you've given him, he'll make you live a life worse than death. Oh shit. Everyone swallowed and climbed up with difficulty. Why Ian laughed and said, follow me. Everyone looked reluctant, but intimidated by Ian's power, they could only follow him closely. Soon, Ian came to a tent and stopped. Come in. Ian said with a smile, the benefits are inside. Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to take the first step. Could it be? Is it really a benefit? Ali asked guiltily. No wonder the captain called you an idiot, Jean-Louis whispered. The most difficult path in the world is the captain's tricks. How could you believe him? Come in. Ian suddenly growled. Everyone was startled and rushed into the tent. But as soon as they entered, everyone was stunned. Chen-Lan and Fan Hongyan, who had been dressed up by Ian, stood up nervously. Their military uniforms have been torn into trendy and fashionable styles. By Ian the sleeves were gone, revealing her fair arms. The dress was cut in half, becoming a belly-bearing outfit. The neckline was also pulled into a V-shape, looking vaguely visible. The trouser legs are gone, turning them into hot shorts. Fuck. Huang Yukai almost drooled. What a benefit. Captain. Ali was so excited that tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. You are so considerate. Xiafei's throat rolled violently, and his eyes were full of stars. We are doing this, isn't it a bad idea? It's not a mistake, right? What nonsense are you talking about? Jean-Louis rubbed his hands excitedly. The captain has already tried it for us. How could we make the same mistake? Ha! Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard him say that. Chen-Lan and Fan Hongyan looked at these soldiers who were as ferocious as wolves and tigers, and they couldn't help but step back nervously. Commander Yi said they were beasts. Fan Hongyan grabbed Chen-Lan's hand in fear. He's absolutely right. Chen-Lan looked at the soldiers who were approaching her step by step. She could no longer stay in Bungbu and screamed in fear, Commander Yi, help me. Don't come over here. Outside the tent, Ian smiled slightly. Just as they were about to go in, Luo Xing and his 4 companions rushed over at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. What are you doing here? Ian waved at them and said, prepare the food. They have been hungry all day. Captain. Kai Chong heard the shouting inside and asked excitedly, inside, what are they doing? Oh. Ian smiled, I'm organizing them to learn foreign languages. Learn a foreign language? The 4 people's eyes lit up. Learning a foreign language is great, Captain, we want to learn a foreign language too. Chapter 45, Whoever offends the mighty Han will be punished, no matter how far away they are. Oh? Ian looked at the 4 people with a smile, you want to learn too? We really want to learn. The 4 of them nodded frantically. Captain, we may be cooks, Luo Xing said seriously, but we're also eager to learn. An extra skill never hurts. Captain, let us learn. Kai Chong and the other 2 were extremely excited. Okay. Ian nodded with a smile, come in with me. Thank you, Captain, the 4 people shouted excitedly. Ian walked into the tent and immediately saw Chen-Lan and Fan Hongyan huddled together and shivering. As soon as they saw him come in, they immediately looked at him for help. The others gathered them in a circle, all with smiles on their faces, their shoulders shaking with laughter. What are you doing? Ian growled unhappily. Captain, we are waiting for your order. Huang Yukai licked his lips and said, we dare not act recklessly without your order. Captain, give the order, we are ready. Ali's hands were almost sparking, it seemed that he used them a lot of Ian rolled his eyes. What are you thinking about in your dirty heads? I invited them here to give you foreign language lessons. Ha? Everyone's smile froze on their faces, and they looked at Ian in confusion. Foreign language class? Yes. Ian nodded. Aren't you tired? It's a good opportunity to learn a foreign language. It's relaxing and can also help you regain your strength. Everyone, Luo Xing and the other 3 looked at each other, their jaws about to hit the ground. Really learning a foreign language, that's what it means literally. No. Huang Youcai's eyes widened, Captain, why are we learning Anan dialect? Ian smiled slightly, this time when I infiltrated the enemy position, I found that knowing Anan dialect was very useful. If I didn't know a few words of that dialect, the enemy would not be able to cause chaos, and you would not be able to leave so smoothly. The upcoming battle will be brutal and complex. We may have to penetrate deep into the enemy town. If we don't know how to deal with them, not only will we be exposed, but we will also fail the mission. They both speak Chinese quite well and can communicate with you without any problems. I specially invited them here. Everyone looked at Ian speechlessly, then at the 2 women. Chen-Lan and Fan Hongyan nodded silently at them. In an instant, their cerebellums were shrunken by Ian's actions. Is this what welfare is? Then why let them dress like this? Jean Luan's face twisted. Men and women working together makes the work less tiring. Yian said seriously, if they were something more casual, wouldn't they look more like teachers? Wouldn't it make it easier for you to learn? If you don't like it, I'll replace it with a man. That platoon leader, I made him look like this. No. It's fine like this. Everyone shouted immediately, their laughter uglier than crying. They couldn't imagine how disgusting it would be to see Yian treat the enemy platoon leader like this. After 3 years of military service, the Sao looks as beautiful as Diao Chan. 2 women are better, at least they are pleasing to the eyes. Yian glared at them. Then what did you want to do just now? We. Everyone's faces were suddenly filled with embarrassment. It's too hot. Huang Yukai smiled bitterly. We want to give the teacher some fresh air. Yes, let's blow some wind. Everyone turned around and blew directly at the 2 women. Ugh. The 2 women immediately covered their noses because the smell was too strong. All right. Yian said coldly, study for 2 hours to recover your strength. After training in the evening, study overtime. You must be able to communicate normally, and your accent must be correct. You guys. Yian turned his head to look at Luo Xing and the other 3 who were about to run away. There are no benches left, sit on the ground and learn together. Luo Xing's face suddenly turned bitter. Captain, the rice is still cooking in the pot, learn. Yian yelled, this is what you asked for. Plop, Luo Xing and the other 3 sat down obediently. Teach me. Yian nodded at the 2 women. The 2 women did not dare to delay and quickly picked up the blackboard and started teaching in an orderly manner. What the hell is going on? Fu Zhilei glared at Kai Chong bitterly, it's all your fault. Jia Yu was filled with anger. Didn't you say, Captain, that is this? Kai Chong also had a bitter face. I heard it outside. Who would have thought? Luo Xing's face was filled with helplessness. What sin have we committed? Instead of cooking a good meal, we have to walk into a trap. Alas. 3 days passed in a flash. At noon that day, Yian received a notice asking him to rush to the brigade immediately. Yian smiled slightly. He knew that the battle was about to begin. The time has come to test the fate of the Lone Eagle. He immediately gathered everyone together. Everyone, be fully armed and ready to go. Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Captain, is the war about to start? Zhang Lin asked excitedly. You'll know when the time comes. Yian said solemnly, everyone, prepare a first aid kit and bring all the ammunition, but not too much. The enemy's ammunition is compatible with ours. Once you're ready, there's no need to train. Everyone, stand by. Yes, everyone shouted excitedly. After a month of practice, this day finally arrived, and everyone was feeling anxious and nervous. Luo Xing, you guys should get ready too. We'll set off together this time. Yian turned his head and said. What? Luo Xing was so shocked that he almost fell to his knees. Captain. We are the cooks. You are also members of the Lone Eagle. Yian said coldly, you have trained a lot during this period. Now your level has surpassed the soldiers of other squadrons. Come on together. After saying that, Yian turned around and went to the team. Looking at Yian's back, Luo Xing and the other 3 instantly became weak. Squad leader. Kai Chong was trembling with nervousness. I have never been to the battlefield. I haven't been there either. Jia Yu trembled. We won't die, right? Sun Daji patted the 2 of them with a smile. Don't be afraid, we are here. That's right. Yang Wei said with a smile, we have experience, we will protect you. The captain asked you to go, so we definitely need you. Lu Feng said with a smile, even if you die, don't be afraid, we will definitely bring you back. Yes, I will never let you die in a foreign land. Ali laughed. Wow. Kai Chong burst into tears, I'm even more scared now. Yian hurried to the brigade headquarters and saw several cars driving towards him from afar. Kong Lei, Shen Jin, and several of their officers got out of the car in a haughty manner. Under the watchful gazes of the Falcon people, he swaggered into the command center. What are they here for? Huang Feiyang asked in a low voice. People from the military district are here. War must be about to start. An officer whispered back, they're going to join the war, too. They're probably here for a meeting. Damn it. Huang Feiyang said with an unhappy face, we are scouts, and we don't need to cooperate in the battle. They fight theirs, we fight ours, why are they coming here to join in the fun? Li Gang snorted coldly, although they are already special forces, the military district hasn't officially classified them yet. Therefore, we Falcons are still their biggest rivals. What else can they do here? Share our intelligence and ensure they don't suffer any losses. Stop talking, the leader has arrived, go in. Chidi Gang said coldly. Everyone walked towards the command center together. Yian frowned slightly. He had only heard Luo Xing mention Shen Jin and Kong Lei, and knew nothing about Shan Leng and Taekwon. From what Li Gang and the others said, they are competitors. Interesting, there are more and more opponents. Yian followed behind everyone. Many people had already arrived at the command center. Kong Lei and Shin Jin sat together with their people, while the Falcon people sat on the other side. Ye and Solly Gang and others sitting in the front, deliberately keeping a distance from the people from Mountain Wolf Iron Fist, before the battle even started. The atmosphere in the headquarters was already tense. Ye and lowered his head and quietly sat behind Shan Lang, Taekwon, and his group. Without understanding the situation, he chose to keep a low profile and remain invisible. Those who are timid and cowardly will never become competitors. By the way, you can also hear what secrets these two groups have. Stand up! Zhai Gang shouted, and everyone stood up immediately. Su Hongxing and Chen Hai walked in from outside with Ma Weiguo, and everyone saluted immediately. Comrades, please sit down. Ma Weiguo waved his hand majestically. He swept his eyes over everyone and said in a cold voice, "The battle you have been waiting for is here." All of a sudden, everyone became inexplicably excited. Soldiers want peace, but they also long to fight in war. For ordinary people, war is the greatest cruelty. But for soldiers, war is the greatest honor, because it not only reflects the value of a soldier, but also allows him to achieve great things. Although many people died in the last round of battle, but there are also many people who have made meritorious contributions on the front line and even been promoted quickly on the front line. The rules that affect merit in promotion in peacetime are all bullshit in war. There is only one rule in the brutal war: if you can do it, go ahead. Whoever has the ability, the country will not hesitate to reward. This is the only chance for ordinary people to quickly gain honor and ascend without relying on any connections. Whether one can return home in glory and have a separate page in the family tree depends on his military achievements. Are you all excited? Ma Weiguo asked loudly. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. It's good to get excited. That way, we can educate those ignorant monkeys. Ma Weiguo said coldly, the monkeys on the other side, just because they have fought for decades and think they have fought against the French chicken and the Great Beauty, they dare to call themselves the third best military in the world. But they didn't think it through. Ma Weiguo slammed his hand on the table. Back then, they were almost wiped out. They couldn't even defeat the French chickens who just raised their hands in surrender. If it weren't for our timely military assistance and the dispatch of an advisory group, they would have disappeared from the face of the earth long ago. Ma Weiguo grew increasingly angry as he spoke. Our country was in such a difficult situation back then. The people couldn't even get enough to eat, and we had to tighten our belts to support them. From weapons to food, we had to ship trainloads of it. But those turtle bastards, after growing strong enough, were the first to turn against his master. They are the farmer and the snake, Mr. Donghua, and the wolf in real life. Ma Weiguo's voice choked up. Even now, we're not rich. In the last round of battles, our soldiers had nothing to eat or drink, and they had to endure hunger to fight. But when we broke into the enemy's position, we found that all the enemy's rice and food were donated by us. Our soldiers were almost starving to death, but their excess food was moldy. What a irony! Ma Weiguo roared. We clearly helped them, but in the end, they didn't even say a word of thanks. They even took our guns, ate our food, and came to seize our land and kill our people. How could such shameless, despicable people exist in this world? As soldiers, can we tolerate this? Cannot. In an instant, everyone shouted in unison. The entire command center was instantly filled with a chilling murderous aura. At this moment, a strong desire to fight burst out in everyone's eyes. Ian also silently clenched his fists amidst the shouts. The blood in my body is boiling at this moment. The bloodline of the Dragon Kingdom's sons was also completely awakened at this moment. At this moment, he desperately wanted to be on the battlefield. Right. Ma Weiguo nodded vigorously. As soldiers of the Dragon Nation, we absolutely cannot tolerate this. Our ancestors have long told us. All under heaven belongs to the king. Anyone who offends the mighty Han will be punished, no matter how far away they are. Ma Weiguo slammed his fist on the table. So, beat him. Chapter 46. If you never come back, see you in the cemetery. Ma Weiguo completely ignited everyone's enthusiasm, and everyone's enthusiasm reached its peak. Many people were even eager to tear. Ma Weiguo glanced at the crowd and saw that the results were good. He continued, in the last round of fighting, we only took a month to penetrate hundreds of kilometers into enemy territory. Not only did we defeat 2 of their most vaunted units, but we also destroyed a large amount of infrastructure we had built over the years, and even forced them to almost flee the capital. Ma Weiguo said coldly, it's not that we don't have the ability to swallow them, but we in the Dragon Kingdom love peace and just want to teach them a lesson. After such a tragic experience, if they have any sense, they should behave themselves in the future. But a monkey's brain is so small. Ma Weiguo gestured to a walnut-sized shape. And they have such wicked ambitions that they actually want to have a hard time with us. In the past month, they've mobilized troops from across the country. Right now, there are 100,000 troops stationed at the border, and over 200,000 more are on their way. So, the higher-ups have decided, Ma Weiguo said solemnly, start the war immediately. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement and smiles, and Huang Feiyang and his companions were already getting ready to go. Before, we thought they were our friends and gave them chances, so we tolerated them again and again. But now that we've already beaten them, they still don't repent. This time, we don't need to tolerate them anymore, and we must strike first. Ma Weigwa glanced at the crowd and said, but this time, the battle is different from the last time. The international situation has changed, and we will no longer engage in large-scale cross-border operations. Ma Weigwa said coldly, change to armed reconnaissance and infiltration as the main combat mode. Then, artillery bombardment and large-scale troop support will be used as a supplementary combat method. Strike their key areas, disrupt their transportation lines, and destroy their logistics. Everything must be done with a quick victory in mind. And you are the protagonists of this battle. Ma Weigwa looked at the people who were already completely enraged and asked loudly, do you have confidence? Swish, everyone stood up almost at the same time. Use me in the first battle, and I will definitely win. Use me in the first battle, and I will definitely win. Okay. Ma Weigwa nodded, a cold glint in his eyes. Let me remind you again, this time you're truly alone in deep water. It's no exaggeration to say that you're surrounded by enemies, with no front or rear. Even escaping death is optimistic, but you're actually arm wrestling with the King of Hell. Ma Weigwa said coldly, if I can't come back, are you afraid? Report to the commander. Huang Feiyan stood up suddenly. If you are afraid of death, don't join the army. If you are a soldier, you won't be afraid of death. We, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, especially our Southwest Scouts, are all iron men. Not a single one of us is afraid of death. Okay. Ma Weigwa nodded vigorously. Commander. Conley also stood up, using us as a sign of the country and the people's trust in us. As long as we can defend our country, even if we never come back, then we will never come back. Okay. Ma Weigwa nodded again. Li Gang also stood up at this time, with a smile on his face, Commander, many of my comrades are lying in the Martyrs' Cemetery. If I can't come back, I will meet them at the Martyrs' Cemetery. Everyone looked at Li Gang, and everyone's eyes turned red for some unknown reason. Ian also stared at him closely. Suddenly, he found that this opponent was actually quite good. Although he competes with himself, he is definitely an excellent and respectable soldier. Okay. Ma Weigwa slammed his hand on the table, his eyes red. If you win, I'll welcome you. If you die, I'll send you to the cemetery. I'll be there with you for the rest of my life. In an instant, everyone's heart was filled with emotion. We're all grown men, so let's not be so cheesy. Ma Weigwa took a deep breath and looked at everyone coldly. Tonight at 11 o'clock, the action will begin on time. Everyone became serious. Ma Weigwa said coldly, your mission, obtain the coordinates of important locations such as the enemy camp, enemy defense lines, firepower positions, artillery positions, and logistics bases. And quickly send them back to the main forces that will respond. Secondly, destroy the enemy's communications systems, logistical supply lines, and power facilities. If you can find their headquarters, destroy them, no matter how large, provided your own safety is guaranteed. Ma Weigwa glanced at everyone and said, if you can bring the prisoners back, bring them back. If you can't bring them back, you know what I mean. Everyone's mouth curled up into a sneer. It is true that our army treats prisoners well, but they are scouts and are operating behind enemy lines, which is the most dangerous area. In order to ensure the safety of oneself and one's comrades, if one encounters something that cannot be taken away or even threatens the lives of one's own personnel, one can kill them without hesitation. They are not ordinary troops. Ma Weigwa continued, your target is between Mountain A and Mountain E. Any enemy forces in this area are your key targets. Once behind enemy lines, each unit will decide on its own how to conduct operations. Ma Weigwa looked at everyone with a sharp gaze. I don't want to hear casualty reports, nor do I want to hear other messed up things. I only want intelligence. I only want to hear about your battle record. I only want victory. Do you understand? Yes, everyone shouted in unison. Ma Weigwa raised a finger and said, 1 month. This time, we must defeat the enemy within 1 month and make them realize who their boss is. Yes, everyone shouted excitedly again. Ma Weigwa slowly stood up, his hands behind his back, and said, today, in addition to the Falcon Brigade, the Mountain Wolf Task Force and the Iron Fist Special Commando will also participate in this operation. This battle is a mission assigned to you by the military region, and it's also a test for you, Ma Weigwa said loudly. The unit that performs best will have a better chance of becoming the military region's first Special Forces unit. In an instant, the atmosphere in the command center became even more tense. The two sides looked at each other, their swords drawn, and it seemed that a fight could break out at any time. Other military districts directly transformed their reconnaissance battalions into special forces, said Ma Weigwa. Our military district doesn't do that. We select the most elite. In short, whoever achieves the most meritorious service will have the opportunity to become a member of the special forces, representing the pinnacle of the army, and the military region will do its utmost to support them. Ma Weigwa glanced at the crowd and said, whether it's a mule or a horse, take it out for a good walk. Li Gang silently clenched his fists and turned his head to look for Ian. Originally, he didn't take Ian seriously, but after what happened in the past few days, Ian has inexplicably become his rival in his heart, but he looked for a long time and didn't see Ian. When he turned his head, his jaw almost hit the ground. Ye and was actually hiding behind Shanlang and Tietuan's gang in a sneaky manner. Li Gang's mouth twitched. This guy is an idiot. Why did he stand on the opponent's side? At the same time, Shen Jin and Kong Lei couldn't help but look towards Falcon. Just then they noticed Li Gang staring at them. Oh shit, provocative. Shen Jin and Kong Lei clenched their fists silently. Ma Weiguo looked at the tense situation between the two sides and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. He coughed and said, I have a premise: competition is competition. You can use any means to deal with the enemy, but never against your own people. Ma Weiguo's expression was serious. If anyone dares to frame a comrade, or even cause casualties, I will show no mercy. Those who deserve to be imprisoned will be imprisoned, and those who deserve to be killed will be killed. I will treat everyone equally. Do you understand? Yes, everyone shouted. Commander, Shen Jin suddenly said, if two teams simultaneously target the same target, can they seize it? Ma Weiguo said coldly, as long as it doesn't harm teammates, whoever grabs it is the one with the ability. Yes. Shen Jin and Kong Lei looked at each other, and both of them had a sly smile on their faces. I'm done. Ma Weiguo shouted, all troops, hurry up and prepare, and move on time. Let me say one last thing to you. Ma Weiguo said solemnly, I hope that as many of you go as are safe and sound. I don't want to hold a memorial service for any of you, nor do I want to give your belongings to your families. I'll wait for you. Yes. Everyone saluted vigorously. Ma Weiguo nodded to Chen Hai and Su Hongqing, then turned and left. You outsiders can get out now. Chen Hai looked at Shen Jin and Kong Lei with disdain. Chen Kong and the others smiled faintly. Chen Hai, old captain. The battlefield is ruthless, we will not show mercy, you must perform well. Get out. Chen Hai roared angrily. Chen Kong and the other two waved their hands and immediately took their men back to prepare. Chen Hai looked at his men and said, Squadrons 1 to 6, Lone Eagle, Fire Eagle, and Mountain Eagle, will participate in this battle. The rest of you will be under the command of the brigade, yes. I'll give you 20 minutes. Chen Hai looked at his watch and said, bring the troops and gather at the brigade. Everyone saluted and immediately ran outside. There's a war. Su Hongqing sighed deeply. Yes, there is a war. Chen Hai clenched his fists excitedly. I hope they achieve great things. Su Hongqing's eyes twitched. I hope they return safely. Chen Hai turned his head and looked at him, his eyes determined, they will all come back. 20 minutes later, all participating troops had gathered at the open space in the Falcon Battalion camp. Everyone was fully armed, and logistics personnel distributed ammunition and 3 days' rations to each person. A strong murderous aura and fighting spirit floated above the dark crowd, making them feel oppressed. Report to the captain. Zhai Gang saluted Chen Hai vigorously. All supplies have been distributed. Please give instructions. At ease. Yes. Zhai Gang turned around and yelled, at ease. Everyone stretched out their left feet in unison, and Chen Hai shouted coldly, tell us. Bang, everyone quickly stood at attention. Your captain should have already conveyed the mission of this operation to you. Chen Hai said loudly, the time has come to defend our country and make great achievements. Now, I only want to tell you 2 things. First, we Falcons will be operating as a single unit in this operation. All teams must collaborate and cooperate with each other to resolutely defeat those damned Coyote and Iron Fist. Let them know who's boss in the military region. Second. Chen Hai took a deep breath. Everyone must obey orders absolutely. Come back alive. Do you understand everything? Yes. Hundreds of soldiers shouted in unison. Chen Hai nodded. The specific mission will be decided by yourselves once you reach the enemy side. Okay, each team can take their own routes to the border and find the best infiltration positions in advance. I wish you many military exploits and kill many enemies. The Zhangwei and I will prepare the medals for you. Let's go. Chen Hai waved his hand vigorously. Salute. Zhai Gang shouted, and everyone raised their right hands. Turn right, running and walking, commands resounded throughout the camp, and the sound of dense footsteps echoed in the dark night like drumbeats. Teams marched in orderly steps towards the unknown darkness outside the camp. Yian. Li Gang suddenly called Yian to Ye and turned his head in surprise, and Li Gang walked over with a cold face. Captain Li, is there something wrong? Yian smiled slightly. Li Gang looked at him coldly. You saw the meeting just now. Our opponents are Mountain Wolf and Iron Fist. So, we'd better unite now. Yian smiled faintly. Captain Li, you mean, you, Lone Eagle and Mountain Eagle, will form a team with us and obey my command. Li Gang said calmly, don't get me wrong, I just want us to achieve more military success by joining forces. Of course, when I have the military merits, I will distribute them to everyone reasonably. Yian rolled his eyes. In this battle, Lone Eagle will be assessed by the brigade and even the military region. Moreover, we have to fight for a place in the special forces. This will determine their future destiny. It's not that he doesn't believe in Li Gang's character, but if he joins forces with them, many things will become difficult to explain in the future. I'm sorry, Captain Lee. Yian smiled and said, I appreciate your kindness. However, we lone eagles prefer to act on our own. Too many people would be a burden. Li Gang's eyes widened suddenly. You said we are a burden? I'm not talking about you fire eagles. Yian waved his hand quickly. I'm talking about you fire eagles and mountain eagles together. After all, we lone eagles are the strongest in the whole team. Oh shit, Li Gang's eyes were blazing with anger as he stared at Yian. You're too arrogant. You really think you're so great just because you infiltrated once? Fine, I want to help you make meritorious service, but you don't want this opportunity, so I won't force you. But I want to know what you're going to do next. Li Gang said coldly, maybe we can cooperate. Yian showed a harmless smile, guess. P.S. Foster parents, if you think my writing is okay, please use your golden hands to give me some book reviews, urge me to update, and give me some free gifts. With your support, I will be more motivated. I thank you very much. If you want to discuss the plot or want to see the characters, click on my pen name to join the fan group. Chapter 47 Veterans Tribute, waiting for your triumphant return, guess? Li Gang widened his eyes in anger. Yian. Li Gang said coldly, you're really getting ahead of yourself. Don't think I don't know your background. Because you arrived last, the old soldiers from Lone Eagle have always protected you. Li Gang stared at Yian, but this time, no one will protect you, and there will be no large army to support you. You have to rely on yourself for everything. If you don't rely on us, if danger comes, who can you count on? Do you count on these half-baked people you brought with you? Oh shit, Jiang Lin and the others were so angry that their faces were filled with rage. Did they really not hesitate to curse at people at all? You are a half-baked one, all of you fire eagles are half-baked. So, this is your last chance. Li Gang said coldly, we don't need to merge. We can act as one. That way, we can still take care of you. Yian smiled at Li Gang. Captain Li, thank you for your kindness. But I still have to explain to you. First of all, as I said before, we lone eagles don't like burdens. Secondly, we are the best team in the brigade, and those who can get in are also the best in the brigade. If there is any danger, I can count on them. In an instant, all the soldiers puffed out their chests proudly. Even Luo Xing and the other three looked smug. Li Gang nodded silently. I see, it turns out you're born with a rebellious streak. Okay, you don't want to accept my kindness. If you and your gang of troublemakers are in danger, just don't cry and regret it. Yian laughed out loud. Captain Li, don't worry, that day will never come. However, although we don't need help, if you are in danger, we will definitely help you. Li Gang's mouth twitched, and he snorted coldly. One last question, where did you infiltrate from? Where is your target? Don't get me wrong, I just want to avoid you, so as not to see you in danger, and then I'll be soft-hearted and save you. Yian laughed. Guess, hiss. Li Gang glared at him angrily. I bet, you bastards will regret it sooner or later. Watching Li Gang turn and leave angrily, Yian waved his hands vigorously. Captain Li, take care. My words count. If you are in danger, I will definitely save you. Your son is the one who needs your help. Li Gang shouted without turning his head. Don't speak so early. Yian smiled. After all, the battlefield is very cruel. Bah, what the hell? Huang Yukai spat in the direction of the fire eagle, his face full of disdain. We asked them to merge with us, so why don't they listen to our orders? That's right, we're the strongest in the entire team. Zhang Luan raised his head proudly. They just want to take credit for our achievements. I think so. Xia Fei snorted coldly. They just want to suppress us. When the battle is over, all the glory will be theirs, and the spots in the special forces will also be theirs. Yes. Everyone nodded. Yian looked at everyone and said, enough of the nonsense. Captain Li is right about one thing. This time we are serious. It is completely different from our last training mission. Once the enemy is prepared, we won't have any support and will have to rely on ourselves for everything. Yian glanced at everyone coldly. So, once you enter the battlefield, pay full attention. Yes. Everyone nodded vigorously. Okay. Yian waved his hand. Go, Yian, wait a moment. Yian turned his head and saw Su Hongxing waving at him from a distance. Bring the team back. Su Hongxing shouted. Yian was stunned, and the others were also shocked. All the teams have been sent to the front line. Now every second counts. What's the point of asking them to go back? Seeing Su Hongxing waving at him, Yian had no choice but to run back with his team. Commissioner. Yian saluted. What's wrong? Su Hongxing smiled faintly. This battle is of great significance to you, and the burden on your shoulders is also heavy. So, before you leave, someone wants to meet you. Yian looked puzzled. Who wants to see us? Su Hongxing turned around with a smile. Shanghai, bring them over. Yian turned his head in surprise, and a group of figures slowly appeared behind the command center. Yian's eyes suddenly widened. Captain? Luo Tian sat in a wheelchair and nodded at Yian with a smile. The other wheelchairs were occupied by veteran Lone Eagle team members. Not only Yian was stunned, Jiang Lin and others were also shocked. They never expected that just as they were about to go to war, the veterans of Lone Eagle would show up. Yian, Chen Hai said with a smile, your old teammates know that you are going to the front line, so they rushed over from the military hospital to see you off. What's wrong, Yian? Machine Gunner Todd laughed. Now that you're the captain, you don't recognize us anymore? Yian suddenly reacted and shouted, everyone, stand at attention, salute. Swish, all the soldiers raised their right hands in unison and looked at the veterans with eyes full of respect. Before coming to Lone Eagle, these veterans were their idols. They have fantasized countless times that one day they would be able to fight alongside these idols. I just didn't expect that we would meet in this way today. Looking at this group of new recruits, the veterans all had a faint smile on their faces. Luo Tian supported the wheelchair with both hands and tried to stand up with difficulty. Yian rushed forward, Captain, don't move. Luo Tian shook his head. Have you forgotten that your captain is also a scout? Even if I only have one leg, I can still stand up. The other veterans also struggled to get up from their wheelchairs. One veteran's wound even bled, but he still gritted his teeth and stood straight. Chen Hai, Gu Yaozu, and others retreated silently, and no one helped. They could understand the stubbornness of Luo Tian and others, and not helping them was the greatest respect for them. Yian looked at the figures standing in front of him, tears slowly welling up in his eyes. They used to be the pride of the entire Falcon, the pinnacle that countless soldiers aspired to reach. Report to the captain. Luo Tian straightened up and saluted Yian vigorously. All the veterans of Lone Eagle, 8 people are supposed to be here, and 8 people are here. Salute. Swish, all the veterans raised their right hands together. They saluted Yian and all the new recruits. At this moment, not only Yian was moved, but tears also flashed in the eyes of the recruits. They haven't passed the assessment yet and are not officially considered members of the Lone Eagle, but the military salute from the veterans was equivalent to recognizing them, and they regarded them as real Lone Eagles. Captain, Captain. Yian looked at Luo Tian with sobs. Luo Tian smiled and lowered his right hand. Don't call me captain, now, you are the captain. Yes, captain. Todd said with a smile, Lone Eagle, now it depends on you. No, it depends on you all. Captain, another veteran shouted, we're here for no other reason than to send you off to war. We're still waiting for you to come back. Luo Tian said seriously, we've all heard about your last infiltration training. We all believe that you will be able to perform great deeds in this battle, that you will be stronger than us, and that you will all return safely. Captain. Luo Tian propped himself up on one leg. We'll be waiting for your triumphant return. We'll wait for your triumphant return, the veteran said with a smile. The corners of Yian's mouth twitched. He knew very well that the veterans came here despite their injuries not only to say these words, but also to pass on their legacy. They entrusted the Lone Eagle's spirit, glory, and future to their group of people. At this moment, even if Yian had thousands of words to say, he couldn't say them. The only thing we can do is to take up the banner handed over by the veterans. Yian silently took 3 steps back and stood with his soldiers. Please rest assured, veteran. Yian shouted loudly, the flag of the Lone Eagle will never fall. Salute. Salute. Luo Tian also shouted at the same time. The veterans and new recruits stood 2 meters apart and solemnly raised their right hands at the same time. Chen Hai's eyes were red, and Gu Yaozu and Zhai Gang had turned their heads away. When no one believed Jian and his team, the veterans stood up resolutely. This is more important than any affirmation. Comrade veteran. Jiang Lin suddenly shouted, please rest assured, we won't bring shame to Lone Eagle. Moreover, we will bring those 2 veterans who didn't return home with us. In an instant, all the veterans were stunned. The eyes of several people turned red instantly and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. This is their biggest concern. Okay. Luo Tian nodded excitedly, take them home. Turn right. Yian shouted, and all the recruits turned right. Set off. Yian, along with 19 soldiers, quickly ran into the darkness. Only after they disappeared did Luo Tian and the others slowly put down their right hands. Chen Hai stepped forward and patted Luo Tian's shoulder gently. Okay, I'll have someone take you back to the hospital. Captain. Luo Tian turned and looked at him. Can we just wait here for them to come back? Chen Hai frowned, but your injuries haven't healed yet. Luo Tian smiled faintly. It's okay, we just need to change the medicine and rest. It doesn't matter where we stay. Captain, Todd pleaded, we said we'd wait for them to come back. Please let us wait here. We might not have another chance later. Chen Hai's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the military district had issued an order that Luo Tian and his men should either be discharged from the army or assigned to logistics. They really will never have the chance to return to the frontline troops. Su Hongxing nodded. Okay, you can stay here, but you have to listen to the military doctor. Yes. Luo Tian and others saluted excitedly. We promise we won't do anything rash and will be obedient. Luo Tian smiled and said, we just want to watch them return safely, watch them let the Lone Eagle fly again. When that happens, we will leave quietly. Chen Hai felt sad when he heard this, because these were his best soldiers. He turned his head away suddenly, letting the tears fall. At the border, the Lone Eagle group squatted in a small forest. Yian turned his head and found that everyone had tears on their faces, even Luo Xing and the other 3. Why are you crying? Yian shook his head. Don't you always want to be recognized? The veterans have recognized you, why are you still crying? I don't know why. Ali wiped his tears. The tears in my eyes are crawling down my face, I can't control it. It's so sad to see the old soldiers like this. Ma Liang sobbed, they used to be such good soldiers, but now, damn it, those damn monkeys. Huang Youcai's face was filled with anger, I must avenge those veterans. Kai Chong covered his face and said, I'm just a cook. I never thought that the old senior from Lone Eagle would actually recognize me. Captain, I should be the most awesome cook in the entire brigade now, right? Yian smiled and patted his head. What nonsense are you talking about? You are now the most powerful cook in the entire military region. Really? Kai Chong looked at Yian with tears in his eyes. Yian nodded. Of course, the veterans all recognize you. Kai Chong burst into tears of pride. I want to tell my mother that I have made it. Yian smiled faintly and was about to speak. Suddenly, there was movement in the woods not far away. He immediately looked over and saw a group of people quietly emerging from the woods, rushing forward in thick camouflage. Shortly after they disappeared, two more groups of people rushed out from the woods farther away and followed closely behind the group in front. A smile appeared on Yian's lips. It turned out to be just as he thought. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. If he had shown his true colors in the meeting before, he would be targeted now. This is also an important reason why he is unwilling to be with Li Gang. In just 10 minutes, group after group of people quickly disappeared into the darkness. 5 minutes after they disappeared, Yian turned around and said, alright, stop crying. Cheer up, we'll set off right away. Captain, Jiang Lin asked curiously, after crossing the border, how should we begin? Everyone looked at Yian. Yian laughed, guess, everyone. Chapter 48, damn it, you think we are your guiding light? In the pitch black night, dark shadows quickly shuttled through the dense forest. Along the border, there are only mountains and dense forests, and the cover of night. It provides natural camouflage for the scouts. After running frantically for an hour, the soldier at the front suddenly lay down. Li Gang, who was following behind, quickly raised his fist, and all the soldiers fell down immediately. A moment later, the scouts in front took action again. Li Gang waved his hand and everyone moved forward again. After they had walked for about 10 minutes, dark shadows quickly emerged from the woods. Everyone, be careful. Kong Lei whispered, the enemy's position is ahead. They are on the high ground. Everyone, follow Falcon and the others. The order was quickly passed down, and all the soldiers immediately slowed down, crouched down, and followed closely behind Li Gang and the others, almost following in their footsteps. 5 minutes after they left, another group of figures slowly appeared. Iron Fist and Mountain Wolf are such wicked guys, Sun Daji spat. They actually regard Fire Eagle and the others as guiding lights. But they can't imagine. Lin Huo laughed and said, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They follow Fire Eagle, and we follow them. Captain, now that I think about it, you're awesome. Xiang Qing gave a thumbs up. It's a good thing you rejected Captain Li, otherwise we'd be in a passive position now. Yian smiled faintly, stop flattering me. The path ahead is the path revealed by the prisoners, but there are also enemies. Everyone, be careful. Yes, everyone nodded. Luo Xing and the other three were extremely nervous. Although they were not cooking, they were also trained by Yian to disguise themselves, but this was their first time infiltration after all, and Jia Yu and Fu Jilei's bodies began to tremble inexplicably. Don't be afraid. Yian turned his head and looked at them. Follow everyone, think about your usual training, I'm sure you will be fine. You are also scouts, and members of the Lone Eagle, certified veterans. When they thought of the veteran certification, Luo Xing and the other three instantly felt confident. Let's go. Yian waved his hand, and everyone half-crouched and moved forward quickly. Another 2 hours passed. Several teams successively crossed the enemy-controlled mountains via small paths. Captain, you're amazing, said Jin Ming, the Mountain Wolf's deputy captain, with a smile. If we hadn't been with Falcon and his gang, it would have taken us quite some time to infiltrate. Kong Lei smiled proudly and said, Falcon has captured so many prisoners, so he must know more about the enemy's situation than we do. If the prisoners hadn't told us about this small path, we wouldn't have been able to find it even if we infiltrated several times. Then should we continue to follow them, asked Yi Dapeng, deputy captain of Iron Fist. Chen Ji nodded, the prisoners must have told them a lot of important information. If we were to go and find out slowly on our own, they would have already made a contribution. Keep a close eye on them and take away their mission. Let's go. Kong Lei waved his hand, and the two teams quickly dispersed, with each person about 10 meters apart, and followed again. The sky gradually brightened up on the hillside of a mountain. Li Gang raised his hand suddenly and the team stopped immediately. What's wrong, Lao Li? Have you discovered the enemy? Mountain Eagle Captain Duan Ping ran over. No. Li Gang took out the map and examined it carefully. We have already passed the enemy's front line. We are currently here. The main enemy force should be about 10 kilometers ahead of us on the left. Li Gang raised his head. It's relatively safe here now. We've been running all night, so it's time to rest. In 2 hours, you and I will each lead 2 teams, and the 2 deputy captains will lead 2 teams to conduct reconnaissance near the enemy camp. There are too many enemy troops here. Even though they are not prepared, too many people will easily expose them. Duan Ping nodded. Okay, let's do it. The 2 men immediately set up guard posts while the others took a rest in hiding. At the same time, 3 kilometers away from them, a mountain wolf scout ran quickly towards Kong Lei and Shenjin. They rested where they were. Then we should rest too. Kong Lei said coldly, but they will definitely take action in 2 hours at most. Shenjin nodded. Then let's rest for an hour, and then we will personally select the backbones to follow them. At this time, we must not be discovered by them. Okay. Kong Lei nodded in agreement. Just as they were resting in place, Yan slowly retreated in the grass 300 meters away from them. After retreating 50 meters, he immediately ran towards the forest on the mountain. Team leader. Seeing Yan return, the hidden soldiers immediately squatted down. They're resting. Yan said coldly. It should be Fire Eagle and the others who are resting too. After all, they've been running all night, and now it's daybreak. They need to plan their reconnaissance. What a great opportunity. Zhang Lin said excitedly. Let's go around them while they're resting. By the time they're done resting, we'll have already left them behind. No. Yan shook his head. We're not going anywhere, just follow them. Ah? Everyone looked surprised. Captain. Huang Yukai asked doubtfully. We won't get anything if we follow them. Yes. Zhang Luan nodded. They have so many people. If they start to move, we won't be able to defeat them at all. We might even help them. Then, won't we be making things difficult for ourselves? Yan said calmly. They are now taking the route I planned. Didn't the prisoners tell us that the enemy's ace glorious army is stationed ahead? It's true. Huang Yukai suddenly realized. I was wondering why this direction looked so familiar. It turns out these guys are going to rob us. Damn it. Xia Fei angrily punched the ground. Isn't this route reserved for us? How did they know about it? Captain Li will definitely find out. Yan said coldly. Anyway, we'll follow them. Everyone nodded silently. The captives had previously confessed a lot of information, but Yan asked Chen Hai to keep this one specifically. This enemy force is a big fish, which Yan specially reserved for Lone Eagle. He must not let other teams snatch it away easily. Captain Li was even pretending to invite us earlier. Zhang Luan snorted. So he's using our intelligence to gain merit. Yan smiled faintly. He probably felt guilty and embarrassed to snatch our things like this, so he invited us. He's quite good at doing favors. Everyone rolled their eyes. Captain, are we just going to keep following like this? Lu Feng asked. That's not a solution. Yeah. Sun Daji said with a bitter face. We are outnumbered and can't compete with them at all. Don't worry, let's just wait and see. Yan said with a wicked smile. Wait until they start to cause chaos, then we can really take advantage of the situation. Everyone immediately smiled knowingly. Captain. Ali's face was full of admiration. It has to be you, all the bad water flows in your belly. Yan slapped him on the head. This is called strategy. After all, we are competitors. When the enemy army becomes chaotic, we will immediately shake them off. By then, the enemy will be prepared, the mission will become more difficult, and everyone will rely on their own abilities. Everyone nodded. Go to sleep. Yan said. Zhang Lin, go keep an eye on them first. I'll take over as someone else every 20 minutes, yes. The sky darkened again, and several figures rushed into the woods like ghosts. Command. A cold growl suddenly came from a tree. Feng Yun, reply. Thunder. The sentry in the tree poked his head out. Is that the captain? Li Gang nodded and quickly rushed into the woods. Old Li, you're back. Duan Ping greeted him excitedly. How was it? Did you get anything? Li Gang smiled and nodded. The information provided by the prisoners is indeed useful. We have discovered the bases of 2 enemy regiments. Me too, we spotted a regiment, Duan Ping said. They're well equipped, with quite a few tanks. I also found a group. Luton said. Li Gang smiled. This is at least an enemy division. It seems that we have won the first battle. Don't get too excited just yet, said Mountain Eagle Captain Duan Ping. We can't get too close during the day. We can only scout from a distance. We can't pinpoint the exact coordinates of all enemy units. If we report back like this, the artillery won't be able to provide comprehensive bombing coverage, which would be a waste of a prime opportunity. Li Gang nodded. Tonight, we'll conduct a reconnaissance at night. First, determine the important coordinates of the enemy camp. If we can infiltrate their interior and obtain intelligence, even better. In short, report back with the coordinates before tomorrow morning. Great. Duan Ping rubbed his hands excitedly. I didn't expect the first battle to go so smoothly. If we can destroy their entire division, we'll have achieved a great feat, alright, Li Gang said coldly. Everyone, take some time to rest. We'll set off in an hour. We have a lot of walking tonight. An hour passed in a flash, and Li Gang divided the team into 10 teams, each heading to a different area. Remember, at 4 in the morning, no matter what you discover, you must rendezvous. Li Gang said coldly. Also, try not to open fire. Yes. Everyone nodded. Captain. The sentry suddenly rushed over, panting. We've found something. Is there an enemy? Li Gang became alert instantly. It doesn't seem so. The sentry shook his head. I noticed 2 groups of people bypassing us from a distance, and they seem to be heading towards the enemy's position. Li Gang's heart skipped a beat. Bypass us? Yes. The sentry nodded. They were very careful, but I still found them even though I was in the tree. Duan Ping frowned. The other squadrons are not in this area. Luton said seriously. Last night, I felt like someone was following me. I even sent people back to check, but no one was found. Not good. Li Gang suddenly realized, it must be the people from Mountain Wolf and Iron Fist. These bastards have been following us. Scatter and chase. Li Gang growled angrily. Stop them. Everyone reacted immediately and rushed out of the woods. At the same time, on a big tree on the mountainside. Ye and watched as figures emerged from the woods below and spread out like a huge net. He smiled faintly and slid down quickly. Found it. Yian said with a smile. Yang Wei wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a cheerful smile, Captain, I did a good job, didn't I? I also contributed. Ali said quickly, if I hadn't shaken the grass, the Fire Eagle Sentinels wouldn't have noticed it at all. I'll give you 2 a credit first. Yian said with a smile. Ali and Yang Wei looked very proud and raised their chins proudly towards the others. Okay, let's follow them. Yian laughed evilly. Wait until they start to make trouble, then we can go and do great deeds. Chapter 49. Yian, you really lack the virtue of 18 generations of ancestors. Yian suddenly raised his fist, and the entire team immediately lay down in the grass. Everyone raised their heads quietly and saw silhouettes swaying in the woods ahead. On 2 trees were 2 sentinels, one with the mountain eagle and the other with the iron fist, on guard. Captain, are they planning to fight here? Huang Yukai asked in a low voice. Yian shook his head. How is that possible? Although this place is remote, it is also enemy territory. If we take action here, we won't be afraid of being exposed. So they are arguing? Xiafei asked. Yian snorted coldly. What theory? They are clearly dividing the spoils. Yes. Huang Yukai said angrily. We captured the prisoners and obtained the intelligence. These bastards are just scoundrels. Zhang Luan's eyes lit up. Captain, they won't be able to come to a conclusion anytime soon. Isn't this our chance? That's right. Zhao Shang nodded. Let them quarrel here. We can go and carry out the mission. No. Yian shook his head again. Although we are taking the initiative this time, the enemy is not stupid. They will definitely be able to detect our actions, so their troops may be mobilized at any time. Li Gang and others are also aware of this. So, they can't talk for too long. They might have already divided the spoils not long after we left. Everyone was stunned. If these guys show up when they are halfway through their work, won't all their work be in vain? Then, what should we do? Zhang Lin said with a bitter face, how about we settle for the next best thing and cooperate with Captain Li and the others? That's too frustrating. Huang Yukai kept shaking his head. Ye glanced at everyone and said with a smile, I have a way. What method? Everyone looked at him. 2 old leaders, what are you doing? Li Gang was so angry that he put his hands on his hips and spitted out saliva like a machine gun. You are making money without working for it, stealing the fruits of others' labor. This is shameful behavior. Kong Lei and Shen Jin looked at each other. When Li Gang caught up with them, they felt a little embarrassed and didn't want to face him, but after being scolded for a long time by their former subordinates, they didn't care anymore. Xiao Li, Kong Lei coughed. Is there a rule that only you can come here, but we can't? That's right. Shen Jin raised his head. Deputy Commander Ma said it all depends on your ability. You say we are shameful? I also say you are shameful. You intercepted us halfway and wanted to steal our mission, right? Fuck. Li Gang widened his eyes in anger. He didn't expect that the other party would be the first to complain. I don't want to waste my time on you, Li Gang roared. First come, first served, right? We've already scouted the enemy here and they belong to us. 2 old commanders, you should go somewhere else. There are also enemy troops stationed elsewhere. What a joke. Xian Jin snorted coldly. You said they belong to you, so they belong to you? If you have the guts, call them and see if they acknowledge them as yours. Li Gang's eyes turned red with anger. Xiao Li, you're being a bit unreasonable. Kong Lei acted like a veteran leader. How do you know you were here first? We were here a long time ago and had already completed the reconnaissance. It was obviously you who came late, so why are you complaining first? Li Gang was so angry that he wanted to explode on the spot. That he would never have thought that these two old leaders could be so scoundrels. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wait. How did you get here? We took a small path unknown to the locals and passed through enemy lines to get here. How did you get here? Shen Jin and Con Lei were suddenly embarrassed and stammered. We did the reconnaissance on our own. Oh. Li Gang pointed at them with sudden realization. You have been following us since the beginning, and have always used us as a guiding light, right? Shen Jin and Con Lei blushed and said awkwardly, we said it was a coincidence, do you believe it? Outside the woods, in the grass. It's done. Yan looked at the newly made straw man with satisfaction. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. It is called a straw man, but in fact it is a thing that Yan quickly made by hand using branches, leaves and a small amount of grass. This is much more complicated than making a straw man. Most importantly, under the dim starlight, this thing really does look like a human. Fuck. Ali looked around in shock. Captain, how can you be as clever and dexterous as a little pigeon when you're as powerful as an eagle? I'll never be able to make this in my lifetime. That's amazing, Lin Huo exclaimed in admiration. This is so exquisitely crafted. Captain, even if you don't join the army, with this craftsmanship, you won't be afraid to travel around the world. Yi Yan's face was full of pride. Now he realized that Tongzi was right. There was no bad ability in the abilities he drew. He had discovered a little bit of the effect of God's hand, but there was still a lot of potential to be developed. All right. Yi Yan whispered, everyone has seen the materials I used, right? Just look for them around here, quick. Yes. Everyone nodded and then quickly separated. After a while, everyone returned with various materials. Yi Yan's hands are extremely dexterous, and his proficiency is increasing. After a while, there were more than 20 strawmen lying nearby. No one can find materials faster than he can make a strawman. It's almost done. Yi Yan looked at the 50 or so strawmen around him and let out a long breath. Oh my goodness. Yang Wei wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Captain, you should just stay in the army and don't retire. Leave a way for our fellow workers to survive. Yes. Ma Liang nodded. At your rate, you can become a provincial model worker in a week and a national model worker in a month. Stop talking nonsense. Yi Yan said coldly, take out the rope and do as I tell you, quickly. No one dared to delay and took action immediately. 5 minutes later, Yi Yan set up the last mechanism and waved his hand. Let's go. Everyone bent down and walked quietly down the mountain. Yi Yan smiled faintly at Lin Zi. Everyone, take your time chatting, I'll be leaving first. In the woods, Shen Jin and Li Gang stood face to face, their lips almost touching. The two men soldiers also strode forward, staring at each other fiercely, and the smell of gunpowder instantly filled the entire forest. Don't be impulsive. Con Lei said hurriedly, seeing that both sides were about to fight, don't forget, we are in the enemy's hinterland. If a fight breaks out among our own people, even if we have made merit, we will be punished when we return. Shen Jin and Li Gang glared at each other fiercely, then retreated together. The soldiers on both sides immediately understood what was happening and retreated collectively. Con Lei looked at Li Gang and said, Little Li, if we keep fighting like this, there's no way we'll get anywhere. The enemy could mobilize at any moment. If we miss the opportunity, it'll be too late to regret it. So, I have a suggestion. What do you think? Li Gang took a deep breath and nodded silently. Okay, go ahead. Con Lei said, first of all, I admit that it is wrong for the two of us to follow you. Con Lei leaned close to him and whispered, you know, we left Falcon because we couldn't beat Chen Hai. Now that we have a chance to beat him, we're a little impatient. We really want to improve and beat Chen Hai. I hope you understand. Li Gang's eyes twitched. Of course he could understand this feeling, because he had always wanted to lead the Fire Eagle to surpass the Lone Eagle, and he himself also wanted to surpass Luo Tian. Con Lei raised his voice. Secondly, we've already followed us here, and we've also sent people to scout out the enemy. If you ask us to go somewhere else now, we definitely won't be willing to do that. So, Con Lei said, how about this? There are 5 enemy camps in this area. You 3, we 2. And we go to the 2 farthest ones. How about that? Li Gang frowned, his brain thinking rapidly. Don't even think about it. This is the best way. Xian Jin said unhappily, we've already given in. Originally, we wanted to take all 5 of them down at once. Old Li, that's enough. Do on. Ping leaned close to Li Gang's ear and said, if we continue to fight, what if the enemy really mobilizes? Li Gang looked unhappy, but every second counts on the battlefield. As long as they don't suffer any losses, they have no choice but to do so. I have another condition. Li Gang said. I know. Con Lei interrupted him and said with a smile, the mission is over, and we will separate immediately. I promise that I will never follow you again. From now on, we will rely on our own abilities. If I continue to follow you, my son will be blind even if he has a son. Chen Jin said angrily. Li Gang nodded. It's a deal. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Chen Jin said anxiously. Let's go. Li Gang waved to his men. Chen Jin and Kong Lei also led their people out eagerly. As soon as both sides ran out of the woods, the vanguard in front suddenly raised his fist. Swish, everyone fell to the ground almost at the same time, and the forest outside became quiet in an instant. What's going on? Li Gang asked in a low voice. Captain. A soldier slowly crawled over. The scout has spotted the enemy. What? Li Gang frowned. There are enemies in this remote place where no one lives? Yes, there are still quite a few, with heads moving everywhere, said the subordinate. Li Gang's eyes twitched, and he immediately crawled forward himself, and not long after they climbed out, Kong Lei and Chen Jin caught up. Several people hid in the grass and slowly poked their heads out to look down. More than 100 meters away from them, there were indeed several enemy soldiers wearing hats, and a lot of heads could be vaguely seen swaying around. What the hell are these enemies doing here? Chen Jin said, bewildered. This place is in the middle of nowhere, far from the front lines, and not even a strategic location. What are they doing here late at night? 80% of them are patrolling this area, said Kong Lei. How about killing them? Chen Jin said. No. Li Gang shook his head. They have at least 2 platoons, and there might be more down there. We can't kill so many quietly. Kong Lei nodded. Besides, if so many people disappear collectively, they will definitely be discovered. If we alert the enemy, we won't be able to act. Then wait for them to leave? Chen Jin asked. Li Gang nodded. This is a deserted place. They're probably just passing by. Let's wait a moment. Kong Lei and Chen Jin nodded silently, and the three of them retreated together. Time passes by every second. The 2 groups of people just lay in the grass, staring down with wide eyes, motionless. Damn it, it's been an hour and a half. Why haven't they left yet? Chen Jin's eyes were blazing with anger. Kong Lei rubbed his eyes. These bastards, not only did they not leave, but they also shook for an hour and a half. Did they take the wrong medicine? Why do they keep shaking? Don't you feel dizzy? Chen Jin clenched his fists and said, I usually call them monkeys, but now I see they really are monkeys. Running around in the mountains at night, shaking around, only monkeys can do that. Something is wrong. Li Gang suddenly frowned, with a bad feeling in his heart. What's wrong? Kong Lei and Chen Jin looked at him together. Li Gang shook his head. I don't know either. Let's go and take a look. Seeing Li Gang crawling out, Kong Lei and Chen Jin immediately followed. Duan Ping waved his hand and slowly followed with a dozen people, getting closer, closer. When the distance was about 20 meters, Li Gang suddenly stopped. The soldiers following him hurriedly kept close to the ground, but the next second, Li Gang suddenly jumped up and ran straight towards the enemy. What the hell? Kong Lei and Chen Jin were shocked, but before they could react, Li Gang's roar suddenly rang out. Come out, all of you. Damn it, we've been fooled. Huh? Chen Jin and Kong Lei were confused and jumped up immediately when they ran to Li Gang. Their eyes almost popped out of their heads in shock. Dozens of dummies were scattered in the grass around ropes connect them together, making them swing left and right like tumblers. That's it. Kong Lei's mouth twitched fiercely. It's this thing that made us stay for an hour and a half? Chen Jin angrily kicked a dummy and sent it flying. Holy shit. Who the hell put a straw man in the mountains? What the hell is wrong with you? Li Gang was also shaking with anger at this moment. He knew everything in his heart. Besides him, Yan also knew this route. When he thought about the dummies Yan had made, he was so scared that he lay in the grass for an hour and a half. Yan. Li Gang's face twisted with anger. You really lack the virtue of 18 generations of ancestors. Chapter 50. Help, help. Are you sure there wasn't one here before? Chen Jin glared at his soldiers ferociously. Sure. The subordinate nodded vigorously. We walked past here during the day. There's definitely nothing like this. Damn it. Someone is deliberately playing a trick on us. Chen Jin turned his head and looked at Li Gang angrily. Li Gang, did you send someone to do this? Li Gang was also furious and said unhappily, my people are all here, who should I send to do it? Who is that? Who is that? Chen Jin was furious. I was fooled by these dummies for an hour and a half. If this gets out, everyone will think they are fools. Chen Jin turned around and found Kong Lei carefully examining the dummy. He quickly asked, Old Kong, what did you see? Kong Lei was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. How can you tell? I just think this mannequin is quite unique, and it can be moved together. Hey, the guy who made this thing is really talented. Puff, Chen Jin almost vomited blood. Is this what he should pay attention to now? Damn it, don't let me find you, or I'll beat the shit out of you, then make you into a mannequin and shake it in front of me every day. Chen Jin angrily kicked another mannequin down. I'll make you like shaking. Li Gang clenched his fists, unable to express his pain. I know it was Yan who did it, but I can't betray Yan to outsiders. Moreover, he had learned about this route from the deputy chief of staff, so he was in the wrong from the beginning. Now that Yan had played a trick on him, he couldn't even get angry. All right. Kong Lei said in a deep voice, these dummies are meant to hold us back. Someone must have gotten there first. We have to leave immediately, otherwise all our efforts will be in vain. Yes, let's go quickly. Shen Jin suddenly reacted. In an instant, several teams of people rushed down the mountain, but before they had run far, Shen Jin suddenly discovered that Li Gang and his men were running in the same direction as them. Hey, didn't we talk about it? Shen Jin glared at him. Things have to change now. Li Gang said coldly, since someone got there first and we've been delayed for so long, the two camps closest to us are definitely doomed. So, there are 3 remaining places, 2 of us and 1 of you, okay, that's it. Kong Lei nodded. Old Kong. Shen Jin looked unhappy. There's no time to fight. Kong Lei said helplessly, if we don't hurry up, this one will be gone. Hey! Shen Jin angrily punched the air. When I finish this mission and return, I'm going to find that bastard. There were a few stars twinkling in the sky. Although it was not so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you, the visibility was not high either. In a forest, heads popped out one after another. This is a regiment's base, right? Zhang Lin asked excitedly. We have tanks and armored vehicles. Zhang Luan's face was filled with excitement. That's great. We wiped out an entire regiment in our first battle. That's at least a second-class merit. Captain, let's act. Sun Daji said impatiently. Yan shook his head. Don't worry, there are 5 camps in total. If we want to do it, let's do them all at once. Ah? Everyone widened their eyes in surprise. Captain, we only have so many men, Zhang Lin said hesitantly. We can split our forces into 2 groups at most. If we scout 5 camps in a row, Captain Li, and the others will probably be here by then. Captain, let's not be greedy. Huang Yukai said, just 2. Captain Li and the others should soon realize those are dummies. Yes, Captain, time doesn't allow it, said CFEI.YE and smiled slightly. Can't you think about it carefully? Why do you have to use the old methods? If you want to fight a good battle, you have to use your brain more. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Luo Xing and the other 3 quickly took a step back. Don't look at us, we are the ones who cook. Captain, I can't think of it. Zhang Lin said with a bitter face. Ye and shook his head. Come here. In the center of the enemy camp stood the largest tent, which was also the only place in the entire camp with lights on. At this moment, the curtain of the tent was suddenly lifted. An officer came out with some information, and the guard at the door immediately saluted. The officer nodded and walked straight into the darkness. But after taking a few steps, a stone that was blocking the officer suddenly stood up and, a face covered in oil paint and full of smiles floated out from the stone. Ah! The officer was terrified by the scene and backed away with his hands raised high in fear. Late at night, a stone on the roadside suddenly turns into a person and smiles at you. Anyone would be scared to death. But before he could shout, a pair of big hands suddenly appeared behind him. While covering his mouth, he also tightly strangled his neck. At the same time, the stone that scared him quickly caught his feet. The 2 men worked together and easily lifted the officer into the darkness. The officer's face was filled with horror, as he had realized that he must have been caught by the tongue by the enemy. He looked at a group of soldiers patrolling not far away and wanted to shout desperately, but the person who covered his mouth also stuffed something into his mouth, so he couldn't make any sound and could only watch the patrol team walk away in despair. Let's go, a dark shadow whispered. Then the 2 men lifted the officer, bent over and ran quickly out of the camp. 20 minutes later, in a forest a few kilometers away from the enemy camp. Ma Dali swung his fist and shot at the captives left and right with an expressionless face. The prisoner was beaten to the ground and finally found an opportunity, using his hands to desperately try to crawl away. But before he could climb a few steps, his legs were suddenly grabbed by the horse's force and he was pulled back. Where are you running to? Ma Dali said in the monkey language he had just learned. You haven't said it yet. Tell me, are you going to tell it or not? If you still don't tell me, I'll beat you until you tell me. Ma Dali simply rode on the prisoner, swaying his body from side to side, and hitting the prisoner with his fists like beating drums. Say it quickly, say it. Ma Dali spitted wildly while beating him. Hey, hey, hey. Yian couldn't bear to watch any longer. Hey, Dali, if you want him to talk, you have to take the stuff out of his mouth first, right? Yeah. Zhang Lin was speechless. If you don't take the thing out of his mouth, he won't be able to speak even if you beat him to death. Ah, is that so? Ma Dali looked at the prisoner in surprise. The prisoner's tears were streaming down his face as he nodded frantically at him, making whimpering sounds. Yes, I'm sorry. Ma Dali took the cloth out of the prisoner's mouth with an apologetic look on his face. The prisoner immediately wailed in agony. It hurts. It hurts so much. Are you trying to capture me, or are you trying to beat me to death? How can you interrogate me like this? You don't ask a single question, you just beat me. Ma Dali's face flushed red as he reached out to touch the captive's head. I'm sorry, I was careless. No, it didn't hurt too much, did it? The prisoner felt Ma Dali's hand and instinctively stepped back in fear. At the same time, he was very angry. This guy actually said it doesn't hurt. They'd been beating him for 7 or 8 minutes straight. Now his whole body felt like it was falling apart, his head was buzzing, he was seeing stars, several of his ribs were broken, and most importantly, his vitals had been stepped on several times. Doesn't this fucking hurt? He's almost dying. At this moment, Ian came over with a smile. Now I give you two choices. First, cooperate with us. Second, I will hand you over to him, and I will find someone who is willing to cooperate, first. The prisoner was so frightened that he answered immediately. Very good. Ian laughed and then asked, where is your division headquarters? The prisoner hesitated. If he told the truth, he would be considered a traitor. Ian shook his head. You are still unwilling to cooperate. Then, Bailang River, in Bailang River, 20 kilometers away from here, the prisoner said hurriedly. A traitor is a traitor. If he is caught, he will be shot at most, but if he fell into Madali's hands, he couldn't imagine how this guy would torture him. Last chance. Ian stared at the captive. You should know who we are. Since we were able to capture you from the camp, we can also find out if Bailang River is your division headquarters. If not, just hand me over to him. The prisoner pleaded. Ian smiled and nodded, then stood up. Everyone immediately gathered around. Captain, do you believe him? I don't believe him. Ian took out a map and pointed to a river valley. This is the Bailang River. Everyone immediately smiled knowingly. During the day, they also followed the two groups and knew where they went to scout. Although they did not conduct close reconnaissance, they still knew the number of enemies in each place and marked them on the map. Ian deliberately said nothing just now, just to trick the prisoner into talking. Ian put away the map. Okay, let's go to Bailang River immediately. Captain. Huang Yukai asked hesitantly, are we just going to ignore this enemy camp? After all, we just found their headquarters, which is at the regimental level. Ian said coldly, if we take down their headquarters, we will alert the enemy. Don't do this by picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons. Huang Yukai sighed. They got it for free. Ian took a deep breath and said, let's go. Dolly, take him with you. Huh? The prisoner's eyes widened in horror. Dolly had already grabbed him with a smile. Come on, get on my back. The captive was so frightened that he burst into tears. No. Sir, I've told you everything. Just keep him away from me. Don't be afraid. Dolly honestly picked up the captive princess and said, you've already said that I won't hurt you. We treat prisoners well. The prisoner was so angry that his mouth was bleeding. He was beaten like this, and you still treat the prisoner so well? Chapter 51. Say thank you. The night is dark and the river is gurgling. Ian and his companions stood on a high ground, overlooking a camp built along the river. The camp was completely dark, with only a few lights on. Under the dim starlight, it looked like a monster crawling by the river. It's quite a large scale. Ian turned his head and looked at the captives. How many troops are there? Speak. Dolly slapped the prisoner on the head. Cooperate. The prisoner twitched his lips and said honestly, sir, there is a regiment here, 2 armored companies, a motor company, a guard company, a commando team directly under the division, and a communications company. Ian nodded and then winked at everyone. Everyone immediately opened their backpacks, took out the enemy's clothes, and quickly changed into them. Are you going to sneak in? The captive said in horror, guys, you are too bold. This is our division headquarters. The guards are much stronger than our regiment. Thank you for the compliment. Ian patted him with a smile and said, come with us. Me? The prisoner shook his head quickly. No. At this moment, Dolly hugged him. At the same time, a hand grabbed his brother directly. Oh. The prisoner's mouth instantly turned into an O shape in pain. I won't cooperate. Dolly said with a ferocious look on his face, I will just spin, and spin it away. The captive felt Dolly really spinning, and nodded frantically in fear. Okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I'll absolutely cooperate. Is that right? Dolly withdrew his hand and showed his honest smile again. Ian glanced at his watch and immediately stood up. It's been a long time. Captain Lee and the others are probably coming out soon. Move now. Yes. Everyone stood up in unison. Ian took a deep breath. This was the first battle of their Lone Eagle reconstruction, and it was also a battle that determined whether they could get the ticket to become a Special Forces soldier. Jinhai, Su Hongxing guarantees them with his future. Luo Tian, the veterans are looking forward to it. The fallen comrades, they are watching from the sky. Ian clenched his fists. He wanted to fight well in this first battle. A group of people sneaked along the hillside towards the enemy camp. When they got closer, Lu Feng and Sun Daji successfully took care of the 4 secret sentries. After dealing with the bodies, they avoided a patrolling group of soldiers and successfully entered the camp. Where is the division headquarters? Ian asked in a low voice. The prisoner looked around and shook his head helplessly. I only came to the division headquarters once the day before yesterday. I can recognize them during the day, but at night, hey. Feeling Dolly grabbing him from below, the captive pointed in a direction in fear. It should be over there, almost over there. Ian glanced at everyone. Everyone be careful. Yes, everyone nodded. Ian waved his hand and everyone immediately followed him out, but just as they reached the open space, they ran into a patrolling enemy force. Both sides were stunned for a moment. In an instant, the hearts of all the Lone Eagle people rose to their throats, and thick beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. John Lin and others quickly gripped their guns and put their fingers on the triggers. Ian placed both hands on the dagger, ready to strike at any time. Command! A low growl suddenly came from the other side. Ian winked at the prisoner, and Madali grabbed him by the lower body and pulled him forward. Thunder, the prisoner shouted with a bitter face. Underground fire. The other side responded, and then the whole team came up. Sir! The squad leader, upon seeing the prisoner's rank as a major, immediately saluted. Why are you here? The prisoner nodded pretentiously. I'm from the regiment. I have important information to report to the division headquarters. It's so dark, I can't find where the division headquarters is. The enemy squad leader immediately pointed in a direction. It's over there, sir. It's about 200 meters away. The prisoner nodded. Okay, you guys continue patrolling and strengthen your vigilance. The squad leader saluted. Yes. Seeing the patrol team walking away, everyone finally felt relieved. Sure. Ian looked at the captive with a smile. You are quite capable. The prisoner had a wry smile on his face. How could he not cooperate? If he is caught by Ian and the others, he might still have a chance of survival. If he were discovered by his own people. He has brought the Dragon Kingdom scouts here. Even if he has mouths all over his body, no one will believe that he has not betrayed. Let's go. Ian led his men forward. After walking about 200 meters, a large tent appeared in front of us, with 4 guards standing at the door. Is it here? Ian asked. The prisoner nodded vigorously. Yes, that's right, this is it. Ian immediately glanced at Zhang Lin, Zhang Luan, Zhao Shang and CFA. The 4 of them nodded in tacit understanding and slowly drew out their daggers. Stop. A guard held out his hand to stop them. What are you doing? Ian smiled faintly. Fuck you. Ha? The guard widened his eyes in surprise. The next second, 4 figures rushed out from behind Ian. The 4 guards opened their eyes wide in horror, and before they could react, they were stabbed in the throat. Blood spurted out, and the 4 guards struggled for a moment before becoming motionless. Come in. Ian waved his hand violently. Huang Yukai and Ali rushed in first, and the others followed closely behind like wolves and tigers. Zhang Lin and his 4 companions raised their guns and stood at the door pretending to be sentries. Don't move. Inside the tent, 6 monkey officers and 3 soldiers stood up with shocked expressions. Seeing the soldiers pointing guns at him, an officer was the first to react. He growled angrily. What do you want to do? Rebellion? Ian walked forward with a smile and slapped him in the face with a big dick. You dare to hit me? The officer was stunned. Ian backhanded 2 more big punches and said, Are you still dreaming? We are scouts from the Dragon Nation, do you understand? Longhua. The officer widened his eyes in horror. The next second, the 9 enemy soldiers collectively raised their hands, and their expressions instantly became honest. They really never dreamed that the Dragon Country Scouts would infiltrate their headquarters. Huang Yukai and his men quickly took away their weapons. The 9 captives trembled and knelt on the ground with their hands raised. Ian played with the dagger and looked at them with a smile. I came here because I need your help. Whoever helps me will be rewarded. Whoever doesn't help me will be punished. All 9 captives trembled. They all knew what these enemies were going to ask. If they answered, they would definitely be considered traitors, but Ian didn't give them any time to think and asked immediately. Since this is the division headquarters, you must know the specific locations of the subordinate units and how to deploy them. Ian looked at them with a smile. Who can tell me the details? No one answered, and all the prisoners lowered their heads immediately. Puff, suddenly, a cold light flashed, followed by a blood arrow shooting out. All the captives were startled and turned their heads to look, only to see a dagger on the neck of one of their companions in the corner. He covered his neck in pain, blood gushing out from between his fingers, but he couldn't utter a word and fell to the ground, twisting wildly. Oops, I missed by mistake. Ian said apologetically, I wanted to shoot him in the head, but I hit his neck instead. Now, he'll have to struggle for a long time before he dies. All the Lone Eagle people had evil smiles on their faces. At this distance, Ian always hits the target. They have tried it themselves. So, Ian did it on purpose, just to make these people panic. Sure enough, the remaining 8 prisoners were terrified, and one officer's body even trembled uncontrollably. Puff, at this moment, another dagger flew out and hit the neck of the officer who was shaking like a sieve. Without any warning, the officer covered his neck and twisted his body wildly, and the remaining 7 were so scared that they collapsed to the ground. Why are you shaking? Ian shook his head bitterly. Isn't this disrespecting me? Ian glanced at the remaining people. Why are you all sitting down? Are you showing me no respect? Swish, the 7 prisoners knelt together. Although they were extremely frightened, they did not even dare to breathe because of what they had learned from the previous incident. Ian walked to the still squirming corpse and pulled out the dagger. Blood gushed out immediately, and the 7 captives were so frightened that they wanted to close their eyes. Ian shook the blood off the dagger and said with a smile, Help me, and I can let you live. If you don't help me, you will die. Yi and shrugged, anyway, no matter what you say, only the people here know. Afterwards, whether you run away or choose to conceal it, no one will find out. The 7 captives were stunned for a moment, then looked at each other. Ye and put away his smile. Now, I'll ask again. You guys rushed to answer. If you don't help me, Yi and raised the bloody knife and asked with a smile, who is willing to, me? 7 people raised their hands almost at the same time. Ye and smiled very happily. The effect of this quick response was very good. A few minutes later, 7 pieces of paper were placed in front of Yi and these are the coordinates and deployment situations written down by 7 people. Yi and compared them and found they were almost identical. He looked at the 7 nervous captives with satisfaction. You say, this kind of cooperation is so good, why do you have to make it unpleasant? We, the soldiers of the dragon country, are very kind, especially me, who is most afraid of seeing blood. You have to force me. The 7 captives smiled flatteringly, but they were actually cursing in their hearts. You just look like a murderer without blinking an eye, and you're still afraid of seeing blood? How can you be so shameless? The first officer to be captured looked at the 7 men with envy in his eyes. If Ian had treated him like this before, at least he wouldn't have been beaten into the state he is now by my dolly. Can I use your radio? Ian asked politely. The 7 captives were about to cry and nodded frantically. Sir, you can use whatever you want. You don't need to ask for our permission. Okay. Ian nodded to Xiangqing, contact the team immediately. Yes. Xiangqing ran over quickly. Ye and walked up to the prisoners with a smile. There are no high-ranking officials among you? Where are your division commander, deputy division commander, chief of staff and others? They're not here, an officer said with a bitter face. They went to the military headquarters in the evening. Oh. Yi sighed, that's really a bargain for them. Yi looked at the others again and said, by the way, you haven't said thank you yet. Ah. The 7 prisoners looked at him in confusion. Yi spread his hands. If I don't give you a chance, you are already dead. Later, I will blow up your headquarters. If I don't take you away, you will die too. I saved your lives, shouldn't you say thank you? People should be polite and say thank you. Puff, the 7 captives almost vomited blood collectively. Captain. Xiangqing shouted, we've contacted the team. Chapter 52. Are we war correspondents? The pen tip rustled as Chen Hai quickly recorded one coordinate after another. That's all, over. Yian's sonorous and powerful voice came from the walkie-talkie. Chen Hai put down his pen and looked at the coordinates that had filled an entire page, feeling numb. This, so much. Chen Hai swallowed hard. Captain, please start the bombing as soon as possible. Yian's voice came again, by daybreak, the enemy may redeploy, and these coordinates may not be useful. Okay. Chen Hai nodded repeatedly. I will contact the frontline headquarters immediately. Su Hongxing snatched the microphone and signaled Chen Hai to convey the information. Chen Hai nodded and excitedly ran towards the phone with the coordinates. Xiao Yi. Su Hongxing took a deep breath and said, you completed your mission very well. After confirming that the target has been bombed, return immediately. Commissioner. Yi said, I apply to stay and continue to carry out the mission. What? Su Hongxing's eyes widened. You want to stay? Yi said affirmatively, yes, that's what I think. Once our artillery fire explodes, the enemy will definitely be in chaos. As long as they are in chaos, there will definitely be many opportunities. If we wait until they are redeployed, there will be no such good opportunities again. So, I want to stay and seize these opportunities to cause more damage to the enemy. Su Hongxing frowned, his face full of hesitation, but after hesitating for a few seconds, Su Hongxing nodded, okay, I approve. Thank you, Mr. Zhangwei. Yi was extremely excited. But be sure to pay attention to safety, Su Hongxing said solemnly, achieving meritorious service is important, but I hope even more that you return safely. Yes. Yi replied seriously, Commissioner, I will definitely bring them back safely, and I will definitely not let you and the captain regret signing the military order for us. I promise. Su Hongxing was completely stunned. He and Chen Hai signed the military order in the military district, and only 2 or 3 people in the brigade knew about it. How did Yi know? We're preparing to evacuate. End call, over. There was a rustling sound from the walkie-talkie, and Su Hongxing said silently into the microphone, Chen Hai and I have never regretted anything. You guys, take care. Over. Okay. Chen Hai ran over cheerfully, grabbed the microphone and said, Xiao Yi, I have contacted the frontline command. In 5 minutes, the 4 artillery regiments will open fire collectively. Ha, you have made a great contribution this time. Tell me, stop talking. Su Hongxing had already lit a cigarette, the person left a long time ago. Ah. Chen Hai listened to the microphone in a daze, and sure enough, there was a crackling sound. You left without telling me? Chen Hai complained. You didn't even ask me. Su Hongxing rolled his eyes. You just came over and grabbed the microphone, then started talking a lot. Chen Hai put down the phone awkwardly, but then laughed again. Well, Lao Su, Are the people I picked right? We've only let them out for less than 2 days, and they've already brought back such important intelligence. Look, look. Chen Hai proudly waved the paper in his hand. This must be the distribution map of an entire division. There are artillery and armored units. My goodness, which team can send back so much important information at once? Facts speak louder than words. I still have a sharp eye. Chen Hai laughed heartily and said, with this one achievement, even if Lone Eagle stands up again, our military mission will be fulfilled. As long as they perform well, the quota for the special forces will also be theirs. Those two grandsons Kong Lei and Shen Jin should not even think about competing with us. Ha ha ha. This kid is really showing off to me. Wait until he comes back, he won't be coming back for now. Su Hongxing exhaled a puff of smoke. I just agreed with them to continue to carry out the mission behind enemy lines. What? Chen Hai's smile froze on his face. No. They have completed the mission. According to the rules, they should come back to rest and wait for new missions before going out again. Those rules you mentioned are bullshit, Su Hongxing said coldly. Think about our veteran scouts. When they were fighting the Imperial Coalition in Korea, they could penetrate deep into the enemy's rear, sabotaging and harassing them, leaving them in a state of panic. More than a decade ago, when we were fighting the Indians, a few scouts dared to charge forward and even captured an enemy 100 times their number. Chen Hai opened his mouth wide, speechless for a moment. Su Hongxing continued, look at us now. The long period of peace has given us bad habits. What is a scout? It's a killer active behind enemy lines, a king of hell that the enemy trembles in fear at the mere mention of him. Su Hongxing patted Chen Hai and said, we always want to protect them better, but invisibly, we are actually hindering their growth. He sighed heavily, we are commanders, not patriarchs. Sometimes, we should give them more opportunities in space. Chen Hai nodded vigorously, old captain, you are right. They want to become the first special forces unit in our military region. They have to find experience on their own. Su Hongxing smiled slightly, okay, let's wait. Yian, this kid, is really reassuring when he gets things done. Let's just wait for his good news. Chen Hai nodded, his eyes filled with both anticipation and worry. What we are looking forward to is what other achievements Yian can make. The worry is that chaos will soon break out on the enemy side, and all the reconnaissance teams will be in danger. Why Yian continue to lead the team there? You kid, you have to keep your eyes open even when you sleep. Chen Hai clenched his fists tightly, you must be fully alert. At the same time, an enemy camp. Li Gang fell to the ground, sweat dripping like beads from a broken string. He was breathing heavily, but a smile appeared on his face. Come on, catch up. Lone Eagle's gang hasn't arrived yet. It's worth it that we ran for half our lives. Lu Tong lay on the ground, wishing he could take his head off to breathe. Hurry up and scout. Duan Ping said. It's too late. Li Gang shook his head. It's been so long, Yian must have reported to the group. The artillery bombardment will start before we can complete the detailed reconnaissance. By then, the enemy here will definitely be on the move, and we won't have a chance. Then, just report the coordinates directly? Lu Tong asked. Li Gang nodded. Turn on the radio and contact the squadron immediately. Report the coordinates first. When the artillery bombards this area, we'll take advantage of the chaos and kill them. A smile suddenly appeared on everyone's face. Even if the artillery cannot cover and bombard this place, as long as there is chaos, they can easily harvest the fleeing enemy troops. Isn't this also a meritorious service? Hurry, contact the brigade immediately. Lu Tong looked at the communicator. Yes. The communicator took out the microphone from behind and quickly adjusted the channel. Duan Ping laughed happily and said, we finally managed to find a campsite. I guess those guys from Mountain Wolf and Iron Fist haven't gotten there yet. Li Gang breathed a sigh of relief. There are only a dozen or so people in the Lone Eagle. They can't handle so many enemy camps. When the battle here is almost over, let's go to another enemy camp and take advantage of the chaos to defeat them. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, countless shells fell from the sky. The violet explosion instantly covered the entire enemy camp. A flame shot up into the sky, piercing the darkness and illuminating Li Gang's face. He watched helplessly as cars were blown into the air, tents were torn into countless pieces, and piles of enemy troops were blown to pieces. Li Gang's face was distorted. After running so far and getting nothing, the result is to watch Lone Eagle's MVP award? Captain. A soldier pointed to the distance. That side seems to have been bombed as well. Li Gang turned his head mechanically. Sure enough, the sky in the distance seemed to be on fire, which was exactly where they had been scouting during the day, and there is more than one place. Fuck you. Li Gang was so angry that he almost jumped up. They were all blown up. Team leader. What? Li Gang roared angrily. The signalman timidly handed over the microphone. Team, it's connected, it's the captain. Li Gang's eyes twitched with anger and he grabbed the microphone. Captain, Shaoli, Chen Hai said excitedly, you're also at the scene, right? Quickly report the situation. Has the enemy camp been bombed? Li Gang felt like he was about to spit out blood, shrimp and pork heart. It's really shrimp and pork heart that he had traveled so far for nothing, and he still had to help Ian report the battle situation. Li Gang felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. He said word by word, it exploded, it exploded. It was all exploded. Okay. Chen Hai laughed excitedly. You should learn from the Lone Eagle. They were just formed, and they made such great achievements right after the battle. Aren't you usually so awesome? Why can't you do the same at the critical moment? You should also make some achievements for me. Li Gang felt his head buzzing and he was so angry that he felt like he was going to die. They came to fight and make merit, but ended up becoming war correspondents. Captain. Li Gang took a deep breath and said word by word, I request that you continue to fight. We, the Fire Eagles, will surely accomplish greater feats than their Lone Eagles. Okay, I approve. Chen Hai said coldly, I'll wait for your good news. Yes, over. Li Gang threw the microphone to the communicator, then he turned around and looked at the dejected soldiers. Everyone, cheer up. The battle has just begun. Next, use all your skills to defeat Lone Eagle. Yes. Everyone nodded vigorously, murderous intent in their eyes. Yi-un. Li Gang clenched his fists, just wait. Meanwhile, Falcon Command, Chen Hai sat down on the chair, grinning from ear to ear. Zhang Wei, our team is safe this time. Chen Hai said with a smile, Yi-un has aroused the fighting spirit of Li Gang and the others. Next, if they go all out, there will be no chance for Mountain Wolf and Iron Fist. Su Hongxing smiled and nodded. Before, the whole brigade thought that the Fire Eagle would be the first to achieve merit. We didn't expect that the Lone Eagle would take the lead and achieve such a great achievement. Li Gang and the others must be anxious. Chen Hai smiled happily, be anxious, the more anxious they are, the harder they will hit us. The harder they hit us, the harder we will be rewarded. Chapter 53, Mr. Yi has deferred tax revenue to 99 years later, halfway up the mountain, outside of forest.Ian and his soldiers walked out of the woods with smiles on their faces, looking down with laughter. Artillery fire roared and dense grenades fell like raindrops. It was like plowing the land, bombing from beginning to end, leaving no inch untouched. The enemy camp has been completely reduced to a sea of fire, and countless enemy soldiers have been reduced to ashes in the artillery fire. In the distance, several other enemy camps were also under fire. At this moment, the entire night sky was lit up by artillery fire. It's so enjoyable, so enjoyable. Xiafei laughed excitedly. Huang Yukai beamed with joy. Others can only take down a headquarters at most, but we can directly take down an entire division. In the entire military region, who else can show up like us? John Lin rolled his eyes at him and said, if you weren't the captain, wouldn't you be thinking of destroying that enemy regiment? Huang Yukai nodded with a smile. Yes, I am short-sighted and limited in knowledge. Fortunately, the captain is here. Ali looked at Yian inquiringly. Captain, the intelligence we provided can wipe out an entire enemy division. After we return, will our commando team be considered to have passed the assessment? In an instant, everyone stared at Yian. And looked at everyone seriously. Maybe. But you'd better forget all this. Everyone opened their mouths wide. Forget? But didn't we promise the veteran? Yian said coldly. Why do we, and other teams, risk our lives to infiltrate behind enemy lines? It's not just to make merit, we have a more important mission as soldiers, to defend our country. Everyone's expression became serious and their fists clenched silently. They had witnessed the cruelty of the enemy with their own eyes. Civilians shot without reason, villages destroyed by artillery fire, primary school students beaten by enemy troops, and overseas Chinese who fled back from persecution. It is no exaggeration to say that the crimes committed by the monkeys are too numerous to list, and they are not much better than the Japanese devils back then. It is undeniable that before they arrived at the battlefield, they all wanted to make merit and bring honor to their family, but when they really got to the battlefield and had to risk their lives, they rushed forward fearlessly into the hail of bullets, not for the medal. They have only one thought in their minds: even if they die, they must defend the country and the people behind them. The 4 words, defending the country, are the most important duties and missions hidden in their bones. It is also the proudest honor for them. As soldiers, Yian glanced at everyone. We blew up an enemy division, but the enemy still has more than 100,000 soldiers at the border, and their main force is still heading this way. If we could launch more attacks on the enemy and pass on more intelligence, the people on the border would suffer less, and we would lose fewer comrades. Yian took a deep breath. This is what we as scouts should think about now. As for whether we can pass the assessment or become a special forces soldier, forget it for now, as long as we give it our all. After we go back, the captain and the committee will never let us suffer any injustice, and we will get everything we deserve. Captain. Zhang Lin said seriously, we understand. Just tell us what to do next. Captain, give the order. Everyone came forward. Yian waved his hand and everyone immediately surrounded him. This place has been bombed, and the enemy will soon be prepared. If we continue to stay here, it will become more difficult to carry out the mission. Therefore, I decided to continue to go deep into the enemy's rear. Ma Liang opened his mouth in surprise. We're leaving the front line? Yian said calmly, the front line is very important, but once the enemy is prepared, we can no longer provide the coordinates of a division for a large force to bomb, let alone a regiment. At that time, all we can do is infiltrate the enemy position. Kill dozens of enemies, eliminate 2 or 3 of their strongholds, and then we have to go back. But this doesn't help the overall battle situation. Everyone nodded silently. Dozens of people died and a few strongholds were lost. In a normal war, it was almost useless. Yian continued, but if we go deep into the enemy's rear, we can do so many things. Even if we just blow up one of their supply warehouses, it might make the enemy very uncomfortable, which is more useful than destroying a dozen of their strongholds. Everyone instantly perked up and their expressions brightened. Yian smiled and said, once we've wreaked havoc in the enemy's rear, they'll surely come to encircle and suppress us. Then we'll immediately turn around and look for opportunities on the front lines. If we're lucky, we might be able to wipe out an entire battalion. If we're unlucky, we can still wipe out a dozen strongholds and return home in glory. Captain, this is a great idea. The enemy will definitely not expect it. Let's do it. Huang Yukai said excitedly. Isn't this what they call a feint to the east and attack in the west? Lin Hua gave a thumbs up. The captain is the captain. This is a great idea. I admire you wholeheartedly. The others nodded as well. The enemy's frontline forces have just been precisely bombed, and the enemy will definitely search the surrounding area. They would never have imagined that a reconnaissance force had sneaked into their rear. Wait. Jiang Lin suddenly said, this tactic is good, but we are not familiar with the enemy's rear. It will take a long time to find a valuable target. Yian interrupted him with a smile, don't we have a group of good friends? Are you worried about this? Swish, everyone turned their heads at once, and saw the 8 captives tied up in the woods, and their anus tightened with fear in an instant. The sound of artillery gradually became sparse, but the screams like slaughtering pigs soon drowned out the rumbling sound of artillery and circled over the enemy camp. Li Gang squatted on a high ground, watching from afar as countless enemy troops were running around in the flames in a panic. At the same time, many enemies who were not killed in the explosion rushed out of the camp and began to set up defensive positions around it. Li Gang's face was filled with resentment. Damn it, this explosion. Yian and the others have made great contributions, but it's difficult for us. The other people's expressions were also very ugly before. The enemy was not prepared, so they could conduct any reconnaissance they wanted. That was the best time for them, but now, an entire enemy division was destroyed in one go. Next, the enemy will definitely be on high alert and search everywhere for the infiltrated scouts. Their good days were over before they even began. This is equivalent to taking office in Iching, happily preparing to be a county magistrate who can make money just by standing by. In the end, Master Yi collected all the taxes 99 years later. Old Li, what should we do next? Duan Ping stared at Li Gang. Li Gang had completely calmed down at this time. He sighed helplessly. The enemy will immediately launch a full-scale search, and all their troops will be transferred from their current positions and their vigilance will be increased. We can't possibly accomplish anything serious. He looked at everyone and said, if we gather together, we'll be too conspicuous and easily exposed. So I've decided that we should all disperse and act in squads. Li Gang quickly took out the map, and officers and veterans immediately surrounded him. This area, bombed by us, will definitely become a key enemy search area, Li Gang said seriously. But we can't retreat either, because the enemy's front line is right behind us. Either we return home directly, or we risk being attacked from both sides. Li Gang's face was filled with rage. I've already applied to the brigade to stay and continue fighting. If we go back, we'll lose face, and those Lone Eagle bastards will ride on our shoulders. Lu Tong nodded. Captain, you mean, interspersed operations? Right. Li Gang nodded vigorously. We'll just sneak through the enemy's search party. There are mountains everywhere here, perfect for us to sneak through covertly. Li Gang pointed at the map and said, let's get behind the enemy and then reunite and attack them by surprise. Okay. Duan Ping nodded. This is a good plan. I agree. I agree too. Lu Tong nodded. I agree. Agree. The others expressed their opinions one after another. Li Gang looked at everyone with satisfaction. The Lone Eagle took first place. We are inferior in skills, so we admit defeat. But the real battle has just begun. Next, we will confront the enemy head-on and test our strength. We, the Fire Eagles, are now number 1 in the team, and you, the Mountain Eagles, are number 2. If we lose to those bastards from the Lone Eagles, we'll be nothing but dogs. Yes. Everyone nodded vigorously. Duan Ping said angrily, they've just been formed and are a bunch of troublemakers. They're okay compared to other squadrons, but if we lose to them, then all our training will be in vain. I think we're worse than pigs and dogs. Right. Everyone nodded in unison. Losing to them is worse than pigs and dogs. Li Gang nodded. The next step is to fight for real. We should show our real strength and let Jian and his gang see the true strength of the first and second place in the brigade, and let them find out the gap between us. Yes. Everyone nodded with full fighting spirit. Get ready to go. Li Gang waved his hand, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Ian, just wait to be amazed by our achievements. Chen Jin lay in the grass, looking at the enemy camp in the distance in despair. It's hopeless. Kong Lei sighed, we are a step too late, fuck it. Chen Jin angrily gripped a handful of straw. Which Falcon unit is this? How are they so awesome? They blew up so many enemy camps at once? They didn't even leave us any soup. How did they do it? Kong Lei shook his head. The enemy had 5 camps, the farthest of which was over 40 kilometers apart. I don't know how they were able to wipe out all 5 at once. Chen Jin slammed his fist on the ground in anger. I don't want to know how they did it now. I just want to know who they are. Damn it, they used a dummy to scare me. If they hadn't delayed us, we might have been able to capture another camp. I have to get him. That's a lie. Kong Lei said helplessly, it might have been a mistake for us to follow the Fire Eagle in the first place. Li Gang is too smart, and they have helpers. We're just wasting time if we continue to follow them. Chen Jin stared at him. You mean, let's leave here and act on our own, said Kong Lei. Chen Jin thought about it and then nodded. Alright, this area is no longer valuable anyway. The enemy will soon launch a large-scale search. Let's head east. There should be a large enemy force there as well. Okay. Kong Lei nodded, then let's act immediately. Without any hesitation, the 2 men immediately led their troops to move eastward at full speed. In the woods, 8 captives looked at Yian tremblingly, their faces full of fear. Don't be afraid. Yian smiled. You helped me, you are my friends, right, Ali? Yes. Ali patted the captive's head with a smile. My friend Adasi, don't be afraid, don't tremble, sir. One captive couldn't hold it in any longer, tears streaming down his face. We've already helped you, didn't you say you'd let us go? That's right. Yian spread his hands. Didn't I bring you out of the camp? If I hadn't brought you out, you would have been blown to death by now. I kept my promise. The captives were speechless. Aren't we still tied up by you? You want to leave? Yian smiled slightly. No problem, do me one more favor and I'll let you go. Chapter 54. Is this the ultimate surprise? Sir, that's all I know. A prisoner looked at Yian bitterly. Yian looked at the 3 recorded messages and smiled. I believe you, I believe you. But, think carefully, are there any details you would like to add? I really don't know anymore. The prisoner shook his head. I'm just a small staff officer. That's all I know. I'm telling you everything, sir. Yian patted him with a smile. Okay, you take a rest first. He turned his head and smiled at the next prisoner. It's your turn. Oh, your rank is lieutenant colonel, right? That should make you a high-ranking officer. You must know a lot. Sir, the prisoner said with a bitter face, actually, I'm also a staff officer. Deputy Chief of Staff of the division. He's definitely a high-ranking official. Yi Anil said happily, I'm just a private. You're much bigger than me. Oh my, I was able to capture a deputy chief of staff and even interrogate him in this lifetime. Don't you think I'm awesome? The prisoner was almost crying, and gave a thumbs up in agreement. You are the most awesome soldier I have ever seen. Ha ha ha. Yian pointed at him with a smile. No need to flatter me. If I flatter you, you still have to explain. Come on, tell me what you know. It must be valuable. Before long, the paper in Yian's hand was full. Well, very good. Yian showed a satisfied smile. This information is of great help to me. Thank you very much. The prisoners nodded awkwardly. One of them whispered, Sir, we've told you everything we know. Can we go now? Wait a moment. Yian smiled and waved to Madali. Show it to him and verify it. Yes. Madali took the information and immediately handed it to his little pet with a smile on his face. Come, take a good look at it, and be sure to pay attention. The prisoner nodded repeatedly and immediately clamped his legs together after receiving the information, but Madali stretched out his hand and opened it easily. It should be true. The captive hurriedly said to Yian, there are 3 places here that I know, and the locations are similar. The others should not be fake. The other 7 captives breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Madali's little pet with gratitude. Sir, we really want to help you, a captive said sincerely, we would never lie to you. Commander, we became traitors when we were at the division headquarters. Now, it is even more impossible for us not to help you. Only by helping you can we survive. Another prisoner stared at Yian seriously. Sir, we are sincere to you. The other prisoners echoed. Okay. Yian nodded gratefully at them. I can see your sincerity. Thank you again for your help, he smiled and said, we, the soldiers of the Dragon Nation, always keep our word. You helped me, and now you can leave. The captives stared at Yian in disbelief. Although everyone wanted to leave immediately, no one dared to move. They had seen it at the division headquarters. The scout in front of them was a madman. He killed people without any warning while chatting and laughing. "Let's go, everyone," Yian said with a smile. "We still have to continue our mission, so we won't send you off. But you must remember what you have done. If we are caught, we will definitely give you away." "Then, we understand, sir, we understand." The prisoners nodded excitedly. "Sir, we know nothing. Nothing happened." Yes, we have been staying in the camp the whole time. We hid during the bombing and didn't see you. Sir, please go and carry out your mission. We have never seen this before." Yian laughed. "That's right, okay, let's go. While your camp has not yet recovered, you can go back quietly." "Thank you, sir." The 7 prisoners saluted Yian vigorously and then ran down the mountain. Dali's little pet watched them leave and looked at Yian with a bitter face. "Sir, I have helped a lot, can I?" Before he could finish his words, his eyes suddenly widened in horror. Yian's smile suddenly disappeared, and a murderous look appeared on his face. He suddenly drew his dagger and rushed towards the 7 departing captives. A cold light suddenly appeared in the woods, and blood splattered. The 7 prisoners covered their necks, their eyes widened in fear, and without even a scream, they fell heavily to the ground one by one. The little pet watched the 7 people twisting desperately on the ground and was so scared that it quickly covered its mouth. "Captain." Xiaofugui looked at Yian in astonishment. "Didn't you just let them go?" Yian sneered. "This is a battlefield. Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Even if they have 100 reasons not to betray us, if they are exposed and reveal our whereabouts under torture, it will be too late to regret it. Remember." Yian looked at everyone coldly. "There must be no mercy towards the enemy." "Yes." Everyone nodded vigorously. Yian nodded, and suddenly turned to look at the last prisoner. "By the way, what did you want to say just now?" I didn't say anything, he. The prisoner was shaking with fear. "Captain." Madali hugged the prisoner in a simple and honest manner. "There's only one left. Are you going to kill him?" "No." The prisoner fell to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his face. "Sir, I don't want to be an Anan person anymore. I want to be a Guangnan person." The captive looked at Yian pleadingly. "Those beasts are all damned, none of them are good. Wearing their skins makes me feel sick, bah. I have hated them for a long time, and have been hoping that someone from Longguo will come to rescue me. Finally, I have waited for this day. I am one of them, please don't kill me." Seeing that Yian remained calm, the captive said with tears in his eyes, "Commander, I am different from them. I am the one who really wants to help you. It is useful to keep me here." Yes, I am useful, very useful. I can lead the way for you." Yian wanted to laugh when he heard this. This must be the legendary guide. However, the journey ahead is long, and they really need a guide. Moreover, Yian could see that this guy was completely scared, and he was very obedient before. "What's your name?" Yian asked. "Report to the commander, my name is Fan Laolu," the prisoner replied. Puff, Yian almost choked on his saliva. "Fan Laolu." Yian happily nodded. "Your parents think you are quite accurate, they really know how to name you." Fan Laolu nodded repeatedly. Yes, the commander is right. Listen, Fan Laolu." Yian stared at him seriously. "I can spare your life. You've already made a contribution. If you can continue to help us complete the mission, I promise to make you a Guangnan citizen." When he heard the word guarantee, Fan Laolu shuddered for no reason, but now he has no choice. If he doesn't want to die, he can only go down this path. "Sir, I'm here to pledge my allegiance." This is definitely a surprise. Fan Laolu gritted his teeth and said, "I'll lead the way for you later." "Proof of allegiance?" Yian became interested. "Tell me about it." "Speak." Madali slapped him on the shoulder, and Fan Laolu collapsed. The sky was getting light, and a hint of dawn appeared in the east. Hushuan City, a reception hotel. Hu Tang, commander of the glorious army, didn't even have time to put on his clothes before rushing downstairs. "Commander!" A group of officers saluted vigorously. "What's going on?" Hu Tang stared at a senior colonel excitedly. "Huang Qin, tell me, what happened?" Huang Qin said with a bitter face, "Commander, I just received a call from the division. Our 2nd division was suddenly hit by a precise and targeted attack from the enemy. 4 regiments, including my division. Headquarters were all covered by artillery fire." "What?" Hu Tang's eyes twitched in shock. Coverage bombing? How much damage?" "Each regiment." Huang Qin stammered. "At least 1/3 were lost, with heavy losses in vehicles and supplies. Most of the artillery regiment's guns were scrapped, and 43 tanks and infantry fighting vehicles were destroyed. As for the trucks, there were even more, and we can't count them at the moment." Hu Tang was so angry that he almost fainted. 1/3 of the troops were lost, and most of the heavy weapons were lost. "So, your motorized infantry division has now become an infantry division?" "No, it has become a light infantry brigade?" Huang Qin said with a bitter face, Commander, what do you mean? Hu Tang was furious. We came all the way here to give the dragon people a good beating. But you, before the battle even started, turned a division into a brigade. Your unit is our ace unit, and we only have 2 ace divisions. You bastard should be shot. Huang Qin was so frightened that he shouted, Commander, this is not my fault. My troops are more than 10 kilometers away from the front line. The enemy was able to launch a precise attack on me. It must be their scouts who infiltrated us. The front line should be blamed. How could they let the enemy scouts in? Commander. The chief of staff nodded. This really isn't Division Commander Huang's fault. He's still in the meeting. Even if he were in the division, he wouldn't have imagined that enemy scouts had infiltrated right under our noses. The chief of staff is right. The 1st Division commander said quickly, Commander, if anyone is to blame, it's the front lines. They can't even hold a line of defense properly. All the losses of the 2nd Division must be attributed to them. Hu Tang's chest was heaving with anger, but he had calmed down at this moment. How can we blame Huang Qin? Doesn't he also bear joint responsibility? This matter must be blamed on the frontline defenders. Hu Tang glared at Huang Qin coldly. How is your army doing now? Huang Qin immediately straightened his chest and said, I have already ordered all troops to quickly gather together and restation defenses. In addition, each regiment will send out a company to search for enemy reconnaissance units. There will be no more danger. The chief of staff followed suit, saying, the 1st and 3rd divisions have also begun assembling and are at level 1 combat readiness. At the same time, troops have been dispatched to search for enemy reconnaissance units. All right. Hu Tang nodded. Make sure nothing else happens. The troops can't take any more serious damage. Also, you have to find those damned enemy soldiers and chop off their heads. Yes. Everyone straightened their chests. Connect me to the frontline command center. Hu Tang shouted angrily, I want to see Commander Pan. I want him to be responsible for our losses. Yes, the chief of staff nodded. Just as Hu Tang was about to turn around, an officer suddenly ran over. Report. The officer saluted vigorously. Have you found the enemy reconnaissance unit? Hu Tang asked excitedly. The officer shook his head, no. What's wrong? Hu Tang frowned. Officer, we just received a report from the 2nd Division that one of their arsenals was bombed. What? Huang Qin jumped up anxiously. The armory exploded? Huang Qin. Hu Tang roared angrily, didn't you promise me that nothing would happen? I. Huang Qin was about to cry, the arsenal is behind our division, it's very secret, they shouldn't have found it. Yan looked at the arsenal that was still exploding. A mushroom cloud had formed in the dawn sky. He patted Fan Laolu with a smile and said, Laolu, is this the surprise you were talking about? Yes. Fan Laolu smiled and said, this is the largest arsenal in our division. There are 2 left, but they are relatively small. I can lead the way. No need. Yan smiled and waved his hand, this surprise is already very good. You're so happy, kid. Ma Dali slapped Fan Laolu on the shoulder, it's worth it that I treat you as a friend. Fan Lalio's mouth twitched, fuck you wanted to kill me before. That's a good token of our loyalty. Yan said with a smile, now, you are on our side. Fan Laolu breathed a sigh of relief, and the heavy stone in his heart seemed to have fallen halfway. Let's go. Yan smiled and hugged him, I will take you to make merit, and then make you a real Guangnan person. Commander, I have a small request. Fan Laolu looked at Yan eagerly. Speak. Yan waved his hand generously. Fan Laolu quickly pointed at Ma Dali and said, please don't let him follow me anymore. Anyone else will do. Ma Dali was stunned, Laolu, why are you abandoning me? We are friends. Chapter 55. We will definitely come back just after noon. The earth was bathed in fiery sunlight, the scorching wind blew across the narrow dirt road, but was immediately broken into countless breezes by the military trucks loaded with soldiers. The roar passed quickly, and heads in the grass by the roadside raised their heads one by one. 4 cars. Huang Yukai licked his lips. About 70 or 80 people. If we set an ambush, we should be able to take them all out within 3 minutes, right? Old Huang. Jiang Lin glared at him. Are you going to do your old habit of picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons again? Huang Yukai waved his hands awkwardly, how can that be? I remember we have an important mission and we can't be exposed here. He scratched his head. Just looking at them makes me angry. They're going to the front lines, and they might kill our civilians or comrades. I just think it would be a shame if we didn't kill them. Right. Fan Laolu nodded vigorously. Brother Huang, I feel the same way as you. I get angry just seeing them. Just now, I wanted to shoot them with my gun. These unpeaceful bastards. Everyone looked at him strangely. This guy's parents must have foresight, otherwise they wouldn't have given him a name that fits his personality so well that it's so fucking awesome. Who are you calling big brother? Huang Yukai slapped Fan Laolu on the head. Look at all those wrinkles on your face. You're as old as my uncle. If you keep yelling, I'll stab you to death. Yes, yes. Fan Laolu nodded fearfully, holding his head. Sixth brother. Yian suddenly said, is the map I asked you to draw finished? Okay. Fan Laolu handed the map to Yian with a flattering look on his face. It is said to be a hand-drawn map, but in fact it is just an enemy's own military map with the specific location of the target marked on it. Yian took a closer look, then looked at everyone. We have to act separately. Okay, Everyone looked at Yian in shock. No, Captain, you want us to act alone? Huang Yukai opened his mouth in disbelief. Yian nodded. Yes, 2 people in a group, act separately. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Captain, we don't have experience in this area. Zhang Lin looked at Yian in embarrassment. In the old unit, we were at least a squad that carried out missions together. There were scouts, machine gunners, demolitionists, and snipers in the team. Even when Lone Eagle came, we followed you all the time. 2 people. Zhang Lin smiled bitterly. We haven't even started our mission yet. Captain, you trust us too much. Zhang Luan swallowed his saliva. I don't believe the 2 of us can complete the mission alone. Ali smiled bitterly. I believe that 2 people can mess it up. Looking at the people who looked unconfident, Yian smiled slightly. Let me tell you what I think, and then you can make the decision. Yian pointed at the map. These targets are not in a straight line, but in different directions. Everyone quickly looked at the map, and sure enough, all the targets were scattered like stars in the sky. Yian continued, if we act together, we can only take out 2 targets at most. By then, the enemy will definitely be alert, and we will have to evacuate immediately. He pointed at the map and said, but what if we split into different groups and head towards these targets at the same time? Yian slammed his fist on the map. We can agree on a time to act, and then act simultaneously. We can evacuate immediately after we're done, and by the time the enemy starts searching, we'll have already fought our way back to the front lines. Yian looked at everyone and said, if we act together, it will be safer, but we will destroy fewer targets. If we act separately, we can destroy more key enemy targets. Everyone looked at each other, feeling a little confused for a moment. Zhang Lin looked at Yian hesitantly. Captain, do you think we can do it? Yian smiled faintly. I never thought you were incapable. Really? Everyone's eyes lit up. Of course. Yian nodded seriously. Not only are you good at military training, but you're also smart, quick-witted, and even more adaptable. Most importantly, you've learned the Annan dialect. I absolutely believe that even without me, you'll be able to complete the mission brilliantly. Everyone was instantly delighted by the praise. Huang Yukai and Ali not only smiled from ear to ear, but also straightened their backs a lot. The most important thing. Yian looked at them seriously. This is the enemy's rear area. It's not as dangerous as the front line, and the target location is clear. With your abilities, as long as you use a little of what you have learned and be more cautious, you can easily pass through without anyone noticing. Captain, you know us too well. Huang Yukai smiled so well that his back teeth were visible. Yian continued, more importantly, if we act together, it will be considered a collective achievement when we return. But if you act alone, the credit will be yours. Yian said kindly, I sincerely want to give you such a great opportunity to make meritorious contributions, so that you can all bring honor to your family. Captain, you are so good to us. Everyone's faces were filled with emotion, and Ma Liang and Lin Hu even had tears in their eyes. Yian sighed, but you are too unconfident in yourselves and insist on being together. Captain, we need to act separately. Everyone immediately approached Yian. Yian glanced at them, are you sure? Aren't you afraid of lack of experience? Aren't you afraid of danger? Captain, you brought us here. Zhang Luan laughed and said, we are not afraid of anything. Yes. Ali nodded. We are all men like eagles. No matter what problem comes up, we can easily solve it. We were trained by the captain. What's the danger? Lu Feng said righteously, we are here to defend our country. Even if we have to sacrifice ourselves, we must destroy as many enemy targets as possible. Holy crap! Everyone looked at Lu Feng in admiration. You've spoken our true thoughts, Captain. That's exactly what we think. Yian smiled mischievously and nodded, okay, since you all agree, let's start dividing into groups and assigning targets. Okay. Everyone nodded excitedly. Soon, Yian divided the team into 9 groups. Zhang Lin is the calmest and has the highest overall quality among everyone, so Yian asked Jia Yu and Fu Zhile to follow him, but he himself brought Luo Xing and Kai Chong with him. As for Fan Laolu, he was handed over to Xiang Qing and Ma Liang, who were closest to the team, but Ma Dali looked disappointed. We have a long way to go, and we have to avoid the enemy and scout the place once we get there. Yian said coldly, I'll give you plenty of time, 3 days. 3 days later at 11 o'clock in the evening, everyone will act at the same time. Regardless of whether we succeed or not, we must evacuate within 10 minutes. Yian said in a deep voice, we will meet here in 5 days. Remember, in 5 days, no one can be left behind, and all must return to me. Do you understand? Yes. Everyone nodded vigorously. Captain. Zhang Lin suddenly said, can we meet up in Bangong City? Huh? Yian was stunned. Zhang Lin smiled and said, aren't there still 2 veterans who haven't returned home yet? We made a promise to the old captain and the others before we left. Besides, they are our predecessors. Most importantly, Sangong City is not far from here, so we can pass by on our way back. Captain, let's meet up in Bangong City. Everyone stared at Yian. If possible, let's take the veteran back together. Yian's nose felt sore and there seemed to be sand in his eyes. Originally, he wanted to go find the 2 veterans alone. I didn't expect that everyone still remembers. Okay. Yian nodded vigorously. Let's meet in Bangong City. I know there's a ULIT house in Bangong City. Fan Laolu suddenly said, that place is crowded, it's easy to sneak in. Yian nodded. Then 5 days later, at ULIT house, no one can be late. Yes. Everyone nodded. Let's go. Yian waved his hand and everyone dispersed immediately. Wait a moment, everyone turned back together. Yian's mouth twitched, and he said gently, be careful, be cautious. There's no way to complete it, retreat immediately. Be careful. Everyone laughed and said, Captain, we are very powerful. You said so. Don't worry, we will be back in 5 days. As they walked away, Luo Xing whispered, Captain, you were the one who tricked us just now, weren't you? You're not at all confident. A bitter smile crossed Yian's lips. He was indeed worried, but he had to do it. They will become special forces in the future. Each special forces soldier can perform tasks as an individual on the battlefield. Even if the team is wiped out, one person can still complete the mission. When together, they are a ball of fire. When apart, they are a sky full of stars. This action is not too dangerous and is an excellent training opportunity. Yian knew that as long as they succeeded once, it would greatly boost their confidence. He not only wants to make himself stronger, but also wants everyone to become stronger. Only in this way can they have more chances of surviving in the cruel battlefield. But after all, this was the first time they left me and acted alone, so it would be a lie to say I wasn't worried. They have long been recognized by Yian as his brothers for life and death. Who told you that? Yian took a deep breath and said with a smile, in my heart, you are the best. They will definitely complete the mission successfully and return safely. Let's go. Looking at Yian's back, Luo Xing looked suspicious. Why do I feel like you are just fooling me? Boom boom boom, fierce artillery fire echoed throughout the enemy's frontline positions. In an underground pit, a large amount of soil fell like raindrops. The officers sitting in the cave instantly turned into natives. Bang! Frontline commander Pan Wenlong punched the earthen wall in anger. What are you all doing here? I used to be staying at the headquarters, but now I'm forced to come here and eat dirt. All the officers lowered their heads and no one dared to speak. Pan Wenlong roared, speak up. Aren't you usually so talkative? You're boasting about how your defenses are impregnable, that not even a mosquito can get through. But now, your defenses have been completely penetrated by the enemy. They even scouted my headquarters and nearly blew me up. Why don't you speak up? Where's your usual boasting? After hearing his roar, all the officers lowered their heads even more, wishing they could tuck them into their crotches. Li Jia! Pan Wenlong roared. Here! Li Jia puffed out his chest bitterly. Pan Wenlong glared at him fiercely. Last time your position was bombed, you said it was the enemy, but I heard it was the enemy who infiltrated and blew it up? This time, the glorious army stationed behind your line of defense was the first to be attacked by the enemy. Did they infiltrate your line of defense? Li Jia's face was covered in cold sweat. Sir. Absolutely not. My defense is impenetrable. Not even a mosquito can fly over. Shut up. Pan Wenlong roared. If they didn't infiltrate from you, how did they get here? Li Jia said guiltily, they might have come here by digging a burrow. Yes, the dragon people learned how to dig burrows from us, so it's very likely that they got here that way. Pan Wenlong's face was twisted with anger. You mean, the dragon people dug countless tunnels several kilometers long? Do you fucking think I'm a fool? Half of the reinforcements have been bombed by enemy artillery fire, Pan Wenlong roared. They're all here to pick on me, asking me to take responsibility, and you're still trying to pass the buck? I should kill you all. Everyone was frightened and silent, and Li Jia even took a step back obediently. Report! Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. Everyone turned their heads and saw a thin officer standing at the entrance of the cave. Pan Wenlong's eyes lit up instantly. You are finally here, that's great, it's good that you are here. Chapter 56 Ghost. The thin man saluted Pan Wenlong vigorously. Captain Huang Can of the Black Panther Special Attack Squadron reports. Pan Wenlong grabbed Huang Can's hand as if he had seen his savior. You are finally here, kid. You don't know that those Dragon Country scouts have messed up the front line, causing us heavy losses. Even my headquarters was attacked. Huang Can's face, as thin as a skeleton, was full of confidence. Don't worry, sir, I'm here to catch those rats. We are professionals in dealing with those rats. Okay, that's what I've been waiting for. Pan Wenlong said excitedly. How many people did you bring? 2 squadrons, less than 300 people. Huang Can replied. Ah. Pan Wenlong's smile froze on his face. Is this number of people enough? The enemy scouts are scattered throughout our defense line, sir. Huang Can looked at Pan Wenlong with pride. We, the special forces, emerged from the hail of bullets. Back then, the Americans would have been killed if they had encountered us. The Dragon Country scouts are much easier to deal with. During the last battle, Huang Can said with a cruel smile, we, the Black Panthers, killed quite a few of their scouts. All right. Pan Wenlong nodded cheerfully. I know your strength and combat record. In the last battle, quite a few dragon people died at your hands. Tell me, how can you support me? Each division must dispatch 1 battalion of troops to my command, Huang Can said bluntly. As long as I need you, all frontline troops must cooperate unconditionally. That's all. Okay. Pan Wenlong nodded, then looked at his men. Did you all hear that? Does anyone have any objections? No. A group of teachers and commanders hurriedly shook their heads. It's so hard to find someone to take charge of this matter. They are too busy trying to hide, so who would have any objections? No problem, go back and immediately select the troops to cooperate with Captain Huang. Pan Wenlong waved his hand. Yes. All the teachers saluted and then turned around and left quickly. Sir. Huang Can said coldly, I need to start taking action immediately. We must be quick and ruthless in dealing with the Dragon Nation scouts. Okay. Pan Wenlong nodded happily. It would be best if you could kill all those damn scouts right away. Huang Can sneered, we Black Panthers are here, I will make sure those dragon people never come back. The sun is shining and the breeze is gentle. At this moment, Luo Xing and Kai Chang's hearts were beating wildly. I originally thought that Yian would lead them through mountains and hills, hiding during the day and traveling at night, but they never expected that Yian asked them to change into enemy clothes and then marched along the road towards their destination in such a swaggering manner. Every time a car passed by, Luo Xing and Kai Chang's hearts were in their throats. Call, 2 more cars whizzed past them. Luo Xing and Kai Chong subconsciously reached for their weapons, their hearts seeming to jump out of their bodies. Fortunately, the 2 cars drove away quickly without any intention of stopping. Luo Xing and Kai Chong breathed a sigh of relief, their feet sweating from fear. Don't be nervous, Yian said without turning his head. The more nervous you are, the easier it is to expose yourself. Like me, hold your head high and chest out, as if this is our own country. Luo Xing said with a bitter face, Captain, do we have to be so arrogant? Captain, let's take the mountain road. I'm not afraid of hardship. Kai Chang's eyes twitched nervously. If I keep walking like this, I feel like I'll lose many years of my life. Yian said without turning his head, our journey is the longest. If we go through the mountains, we have to go twice as far. I can do it, but you definitely don't have the physical strength to keep up. Luo Xing said nervously, but taking the main road is too dangerous. What if someone checks us? Don't worry, I speak Anan quite well, just keep quiet. Yian said calmly, the enemy is looking for us everywhere on the front line right now, and other teams are still active on the front line. The enemy has no idea that we will come here. This is the rear area. As long as we don't act suspiciously, no one will pay attention to us. Yian turned around and smiled at the 2 of them. We are infiltrating behind enemy lines to fight, so we not only need to be highly skilled, but also bold and careful. Cheer up, you are members of the Lone Eagle Commando. Luo Xing and Kai Chang's faces were almost distorted. It is true that they are scouts, but at most they are cooking scouts and have never experienced such storms. They also want to not be nervous, but they can't do it. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from behind. Another car is coming. Yian whispered, walk with your chest and head held high. Luo Xing and Kai Chong straightened their chests immediately as if a stick was stuck in their backs. As expected, the truck suddenly braked and stopped after passing by them. The most terrible thing is that it was a military vehicle. In an instant, Luo Xing and Kai Chang's muscles tensed up, and their hands subconsciously reached for the guns again. Calm down. Yian's voice suddenly came, and Luo Xing Kai Chong moved his hand away. At the same time, the truck driver stuck his head out and shouted at them, which unit are you from? Seeing that the other party was a veteran, Yian saluted quickly, we are from the 2nd Division of the Glorious Army. Glorious Army? Aren't they on the front lines? The driver asked in surprise, where are you going? Yian smiled and said, we are going to Chindian for a mission. Veteran, can you give me a ride? Luo Xing and Kai Chong had been on high alert, but when they heard this, their eyes almost popped out. They are eager for the car to leave as soon as possible. Why are you still chatting with them? Okay, Chindian is quite far away, I'm just on my way. The driver smiled and waved, get in the car. Okay. Yan waved to Luo Xing and Kai Chong, and ran over to give cigarettes to the driver. Luo Xing and the other guy watched Yan and the driver chatting quite happily, and their heads were buzzing. Is this even possible? This is no longer a matter of courage. Yan's mental strength is truly strong. If it were them, they would have been exposed long ago. After the three people got in, the driver stepped on the accelerator and the truck immediately roared forward. Even at this point, Luo Xing and Kai Chong were still confused, their heads buzzing. Don't be nervous. Yan lowered his voice and said, the highest level of disguise and infiltration is to deceive even yourself. If you always think you are playing a certain role, no matter how convincing you are, people will find out the flaws. Luo Xing and Kai Chong stared at Yan and swallowed hard. Captain, you're right. The work done by scouts is really not a job for humans. It's too fucking exciting. Yan chuckled, then laid down with his hands on his head. You guys can do it, too, as long as you can calm yourself down. This driver is quite nice, actually offering to help. Forget it, I won't kill him. Luo Xing and Kai Chong rolled their eyes together. Now they were no longer worried about themselves, but were happy for the driver. Did you know that you met the king of hell today and have already walked through the gates of hell? On another road, Jiayu and Fu Zhile were panting as they carried the stretcher, their foreheads covered in sweat from exhaustion. Jiang Lin, lying on the stretcher, said impatiently, why are you slowing down? Hurry up, hurry up. If you keep going like this, how long will it take us to get there? Jiayu and Fu Zhile were so angry that their eyes were spitting fire. Brother, stop lying there and making sarcastic remarks. Fu Zhile said angrily, we've carried you for over 20 kilometers. Do you know how much you weigh? My shoulders are almost peeling. Jiayu panted. How about we switch and let me lie down for a while? Stop talking nonsense and keep going. Jiang Lin said proudly, I'm the commander after all, and my skills are even better than all of you combined. Taller than your mother, the two of them grumbled angrily. What did you say? Jiang Lin raised his head. Jiayu said quickly, we'll let you lie down. We'll rely on you to carry out our mission and lead us to achieve merit. Yes, yes, lie down quietly. Fu Zhile gritted his teeth. Is that right? Jiang Lin lay down comfortably. Hurry up. Hey, don't shake, be steady. At the same time, Zhang Luan and Xia Fugui's group were also walking on a dirt road. They thought the same thing as Jiang Lin and pretended to be wounded, but not as happy as Jiang Lin. Both of them were almost wrapped like dumplings from head to toe. He uses a crutch and runs when there is no one around, and limps when there are people around, because he looks so miserable. He attracted many sympathetic glances from local people. As they passed a village, they had a lot of food. Zhang Luan munched on an apple and said cheerfully, you know what, the locals are quite welcoming. I almost felt embarrassed to hit them. Don't overthink it. Xia Fugui snorted coldly while eating a banana. They think we are heroes who fought against our country. They are not good people. What's the saying? Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. Don't be fooled by sugar-coated bullets. Yes, that's right. Zhang Luan took out an egg and stuffed it into his mouth. You think you can use these things to test the people's soldiers? Which people's soldier can't stand such a test? I'll beat him up anyway. Outside a town, two beggars in tattered clothes, one dragging a rotten bag, were crawling slowly. Please be kind. A beggar stretched out his dirty hand without even raising his head. The locals passing by immediately covered their noses in disgust and automatically distanced themselves from them. As they climbed along the way, the two of them automatically formed a barrier, and no one dared to approach them. After finally crawling to a corner and stopping, a beggar finally raised his head and looked around. It was Sun Da-ji. No one is paying attention to us, it's absolutely safe. How the hell can it not be safe? Yang Wei glared at him angrily. We stink so badly that even I want to throw up. What kind of idiot would want to get close to us? And you're the best disguiser after the captain? And you came up with this stupid idea? I actually rushed to follow you back then. What a fucking disaster. You know shit. Sun Da-ji said proudly, the ultimate disguise is to hide in plain sight. If you followed someone else, you'd probably have to climb mountains and cross rivers. Follow me, we'll take the shortest route and won't arouse suspicion, so just be happy. Have fun. Yang Wei said angrily, my hands are broken from crawling. Can't I just be a walking beggar? Why do I have to crawl? The more miserable it is, the less likely it will arouse suspicion. Sun Da-ji said confidently, just listen to me, it's absolutely right. We'll reach our destination in just one more day of climbing. Your mother. Yang Wei's mouth twitched with anger. If he wasn't afraid of being exposed, he would want to beat this bastard to death right now. As the sun sets, the sky gradually darkens. Outside a village, several monkey soldiers were walking forward, smoking and bragging. Hey, look! A soldier's eyes suddenly lit up and he nodded at his companions. The others turned their heads and saw two women wearing straw hats, with round waists and strong arms, walking forward slowly at the edge of the woods not far away. What a fat woman! A soldier shook his head as he looked at her. The soldier who first discovered it laughed cheerfully and said, what do you know? This is called strong and plump. Look at that butt, you can give birth to a son at a glance. The other two soldiers nodded and said, if we marry this woman, she will definitely be a good worker. The soldier who first discovered it laughed and said, I'll go talk to her. Maybe I can even marry one of them home. Go quickly. The other soldiers immediately urged, if you succeed, we will try it too. The monkey soldier threw away his cigarette butt and ran towards the two women with a smile. Girls, wait a minute. Ma Dali stopped abruptly and looked at Huang Yukai nervously. Didn't you say that if we disguised ourselves like this, no one would pay attention to us? Huang Youcai's forehead also began to sweat. They had just discovered these enemy troops, so they deliberately took a detour. Unexpectedly, they caught up with us. Damn it, we've grown up like this, normally no man would approach us. Huang Youcai's eyes twitched. This monkey soldier likes little monkeys riding big carts? Is his taste that strong? Hearing the footsteps getting closer, Ma Dali clenched his fists and asked, what should I do? We'll act according to the circumstances. Huang Yukai winked at him. The two men took a deep breath. There were only 6 enemy soldiers anyway, and this place was relatively remote, so they could handle it. Girls. The monkey soldier chased after the two and asked with a cheerful smile, are you from this village? Huang Ma and the other man didn't turn around, but nodded silently as they walked. Don't go, girl. The monkey soldier followed with a smile, my name is Ding Qi, a war hero. Can I talk to you? The two men on the yellow horse still didn't turn around and continued to move forward. The monkey soldier thought the two were shy and continued to tease them. I haven't married yet. Do you have an in-law? We met here, it's fate. If you don't have an in-law, we can get along well. Huang Yukai cursed in his heart, thinking that after being occupied by De Pyeliang for too long, she has become so open-minded and shameless. You just hit on a woman you see on the street? Girls, say something. The monkey soldier followed closely. I am a war hero, and I have 3 acres of land at home. Follow me and you will have delicious food and spicy drinks. I think you are very beautiful, let's chat. Seeing that the two were still silent, the monkey soldier simply reached out and patted Huang Yukai on the shoulder. Girl, don't go, let's chat for a while. Suddenly, Huang Yukai turned his head abruptly to eye in the dim light. The big round face glared fiercely at the monkey soldier. Ma Dali also turned his head. His fleshy face no longer had the honest look of the past, but was full of murderous intent. Are we beautiful? Huang Ma and the other man glared at him murderously. The monkey soldier didn't react for a moment, he only saw 2 faces with beards. Ghost. The monkey soldier jumped up in fright. Chapter 57. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Just as the monkey soldier shouted, he suddenly felt his calves tightened. Immediately afterwards, a huge force came and Ma Dali knocked him to the ground. What the hell? Several companions in the distance widened their eyes in shock, but the distance was a bit far, it was already dark, and Ma Dali moved very fast. They couldn't notice that their companion was attacked, but instead thought, why did they lie down and get down to business after just a few words? But at this moment, the monkey soldier was thrown to the ground, with his teeth grimacing, and his back felt like it was falling apart. Help, ouch. Just as he was about to call for help, Huang Yukai sat on his face and sealed him. Ghost, I told you to say I look like a ghost, but your whole family looks like ghosts. Huang Yukai kept sitting down angrily. Ma Dali was also not idle. He sat on the monkey soldier's belly and said, I told you not to tease a decent woman. I told you not to tease a decent woman. The two of us are one in front and one behind. You stand up and I sit down. I stand up and you sit down again. The monkey soldier's legs were stretched straight by the 2 men sitting on him, and his eyes started to roll back in a few seconds. What the hell? Several monkey soldiers in the distance dropped their jaws to the ground in shock. From their perspective, their companions are enjoying themselves at both ends. Are all the women here so open-minded? A monkey soldier swallowed hard and said, they just do it if there's a disagreement. So wild. Another monkey soldier licked his lips. I like it. The monkey soldiers looked at each other, then all rushed forward with evil smiles on their faces. A moment later, all the enemy troops fell sprawled outside the woods. Everyone's face was filled with fear, as if they had seen something horrific before falling down. The most unlucky one was the first soldier, who was literally sat on to death. Damn it. Huang Yukai shook his fist. I didn't expect these little monkeys are so arrogant. They really like any woman. Old Huang. Ma Dali looked at him worriedly. I think we should change our appearance. Dressing as a woman is too dangerous. Then let's transform ourselves into ugly monsters. Huang Yukai said coldly, I don't believe they can handle anything. Ta-da-da, the dense large-caliber bullets knocked down several trees with great force, but as soon as the gunfire stopped, Kong Lei immediately stood up from his half-squat on the ground and fired a fan-shaped shot from his 56 submachine gun into the woods. The few monkey soldiers who were about to surround them were suddenly beaten and fell down with blood all over their bodies. Ta-da-da, at this moment, the 4 elite mountain wolves also opened fire from both sides, immediately. Forming crossfire in the woods, the enemy troops who wanted to take advantage of the situation and rush forward were immediately defeated. Retreat, don't fight to the end. Kong Lei growled and threw a grenade forward. The soldiers lying around quickly stood up and followed Kong Lei into the dense forest. Chase them, don't let them run away. An enemy company commander shouted. In an instant, hundreds of enemy soldiers appeared from all directions, each of them wearing camouflage, as if they appeared out of thin air from the woods. Don't chase, don't. A special forces member shouted anxiously, but it's too late. An enemy soldier suddenly felt something tripping his feet. Before he could react, violent explosions suddenly occurred all around him. The ground beneath his feet also exploded. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions were almost continuous, and more than 30 monkey soldiers were blown away on the spot, and some were even blown into several pieces. The enemy company commander widened his eyes in shock. This style of fighting was beyond his understanding. It's a booby trap. The special forces team member came over and said coldly, "This is their scout specialty. If you're not careful, you'll fall into it." The company commander's eyes twitched and he felt inexplicably nervous. Ever since he discovered the group of Shanlangs, he hasn't killed any of them, and his company is almost wiped out. "From now on, you will obey my orders," the agent said coldly to the two company commanders. "These men are not simple scouts, they are absolutely elite. Fight as I command you. Do not act without authorization if you do not want to die." "Yes." The two company commanders nodded together. "Flank them from both sides." The agent waved his hand. "I'll lead the pursuit from the front. Let's go." In just this short delay, the mountain wolf's men had already run several hundred meters away. To the south, to the south. Conley suddenly growled. The running soldiers immediately changed direction. The soldiers who were originally responsible for guarding the south side automatically became scouts to explore the way, and the roles of the others also changed quickly. "Captain," Deputy Captain Jean Ming asked doubtfully, "Xiangnan, doesn't that mean we're going back?" Conley said coldly, "Didn't you notice that they have been driving us westward?" Jean Ming was stunned. "Now that you put it that way, it seems to be true." Conley snorted coldly. "This group of people is different from the ones we encountered before. I think there are monkey agents. If I guess correctly, they are deliberately driving us into a trap and then killing us. So, if we change direction now, it won't go as planned for them." "Understood." Jean Ming smiled and nodded. "Then I'll set up some booby traps?" "Okay, hurry up." Conley nodded. Boom, boom, boom. One shell after another hit a forest with great precision. In an instant, the woods within a radius of 200 meters were filled with smoke, and thick smoke billowed in the distance. Huang Can waved his hand with a cold expression. "Flank their retreat, block their right side, and let them escape from the left." "Yes." The two men nodded vigorously, and then immediately rushed away with the ordinary troops. "Sir, the frontline commander is looking for you." A subordinate handed over the walkie-talkie microphone. Huang Can took it without even turning his head and said expressionlessly, "Commander Pan, I'm Huang Can." "Xiao Huang, you did a great job. You've only been here for 2 days, and you've already helped me kill quite a few enemy troops. Our front lines were barely bombed today. You're truly a professional. I have to commend you. Sir, if we, the Black Panthers, are deployed, the good times for the dragon people will be over." Huang Can said coldly. "Also, I'm currently encircling an enemy force. They're quite capable and not just any ordinary reconnaissance unit. I've been chasing them for a whole day. So, if you have anything to say, wait until I'm done." Without waiting for Pan Wenlong to reply, he threw the microphone directly to his subordinates. "Notify the artillery to cease firing in 3 minutes, yes." Huang Can waved to the remaining agents and the two ordinary troops company commanders. "As soon as the artillery fire stops, attack immediately and move out." At the same time, outside the bombed forest, the Iron Fist soldiers risked their lives to rush out before the enemy could surround them. At this moment, they were all bent over, their faces covered in smoke as they quickly moved up the mountain. "Captain, 5 people are injured." Deputy Captain Yi Dapeng gritted his teeth and said, "2 are seriously injured and are dying." Chen Jin turned around immediately. The lightly injured soldiers could still be helped to walk, but the seriously injured soldiers were already dying on the stretcher. Chen Jin immediately went over to check. The 2 men were covered in blood, their faces were as pale as death, and they were only breathing out but not in. "Captain, the first aid kits we brought can only stop the bleeding temporarily." Yi Dapeng frowned. "If they are not treated in time, they will definitely die. We've already blown up an enemy vehicle company and eliminated 3 of their strongholds." Yi Dapeng said hesitantly, "How about we go back?" "No." Chen Jin shook his head. "We're candidates for the special forces. If we go back after doing nothing more than this, we'll definitely lose to the Mountain Wolf and the Falcon. Then all your months of training will have been wasted. You won't be willing to accept this, and I'll be sorry for you." Everyone's face looked extremely ugly. They trained for so long and endured hardships that ordinary people could hardly imagine, just to become the only special forces in the entire military region. This is their dream. "Captain, leave us alone." A lightly wounded soldier smiled and said, "We can take care of ourselves." "You guys go ahead." "Yes, Captain." Another wounded man said, "The 3 of us can still walk. We'll carry the 2 of them back." "Don't do that for us, bullshit." Chen Jin glared at them. Why are we called the Iron Fist? Because only when all of us unite together can we be the most powerful Iron Fist. You. Shen Jin pointed at Yi Dapeng and said, take 10 people and escort all the wounded back. I'll take the rest and lead the enemy away. Captain. Yi Dapeng stared at him with red eyes. Don't be so fussy. Shen Jin grabbed his collar and said, hurry back and save them. Yes. Yi Dapeng saluted, then left the ammunition behind and only took a small amount to save his life. Let's go. Shen Jin waved his hand, and the rest of the people followed him and rushed in another direction. Before he had gone far, Shen Jin opened fire fiercely at the enemy's position. Yi Dapeng and the others were moved. Although Shen Jin's words were harsh, they all knew that the enemy chasing them was very powerful. Shen Jin and his men were not only trying to complete more tasks, but also risking their lives to fight for their own hope of survival. Let's go. Yi Dapeng turned around and left quickly with everyone. By a river, in the dense reeds. Li Gang slowly raised his head and looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, the corner of his clothes was pulled down, and Li Gang immediately shrank back. Lu Tong handed him the microphone of the walkie-talkie. Li Gang took it and said in a low voice, Captain, I'm Li Gang. Li Gang, are there any casualties among you? Chen Hai asked. Report, no. Li Gang smiled, our fire eagles are very powerful. That's good, that's good. Chen Haisong said in a relaxed tone, the enemy should have sent out a special attack team and a large number of ordinary troops to assist them. Several of our squadrons have returned one after another, you should bring your people back as well. Captain. Li Gang said hurriedly, I also want to, don't even think about it. Chen Hai said coldly, you completed your mission very well. In 2 days, you eliminated 4 enemy strongholds on the front line, destroyed 3 sentry posts, and provided the coordinates for a bombing. Aside from Lone Eagle, you are the most outstanding in the entire brigade. Hurry back. Once the enemy lets down their guard, we'll send you out again. Follow orders. Yes. Li Gang nodded helplessly, I will follow the order. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Over. Over. Li Gang returned the microphone to the signalman. Captain, should we go back before dark? Lu Tong asked. Why are you replying? Li Gang looked surprised. Aren't they just a few enemy agents joining the search? Are you scared or scared? I. Lu Tong said with a wronged look on his face, isn't it the captain's order, and you agreed to it? A general on the battlefield is not subject to his sovereign's orders. Don't you understand? Li Gang snorted. Besides, can we just go back when we're told to? We're in enemy territory, full of dangers. If we're stopped or ambushed by the enemy, can we go back immediately? Fuck. Lu Tong looked at him in shock, are you planning to disobey orders? Don't say such harsh words. Li Gang rolled his eyes, I just decide based on the situation. It's called flexibility. He glared at Lu Tong and said, didn't you hear what the captain said? We've worked so hard for so long, but the contribution from Lone Eagle is still not as great. Can you bear this? I. Lu Tong smiled bitterly, I can't bear it anymore, but all the squadrons have gone back, even the Mountain Eagles. Those enemy troops we were searching for were really formidable, and their various units were so well coordinated, the more dangerous it is, the greater our chances. Li Gang chuckled. Don't you know that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish? Chapter 58 Chaos in the Northern Capital, is the capital about to be captured? I'm not a fishmonger, so I've never heard of that. Lu Tong scratched his head, but it does sound reasonable. He stared at Li Gang and said, so what are you going to do? We are surrounded by enemy troops searching for us. If we continue to move, we will be walking into their trap. They are worried that they won't be able to find us. You are so stupid. How could I have such a stupid deputy captain like you? Li Gang shook his head. Lu Tong said with a bitter face, if I were smart, I would be the captain. What the hell? Li Gang stared at him. Lu Tong laughed dryly, hurry up and tell me, hurry up and tell me. Li Gang snorted coldly, then his face lit up. Right now, the enemy is searching everywhere for our men. The front line is the most dangerous place right now. But what if we go 20 or 30 kilometers further back, to the rear of their troops? Lu Tong's eyes lit up instantly, attack them by surprise? Right. Li Gang laughed. The enemy certainly didn't expect us to sneak into their rear. Besides, the remaining troops are enough for the enemy to deal with. This gives us an opportunity. Let's get behind them, give them a good beating, and then we'll evacuate. Li Gang said proudly, then our Fire Eagles will definitely take first place in the entire brigade for this battle. Can they surpass the Lone Eagle? Lu Tong was a little puzzled, they blew up an entire division. Li Gang snorted coldly, the captain didn't say they had done anything meritorious again, which means they haven't done anything wrong since that time. Maybe they have already gone back. As for us, we have achieved real military exploits. Li Gang raised his head proudly. As long as we fight hard behind the enemy lines, we will definitely be first. Lu Tong laughed cheerfully and said, that's right, that's right. Lone Eagle and his gang must have gone back a long time ago. The enemy's search is so fierce, they definitely don't dare to stay here any longer. Li Gang took a deep breath and said, everyone, just rest here. When it gets dark, we'll take action. Yes. Lu Tong nodded. Li Gang breathed a sigh of relief. Yan, you'd better return safely. It's too dangerous here, not suitable for you. Just prepare to celebrate your success for me, and don't bother me to rescue you. Have you contacted him? Su Hongxing asked with a serious face. Chen Hai took a deep drag on his cigarette and slapped the communicator on the head. I'm asking you, have you contacted me? No, not yet. The communicator shook his head. Why haven't we contacted them yet? Chen Hai slapped him on the head again and again. What's the point of being a communicator like you? If you can't even contact people, what's the point of having you? The communicator held his head with a look of grievance on his face. Captain, can you blame me for this? They didn't even open the channel. I can't get in touch even if I want to. Then can't you think of a way to get them to open a channel? Chen Hai spit out saliva. Use your brain. The corners of the communicator's mouth twitched. What else could he think of? Do you dream at night? All right. Su Hongxing said coldly. What's the point of blaming him? I'm so anxious. Chen Hai paced back and forth in frustration. It's been 4 days. They haven't contacted the team in 4 days. Other teams will contact the main team once a day. Even in emergencies, they can still contact us every 2 days. But they have been here for 4 days. Chen Hai's face was filled with anxiety. The enemy is now specifically targeting our scouts. How can I not be anxious if I can't contact them at this time? Su Hongxing took a deep breath. We lost contact for quite a while. Maybe they really had a mission, so they couldn't contact the team. What's the mission? Chen Hai scratched his head with both hands. Think positively about everything. Su Hongxing said in a deep voice. Yan is quite reliable. He must have his reasons. In short, he will definitely not do anything rash. Chen Hai's mouth twitched, and then he sat down on the chair. I hope so, but after a moment, he suddenly jumped up and punched the wall. Lao Su, what on earth is he doing? Why can't he contact the team? 4 days, 4 days. Does he know how anxious we were these 4 days? How did he get through? Su Hongxing rolled his eyes. Chen Hai has a bad temper, so it's useless to talk to him. In fact, although Su Hongxing seemed calm, he couldn't let it go. That's behind enemy lines, and the enemy has already begun a large-scale search. How can we feel at ease? Xiaoye, nothing will happen to you guys, right? Su Hongxing clenched his fists. You've already done a great service, please don't let anything happen to you. 9 o'clock in the evening, under a steel bridge. Gurgle, what's that sound? Sun Daji looked around vigilantly. It's my stomach that's scolding you. Yang Wei glared at him angrily. You bastard said you could get food by pretending to be a beggar. It's been 3 days and I haven't gotten a single grain of rice. I'm starving to death. Sun Daji glared at him in anger as well. You just stretched out your hand without saying a word. Who can give you food? Didn't you say it's best to keep your head down? Yang Wei said angrily. Don't just blame me. Why don't you just ask for it? Sun Daji's mouth twitched. I didn't learn the monkey language well. I was afraid that I would be exposed as soon as I opened my mouth. Yang Wei pointed at his nose and said, when you were learning a foreign language, you kept staring at the girl's private parts. It's a wonder you could learn it well. Stop rambling. Sun Daji blushed. Leave this bridge to me. You go to the next one. When the time comes, we'll detonate it together. Why don't you go? Yang Wei asked. I'm hungry too. Sun Daji said confidently, my legs are shaking now. Yang Wei was so angry that he was speechless. He pointed at Sun Daji's nose in frustration and said, next time, I won't follow you even if you kill me. This is so damn unlucky. Inside a power plant, 2 figures quickly shuttled through the darkness. Suddenly, the black shadow running in front suddenly stopped, and the black shadow behind also squatted down. What's wrong, Addisy? Ali asked. Boiler. Xia Fei pointed to the complex equipment in front of him. This is the core equipment of the power plant. Let's start here. He turned his head and saw Ali nervously holding his gun and looking around. Don't be so nervous. Xia Fei put down his gun. This is a power plant. There are only a few soldiers guarding it. We are safe now. Oh. Ali nodded vigorously, then asked, isn't the boiler used to boil water for washing? What's the point of blowing it up? Xia Fei rolled his eyes in annoyance. That's a boiler you use in a bathhouse. The boiler in a power plant is like the heart. Besides the boiler, we'll also blow up the steam turbine, the coal feeder, the blower. Only when we equip all of them with bombs can we completely destroy this place. Ali patted his head with a smile and said, I never realized that your ball-sized head actually contains the same wisdom as mine. Fuck you. Xiaofei pushed his hand away and said seriously, we agreed to divide the work and cooperate later. I'll install the explosives, and you'll be responsible for supporting the guard. Remember, use a knife, whoever gets close will die. I understand. Ali nodded and then drew out the dagger. In front of an arsenal, two clumps of grass slowly raised their heads and looked coldly at the truck that had just left. When the truck's taillights disappeared on the road, Chang Quan and Xiang Qing jumped up almost at the same time and rushed towards the guards at the door. The two sentries never dreamed that there were two enemies hiding across the road. Before they could react, Chang Quan and Xiang Qing rushed in front of them. Puff, two daggers pierced directly into the head from the neck. The two men supported the still struggling sentries and quickly dragged them into the grass by the roadside. There aren't many people inside. Xiang Qing said coldly, there are probably about 12 more. They are in the yard to the left of the arsenal. We can go directly into the warehouse. Chang Quan shook his head and stared at him coldly. The captain said that being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. We can't leave any trouble for the future. Xiang Qing only thought for a second before nodding immediately. Okay, then let's go around and kill them all. 12 of them, it won't take more than a few minutes. That's what I mean. Chang Quan nodded. The two ruthless men rushed straight to the yard without any unnecessary words. At the same time, other teams were also moving quickly. Although there are guards everywhere, this is already the enemy's rear, so even if there are guards, there are not many of them and the vigilance is not high. Getting rid of them was an easy task for the Lone Eagle's soldiers. Time passed slowly and soon it was approaching 10 o'clock. Near each enemy target, everyone is counting down. Explode! Yian roared, and Luo Xing and Kai Chong pushed the detonator together. Run! Yian grabbed the two men and ran into the darkness without looking back. Boom boom boom, a violent explosion sounded behind them, and the flames raged like a mad monster. Countless full gasoline drums increased the power of the explosion. The entire warehouse was blown to pieces in an instant, and flames shot up into the sky, like an angry fire dragon breaking through its shackles and rushing straight to the heaven. Holy crap! Kai Chong looked back and swallowed hard. This is too powerful. Luo Xing looked at the burning red sky, his face full of fear. If they had run slower just now, they would have been blown away by now. Don't stop, keep running. Yian dragged the two of them along as they ran. There's still a lot of gasoline left to explode, and the power might be even greater later. Luo Xing and Kai Chang's eyes suddenly widened, and they lowered their heads and ran forward desperately following Yian. Captain, how great a contribution have we made? Kai Chong asked curiously. Yian smiled and said, I don't know, but it's very big anyway. I guess it can get a first-class merit. First-class merit? Kai Chonglo was grinning from ear to ear. My mother definitely doesn't believe that I can get a first-class merit for cooking. She must be so happy. Ha ha. A smile also appeared on Yian's lips. Now he is very confident that this battle can truly allow the Lone Eagle to fly again. Old Captain, I didn't let you down, did I? Yian looked at the sky in the distance and said silently, now, I'm going to bring Bai Taizhan and Wang Wei back. In a French-style villa in the northern capital of Monkey Kingdom, Minister of the Army Li Xinda, draped in his clothes, stumbled to the window. The street outside was originally quiet, but now it was full of people. But everyone's eyes, like Li Xinda's, were looking towards the flames rising into the sky in the south. The earth suddenly trembled, and the aftermath of the explosion reached the northern capital. It was like an earthquake in Li Xinda's house, and everything was shaking wildly. What's going on? Li Xinda turned around in horror. Why did it explode? What happened? The subordinate was also confused. Sir, I don't know. Li Xinda was about to lose his temper when the situation outside suddenly became chaotic. The dragon people are coming to kill us. Run quickly, the dragon people are about to attack the city. In an instant, the whole street was in chaos. People rushed forward and screams were heard in the streets. The dragon nation is coming to attack? Li Xinda's eyes widened in shock. Our defense line is gone? Sir. Another subordinate ran over nervously and shouted, just received news that the explosion occurred at our Beizong fuel depot. In addition, the northern first power plant was also bombed, and there were explosions in several other places. Li Xinda's eyes twitched wildly. We're so close to the northern capital. It's over. The dragon people are really coming to kill us. Quick, evacuate immediately. Li Xinda shouted anxiously, oh, right, notify the Generalissimo's office immediately and tell them that the dragon people are coming to attack us. Run away. Chapter 59, Soldiers of the Dragon Country will only die standing and never live on their knees. The next day, the enemy's frontline headquarters, Pan Wenlong was sweating as he held the phone. I'm sorry, sir. I will investigate thoroughly immediately. A thorough investigation? The Dragon Nation scouts are almost reaching our capital, and you're only investigating now? On the other end of the phone, Li Xinda roared angrily, do you know how chaotic the capital is right now? There are rumors everywhere that the Dragon Kingdom is coming to attack us, and people are fleeing everywhere. Last night, the commander-in-chief was almost forced to evacuate, and you solved it with just an apology? Pan Wenlong's face was filled with fear. Sir, I have been encircling and suppressing the infiltrating scouts, and it's been very effective. Who would have thought that they would actually run to our rear? That's enough. Lishinda said angrily, Pan Wenlong, if you weren't mine, you would have been arrested by now. Pan Wenlong wiped the sweat from his forehead nervously. Thank you, sir, shut up, Lishinda said coldly. This matter isn't over yet. Do you know how much damage the enemy has caused us? They're targeting our vital points. Now we've even run out of fuel for your front lines, and the power in Baidu City is completely out. Lishinda gritted his teeth and said, the last time this happened, it was a large army from Dragon Country. This time, it was just a small group of scouts, and they caused such a big commotion. Even the commander-in-chief was furious. The enemy infiltrated through the front lines you were guarding. If anyone is held accountable, you will be the first one to be caught. Pan Wenlong was so nervous that his heart was about to jump out of his throat, and he was seeing stars in front of his eyes. He knew very well that if he was held accountable, it would not be as simple as just being dismissed. It's possible that you will spend the rest of your life in jail, Lishinda said coldly. Now, you have one last chance. Immediately send people to search for those damned Dragon Nation scouts. As long as you catch them, you can make amends and I can speak for you. Yes. Pan Wenlong was so excited that tears were about to flow. Sir, thank you. Thank you so much, don't be so quick to thank me. Lishinda said coldly, if we can't catch him, or if other troops catch him, I won't be able to protect you then. I understand. Pan Wenlong nodded repeatedly. Thank you for your care, I will definitely. Bang, the phone was hung up directly. Pan Wenlong also slowly put down the phone, his nerves trembling uncontrollably. While you are at home, disaster may come from the sky. He was ready to celebrate for wiping out the Dragon Kingdom scouts on the front line, but then he was hit by a bolt from the blue. Find Huang Ken for me, quickly. Pan Wenlong roared hoarsely, get him to me right away. How is this possible? Huang Ken widened his eyes in disbelief. How is that even possible? Pan Wenlong rushed over to him angrily. Last night, our largest fuel depot was bombed, the power plant was bombed, the railway bridge was bombed. Could it be that I was the one who sent people to blow up all of these? Ha! Huang Can's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This. I clearly, Pan Wenlong poked him in the forehead and yelled, it's already this late, stop bragging here. You still call yourself a professional? I think you're just professional slackers. He ran away right under your noses. Are you all blind? Pan Wenlong roared, you're still saying you're so awesome, saying you look down on the Dragon Country scouts. You're not awesome at all. I'm ashamed of you. Yes, you do look down on them, because you can't even see them. They're just walking right past you and sabotaging us from behind. A red spot was poked on Huang Can's forehead, and his face was covered with saliva, but he didn't care about all this, because Pan Wenlong had already scolded him and the Black Panther's self-esteem to pieces. Sir! Huang Can clenched his fists and stared at Pan Wenlong. It was my fault, my carelessness, but that doesn't mean we Black Panthers are incompetent. I'll immediately lead my men to capture these rats and hand them over to you without missing a single one. Pan Wenlong stared at him coldly, I only give you 3 days. No matter if he's dead or alive, you must catch him. Otherwise, all the responsibility will be borne by you. Yes. Huang Can's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Please rest assured, sir. If we can't catch them, I am willing to take full responsibility. A moment later, Huang Can walked out of the frontline command center and strode towards his car. Notify teams 1 and 2 to gather together. Also, have Ding Yi bring his regiment and Wang Tai's battalion to gather together. Huang Can ordered murderously. Captain. The subordinates stared at him. When you entered the headquarters, I just received news. Just over an hour ago, a logistics warehouse of the Justice Army was bombed, and 87 soldiers were killed. Huang Can frowned, but soon relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. I was just worried I couldn't find you, and you popped up so quickly. Huang Can snorted coldly, let's rush to the scene first. Have the troops I just mentioned follow us immediately. Everyone else, continue searching the front lines for remaining enemy forces. Yes, the subordinate nodded. Huang Can clenched his fists. Damn dragon people, I will kill you all. In the afternoon, it was the busiest street in Bangong City. Huang Yukai nodded at Madali and said, this is where we will meet. Madali looked towards the distance and saw the big words ULI tea house. Suddenly caught his EYE. Is called a tea house, but in fact it is just a large open-air courtyard. People were coming and going at the door, and it was extremely noisy inside. The sound of opera singing could be heard faintly. Monkey is really vulgar. Madali spat. Using our weapons to eat our food, even using our words, it's absolutely shameless. Who says it isn't? Huang Yukai snorted coldly, since ancient times, this place has been part of our country. We've been so kind to them, and now they're turning against us. How despicable can that be? Yeah. Madali nodded honestly. Huang Yukai looked around and said, the captain and his men have a long way to go. They probably won't arrive until tomorrow. There are too many people here and it's easy to be exposed if we stay here for a day. Let's leave the city. Madali nodded. Okay, let's find a place in the woods to hide. Just thinking about hiding, can't you do something first? Huang Yukai rolled his eyes. Madali was stunned. Do what? Huang Yukai sighed. Have you forgotten why we came here to meet? I remember. Madali nodded innocently. Find the veterans and take them home. Huang Yukai glared at him. Before the captain and the others arrive, can't we first find the veteran? When the captain arrives, we can immediately take the veteran home. Oh, yes. Madali smiled and said, Old Huang, you are really smart. Nonsense. Huang Yukai raised his head proudly. Otherwise, why would my dad call me talented? I've been talented since I was a child. Madali rubbed his hands. Then where do we find it? Didn't the captive say there was a mass grave nearby? Huang Yukai said coldly, let's start looking here. Okay, I'll listen to you. Madali nodded vigorously. The two of them immediately walked out of the city. They didn't dare ask anyone for fear of being exposed. After leaving the city, the two walked around the city but found nothing. The mass grave is probably in a ravine or some remote place. Huang Yukai stroked his chin and said, there's a mountain over there. Let's search there. Okay, I'll do as you say. Madali nodded repeatedly. Huang Yukai looked at him unhappily. Hey Dali, can't you have some independent opinions? Give me some good suggestions. Madali scratched his head and said, I'm stupid, and you're smart and talented. My advice is definitely useless. Huang Youcai's mouth twitched. He couldn't refute this. Let's go. Huang Yukai shook his head and took Madali towards the mountains not far away, but before the two of them had gone far, they suddenly heard the sound of an engine roaring behind them. The two immediately hid in the jungle by the roadside. A moment later, two military trucks drove over. Huang Yukai slowly raised his head, and his pupils dilated instantly. Old Huang, am I seeing things? Madali said in surprise as the car drove away. It seems like there are people from our group in the car. You're not mistaken. Huang Yukai said coldly, they're probably captured prisoners. Madali's eyes suddenly showed murderous intent. That's probably our team's. What should we do? Huang Yukai took out a gun from his bag and loaded it with a click. Now that we have seen him, we must save him. That's what I meant. Madali also took out his weapon. The two of them jumped up and quickly followed along the roadside. After running all the way for about 6 kilometers, a forest appeared in front of us, and two trucks were parked outside the forest. The two approached cautiously. Their men and the enemy troops had disappeared, leaving only two drivers leaning against their cars smoking. The two exchanged glances and then slowly approached each other. Call out. At the moment when the two drivers were puffing away smoke, they jumped out like tigers and knocked the two drivers down. Where are your people? Huang Yukai put a knife to a driver's neck. Go inside. The driver pointed at the woods in panic. Are there any of our people in the car? Huang Yukai continued to ask. Yes, 7 in total. The driver nodded vigorously. Puff, Huang Yukai and Madali attacked almost at the same time, almost cutting off half of the neck with one knife. After throwing the driver's body under the car, the two men immediately sneaked into the woods. Bang, a gunshot rang out suddenly, and Huang Ma and the other man immediately fell to the ground. No enemy appeared. The two looked at each other and slowly crawled forward. Soon, an open area appeared ahead, and a foul odor hit us in the face. Huang Yukai and Madali looked solemn. This was the mass grave they were looking for. At this moment, in front of a pile of corpses, 6 captured soldiers proudly puffed out their chests and stared at the enemy opposite them without any fear, and on the ground lay a soldier still bleeding. Huang Ma's eyes instantly turned red, and they gripped their guns tightly for some unknown reason. Kneel down. An enemy lieutenant yelled at the 6 men. The 6 soldiers looked at him with contempt, but their chests puffed out even higher. The lieutenant strode forward and pressed his pistol directly to the forehead of a soldier. I ordered you to kneel down. The soldier looked down at the lieutenant and said, if you want to kill me, just shoot me. What's the point of talking nonsense? We, the soldiers of the Dragon Nation, will only die standing, never live on our knees. Besides, have you ever heard of kneeling before a beast? The lieutenant's eyes were blazing with anger, and he pressed the muzzle of his gun against the soldier's forehead. I'm giving you one last chance. Tell me your number, your name, and where the others are. Otherwise, I'll break your legs first, then your arms, and let you die slowly. Come on. The soldier was not afraid at all, and pushed his head hard against the muzzle of the gun. Hit me, if I beg for mercy from you, I'm not a fucking man. Hit me. The lieutenant showed a cruel smile on his face. Okay, I'll grant you your wish. Chapter 60. Then I leave. Snap. The lieutenant loaded the bullet and aimed it directly at the soldier's leg. Let's see whether your words are tougher or my bullets are harder. The lieutenant sneered. Bang, a gunshot suddenly rang out, and warm blood splashed on the soldier's face. The soldier widened his eyes and looked at the lieutenant in disbelief as he saw a bloody hole on his head and fell heavily backward. Boom boom. Suddenly, 2 grenades exploded among the enemy. The unprepared enemy troops were instantly blown to pieces, and their screams like those of slaughtered pigs resounded through the sky. All 6 warriors widened their eyes in shock. At this moment, rapid gunfire suddenly rang out. 2 figures walked out of the woods, one on the left and one on the right. They were Huang Yukai and Ma Dali. Their movement speed was not fast, but their bodies were as steady as a rock. Flames kept spewing out of the muzzles of their guns, and bullets were shot at the enemy like beads with broken strings. At this moment, they seemed to be back at the shooting range. Yan's extremely strict training method was now fully effective. Within 150 meters, they hit the target every time. In their eyes, all enemies are just moving targets. The 2 men's fire crossed each other in the air, and the enemy fell in rows like cut wheat. Although there were only 2 of them, their shooting skills were fast and accurate, and they cooperated with each other. The stunned enemy suffered heavy losses. Many soldiers looked at the corpses of their comrades, instantly lost their will to fight, and ran into the woods. Chase! Huang Yukai growled. The 2 of them quickly chased after him while changing bullets. Letting any one of them go would be the greatest cruelty to oneself. This is what Yan taught them. The dense gunfire echoed in the woods, and the enemy's screams and wails were endless. The 6 soldiers stood there in a daze. They never dreamed that someone would save them. It was not until Huang Yukai and Ma Dali came out of the woods that the 6 people reacted. Which part? Huang Yukai asked coldly. Platoon leader Huang, a soldier shouted in surprise. Huang Yukai was stunned. Do you know me? The soldier nodded excitedly. I'm from the 5th Squadron, 3rd Platoon. Don't you recognize me? I know him. Huang Yukai laughed. What's your name? The soldier said with a bitter face, I'll go to Lin Dafeng. Huang Yukai laughed out loud. Dafeng, I remember you, ha ha ha, but he was muttering in his heart, Dafeng, is this a fucking man's name? Your parents are so stupid to give you this name. Are they all Falcons? Huang Yukai looked at the others. All the soldiers nodded in unison. The soldier who was about to be shot said excitedly, Platoon leader Huang, thank you for saving us. I am from the 1st Squadron. My name is, alright. Huang Yukai waved his hands quickly. You're treating this as a blind date, and you're introducing yourself? Hurry up and leave, or the enemy will be here. Ma Dali had already cut the ropes on the 6 people's hands and frowned, saying, they are all injured and can't walk too far. Huang Yukai glanced at the 6 people. All of them were covered in blood, and 2 of them had bandages wrapped around their stomachs. It was obvious that he was injured when he was captured and was tortured later. Everyone's face was extremely pale. 2 commanders. The soldier who was about to be executed straightened his chest and said, you have a mission, so go ahead. We can take care of ourselves. Yes, Platoon leader Huang, we can go back on our own. Lin Dafeng said excitedly, you have already saved us, leave the rest to us. Chief, you guys go and do your thing, we can go back by ourselves. Others said. Shut up, everyone. Huang Yukai glared at them angrily. With your despicable behavior, you won't be able to get far before you get caught again. We Falcon soldiers can't die in such a cowardly way. Seeing that the 6 soldiers had shut up, Huang Yukai moved closer to Ma Dali. How about we give them a ride? I think so too. Ma Dali nodded. Huang Yukai continued, send them to the border, and then we'll rush back. We'll still have time to meet up with the captain. I think so too. Ma Dali nodded. The corners of Huang Yutsai's mouth twitched, and it felt like he hadn't used his brain at all. All right. Huang Yukai turned around and said, it's decided. We'll give you a ride. Chief, shut up. Huang Yukai glared at the 6 people. We are officers. Our words are orders. Do you have any say? The 6 people kept their mouths shut, but their hearts were filled with warmth. Although they are not from the same squadron, in times of crisis, as long as they call out to each other, they will be together through life and death. Let's go. Huang Yukai glared at them. Do you still need me to help you? The 6 of them smiled awkwardly, picked up their weapons from the ground, and supported each other as they walked out of the woods. Here's my plan, Huang Yukai said as they walked. You will continue to be prisoners, and we too will pretend to be monkey soldiers and escort you. Once we reach the border, we will show you a safe way. Boom, a violent explosion suddenly sounded. Huang Yukai and Ma Dali, who were walking in front, were caught off guard and were instantly blown away by the shockwave. Huang Yukai fell heavily to the ground, and his entire back seemed to be falling apart. His head was buzzing and he slowly raised his head and looked forward. Outside the woods, 6 or 7 military vehicles drove over one after another, and a large number of monkey soldiers were rushing into the woods. 6 soldiers were retreating towards him and Ma Dali while firing. Your mother. Huang Yukai struggled to remember, but the world was spinning before his eyes, and then he fell down heavily. The night was dark, and 3 figures were running quickly on the ridge. They looked like immortals, with a layer of mist rising above their heads. Stop. Yan suddenly stopped. Rest here for a while. Plop, Luo Xing and Kai Chong fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Yan took a sip from the water bottle and shook his head. Your physical fitness is too poor. We've only been running for a short time. I even took you on a car ride for over 100 kilometers. If you had run the whole way, what would you be like? Captain. Luo Xing looked at him breathlessly. We are the ones who cook. Our physical fitness is definitely not as good as yours. Yeah, that's true. Yian nodded. Luo Xing and Kai Chong both breathed a sigh of relief, almost thinking that Yian was going to deal with them. But you did remind me. Yian said seriously, when we get back, I'll give you more training. You can't always be the last one and drag us down. Luo Xing's face twisted. Is this what I meant? How can you interpret it so rudely? Yian looked at them with a smile. Following me, you are really lucky. You have a car to ride back and forth, and you made such a big profit. If you don't train well when you go back, you will be unworthy of the achievements I have made with you. Luo Xing and Kai Chong immediately laughed. For resource-scarce monkeys, fuel is as precious as gold. Not to mention monkeys, even the Dragon Kingdom attaches great importance to fuel. They blew up such a large fuel depot, and they couldn't imagine how great an achievement it was. Captain. Kai Chang's eyes lit up. Will we be crowned a combat hero? Don't dream. Yian rolled his eyes at him. But it's only a first-class merit, so there's some hope. Really? The two of them almost jumped up with excitement. Okay, take some time to rest. Yian looked at his watch. In 2 more hours of running, we will almost be there. Maybe everyone is already waiting for us. Yeah. The two nodded and lay comfortably on the ground with their legs spread out. Yian leaned against the tree, feeling particularly happy to end this mission. Lone Eagle must have passed the assessment and should have a chance of getting a place in the special forces. Not only did everyone make meritorious contributions, but their overall abilities also improved. He not only achieved merit but also gained new abilities, which meant he shot a lot of birds with one arrow. This is a real big harvest. Bang! Suddenly, a burst of gunfire was heard. The three of them almost simultaneously lay on the ground vigilantly, looking around with alert eyes. Bang bang bang. The gunshots came intermittently and sounded a bit far away. It seems to be over there. Luo Xing pointed to the mountain in the north. Could it be that our people have encountered the enemy? Kai Chong became nervous. Yian frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, let's go and take a look. Bang bang bang. Li Gang knocked down 7 or 8 enemies and turned and left. Lu Tong immediately filled the position and threw a grenade to the rear. There was a loud bang and screams filled the woods. This way. The two veterans waved at them. Li Gang and Lu Tong rushed over immediately. He jumped over the booby traps on the ground and ran wildly into the depths of the dense forest with his body crouched down. Boom. They had not run far when several explosions suddenly sounded behind them. Li Gang smiled slightly, suddenly changed direction, and ran to the side with the three of them. We should have gotten rid of it now, right? Lu Tong looked back. Almost there. Li Gang said coldly, the 4 of us have been leading them through the mountains for a whole day, and only these few are left with us. We can definitely shake them off. Let's run in this direction, and then turn around tomorrow and go back home. Lu Tong and the other two looked relaxed. Just yesterday, they were preparing to return home after blowing up an enemy camp. As a result, they encountered a large number of enemy troops halfway. Li Gang led his men to fight and retreat, but was unable to shake off the enemy. In desperation, Li Gang and his 4 companions chose to run away with the enemy, allowing the rest of the people to return safely. Our squadron should have crossed the border by now, right? Asked an old soldier. Another veteran nodded. Of course, it's been so long, they must have passed away. Lu Tong laughed cheerfully and said, the monkeys behind us would never have dreamed that after chasing us for a whole day, they would end up chasing the 4 of us. If they knew, they would probably vomit blood. Li Gang smiled and said, we have won a great victory this time. After we return, we will definitely be the first in the team in terms of merit. Suddenly, his feet felt empty and he sank into the ground. Damn, swamp! Lu Tong exclaimed, and they sank into it as well. Li Gang's face turned pale. Few people came to this forest, which was why he chose to evacuate, but I never expected that there would be a swamp on the seemingly flat road. The 4 men sank quickly, as if something was dragging them. Don't move, lean back. Li Gang said anxiously, see if there is anything around you that you can grab. Lu Tong and the other two also calmed down at this moment. The more disturbance there is in the swamp, the faster it sinks. Only by increasing the area of force can there be hope of rescue. The 4 of them slowly leaned back, and their sinking speed was indeed much slower, but just as they were about to escape, they suddenly heard the sound of dense footsteps in the woods. Then, figures appeared behind them. They are here, a monkey soldier shouted excitedly. A platoon leader rushed up breathlessly, and when he saw Li Gang and his 4 companions trapped in the swamp, he immediately burst into joy. Run, keep running, why don't you run anymore? Ha ha, the 20 or so enemy soldiers laughed mockingly. Pull them up, the platoon leader said with a proud smile, we've done a great job. Yes. The monkey soldiers grinned grimly. Shit. Lu Tong's eyes twitched. I never thought we'd end up like this. Li Gang's face turned pale. Damn it, we actually capsized in the ditch. He sighed in his heart that there are dangers in the wild and it is not enough to just have legs. Even if they are experienced, they can still encounter danger at any time in the dangerous wilderness. Suddenly, a row of bullets came flying. The excited enemy suddenly trembled all over. The bullets pierced their bodies, making them spurt blood all over their bodies as if they were dancing. Knock knock. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 enemy soldiers fell to the ground. Ha! Lu Tong's eyes widened in shock. We are saved? Who saved us? Li Gang turned his head quickly. There was a rustling sound in the woods behind him, and then three figures walked out, led by Yi and Yi, and looked at Li Gang with a smile. Captain Li, we meet again. Fuck. Li Gang's face twisted. Fuck, it's worse than capsizing in a ditch. Are you unhappy to see me? Yi Yan's smile widened. Then I'll leave? No, no, no. Ah. Li Gang looked hopeless. Ha 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 ha. Yi Yan laughed even more happily. Chapter 61. Are you saving people? Stop laughing there. Li Gang shouted anxiously, hurry up and rescue us. We're sinking. Yi Yan nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll save you right away. I told you before the battle started, Captain Li, if you are in danger, I will definitely save you. He winked at Li Gang and said, I'm a man of my words. Li Gang closed his eyes in pain. Not at the time, he didn't take Yi Yan's words to heart at all. What a joke. Could he be in danger, still need Yi Yan's rescue? It's good that Yi Yan doesn't let him save him. He would never have thought that Yi Yan's words would come true. He really needed his rescue, and only he could save him. What sins did I commit in my previous life? Li Gang was in tears at this moment. His old face was burning, as if Yi Yan had spanked him several times in the air. Why are you running to the middle? Yi Yan circled the swamp and shook his head. It's too far. I need to find something to pull you up. Where is your rope? Li Gang asked. It was used up during the operation. Yi Yan replied. Captain Li, why don't you lend us the rope? Kai Chong had an idea. Look at me, Li Gang shouted angrily. Do I look like I can dig a rope out of the mud? Captain Yi, please think of a solution quickly. Lu Tong said with a bitter face, I'm sinking again. Seeing that the four of them were slowly sinking, Yi Yan immediately said, Luo Xing, Kai Chong, go and untie the enemy's belts and tie them together. Yes. Luo Xing and Kai Chong immediately ran towards the enemy's corpses. It's too late. Li Gang's neck was already sunken in the mud. Think of other ways. Yi Yan's eyes rolled, and a smile appeared on his face instantly. I remembered it. When I came here just now, I encountered a good thing that can save you. Why don't you hurry up? Li Gang's face was full of anxiety. Wait a moment, I'll be right. Yi Yan turned around and ran out. Li Gang immediately whispered, everyone, breathe slowly, keep leaning back, and hold on for a while. We will be rescued soon. Take a deep breath, take a deep breath. Just as the four of them were trying hard to keep their bodies steady, Yi Yan rushed back excitedly. Here I come, Lali, hold on, I'll pull you up. Yi Yan said, throwing away the thing in his hand. Li Gang was ecstatic. Yi Yan, I owe you 4 lives, you, what the hell? He was about to reach out to grab it, but he saw a snake head spitting out its tongue at him wildly. Li Gang was so scared that he almost jumped out of the swamp. Don't be afraid, grab its head and I'll pull you up. Yi Yan shouted. Li Gang was almost going crazy. Now he could see the snake's full appearance. This is actually a fucking python, and God knows where Yi Yan got this thing from. I asked you to find a rope, but you found a python? Hurry up and grab its head. Yi Yan urged anxiously, it's going to curl up. I. Li Gang looked at the snake's head, which was bigger than his fist, and tears were about to flow down his face. How can I catch this thing? I can't do it. Captain, catch him. Lu Tong's chin was already sunk in the mud. Li Gang's eyes twitched, and his heart suddenly hardened as he looked at the snake head that opened its mouth wide at him. Being bitten is better than dying here miserably, not to mention there are 3 other people around. Damn it, I'll just give it a try. Li Gang gritted his teeth and tried hard to grab the snake's head. Lu Tong and the other 2 looked at Li Gang and hummed for a long time without moving at all. Damn it, my hand is stuck. Li Gang said with a bitter face, I can't move. Holy crap, Yi Yan was speechless. If you can't move, just tell me earlier. I didn't dare to move before. Li Gang said aggrievedly, how could I have known that I couldn't move anymore? I can't seem to move either. Lu Tong exclaimed. Me too. I can't move at all. Bang bang bang, at this moment, gunshots suddenly rang out not far away. Li Gang and the other 3 looked as pale as death. They were stuck and couldn't move, and now the enemy had reappeared, which meant they couldn't escape today. Damn it, I never thought that we would really capsize in the ditch. Lu Tong smiled bitterly. An old soldier sighed, we've overcome so many difficulties, but we didn't expect to fail here. Why the hell is there a swamp here? Li Gang stared at Yi Yan closely. The enemy is coming, you guys should leave quickly. Yi Yan threw the snake aside and the python ran away in an instant. I never have the habit of abandoning my comrades. Yi Yan smiled at him, you know this. Li Gang was deeply moved, but shook his head rationally. The situation is different now. The enemy will come looking for us soon. You have already saved us. Even if you die, we will remember your kindness. Let's go. Captain Yi, let's go. Lu Tong said with a generous smile, Lone Eagle, we still need you. Your group of troublemakers can't do without you, let's go. Captain Yi, an old soldier, said with a smile, you've done enough. If there's a chance in the next life, we can be comrades again. Go, go. Li Gang heard the gunshots again and whispered anxiously, get out. Yan seemed not to hear what they said and looked at Luo Xing and Kai Chong. The two men had not yet unbuckled the belts from all the bodies. At their speed, by the time the belts are connected into a rope, the enemy will probably have found this place. Even if the enemy didn't come, Li Gang and his three companions couldn't move, and it would be difficult for the three of them to rescue the people. Yan absolutely could not let him abandon Li Gang and the others. Never abandon, never give up. This is the promise to every comrade in arms and the bottom line of every soldier. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Yan's head, and a good idea came to his mind instantly. Go, what else do you want? Li Gang stared at Yan anxiously. Do I have to beg you to leave? Wait, I'll find someone to save you. Yan suddenly ran forward. Let's go. Yan waved at Luo Xing and Kai Chong, call for help, rescue them. Watching them run into the woods, Li Gang and the other three were confused. The Lone Eagle's men are here? Lu Tong's face was filled with surprise. Then we are saved. I always say there is always a way out. An old soldier smiled happily. Another veteran said excitedly, when I return, I will definitely thank them. Li Gang had come back to his senses at this moment, his eyes red with emotion. Before leaving, he had a falling out with Yan and it was clear that they were rivals. He never expected that the person who would stick with him and save him in the end would be this opponent. Captain. Lu Tong said with a smile, from now on, should we be more polite to Captain Yi? Li Gang glared at him. He's the captain. Shouldn't we be polite and respectful? Do we even need to ask me this? Lu Tong laughed, yes, it's my duty. When you go back, you have to educate everyone. Li Gang said seriously, the Lone Eagle is still our opponent, but we must respect everyone in the Lone Eagle. Ta-da-da, suddenly, a burst of gunfire was heard, and it was much closer to them. Damn, the enemy discovered them? Lu Tong widened his eyes in shock. Li Gang and the other two also became nervous. At this moment, three figures came running out of the woods. They were Yan and the other two. Captain Yi. Lu Tong was shocked. Where are your men? They're all here. Yan smiled. Didn't you go and get some help? Li Gang looked at him in shock. Where are the others? Oh. Yan smiled. My soldiers, I don't even know where they are right now. Li Gang and the other three were stunned for a moment. Who are you going to ask for help? Them. Yan laughed and fired a volley of bullets into the sky. Luo Xing and Kai Chong also fired into the air. Bang bang bang. The next second, a large number of bullets shot out from the woods, forcing Yan and the other two to squat down quickly. They're here. Yan smiled at Li Gang and said, Captain Li, don't worry, you will be rescued soon. Li Gang almost vomited blood. This the guy you fucking shake, is the one shaking the enemy? Run. Yan growled, then he turned around suddenly and jumped directly into the swamp, but the next second, he stepped on Lu Tong's face. The next kick landed on Li Gang's face. Lu and Li were completely unaware of the situation. They were still looking up at Yan, but they didn't expect Yan to step directly on their faces. Wow. After Yan jumped away, Li Gang roared angrily, Yan, you. Wu, Luo Xing and Kai Chong stepped on his face one after another and flew across the swamp. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the woods. Oh my god. Li Gang was so angry that he wanted to explode on the spot. That he felt like his face was being stepped on. The most important thing is that when Yan and the other two stepped on him, half of his head sank into the ground again. Captain, gurgle. Before Lu Tong could finish his words, his mouth and nose were completely submerged. The situation of the other two veterans was not much better. They were also sinking rapidly, but before Li Gang could get angry, a group of enemy soldiers had already rushed up to them. Sir, look. A monkey soldier shouted excitedly. Two agents quickly emerged from behind the crowd. He looked at the situation around him, and then at Li Gang and the other four who were about to sink. The two agents immediately imagined what was happening here. Quick, pull them up, an agent yelled. They are not simple, they must be brought alive. Yes. More than 40 enemy soldiers immediately got busy. The agent laughed sarcastically and said, these four guys are really formidable. They fought their way all the way here. If they hadn't fallen into the swamp, they would have gotten away. Another sneered, this is their fate. If they are chased by us, it would be a miracle if they can escape. If we hand them over to the captain, we will all have done a great job. Li Gang looked at this group of enemy troops and no longer had any desire to live. It is better to die than to be caught by these enemies. Brothers. Li Gang glanced at Lu Tong and the other two and smiled slightly, see you in the next life. After saying that, he began to twist his body wildly, trying to sink faster, but at this moment, 4 monkey soldiers suddenly jumped into the swamp. One of them grabbed him by the neck. Get up, the enemy on the shore roared. A group of people pulled 4 ropes and dragged Li Gang and his 4 companions out of the swamp. Pull it up, an agent shouted excitedly. All the monkey soldiers worked together to pull the 8 people out of the swamp little by little. Fuck it. Li Gang looked at the shore, his face full of despair. Damn Ian, he might as well let us fend for ourselves. This bastard, he, bang bang bang. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets erupted from the woods. The enemy troops, who were concentrating on pulling people away, were caught off guard and fell down in rows in an instant. In less than half a minute, there was no more human sound in the woods. All the enemy troops fell in a pool of blood. Li Gang and his 4 companions were still half stuck in the mud, staring at the corpses on the ground in shock. What the hell? What's going on? Lu Tong was confused. What happened? Captain Li, are you okay? Li Gang and his companions suddenly turned around and saw that Yan and the other 2, who had just stepped on their faces and ran away, were running back again. You didn't leave? Li Gang opened his mouth wide. Yan laughed. I said I would save you, so I must. How can we leave if we don't save you? Yes. Luo Xing and Kai Chong nodded repeatedly. Li Gang's mouth twitched violently. Are you saving someone? Is that how you save someone? Yan shrugged. Just tell me, was he rescued or not? Li Gang completely collapsed. Chapter 62. I didn't expect you to betray me. Call. Li Gang and the other 3 fell to the ground, gasping for breath. After being stuck in the swamp for a while, they felt like their bodies were hollowed out and were soft everywhere. It was like going to the gates of hell. Yan squatted beside Li Gang with a smile. Captain Li, we can't stay here for long. The gunfire was so intense just now, the enemy will surely be here soon. Li Gang nodded, sat up with difficulty, and then extended his hand to Yan. Thank you. Li Gang looked at Yan sincerely. I owe you 4 lives. Yan smiled and said, we are comrades. Let's not talk about whether we owe each other anything. It's too distant. Also, your hands are dirty and smelly. I won't shake yours. You. Li just felt a little touched, but it was instantly destroyed by Yan's words. Okay, hurry up and leave. Yan stood up. We are leaving too. If you get trapped again, no one will save you. Wait, where are you going? Li Gang asked in surprise. Secret. Yan smiled and waved. Captain Li, take care and don't get caught. If you see the captain, tell him that we will be back the day after tomorrow at noon. Yan turned around and ran quickly in another direction with Luo Xing and Kai Chong. Li Gang frowned. They're heading towards the enemy's rear. What else does this guy want to do? Lu Tong also looked puzzled. Maybe they have a new target. Captain, should we go help them? Li Gang glared at him unhappily. Given our current situation, we'd be lucky if we could shake off the enemy and return safely. Helping them? We'd just be a burden if we went. That's right. Lu Tong sighed. Then let's go. The enemy might come at any time. Didn't Captain Yi say they would definitely go back the day after tomorrow? Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot was heard in the distance. Li Gang immediately jumped up from the ground, not daring to stay any longer, and ran up the mountain with a few people. I didn't even have time to thank Captain Yi just now. Lu Tong sighed. When he comes back, we have to treat him to a good meal. Yes, we also have to educate our entire team. When we see Captain Yi next time, shut up. Li Gang touched his still painful face and said angrily, everything I said before is invalid. Yan saved us, and the 4 of us owe him. But that's all. That kid is such a jerk. The thought of the snake's head, the enemy pulling at his neck, and the foot stepping on his face. Li Gang felt uncomfortable all over. Yan, you better come back safely. Li Gang clenched his fists. I don't want to owe you my life. As daylight dawned, the wooden cell door made a harsh friction sound. Huang Yukai felt dizzy and his whole body seemed to be falling apart. Even if Yan bullied me for a whole day, I wouldn't feel as sad as I do now. Get in there. There was a loud bang, as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. Huang Yukai opened his eyes with difficulty and vaguely saw a familiar figure lying on the ground. Dolly? Huang Yukai suddenly woke up. Dolly, what's wrong with you? He's just been tortured. 3 wounded soldiers crawled towards my Dolly and turned him over. When Huang Yukai saw his face, his heart suddenly sank. Dolly's eyes were covered with blood and his eyes could not be seen at all. Dolly, what did they do to you? Huang Yukai was just about to move when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his legs. He looked down and saw that his thigh was simply bandaged and the blood that had seeped out had turned purple-brown. My legs, what happened to my legs? Huang Yukai shouted in shock. What did they do to my legs? Platoon leader Huang, your leg was hit by shrapnel. A soldier said. Platoon leader Maz, I was injured by the explosion. Huang Yukai was completely stunned. My legs, Dolly's eyes, are all gone? Platoon leader Huang, you are just injured. Maybe you can be cured, said a soldier. That's right, platoon leader Huang, don't be sad. Another soldier comforted him. I checked your leg. There's shrapnel stuck in it. Remove the shrapnel, rest for a while, and it should be fine. Huang Yukai was stunned for a moment, and his heart was relieved a little. By the way, where is Lin Dafeng? Huang Yukai suddenly asked. Sacrificed. The 3 soldiers lowered their heads silently. Huang Youcai's heart tightened again. That young face that he was not familiar with but that was full of admiration for him, is gone just like that? Old Huang, are you okay? Suddenly, Ma Dali's voice came. Huang Yukai looked at him hurriedly. Dali, I'm fine, I'm glad you're okay. I can't see, they blew my eyes blind. Ma Dali crawled desperately following Huang Youcai's voice. It's like a helpless child looking for the person closest to him. Huang Yukai also endured the pain and crawled towards him, holding him in his arms. Dali, it's okay, but I can't see. Ma Dali no longer had any murderous aura at this moment, and his whole body was shaking with collapse. I will be blind from now on. I will no longer be a member of the Lone Eagle, and I can no longer be a soldier. Dali. Huang Yukai shed silent tears and hugged Ma Dali tightly in his arms. It's okay, it will be okay. I'm with you, we're all with you. You won't go blind. When we get back, we'll go to the military hospital. The doctors there are amazing and will definitely be able to cure you. Old Huang, can we go back? Ma Dali asked. Huang Yukai smiled faintly. Even if I can't go back, I will always be with you. Platoon leader Ma. 3 soldiers came over and hugged him tightly. We'll accompany you too. Ma Dali didn't say another word, and bloody tears silently rolled down his face. Huang Yukai also closed his eyes silently. He didn't expect that he and Ma Dali would be like this, but he doesn't regret it. Even if he were asked to choose 10 times again, he would still do the same. Hey, wake up! Suddenly, several enemy soldiers appeared outside the cell. The leading major pointed at Huang Yukai cheerfully and said, then come out and talk. A monkey soldier immediately opened the prison door, and the remaining few people rushed in like wolves and tigers, kicked the others away, and dragged Huang Yukai out. Old Huang, old Huang. Ma Dali groped around like a blind man. It's okay, Dali. Huang Yukai smiled faintly at Ma Dali. I'll be back soon. The next second, several monkey soldiers dragged him away. Old Huang. Ma Dali roared hoarsely. The 3 soldiers immediately hugged him and said, Platoon leader Ma, it's okay. Platoon leader Huang will be able to handle it. Ma Dali's mouth twitched. These monkeys are so vicious. They are all beasts. Old Huang, you have to hold on. Ha ha ha. The enemy major lit a cigarette for Huang Yukai. That's right, isn't it? You're much smarter than your companion. A captured prisoner is essentially abandoned, with no hope left. It's wisest to cooperate with us. Huang Yukai took a deep breath of smoke and blew out smoke rings comfortably. Where's the chicken leg? I'm hungry. Huang Yukai asked dissatisfiedly. Chicken legs, where are the chicken legs? The major turned his head and shouted. Here they come. A soldier came running over with a plate in his hand. Chicken legs are here. Huang Yukai picked up the chicken leg and started eating it without saying a word. He hadn't eaten for a whole day. The major smiled and sat across from him. Can you tell me now? Yeah. Huang Yukai nodded as he nodded. My name is Li Gang, my companion is Lu Tong, and we're members of the newly formed Flying Eagle Commando. Flying Eagle Commando? The major looked stunned. Aren't you from the Falcon Scouting Group? When did the Falcon Group have flying eagles? Huang Yukai laughed heartily. Your information is outdated. The Flying Eagles were newly formed by our military district, selecting the strongest soldiers from the Falcons. After we finish this battle, we'll develop into a Special Forces unit. Newly formed? A Special Forces unit? The major stood up in shock and looked at Huang Yukai suspiciously. Are you talking nonsense to me? Huang Yukai rolled his eyes at him. How is that possible? I don't want to suffer. If I tell you it's a lie, won't I be in trouble? I'm fully cooperating now. The major frowned. Then why did your companion call you Old Huang? Isn't your name Li Gang? Ah. Huang Yukai shook his head. My name is Li Gang, but my nickname is Old Yellow Dog. Damn, it's already this late, and he still doesn't forget to call me by my nickname. The major stared at Huang Yukai and whispered to the people around him, do you believe him? The subordinate shook his head. It's hard to say. But they were really powerful. They killed 49 of us. If we hadn't brought 3 more prisoners with us and happened to run into them, they would have really left. The major nodded, then stared at Huang Yukai. Where are the rest of your Flying Eagle team? I don't know. Huang Yukai shook his head. The major took a breath and said angrily, then what can you tell me? You don't think that just saying a name counts as cooperation, do you? Huang Yukai laughed and said, of course I have some information. Come on, he waved to the major. The major approached with a suspicious look on his face, and Huang Yukai immediately whispered, after we infiltrated, we dispersed. However, we have a contact. I don't know where the other teams are, but the contact knows. Contact person? The major's eyes lit up. Where is he? I haven't seen it either, but I know how to connect them. Huang Yukai whispered, you go. As the major listened, his brows gradually furrowed. When Huang Yukai finished speaking, the major glared at him and said, is this how you guys meet? Yes. Huang Yukai nodded. It is a bit different, but it is definitely not easy to be discovered. He laughed cheerfully and said, as long as we meet the contact, he will arrange a route for us to evacuate. Whether we can capture the others depends on you. The major took a deep breath, stepped back a few steps and asked quietly, what do you think? That's a bit of nonsense. The subordinate stroked his chin. But he's right. It's really hard for us to think of this method. Even if we did find out, we wouldn't care. Yes. The major nodded. Then give it a try. Go get ready and set off later. Should we notify the Black Panthers? The subordinate asked quietly. Aren't they searching for Dragon Nation scouts nearby? Why don't we keep this credit for ourselves? Why do we have to share it among others? The major gave him a blank look. Understood. The subordinate nodded. I will go and gather people right away. Hey! Huang Yukai shouted, didn't you promise to treat us first? I don't want to become a cripple. My brother's eyes might be able to recover. Hurry and call a doctor. The major snorted coldly, don't worry, wait until we catch the man and confirm that what you said is true. We will give you whatever you want, take it away. The two monkey soldiers immediately dragged Huang Yukai away. The major smiled. Capturing Fei Ying and his group is definitely a great achievement. I'll get at least 2 promotions. As soon as Huang Yukai was thrown into the cell, Ma Dali immediately crawled over following the sound. Old Huang, are you okay? Did they hurt you? Huang Yukai chuckled, it's okay, it's okay. They didn't even touch me. Huh? Ma Dali was stunned. I didn't hit you? Then why did you hit me? Huang Yukai smirked, because you're stupid, you won't cooperate. Ma Dali nodded, that's right, I didn't tell them anything they asked me. Wait, will you cooperate with them? Yes. Huang Yukai nodded, I told them a lot. Ma Dali was stunned, and the other 3 soldiers stared at Huang Yukai stupidly. Fuck. Ma Dali suddenly realized what was happening and shouted angrily, Huang Yukai, I didn't expect you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, to betray me too? Chapter 63, Death Must Be Spectacular. In the morning, at Uli Tea House in Bangong City, Ian was sitting under a big tree at the door wearing a conical hat. He seemed to be resting, but his eyes were always fixed on the people coming and going. The first to arrive were Jiang Lin and the other 2. They winked at Ian in tacit understanding, then walked into the tea house and found a seat to sit down. And next came Zhao Xiang, Xia Fugui, Zhang Luan, Ma Liang, Lin Hua. Seeing that the time was almost up, Ian slowly stood up and walked into the tea house. Captain. Jiang Lin lowered his voice, everyone is back. Only Huang Yukai and Ma Dali are left. Ian looked at his watch again and it was already the agreed time. That shouldn't be the case. Ian frowned slightly, they are the closest, they should be the first to arrive. Has something happened? Jiang Lin looked at Ian in confusion. Ian thought about it and shook his head silently, that shouldn't be the case. They are going to blow up a granary, where there are even fewer guards. With their ability, it shouldn't be a problem. Then, Jiang Lin's face was full of questions, could they be lost? Ian's mind flashed with Huang Youcai's not so bright round head and Ma Dali's face that was not smart at all. It doesn't seem strange for them to get lost. Let's wait a little longer. Ian said helplessly, if they still don't come after an hour, we will split up and look for them. Okay. Jiang Lin nodded. Ian turned his head and was shocked instantly. I saw Sun Daji and Yang Weizheng each holding a plate of peanuts, tilting their heads back and pouring them into their mouths. What are you 2 doing? Ian scolded in a low voice. Captain, I'm hungry. Yang Wei said with a bitter face, you don't know how I got through these 5 days. I was badly tricked by this bastard, I didn't expect that either. Sun Daji's face was full of grievance, the people here have no sympathy at all. They deserve to be bullied. Ian looked at the 2 of them and picked up another piece of pancake and started chewing it, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. What on earth did they go through? Jiang Lin on the side smiled awkwardly, I'm not too sure, but I've been hungry for 5 days. Ian was speechless. He pretended to be hungry for 5 days, which also refreshed his cognition. Captain, look. Chang Quan suddenly became murderous. Ian quickly turned his head and saw 2 military vehicles stopped and a large number of enemy soldiers jumped out from them. Shit, are we exposed? Everyone suddenly became nervous and their hands involuntarily reached for their guns. Calm down, don't be impulsive. Ian said calmly, they probably aren't coming for us. Huh? Everyone looked outside in surprise. The major had changed into civilian clothes and jumped out of the jeep. More than 20 men in plainclothes quickly surrounded him. Sir, it's right there. The major looked in the direction his subordinate pointed, a sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth, 6 Fu Hotel. Remember, the major said to all his men, when we go in later, keep a low profile and don't alert the enemy. Wait until I confirm the target and give you a signal before charging forward. Yes, everyone nodded. The major looked at the 2 officers again and said, watch all the intersections, including the rooftops and the gutters. In short, not a single fly can escape from this restaurant. Yes. The officer saluted vigorously. The major took a deep breath and said, let's go. As soon as they left, Ian led his men and quietly left ULIT house. The two sides passed each other silently. A moment later, the major strode into the hotel. A middle-aged man came up to us immediately, but his face was not polite at all. Eat together? How many people? Let me tell you first, many dishes are not available. I will tell you if there are any. The major's mouth twitched and he cursed the waiter in his heart. The monkeys of this era learn everything from the Dragon Country. Shopping malls and restaurants are all state-owned, and the service staff all have stable jobs. They feel superior and a bad attitude is considered good. Beating customers is common. I have an appointment. The major smiled awkwardly. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes. Find it yourself. After saying that, he turned and left. Damn it. The major spat and then waved his hand back. The men immediately scattered to every corner of the hotel. The major brought two of his men, their eyes scanning like radar. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a table by the window. Is it them? The major asked his men in confusion. The subordinate squinted his eyes and looked at them, nodding silently. It should be them. Didn't Li Gang say the three middle-aged men, dressed appropriately, should be them? The major waved his hand excitedly. Go. The three of them immediately moved forward, and the monkey soldiers around them also became alert, reaching for the guns at their waists. Hello? The major walked to the table and nodded with a smile. The three men who were eating looked up at the stranger, the major, and nodded politely. The king of heaven and the tiger of earth, the major suddenly whispered. Ah. The three men who were eating looked surprised. The major chuckled and then winked at his men. The subordinate immediately bent down and approached the three people with a smile. Suddenly he raised his hand and slapped himself twice with lightning speed. The three men who were eating were startled. The major pushed his men aside and touched one of the men's heads as if he were touching a woman's thigh. Down with the monkey kingdom, long live the dragon kingdom. Oh shit. The three men jumped up in fright. The man who was touched instinctively punched the major in the nose. Fuck you. The fist hit the major's smiling face accurately, and blood spurted out instantly. I'm sorry, all three of you. An officer untied the ropes of the three men with a bitter face. This is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, bullshit misunderstanding. The man who was patted on the head roared angrily. See what he said? Are you trying to sting him? If I don't hit him, wouldn't I be treasonous? Another man said angrily, we are from the government after all. We can report everything you say to us and do to us. The major on the side covered his nose and shouted, that's enough. I'm arresting the dragon people who infiltrated. This is an order from my superiors, and everyone needs to cooperate unconditionally. You want to sue me? I'll also sue you for obstructing my official duties. All right. The subordinate hurriedly stood between the two parties and said, now that the matter has been clarified and the misunderstanding has been resolved, let's each take a step back. The three men didn't want to make things worse, so after getting their IDs and guns back, they left in a hurry. Sir, are you okay? The subordinate asked cautiously. The major growled angrily, my nose is broken. How can I be all right? That bastard punched me so hard. I really want to kill him. The subordinate said bitterly, sir, he is from the agency. You just said that to him, so it is understandable that he fought back. The major's eyes were blazing with anger. Damn it, it was that Li Gang, that bastard who tricked me and even broke my nose. Go back immediately. The major roared, I will break his nose first, and then break both of his hands. Go! A group of people followed the major and strode out, but none of them noticed that the person they were looking for was standing at the door of the hotel wearing a conical hat. Once again, the major missed his target. Ye and looked up and saw the monkey soldiers gathering, then immediately turned and left. After turning a corner, Jiang Lin and others immediately came to meet him. Captain, what's going on? Yian frowned. These people received intelligence and came to arrest the contact person. Contact person? Everyone looked surprised. Ye shook his head. This is not important. What is important is that the person they mentioned who gave the information is called Li Gang. Li Gang? Everyone was confused. Captain Fire Eagle? Yian shook his head again. That's even more impossible. Last night, I saved Li Gang. He should have returned home by now. Yes. Luo Xing and Kai Chong nodded. What's going on? Lu Feng looked confused. Yian took a deep breath. The Liufu Hotel is still dozens of meters away from us. I feel like someone is deliberately trying to tip us off and make us leave. Who? Everyone widened their eyes in curiosity. In the cell, Ma Dali stood there in a daze. Do you understand? Huang Yukai touched his swollen face. Ma Dali nodded blankly. Maybe, I think I understand a little bit. Anyway, you are not a traitor. Nonsense. Huang Yukai rolled his eyes. Have you ever seen a traitor as upright as me? Ma Dali was embarrassed. Well, how could I possibly doubt you? You fucking hit me. Huang Yukai glared at him unhappily. Ma Dali suddenly changed the subject. Captain, should they all be safe? Huang Yukai glared at him, then nodded. If they see the enemy troops searching, they will definitely retreat. That's good. Ma Dali breathed a sigh of relief. I hope they can all return safely. Great. Huang Yukai suddenly asked, do you still have the strength to fight? Huh? Ma Dali was stunned for a moment, but nodded immediately. Apart from losing my sight and having some minor skin injuries, I don't feel any impact. You know, I'm the most resistant to beatings. Okay. Huang Yukai whispered, when that little monkey comes back later, he will definitely torture us. We are Dragon Country Scouts and cannot die in such a cowardly way. If we have to die, we must die gloriously. We cannot lose the reputation of our Dragon Country Scouts, and we cannot lose the face of our lone eagle. Besides, Huang Yukai said with a wry smile, I don't want the captain to worry about us. If they knew we were still alive, they would definitely come to rescue us. I don't want them to take any risks. Ma Dali's mouth twitched, but we are locked up. I have a solution. Huang Yukai stared at him, what are you doing? Go. Ma Dali nodded without hesitation, I'll follow you. Platoon leader Huang, take us with you. 3 soldiers also came over. You guys? Huang Yukai looked them up and down, then shook his head, you are too badly injured, Platoon leader Huang, a soldier smiled. We're also Dragon Nation Scouts and members of the Falcon Squadron. If we die, we'll die gloriously. Platoon leader Huang, please take us with you, another soldier said earnestly. We don't want to be so cowardly that we end up getting our heads chopped off by the enemy. Before we die, we must take at least 2 of the enemies with us. Take them with you. Ma Dali touched Huang Youcai's shoulder. Huang Yukai glanced at the 3 confident people and nodded silently. Okay, let's do it together. Later. Chapter 64 I am your eyes, you are my legs, are you clear about everything? Huang Yukai looked at everyone. I understand. Ma Dali and the other 3 nodded in unison. How many of us are still imprisoned here? Huang Yukai asked. There used to be 4 next door, but now it seems there's only 1 left. A soldier clenched his fist in anger and grief, they were all killed. Huang Youcai's eyes flashed with anger, later, take him with you. If we can leave, we will leave together. If we can't leave, we will die together. On the way to the underworld, we have a companion. Okay. The 3 soldiers nodded vigorously to Huang Yukai. They have already made up their minds to die rather than being tortured by the enemy. It is better to have a great and satisfying defeat. Get ready. Huang Yukai waved his hand. The 3 soldiers immediately pulled Ma Dali to their side. Ma Dali knelt on the ground with his legs, but his whole body was full of strength. It's like a sharp sword ready to be unsheathed and kill at any time. Huang Yukai climbed to the agreed position and yelled at the top of his voice, someone come, someone come, someone come quickly. Footsteps were heard immediately, and 2 monkey soldiers shouted impatiently, what are you yelling about? Shut up. Sir. Huang Yukai looked at them and said, I have important information. The 2 monkey soldiers looked at each other, and one of them said coldly, our leader is out, wait for him to come back, it's too late. Huang Yukai said anxiously, I was confused by the explosion before, but now I suddenly remembered. There are 4 scouts who will be resting near Bangong City. If we go now, they may not have left yet. The 2 monkey soldiers' eyes lit up instantly. They had heard that their superiors had ordered that if they captured a Dragon Country Scout, they would be promoted 2 levels if he was alive, and 1 level if he was dead. If we catch 4, Huang Yukai knew something was up when he saw their expressions, and he hurriedly shouted, by the time your commander comes back, they'll have already run away. Now, whoever's in charge will take me to see him. This will be a great achievement. The 2 monkey soldiers looked at each other and immediately reached a tacit understanding. Wait a minute, wait a minute. A monkey soldier pointed at Huang Yukai. Another monkey soldier shouted loudly to his companions. In an instant, 2 more monkey soldiers ran over. What's wrong? He has important information that can capture the Dragon Nation Scout. Bring him out to see the deputy captain. The 2 monkey soldiers who had just arrived immediately understood what was going on and nodded without thinking. Open the door. A monkey soldier picked up the key excitedly. As soon as the door was opened, 3 monkey soldiers rushed in impatiently, but before they could get Huang Yukai up, Huang Yukai, who originally had a smile on his face, suddenly had a cold light in his eyes, which made the 3 monkey soldiers stunned for a moment. Whoosh, Huang Yukai suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the neck of the monkey soldier closest to him. Get started. Huang Yukai yelled. The remaining 2 monkey soldiers were instantly frightened. Just as they were about to step back, they suddenly felt a powerful force coming towards them. The 2 men turned around and saw Ma Dali rushing towards them like a human bulldozer. The 2 monkey soldiers only had time to make a sound. The next second, Ma Dali's arm slammed heavily on their throats. The 2 monkey soldiers flew up in an instant and slammed heavily into the prison door, causing the entire cell to tremble. No, don't move. The monkey soldiers outside were so scared that they quickly raised their guns. Bang bang bang. At this moment, a burst of intensive gunfire rang out. The monkey soldier was covered in blood, and the dense bullets nailed him to the wall. Huang Yukai breathed a sigh of relief after watching the monkey soldiers fall. Holding a gun, he yelled, hurry up and get ready to fight. Okay. The three soldiers climbed up with difficulty, but before they could get out, a large number of bullets came like raindrops, forcing everyone to lie down immediately. They are trying to escape, hurry up, the exit is blocked, get some people to rush in. From the other end of the aisle came the monkey officer's screams. Suddenly, the bullets became more frequent and the footsteps were getting closer. Fuck your grandpa. Huang Yukai held the gun and fired wildly at the aisle. The two monkey soldiers who just showed up were knocked down instantly, and the enemies behind them were frightened and quickly retreated. Damn it. Huang Yukai quickly replaced the magazine. These monkeys, their reaction speed is quite fast. Platoon leader Huang, a soldier, said anxiously, we're all immobile and trapped here. We'll run out of bullets soon. Huang Yukai glanced at the cell and saw that the three enemy soldiers only had 2 guns, 3 magazines, and 2 grenades. If they were trapped here, they would quickly run out of ammunition. Ignite. Huang Yukai said suddenly. Ah. Ma Dali and the others were stunned. Light the fire? Right. Huang Yukai pointed at the grass on the ground and said, pile all of this together and light it on fire. Take off their clothes and burn them. As long as there's smoke, we can fight our way out. What a good idea. The 3 soldiers looked at Huang Yukai with admiration. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Huang Yukai fired another burst of shots towards the aisle outside. 2 enemy soldiers who wanted to take advantage were instantly shot in the head. The 3 soldiers did not dare to delay and quickly piled the grass on the ground in the corner. At the same time, the clothes of the 3 corpses were stripped off and thrown into the haystack. A soldier took a match he found on the enemy and lit it with a snap. The faint flames soon turned into a raging fire, burning the wood of the prison door. Put more stuff in there, make some smoke, I want some cigarettes. Huang Yukai yelled while firing. The 3 soldiers threw everything that could be burned into the fire, and finally took off their clothes as well. Cigarettes, there are cigarettes. A soldier shouted excitedly. Huang Yukai turned his head and saw that a bullet had hit the soldier's stomach, and blood spurted out instantly. Be careful. A soldier next to him immediately knocked him down, but 2 more bullets flew over and hit him in the back. Huang Yutsai's eyes instantly turned red, and he turned his head and pulled the trigger directly at the enemy crawling out of the aisle. Fuck your mother, ta-da-da. The bullets flew close to the ground and hit the foreheads of 3 enemy soldiers accurately. The powerful force of the bullet instantly made their minds open up, and made them slide backwards. The enemies behind who wanted to crawl over were immediately scared away. How are you? Huang Yukai shouted without turning his head. This time, the 2 soldiers leaned against each other, looking at each other's injuries. A bitter smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. They were already seriously injured, and now they were shot. They knew they couldn't leave. It's okay, a soldier shouted. The uninjured soldier looked at them in shock, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. Huang Yukai didn't look back, but breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're okay. I'll cover you, you go out and get your weapons, and we'll fight our way home together. Good. The 2 soldiers helped each other up and said to the other soldier, go and rescue the comrade next door. The uninjured soldier's face was covered with tears. He had already guessed what the 2 men were going to do. Go ahead. The 2 soldiers smiled at him. Take him home. The soldier grabbed the 2 men, but couldn't say the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Hurry up, the enemy is coming again, and I'm running out of ammunition. Huang Yukai yelled and opened fire. Go! The 2 soldiers pushed the uninjured ones out, then the 2 of them supported each other, bent over and walked out of the cell with difficulty under the cover of the swirling smoke. A moment later, loaded magazines and 2 grenades were thrown into the cell. Huang Yukai immediately gathered all the things and said, it's enough to fight our way out. Dully. Huang Yukai turned his head and said, later, let's fight our way out together. But I can't see. Ma Dali's face was full of despair. Huang Yukai smiled and said, come here. Ma Dali immediately crawled to Huang Yukai following the sound. Huang Yukai put the magazine and grenade on his waist and said, later, you carry me on your back and fight your way out. I will be your eyes. Ma Dali was stunned for a moment, then said firmly, okay, then I will be your leg. Ta-da-da, dense bullets suddenly came like a rainstorm, almost filling the air. Fuck it. Huang Yutsai's face was filled with anger. This is a Type 57 heavy machine gun. Ma Dali's expression also changed. .57 machine gun, a heavy machine gun with a caliber of 7.62 mm, has a combat firing rate of up to 300 rounds per minute. It was one of the many weapons given to monkeys in the early days. The 57 heavy machine gun has helped the monkey army cover infantry attacks and block enemy reinforcement routes in many classic battles. It can be said that it has made great contributions. I just never thought that one day it would be used against the Dragon Kingdom warriors, especially in such a narrow environment. The power of the 57 heavy machine gun is much stronger than the 56 rifles in the hands of the monkey soldiers. It is no exaggeration to say that one man can hold the pass against 10,000 men. Damn it. Huang Yukai picked up a grenade and said, don't move. I'll take out the heavy machine guns, open a gap, and then we can fight our way out vigorously. Okay. Ma Dali immediately carried Huang Yukai on his back. Platoon leader Huang, platoon leader Ma. Suddenly, shouts were heard outside the cell. We are too badly wounded to escape. A soldier shouted, "We too will open a gap for you." Huang Youcai's eyes suddenly widened. "No, don't move, damn it, I'm an officer, you have to listen to me, stay there and don't move." Platoon leader Huang, a soldier said with a smile, "I'm the vanguard. Every time we take action, I'm always at the forefront. This is the last time, leave it to me." After saying that, he half squatted down without hesitation, then he gathered all his strength and lunged towards the direction where the bullet came from. "Come back!" Huang Youcai yelled with bloodshot eyes. "Platoon leader Huang, I'm a demolition expert." Another soldier said with a smile, "Please tell our mothers. In our next life, we will still be their sons. When we do, we will definitely be filial to them." Puff puff puff, the rain of bullets suddenly seemed to be blocked by something. He took the opportunity to stand up suddenly. "Platoon leader Huang, platoon leader Ma. It is our honor to fight with you. See you in the next life." He pulled the grenade fuse and rushed forward fearlessly with 6 smoking grenades. "Fuck you guys." Huang Youcai clenched his fists and made a crackling sound. Reply, boom. There was a loud noise and the whole cell was shaking violently. Huang Youcai could no longer hold back his tears, which flowed down his cheeks madly. Ma Dali also knelt on the ground, his face covered with blood and tears. Although there was smoke all around, they knew what had happened to the 2 soldiers. The vanguard used his body to block the enemy's gun. He used his last heartbeat to block the enemy's bullets for them. Another soldier used himself as a bomb and completed the last explosion in his life. Old Huang. Ma Dali suddenly grabbed Huang Youcai tightly and then stood up. "Don't let their sacrifice be in vain." Ma Dali roared, "Kill them." Huang Youcai wiped his tears vigorously, his face full of murderous intent. "Walk straight ahead, lower your head after 3 steps. Let's fight our way out." Ma Dali strode forward, and the 2 figures disappeared into the thick smoke at the same time. Chapter 65, Death is like returning home. Why return with a corpse wrapped in horsehide? The corridor was filled with smoke and dust, and the ground was littered with bodies torn to pieces by the explosion. The monkey soldiers who were not completely dead fell in a pool of blood, groaning in despair as they waited for death to come. A corpse was suddenly uncovered, and a captain with a blackened face crawled out with difficulty. Cough cough cough. The captain lay on the ground coughing violently. The horrific scene just now was still appearing in his eyes. A man blocked the machine gun without hesitation, and refused to let go even when his flesh and blood were flying everywhere. The other, covered in grenades, rushed towards them recklessly. Their resolute expressions and fierce eyes that showed no fear of life or death still made the captain shiver when he thought about it even now. Damn it, plugging the bullet hole and using yourself as a bomb. What a psycho, what a psycho. He totally couldn't understand why the Dragon Country soldiers did this. What benefit can I get if I die? Suddenly, he seemed to hear footsteps. The captain subconsciously looked forward. A figure rushed out quickly from the thick smoke, but the next second, the captain was so scared that he jumped up. This figure that rushed out actually has 2 heads, but only half a second later, he saw it clearly. It turned out to be a blindfolded Dragon Country scout, carrying another soldier with a wounded leg on his back. The captain breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately reacted. "Help, help, the prisoner has escaped from prison." The captain yelled and turned around and ran. Bang bang, 2 bullets pierced his back and knocked the captain flying. Huang Youcai spat, turned around and yelled, "Follow me, keep a little distance, don't get hit." "Yes," the 2 soldiers behind responded. "Old Huang," Ma Dali suddenly asked hoarsely, "are those 2 comrades still here?" Huang Youcai looked at the messy ground with red eyes. "Let's go." Huang Youcai patted Ma Dali vigorously. "Run forward 20 steps, then stick to the left wall." "Yeah." Ma Dali didn't ask any more questions and ran forward with big strides. Even if Huang Youcai didn't say it, he could guess that the 2 soldiers were probably torn to pieces. Kill. Huang Youcai frantically pulled the trigger at the enemy soldiers rushing around the corner. The muzzle spewed out flames of death, and bullets flew out carrying all his anger. Squat down hard, dodge left. Lie down hard, jump forward with all your might. Huang Youcai fired and yelled, while Ma Dali believed him unconditionally. He was highly focused, filtering out all the gunshots, and only Huang Youcai's voice echoed in his ears. No matter what order he gave, Ma Dali could do it in the first time. Looking at the yellow horse combination moving and dodging like one person, the 2 soldiers following behind them widened their eyes in shock. How can they be so in sync? The soldier who was rescued last swallowed his saliva and said, "It's like they've merged together." The soldier supporting him was also shocked, but a smile appeared on his face, because they are the Lone Eagles. They are the strongest in our team. Ta-da-da, Huang Youcai fired a volley of bullets forward, and the 4 monkey soldiers were instantly turned into a hornet's nest. Throw it at 2 o'clock on each side. Huang Youcai yelled while changing the magazine. Ma Dali had already pulled out the grenade fuse and threw it out without hesitation according to Huang Youcai's instructions. Boom boom, 2 explosions sounded, and all the enemies hiding behind the bunkers were blown out. At the same time, Huang Youcai also changed the magazine and shouted excitedly, "Run forward 15 steps and we will be out. Remember to lie down after 15 steps to avoid the enemy." "Okay." Ma Dali took a deep breath, grabbed Huang Youcai, and ran out with all his strength. If you don't want the enemy to be able to react immediately, you have to be fast. Call. After taking the 15th step, Ma Dali fell forward. Huang Youcai lay on his back, looking around with eyes as cold as an eagle. At this moment, he seemed to be back on the training ground. He has to hit every target that appears, otherwise he will be punished by the captain again. Bang bang bang, the moment Ma Dali landed, Huang Yukai pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet seemed to have eyes, accurately blowing up the heads of 4 enemy soldiers who had been waiting for them for a long time. Knock knock. The 4 monkey soldiers fell heavily to the ground, blood spilling all over the ground. Huang Yukai still held his gun and pointed it at the surroundings, not daring to be careless at all. After waiting for a full minute, Madali whispered, "Old Huang, do you want to keep moving, or stay lying down?" Hearing Madali's voice, Huang Yukai let out a long sigh that if no enemies appear for such a long time, it means that they have all been killed, or at least they dare not come out to die. Get up. Huang Yukai patted Madali, "Let's fight our way out." Madali quickly got up and said, "Then let's go find the captain?" Huang Yukai shook his head. "Captain and the others must have left there. Even if they haven't left, we will only drag them into trouble if we go looking for them. We have to run immediately. The enemy won't let us go." Madali nodded. "That makes sense. We can't let the captain and the others be tracked." Huang Yukai turned around and shouted, "You two, follow me, it's safe. Let's find a car and go home." The 2 soldiers hiding behind the door were excited and walked out supporting each other. For them, the worst thing is not dying on the battlefield, but being captured by the enemy. The monkey soldiers do not follow any prisoner of war rules, and do not treat prisoners well like the Dragon Kingdom does. What awaited the prisoners of war were water dungeons and various tortures, and in the end they were either shot or beheaded. The 2 soldiers were ready to be tortured to death. They never expected that they would have the chance to go home. 2 platoon leaders. The 2 soldiers looked at the yellow horse team with gratitude. "Thank you," Huang Yukai said with a straight face. "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to thank someone, wait until we get back. We don't know if we can make it back alive." One soldier said excitedly, "As long as we don't get tortured to death here, we'd rather die fighting outside. Anyway, thank you, platoon leaders. Whether we can get back or not, it's better than dying here." Huang Yukai snorted coldly. "All right, follow me." "Yes." The 2 soldiers nodded together. "Just 12 steps forward and you'll be out the door." Huang Yukai patted Madali. Madali strode forward and lowered his voice. "Old Huang, you're really happy, right?" Huang Yukai raised his head, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth involuntarily. "Nonsense, what's so funny about this?" Madali chuckled and said, "Don't pretend, I'm actually very happy too. No one in our old unit liked us, and this is the first time someone has sincerely thanked us." Huang Yukai snorted, but the smile on his face became even wider. "Dolly, your eyes will definitely be fine," Huang Yukai said with a smile. "We can return after escaping death, and your eyes will definitely be cured. By then, we will be Lone Eagle's best buddies and the strongest team." "Yeah." Madali nodded honestly. "Your legs will be fine. When the time comes, you have to carry me on your back. You can't let me carry you for so long in vain." "Hey, Dolly, why do we have to be so clear about the divisions between us?" Huang Yukai said with a cheerful smile. "We are a team, we." Snap. Just as Madali stepped out of the door, Huang Yutsai's voice stopped abruptly from the front. There were also the sounds of countless gun bolts being pulled. Madali's foot stopped in midair, his expression gradually becoming serious. "Old Huang, is it impossible to leave?" Huang Yukai had already raised his gun and pointed it at the hundreds of enemies outside the gate, his face full of unwillingness. "No, Dolly," Huang Yukai said hoarsely. "We fought hard to get out. We narrowly escaped death. And those 2 comrades sacrificed themselves to get us here. We can definitely go home, we can." The 2 soldiers who followed out already looked ashen, but after hearing Huang Yutsai's words, they silently clenched their grenades. Huang Yukai was right. They were able to get here thanks to the sacrifice of those 2 comrades. The Huangma combination fought their way here after risking their lives. They will never go back. "I would rather die in battle than live in vain." As expected of a scout from the Falcon Brigade, "You're amazing." Behind the enemy lines, a major, his nose bandaged, clapped his hands sarcastically. "I've long heard of your Falcon Squadron, and today I've seen it with my own eyes. A few cripples managed to fight their way out. That's truly impressive. However, your journey has come to an end." The major put away his smile and said, "Li Gang, put down your weapons. You can't escape." "I want to put down my weapon, but I can't." Huang Yukai laughed. The major snorted coldly. "Why? Want to negotiate terms?" "No." Huang Yukai shook his head. "This gun feels so good. When you hold it tightly, it feels like you're holding your mother's breasts. Ask your soldiers, if they hold your mother's breasts, would they want to let go?" Puff. Many monkey soldiers couldn't help laughing, but when he saw the murderous look in the major's eyes, he immediately became serious again. "You bastard, you're looking for trouble, aren't you?" The major nodded with a sinister smile. "Then I'll grant your wish. You've already tricked me once, and we'll settle all our scores together. I'll make you regret ever coming into this world." The major waved his hand and said, "Go ahead. If they resist, break their legs and leave them alive." A row of monkey soldiers immediately stepped forward slowly with weapons in hand. "Are you ready?" Huang Yukai gently pressed Madali's shoulder. "Okay." Ma Dali nodded. Okay. The two soldiers nodded vigorously. Huang Yukai smiled widely. Let's show these monkeys how tough the Dragon Country Scouts are. Get ready, boom boom boom. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion in the monkey army. The monkey soldiers were caught off guard and were instantly blown to pieces, with the entire team in chaos. The sudden scene made Huang Yukai and the others open their eyes wide in shock. At this moment, a monkey soldier suddenly started firing wildly from behind the crowd. At the same time, two more monkey soldiers began to indiscriminately attack the people around them. At the same time, a large number of bullets were fired from a distance. Captain. Huang Yukai recognized at a glance the person who opened fire first. It was Yi, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Chapter 66. Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the Green Mountains. The captain is here? Ma Dali's face was full of surprise. Yes. Huang Yukai wiped his tears and said, the captain is here to take us home. Ma Dali's body began to tremble inexplicably, and he held Huang Yotsai's hand even tighter. Powerfully. Huang Yukai roared, bend down, take small steps forward, and beat those bastards. Okay. Ma Dali immediately bent down excitedly. Huang Yukai put the gun on his shoulder and frantically pulled the trigger at the already miserable enemy. Kill. The two soldiers also pulled out the fuse. Use all your strength to throw the grenade towards the enemy. 3 minutes later, the gunshots gradually faded away. A monkey soldier covered in blood stretched out his hand in pain for help. Puff. CFA stabbed him in the heart and sent him directly to the underworld. Puff, puff, puff. Others were also finishing off the enemy everywhere. No matter whether he is dead or not, he should be stabbed in the chest and neck. Captain. Huang Yukai grabbed Jian's hand with tears in his eyes. Dali and I almost thought we would never see you again. Put the cat pee back. Yian rolled his eyes at him. I've said it before, we came here together, and we'll go back together. No one can be left behind. Yes, yes. Huang Yukai and Ma Dali nodded vigorously. No one can be left behind. Yian snorted coldly, but you are quite smart. You made up a false intelligence to make them suffer. If I hadn't followed them, it would not be easy to find you. It was all old Huang's idea. Ma Dali said naively. Huang Yukai laughed proudly and said, it's nothing, nothing. I've always been smarter than the average person since I was little. This is just a small test. Ha ha. Yian rolled his eyes and said you were fat, and you were out of breath. By the way, what happened to you? Yian pointed at the injuries of the two people. Ma Dali's smile froze instantly, and Huang Yukai said with a bitter face, there is shrapnel in my leg. And Dali's eyes, Yian's heart skipped a beat, and the figures of the Lone Eagle veterans appeared in his mind. If Huang Yukai and Ma Dali can't be cured, then their military careers, it's okay. Yian took a deep breath and patted the two of them hard. When we get back, I'll ask the best doctor at the military hospital to treat you. Even if I have to go to Beijing to ask for the best doctor, I will definitely cure you. Yeah. Huang Ma and the other man nodded vigorously. They believed Yian. Sir, don't kill me, don't kill me. The major knelt on the ground in fear, clasping his hands together towards Zhang Lin. I know your army's policy of treating prisoners well. I surrender, I cooperate, please don't kill me, Captain. Zhang Lin turned his head and looked at Yian. There is also a major here. Yian turned his head, and the major, as if grabbing a life-saving straw, immediately called out to Yian, Sir, I will cooperate, Captain. Huang Yukai lowered his voice, this bastard is a beast. He murdered all the comrades who were captured here. He caught us when we were trying to rescue comrades from other squadrons. Oh, and the place where he executed people, the two veterans might be there. Yian raised his eyebrows and looked at the major with an even colder look. Sir. The major was hurt by Yian's eyes and his voice became much softer. I am a prisoner. Your army treats prisoners well. I will cooperate, Yian walked up to him and stared down at him. More than a month ago, there was an ambush at Yehu Ridge. Did you know? The major shook his head, but seeing Yian's murderous eyes, he immediately nodded. I can ask. Really, sir, I will definitely find out. Yian's eyes were slightly disappointed, and he immediately asked, did you throw all our people you killed into that mass grave? That's where you captured my soldiers. The major was so frightened that he shouted quickly, Sir, I didn't want to kill them. It really wasn't me. It was the higher-ups who asked me to do so, and then my men did it. I really didn't kill any of them. Bang, Zhang Lin kicked him in the face. Answer whatever I ask you. Yes. The major nodded with blood on his face. All there. Yian said coldly, is there any other place nearby where our soldiers are buried? No, there it is, cried the major. It's all there. Okay. Yian nodded, chop off his head. Ah. The major's eyes widened in fear. Sir, I have cooperated. You don't kill prisoners. Zhang Lin stepped on him, cut his flesh with the blunt blade of a dagger, and chopped off his head bit by bit. Everyone watched indifferently, and there was even a hint of pleasure in their eyes. Preferential treatment is only suitable for humans, not for animals. Brothers. Huang Yukai looked at the cell next to him. If you haven't gone far, look back. Our captain has avenged you. The two rescued soldiers' faces were now covered in tears. They survived, but their comrades who were captured together would never see their hometown again. Ian was also looking at the cell at this moment. From the outside, this is just a large courtyard that is as ordinary as it can be. Who could have imagined that so many captured soldiers would spend their last years here? Ian sighed deeply. Zhang Lin, take people and burn this place down. Yes. Zhang Lin waved his hand, and Zhao Shang and others immediately ran away with him. Prepare 2 cars. Ian said coldly. Later, we will go find the veteran. Yes. Chang Quan nodded and went to prepare the car with Xiang Cheng. A moment later, a raging fire shot up into the sky. A gust of wind blew and the fire spread instantly. The entire cell area was engulfed in flames. The 2 trucks drove away quickly. Everyone was looking at the flickering flames, as if they were waving goodbye to their comrades who had died here. Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the Green Mountains. Ma Liang saluted the flames with all his might. The others also raised their right hands. On the top of the mountain, the wind was howling. Huang Can grabbed his hat and stared towards the direction of Longhua. On the opposite side, there are green mountains, clear water, and beautiful scenery, and the endless mountains are extremely magnificent. But in such a beautiful scene, Huang Can's eyes were fierce and his face was full of unwillingness. Captain. A subordinate came over and whispered, they really have gone back. Huang Can's fists suddenly clenched until they made a crackling sound. He had issued a military order to Pan Wenlong and now, not only did he fail to capture a single Dragon Country scout, he also lost over 200 people. Even though their Black Panther Special Forces belong to the Northern Military Region, they are not under Pan Wenlong's jurisdiction. But he was bound to take the blame for not capturing a single Dragon Country scout. Let the other troops go back. Huang Can said murderously, you, follow me. What? Several men stared in shock. Captain, that's Dragon Country over there. Nonsense, I know. Huang Can roared, if it's not Longhua, I won't go there yet. Huang Can's eyes were sharp. If they can come over, then we can go over too. If we can't catch them, can't we capture some ordinary soldiers? Officers would be fine too, at least we can report back. But? One of the men said bitterly, does this count as acting on our own? Commander Pan only asked us to chase those scouts, not. Huang Can turned his head abruptly and glared at his men. Are you scared? If you are, go back. If you are not afraid, follow me. Don't forget, we are an elite force that has fought against Westerners for over 20 years. If we want to leave, the dragons can't do anything to us. A group of men looked at each other and then nodded. After all, Huang Can is their immediate superior, and the county magistrate is not as good as the current one. Get ready. Huang Can said coldly, we'll be out soon, sir. Suddenly, a company commander of a regular unit rushed over. We just received news that the prisoner of war camp in Sangong City was attacked. The commander and all the guards were killed in the battle, and the prisoner of war camp was set on fire. Ha! Huang Can was not shocked at all, but instead showed a hint of surprise on his face. Was it done by the Dragon Country Scouts? That should be it. The company commander nodded. Company Commander Song is currently nearby. He believes the enemy hasn't gotten far, so he's notifying you. Captain, one of the men said excitedly, it seems that not all the dragon people have fled back. They've launched a surprise counterattack. Captain, then we don't need to go over there, right? Asked another subordinate. Huang Can curled his lips into a cold smile. No, let's go. Let's go to the prisoner of war camp, several men shouted excitedly. Who said we were going to a prisoner of war camp? Huang Can snorted coldly. Ha! Everyone looked at him in surprise. Then, where are we going? Huang Can smiled, if they are still nearby. Then 80% of them will be in this place, gather all the available manpower. Huang Can roared, I'm going to capture them all in one fell swoop. Not a single one of them will escape. At the mass grave, a breeze blew by, and a strong stench suddenly hit me in the face. Captain, this is it. Huang Yukai sighed. And nodded expressionlessly, then strode into the mass grave. Don't just stand there, let's look for it together. Zhang Lin waved. Everyone started moving immediately. Fan Laolu looked disgusted and pretended to help Ma Dali, but he was immediately slapped by Ma Dali and thrown into a mass grave, and he could only look for it with everyone else in a wronged manner. And walked forward step by step, his brows gradually furrowed. Almost all of us here are our own people. At first glance, almost all of them are wearing green military uniforms. The young man who was once full of vigor and ambition is now rotting away bit by bit in a foreign country. Most of them disappeared on the battlefield. Both their comrades and relatives hope that they are still alive, but it is destined that we will never be able to wait for them to come back. Yian suddenly stopped. A headless corpse attracted his attention. He immediately squatted down and carefully examined his military uniform. Sure enough, there were traces of stitches on the arm. It was during a training session when his clothes were torn, and Bai Taizhan gave his to him. Bai Taizhan mended the torn piece and kept it for himself. Now, looking at this neatly stitched patch, Yian's heart ached. Old white, old white. Yian's eyes were red. He turned around suddenly and saw a headless corpse not far away. Yian strode over, rummaged for a while, and took out a bloody photo from his pocket. The photo shows a simple girl with black braids and a healing smile. Xiaoanzi, this is my future wife. I've prepared the betrothal gifts and will buy her a sewing machine when I get back. When the time comes, you have to be my best man. I'll prepare 2 big red envelopes for you. Don't tell anyone else, I won't give any to anyone else. Later, I'll ask your sister-in-law to introduce you to a beautiful wife, but she can't be prettier than my wife. Ha ha, Wang Wei's words echoed in Yian's ears. Yian could no longer control himself, and tears silently rolled down his face. Captain. Zhang Lin and others slowly surrounded him. Everyone wanted to comfort, but the words that came to their lips were swallowed back. Where are the heads? Yian stood up suddenly, tears streaming down his face. Where are the heads? Where are their heads? Yian rushed towards the mass graves. Suddenly, he tripped and fell heavily to the ground. Everyone immediately gathered around with concern, only to see Yian lying on the ground with tears streaming down his face. Give me their heads, only with heads can they go home. Chapter 67. Since you are here, don't leave. Seeing Yian in tears, everyone felt sad. From the time they met Yian until now, no one has ever seen Yian's vulnerable side, facing everyone's doubts, facing huge pressure, facing the thorns that even the old troops despised. Yian carried it all on his shoulders, in everyone's heart. He is no longer just a soldier, but a mountain. He is so resolute and steady. No matter how dangerous the mission is, everyone feels at ease as long as they see him. But now, Yian is as fragile as a child. They had no relationship with Bai Taizhan and Wang Wei. At most, they were seniors whom they admired, but they have a friendship with Yian, and it is a lifelong friendship that they can never give up in this life. Captain, don't worry. Zhang Lin said, we'll look for them for you. We'll definitely find their heads. Yes, Captain, don't be sad. Xia Fei said as he walked, let's look for it together, we will definitely find them and bring them home safely. Xia Fugui had already walked away. Everyone quickly dispersed, and even Ma Dali carried Huang Yukai on his back to go look for him. Yian slowly sat up and looked at everyone searching seriously. He felt inexplicably better. The veterans have him as a comrade in arms who is loyal and righteous, and isn't he very lucky to have comrades like Zhang Lin who are loyal to him? Sir. Fan Laolu squatted beside Yian and said with an awkward smile, I know you are very anxious, but I don't know whether I should say it. Go ahead. Yian nodded silently, seeing that no one was approaching. Fan Laolu mustered up the courage to speak. From what I understand, if their agents capture a particularly powerful scout, they'll chop off their heads and display them everywhere. Firstly, to show their achievements, and secondly, to let the people know that they can defeat you. Fan Laolu looked at Yian seriously. You are so powerful. If your companions are so powerful, they must be very powerful too. So, their heads may have gone to other places. The corners of Yian's eyes twitched, and his heart ached inexplicably again. It has been a tradition in the Dragon Kingdom since ancient times that people's bodies must be kept intact, but now, sir, I know you're a reasonable person. Fan Laolu whispered, even if their heads were still here, it's been so long that they'd have rotted away. Even you wouldn't recognize them if you saw them, I understand. Yian interrupted him, and Fan Laolu immediately stepped aside. Obediently. Yian looked at everyone again. Everyone was looking carefully for Bai Taizhan and Wang Wei's heads. Ali even started digging a grave. Yian showed a bitter smile on his face and turned to look at the bodies of Bai Taizhan and Wang Wei. Old White, Brother Wei, I don't have time to keep looking for your heads. These are my soldiers. I promised many people that I would bring them back alive. I'm sorry. Yian took a deep breath, then suddenly stood up and yelled, stop looking. Ha! Lu Feng turned his head and said, Captain, we found it quickly. Don't worry, give us some time. Yes, Captain, you sit down and take a rest, we will find it soon. Sun Daji shouted. I said stop looking. Yian growled, and everyone stopped immediately. Yian said coldly, it has been more than a month. The weather here is hot and humid. Even if their heads are here, they have already rotted away and cannot be identified. The enemy is now searching for us. We don't have time to waste here. Yian clenched his fists, so, everyone prepare to retreat. Captain. Zhang Lin said anxiously, give us a little more time, we will definitely find their leader. We promised the old captain and the others. I also promised the old captain, and the committee member that I would bring all of you back alive. Yian shouted loudly, you are now lone eagles. All the hopes of the veterans rest on your shoulders. Yian glanced at everyone and said, the veterans in heaven wouldn't want anything to happen to you. Everyone was silent, their hearts filled with emotion. What Yian said just now was equivalent to telling them die in Yian's heart. They are already the most important, more important than finding the veterans. This made them happier than getting Yian's approval. Luo Xing. Yian shouted, carry the 2 veterans into the car. Yes. Luo Xing and Kai Chong ran over immediately. Others. Yian looked at the entire mass grave. As long as they are our comrades, collect their identities, cut off a lock of their hair, tear off a piece of their clothes and take them back, yes. Everyone nodded and dispersed immediately. Everyone knew that there were too many people here and they had no way of taking them all back, but we are all members of the People's Army, and even if we have never met them, we should do something for them. At the very least, their families and comrades should know that they should not wait for them anymore, as they have already served the motherland. Ian looked up at the sky and said, "Brothers, if your heroic spirits are still here, then follow me home. I will take your souls back to your homeland." After a few minutes, everyone completed the collection. Ian had gasoline sprinkled on the ground, and the entire mass grave was set on fire. They can't be buried, nor can they be left here to be gnawed by rats and slowly rot. Salute to the heroes. Ian let out a low roar, and everyone straightened their chests and raised their right hands towards the fire. "Let's go," Ian said coldly. "We have to leave here as soon as possible. Let's go." Everyone took a last look at the blazing fire. These heroes will become one with the land they fought on. Walk. Everyone quickly jumped into the car and drove rapidly towards the northwest. According to Fan Laolu, there is a road there, and as long as you cross 2 mountains, you can reach the frontline area. Then, they can go back through the hidden path they came from. Ian sat in the passenger seat and finished a cigarette in silence. I turned my head and saw that the carriage was eerily quiet. They were unable to find the heads of the 2 veterans, and were unable to bring home the bodies of all their comrades. Sadness was written all over everyone's face. Ian smiled bitterly. Although he was sad, he was the captain. Ian clapped his hands vigorously. "Don't be discouraged. We have destroyed a large number of important enemy targets this time. It is a great achievement. Moreover, we have recovered 2 veterans. After we return, not only will the brigade reward us, but the military district will also have to reward us. The special forces will also be ours. You will be the first batch of special forces soldiers in our military district." Everyone raised their heads, their eyes sparkling with joy as they saw the great achievements and the first batch of Special Forces soldiers. "What are Special Forces?" Ian said with a smile. "They are the all-round king of soldiers, the true pinnacle of military service. Abroad, Special Forces are considered omnipotent. When the time comes, not only will you be able to walk around our brigade with your heads held high, you will also be able to walk around our military region with your heads held high. Everyone who sees you will have to look up to you, and you can even kick the brigade commander's ass." "Can I really kick the captain in the ass?" Ali was excited. The corners of Yi An's mouth twitched. This kid's focus seemed to be a little off. If Chen Hai heard this, he would kick his shoes into the guy's groin. "Captain, we deserve the greatest credit this time, right?" Huan Yukai said with a smug smile. "No one is stronger than us, right? What do you have?" Yang Wei said unhappily. "In the end, didn't you still rely on us to save you?" "Exactly. If we're talking about who deserves the most credit, it's us." Ma Liang boasted. "We blew up a huge arsenal." "That's nothing to you?" Luo Xing said proudly. "The captain and I blew up an enemy fuel depot. It was such a commotion. If we hadn't run fast, we would have all been killed. So, we deserve the most credit. It's still our contribution that counts." "Nonsense. The leader has sharp eyes. We will both definitely receive first-class merit." "Hey, what's that?" The carriage became lively again, and everyone was arguing with each other. Yan's face was full of smiles. "Those who have sacrificed, the past is the past, and those of them who are still alive must continue to move forward happily. The scenery ahead is always the most beautiful." "Captain, something's happening," Chang Quan suddenly said in a cold voice. "Huh?" Ian quickly turned his head, his smile instantly disappeared, replaced by murderous intent in his eyes. Everyone in the carriage stopped arguing and looked forward. They saw 4 trucks approaching them in parallel on the road they had to pass, and there were machine guns mounted on the roofs of all 4 vehicles. "Turn left." Ian immediately pointed to the path ahead. Chang Quan stepped on the accelerator and turned immediately when approaching the small road. 2 cars rushed towards the road one after the other. "Captain!" Jiang Lin suddenly yelled. "There's a car coming up from behind." "No, there's one coming from the side." Ian immediately leaned out of the car window and looked around vigilantly. Sure enough, enemy vehicles were approaching from 3 directions. "This is aimed at us." Ian felt both relieved and scared. He rushed to the mass grave because he thought the enemy would be attracted to the prisoner camp and would all go there, but the enemy actually anticipated that they would come to the mass grave. If he had not made the decision to leave immediately, they would have been trapped in the mass grave by now. There is only one way out of that place. Once it is blocked, they may never be able to leave. Ian couldn't help but glance at Fan Laolu. At the critical moment, it was this cowardly guy who brought him back to consciousness. "Captain, they want to outflank us," CFA said anxiously. Ian curled his lips into a cold smile. "There is a mountain ahead. Let's go into the mountain and see if they can catch us. Accelerate." Chang Quan stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the truck made a huge roar and rushed forward with black smoke. Chase, they're trying to get into the mountains." Huang Can raised his binoculars and shouted excitedly, "Everyone speed up, try to block them, don't let them get into the mountains." "Yes." The signalman immediately picked up the microphone and gave the order. "Captain." One of his men gave a thumbs up. You're amazing. Your guess was spot on. How did you know they would be here? Huang Can sneered, isn't there a cemetery here? All the enemy soldiers captured or killed nearby were thrown there. If these scouts dare to attack the prisoner of war camp, they will definitely come here. Captain, you're truly amazing, another subordinate said admiringly. If it were me, I'd never guess where they were going. Huang Can snorted coldly, I've been fooled by them for so long, and now we finally meet. Since they want to go to the cemetery, then don't leave. I will make them all stay in the cemetery for generations. Chapter 68. Please fire at me. Hurry, hurry, don't let them enter the mountain. Huang Can watched the mountain getting closer and closer, his face full of anxiety. He has dealt with many reconnaissance troops in recent days. I know that these scouts are very familiar with the mountains and forests. Once they enter the mountains, it will be difficult to catch them. Captain, we are fast enough. We just overturned a car, said one of the men. Another subordinate gritted his teeth and said, these enemy soldiers are running for their lives. Their car just flew up into the air. Huang Can's mouth twitched violently. He also discovered that the two cars in front completely ignored the danger and were still moving at full speed even though they were almost falling apart. Some people even mistook the car for a tank. Huang Can saw with his own eyes that the truck in front knocked down several small trees. The front of the car is already rotten, and thick black smoke is coming out at this moment. His people would never risk their lives like this. Huang Can took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, contact the artillery and stand by now. I will have them bomb at any time. Yes, the signalman nodded. Huang Can clenched his fists. Run, I told you to run. If you don't get off the car so quickly, I'll see how you can run. Boom, the truck crashed heavily to the ground, and all the people in the car flew up and fell all over the place. Damn it, Lao Chang, drive more steadily. Huang Yukai screamed in pain, if I wasn't killed by the enemy, I would be killed by you. Shut up. Chang Quan shouted angrily, I've already used all my strength. My teeth are all knocked out. Ha! Everyone immediately looked at the rearview mirror. Chang Quan was seen bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and his front teeth were missing. The truck knocked out all the teeth. What else can people say? At this moment, the car suddenly took off again. Everyone was so frightened that they quickly grabbed any fixed objects. The next second, the car crashed heavily to the ground. Holy crap! Ali looked at the wheel that flew off in horror. Old Chang, you've driven that wheel so hard that I don't even want to stay on the car anymore. Hold on. Yian yelled, there's no road ahead, get ready to abandon the car. We've been ready for this for a long time. Everyone shouted in pain. Listen to me. Yian said in a deep voice, after getting off the car, Luoxing, Kai Chong, Fujile, and Jiayu. The four of you, carry the old soldier on your backs and run towards the mountain. Don't look back. Fan Laolu, you go with them. Okay. Fan Laolu nodded repeatedly. Captain, but, no buts. Yian interrupted Luoxing, you will be a burden if you stay. Obey orders. Yes. Luoxing nodded vigorously. The four people felt inexplicably ached in their hearts. On weekdays, they always think that they are cooks and should have an easy life, but at this moment, they suddenly felt that they were useless. At such a critical moment, they were unable to fight alongside everyone and became a burden to everyone. For the first time, they felt extremely frustrated. Everyone else. Yian said coldly, everyone, run to the middle of the mountain. When you see me coming, cover me with firepower, and then retreat immediately, Captain. Zhang Lin stared at him intently, I know what you want to do. You want to hold back the enemy by yourself and cover the veterans' escape, just like last time. Yian was stunned. That was what he thought. Stop talking nonsense and obey orders. Yian said in a deep voice. Captain, we won't leave. We want to fight alongside you. Zhang Luan shouted. Captain, we will never let you stay alone. Xia Fei stared at Yian closely. You said we are a whole. Together we are the Lone Eagle. If we want to leave, we must leave together. No one can be left behind. Captain. Zhang Lin stared at Yian deeply. Last time, you were the only one who could fight. But this time, we will never let you fight alone. We are brothers who share life and death. Everyone stared at Yian with extremely determined eyes. It seemed that even if there were mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, or even a blazing hell, they would accompany Yian to the end. Yian's heart instantly felt warm. He is definitely not fighting alone. Just for this sentence, it's worth it, no matter life or death. Captain, stop fussing. Huang Yukai yelled, give the order. Give the order, Captain. The others shouted. Yian took a deep breath and said loudly, okay, this time, let's fight together and go back together. Listen. Yian looked at everyone coldly, the enemy is chasing us so closely, there is no way they will let us go back easily. Based on my understanding of them, if they can't capture us, they will definitely call for artillery support. Once we're covered by artillery fire, we'll have to go through the same mistakes all over again. So, Yian glanced at everyone. After getting off the car, two people form a team and take turns to cover the evacuation. No lingering battle allowed. fire a maximum of 15 rounds and then evacuate. Yian said coldly, each team will be 30 meters apart. Run to the top of the mountain. I will set a trap at the top of the mountain and mark it. You step on the marks to pass through the traps and lure the enemy in. The most important thing is to be quick and never give them a chance to bomb. Yian looked at everyone seriously, do you understand? Yes. Everyone roared confidently. Huang Yukai, Madali, Yian said, you two take your walkie-talkies and follow me. Don't participate in the battle. Yes. Huang Ma and the other man did not refute. In this critical moment, they were all injured and staying would only be a burden to everyone, so they obeyed orders unconditionally. Captain, there is no road ahead. Chang Quan suddenly shouted. Get ready to get off. Yian yelled. Squeak, Chang Quan stepped on the brakes, and the inertia caused the car to crash heavily into a tree before it stopped with a loud bang. The truck bearing broke before everyone had time to get off the truck. The two wheels ran away from home and rolled away into the distance. Get out of the car. Yian yelled. Everyone quickly jumped out of the car. Luo Xing and his 4 companions ran to the car behind, loaded the veteran's body, took the hero's belongings, and then rushed towards the mountain. Remember, be quick. Yian instructed, and took Huang Ma and the other man and ran up the mountain. Zhao Shang and I are on the first team. Jiang Lin yelled, you guys divided up among yourselves. Go, go, go. Everyone held their weapons and ran towards the mountain together. They had not run far when 2 enemy vehicles caught up with them. Get off the bus, everyone get off. The monkey soldiers quickly jumped off the car. Before they could even form a formation, they were led by the officers and chased up the mountain. Soon after, more cars drove over. Huang Can and his men followed in big strides. Communicator, prepare to contact the artillery. Huang Can growled. Yes. The communicator followed Huang Can closely, holding the microphone in his hand. Just then, a burst of gunfire suddenly came from the mountain. Caught up, an agent shouted excitedly. Huang Can's face was full of smiles. Quick, tell the artillery the coordinates. A wider range, 3 salvos, yes. You, command the troops to encircle them from both sides. Huang Can shouted to the agents, wait until they are crippled by the explosion, then capture them all in one fell swoop. Yes. All the agents quickly dispersed. Huang Can sneered at Dashin and said, you've been playing tricks on me for so long, this time I'll make it so you can't escape. Boom boom boom, fierce explosions raged in the forest, and trees were broken in half by large caliber shells. Sun Daji and Yang Wei fell to the ground, and the heat wave from the explosion surged over their heads. Lao Sun, Lao Yang, are you okay? Lin Hua shouted anxiously from dozens of meters away, and Ali was about to rush down. It's okay. Sun Daji shouted, and he and Yang Wei quickly crawled upwards. After leaving the explosion area, the two stood up and ran. Run, run, run up. Yang Wei roared. The 4 of them immediately ran towards the mountain without looking back. The captain is amazing, Sun Daji said excitedly. If we were to fight on our own, we would have been blown to death by now. Yang Wei said coldly, that's a lesson the veterans paid for with their lives and blood. The captain will never forget it. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Everyone lowered their heads and ran upwards quickly. A moment later, Yian and his companions ran to the top of the mountain. Give me the walkie-talkie. Yian said to Huang Ma and the other 2, go and help me cut some tree trunks. Yes. Captain, we can help too. Luo Xing shouted. Yian wanted to refuse, but seeing their earnest eyes, he nodded, go. Yes. Luo Xing and the other 3 nodded excitedly. Fan Laolu couldn't stand or walk, so he could only follow. Looking at their backs, Yian smiled slightly, and then immediately began to fiddle with the phone. In the Falcon Squadron, Chen Hai stared at Li Gang closely. Are you sure they will come back tomorrow? Li Gang nodded vigorously. Yian told me personally that they will definitely be back tomorrow morning. Chen Hai asked anxiously, why didn't you come back with you? What does Yian want to do? Li Gang said awkwardly, Captain Yi didn't reunite with his team in order to save me. He should have wanted to reunite with everyone and then come back. Save you? Chen Hai looked stunned. Yes. Li Gang nodded seriously and recounted the situation in general. Li Gang looked at Chen Hai seriously. Captain, please punish me. What punishment are you getting? Chen Hai stared at him. Li Gang puffed out his chest and said, I didn't obey your order to come back immediately. The 4 of us almost died there. If it weren't for Captain Yi, I would have died, but Lu Tong and the other 3 would have been killed, alright? Chen Hai gave him a blank look. If you don't make any meritorious service, I'll send you to court-martial. If you do, it will be considered a normal mission. Li Gang was suddenly moved. He always thought that Chen Hai favored the Lone Eagle Gang, but at critical moments, he will protect every soldier. Damn it. Chen Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there's news about them. Yian, that bastard, I'm going to beat him up when he comes back. I've been worried to death these past few days. Su Hongqing smiled slightly. Alright, stop being so stubborn. You're so happy that they've returned safely. They've made a great contribution this time. Deputy Commander Ma said he'd personally welcome them. Chen Hai nodded with a smile, then for Deputy Commander Ma's sake, I won't beat him, haha. Li Gang's eyes widened in surprise. Deputy Commander Ma? He's going to greet them personally? Providing coordinates and bombing an entire enemy division is such a good reward? They've done more than just provide the coordinates. Su Hongxing said with a smile, Yan and his gang have done a tremendous job. What? Li Gang was shocked. What merits have they accomplished? Chen Hai was about to speak when Gu Yaozu suddenly rushed in. Captain, Zhang Wei, Yan contacted us. What? Chen Hai rushed forward excitedly. Where is it? Communications room. Gu Yaozu said. Chen Hai and Su Hongxing rushed out without saying a word. Chief of Staff. Li Gang stopped Gu Yaozu as he was about to leave and asked with a bitter face, what achievements have Yan and the others made? Great achievement, great achievement. Gu Yaozu laughed and turned around and ran out. Li Gang stood alone in the command center, his whole face distorted. Fuck you. Li Gang clenched his fists. Yan, what merit did you accomplish? When you saved me, you didn't tell me anything. You hid it so well. At the same time, in the communications room, Chen Hai took the microphone and said, Yan, this is Chen Hai. How are you? How is Lone Eagle? Are you guys back? Yan's cold voice came from the microphone. Captain, I request, fire at me. Ah? Chen Hai was stunned for a moment. Chapter 69, we agreed to live and die together, you can't go back on your word, oh. Okay. Chen Hai nodded repeatedly, hurriedly found a pen and paper, and started recording quickly. I understand. Don't worry, I will definitely. By the way, when will you? Oh, okay, I know, hello. Chen Hai shouted into the microphone several times, but there was no response from the other side. He's dead. Chen Hai looked at Su Hongxing in confusion. Su Hongxing also looked at him blankly. What's going on? I don't know. Chen Hai shook his head. I don't know? Su Hongxing frowned. He asked you to fire? At him? Yes. Chen Hai nodded. Why are you firing at him? Su Hongxing asked, puzzled. What exactly do you mean? I don't know. Chen Hai shook his head again. Su Hongxing glared at him angrily. You've been mumbling for a long time, but in the end you don't know anything? Chen Hai said with a bitter face. Yan said the situation was critical and asked me to hold my breath. I just kept listening, but when I wanted to ask something, he hung up. Su Hongxing was so angry that he had nothing to say. Don't look at me like that. I also want to know what happened. Chen Hai's face was full of grievance. Su Hongxing took a deep breath. Then what are you remembering? Coordinates. Chen Hai quickly handed them to Su Hongxing. Yan said that we should contact the artillery first. Wait for his notification later and bombard in this direction. If we don't receive his notification, we can still open fire in 40 minutes. Su Hongxing hurriedly took it, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Wow, 24 kilometers, there are 3 or 4 huge mountains in between. At such a distance, we can only use the Type 59 130mm cannon. That thing can only hit at a maximum range of 27 or 28 kilometers, said Chen Hai. Su Hongxing asked seriously, he didn't tell you anything? Chen Hai shook his head. He really didn't tell us anything. He just said it was extremely urgent and asked us to prepare immediately. Oh, by the way, he said that as long as we can provide timely artillery support, it will definitely be back before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Su Hongxing took a deep breath. They must be in big trouble, otherwise Yan wouldn't have failed to explain it to you. So, you contact the 1st Division, and I'll contact the 2nd Division. Use all their Type 59 130mm cannons. No. Su Hongxing said, after we make the arrangements, you go to the 1st Division and I'll go to the 2nd Division. We'll take charge personally. Xiao Gu. Here. Gu Yaozu immediately stepped forward. Su Hongxing pointed at him and said, you stay here and wait for Yan's instructions. If he tells you to blow it up, you must tell us immediately and simultaneously. Don't hesitate for a second. Yes. Gu Yaozu nodded. Let's go. Su Hongxing pushed Chen Hai out. Don't go, I haven't contacted the 1st Division yet. Chen Hai shouted. Get in the car and use the walkie-talkie. Su Hongxing pushed him out without hesitation. Keep contacting as you walk, quick. Seeing the two of them running out quickly, the communicator asked curiously, Chief of Staff, what happened to Lone Eagle? Gu Yaozu shrugged. You ask me, who should I ask? He raised his voice. All right, from now on, everyone enters level 1 combat state. We. Gu Yaozu said coldly, let's all wait for Yan. Captain. Ma Dali ran back holding a pile of tree trunks under the command of Huang Yukai. Let's go look for it again. Huang Yukai patted Ma Dali and said, let's go. Don't go. Yian rolled his eyes. Look at you guys, you're like mutant monsters, two people doing the work of one person. You might as well just help me here. Okay. Huang Yukai nodded excitedly. Captain, are you going to give us some special lessons and teach us how to make traps? That's not good at all. Ma Dali said with a bitter face, I can't see. Huang Yukai patted him with a smile and said, it's okay. If I learn it, it means you learn it too. We are together. I still need you to work. Fuck you, are you going to ride on me for the rest of my life? Ma Dali's face was filled with anger. Stop arguing. Yian was speechless. What time was it? These two guys are so bold that even if they are blind or lame, you can't stop them from talking. I really should be mute. Stop talking nonsense, both of you. Yian growled, over there, and over there, dig 4 pits for me. 2 meters wide and at least 1 meter deep. Separate yourselves, and hurry. Hey! Ma Dali nodded, shrugged his shoulders and threw Huang Yukai away. Fuck you! Huang Yukai fell to the ground and screamed, why did you throw me away, you idiot? Ma Dali said honestly, the captain said, we should split up. Then do you even know where to do it? Huang Yukai roared, I have to tell you where it is. Yes. Ma Dali quickly squatted down and asked, where should I dig? I'll take you there first, and then you'll put me at my place, and then we'll separate, do you understand? Huang Yukai growled. Oh, I understand. Ma Dali picked up Princess Huang Yukai. Hey, stop them taking their hands out of my crotch like they're holding a child. Sorry, I'm blind. Is this okay? Yi Yan's eyes twitched. These two people's IQs were fluctuating from time to time. He simply turned his head and concentrated on making the trap materials, thinking out of sight, out of mind. Suddenly, the sound of artillery fire from the foot of the mountain stopped. Yi Yan glanced down and then sped up the preparation of the materials. He knew that Jiang Lin and the others couldn't delay for too long. Huang Can stood in the devastated forest, his brows furrowed in knots. Huang Can clenched his fists in anger. Not a drop of blood. After all this time of bombing, not only did they not kill anyone, but there wasn't even a single injured person? Captain, the subordinate said awkwardly, we've already followed your instructions and ordered the artillery to expand the bombing range. Veins popped up on Huang Can's forehead, but he didn't have time to say anything. Suddenly, there was a burst of gunfire on the mountain. You ran so far? Huang Can's eyes twitched. He could tell that the gunshots were at least 100 meters away from them. Captain, I'll immediately notify the artillery to continue bombarding. No need. Huang Can said coldly, everyone, chase them, speed up. Chase, charge. Charge. The officers of the ordinary troops immediately commanded their soldiers to charge up the mountain. The agents were puzzled. Captain, aren't you going to blow it up? Asked an agent. Huang Can said coldly, haven't you figured it out yet? They're taking turns to cover the evacuation. The intermittent gunfire means they had no intention of stopping. By the time our artillery fire arrived, they had already fled. The artillery didn't hit them, but instead delayed us, giving them more time to escape. All the agents suddenly understood. No wonder the gunshots stopped for a while, then rang out again for a while in a farther place, and then stopped again. By the time they called for artillery bombardment, the enemy had already run away. Notify everyone. Huang Can ran while growling, if you spot the enemy, open fire en masse. Try to injure them, but don't kill them. They won't abandon their wounded. As long as we can hold them off, we can mobilize artillery fire and bombard them, yes. Huang Can looked towards the mountain coldly, if you want to go back, there are still 4 hills. I will play with you slowly, ta-da-da. The gunshots were getting closer and closer. Fan Lalio's face was filled with fear. He trembled and said, Sir. I have to remind you that they are coming. There are so many pursuers, yeah. Yian turned around without raising his head and continued to work. Fan Lalio's eyes twitched. It's so urgent and you just hum? Sir. Fan Lalu approached desperately, how about I carry the 2 veterans on my back and leave first? I'm not afraid of death, I'm just worried that their bodies will be a burden to you. I just want to help. 6th brother. Yian quickly rubbed the vines with his hands, still not looking up and said, you are very kind, but I have to remind you. If we don't go back, even if you bring the old soldier's body back, you will still be locked up. No one will know what you are doing. So? Yian smiled at him, let's go. Hiss. Fan Lalio's face was distorted. After saying this, how can I still leave? I'd better help you. Fan Lalu smiled awkwardly, Commander, what do you think I can do? Let me help you kill those pursuers. Go to them. Yian nodded at Luo Xing and the others, and continued to work. Yes. Fan Lalu nodded with a tearful voice, turned around and ran towards Luo Xing and the others. 10 minutes passed in a flash, and Jiang Lin and others came back one after another. Captain, are you ready? Xia Fei shouted anxiously, the enemy is about to catch up. We need to leave quickly. It's not healed yet. Huang Yukai lay in the pit and shouted, "Everyone come and help, help quickly." Without saying a word, everyone immediately dispersed to help. Ye was so focused at the moment that he couldn't even hear the gunshots. The god's move was so efficient that sparks were almost coming out of the palm of his hand, but time was still too tight, and Yian had just installed the last trigger device. Lin Huo and Ali had already rushed back. "Captain, only Chang Quan and his team are left." Lin Huo shouted anxiously, "It's time to retreat. The enemy is coming soon. We can't leave now." Huang Yukai shook his head, "We've set the trap, but we haven't camouflaged it yet. Without camouflage, wouldn't our efforts be in vain? The enemy won't be stupid enough to fall into it." Ta-da-da! At this moment, Chang Quan and Xiang Cheng rushed to the top of the hill while firing. "Why haven't you left yet?" Chang Quan's eyes widened, "The enemy is already coming." "Shit." Zhang Luan's face was filled with rage. "With those agents in charge, they're like dogskin plasters." "Captain." Zhang Lin changed a new magazine and said coldly, "We'll buy you another 10 minutes. No. Yian was still busy setting up the trap. "Retreat immediately, leave this to me." "Captain, we agreed to advance and retreat together, retreat." Yian roared, "This is an order. You will only get in the way if you stay here. Leave immediately." Everyone looked unwilling and no one wanted to leave, but Yian raised his head at this moment, and his murderous eyes swept over all of them. "I say again, retreat." "Yes." Zhang Lin growled, "Let's go." Everyone looked helpless, but before leaving, everyone tacitly picked up a grenade, pulled out the fuse and threw it down the mountain. In an instant, the explosions became continuous. "Captain, we agreed to leave together." Zhang Lin glared at Jian, "If you don't keep your word, even if you die, the brothers will go to hell to settle the score with you. Go!" Yian roared. "Retreat!" Zhang Lin waved his hand, and everyone had no choice but to cross the unfinished trap and ran towards the top of the mountain. Yian didn't look up, but a warm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At the critical moment of life and death, with such a group of brothers willing to live and die with him, what regrets does he have in this life? Ta-da-da! At this moment, the enemy's gunfire suddenly got closer. Chapter 70. You are not fighting alone, we live and die together. The gunshots became more and more frequent, and the bullets whizzed past the grass. Yian immediately squatted down, and bullets whizzed past his head. "Oh shit." Yian looked at the exposed traps. If the enemy saw them, all his plans would be ruined. Next, they will be chased and beaten by the enemy all the way. Enemy agents can also block enemy forces on the front lines in advance. By then, they would be attacked from both sides and would have no way to escape. Yian didn't have time to think about it, and immediately picked up the leaves and branches nearby to cover the nearest traps. He had just roughly covered the trap when more than a dozen enemies popped up. "Here it is," a monkey soldier shouted excitedly, but the next second, a bullet accurately blew up his head. Bang bang bang. Yian held the gun in one hand, shooting while grabbing leaves and quickly throwing them at other traps. At this distance, Yian can ignore the recoil of the gun and hit the target every time with his eyes closed. Half of the enemies rushing up were knocked down instantly, and the rest quickly lay down. Snap. The magazine fell off. Yian used his elbow to take out a new magazine and replaced it with one hand. Then the bolt was pulled and the bullet was loaded. His other hand was not idle either. He grabbed a bunch of branches and leaves and threw them at other traps. "Charge, don't lie here, charge." An enemy company commander rushed up with his men and jumped over a group of cowardly subordinates, but as soon as he showed his head, he was killed instantly. The bullet blew up his head accurately, and the company commander fell backward with a bang, bang bang bang. The 7 monkey soldiers who charged after him all had their heads blown off and fell in a pool of blood. The remaining soldiers immediately fell to the ground in a free fall. Now they finally understood why all their companions were lying on the ground. At the same time, Yian seized the opportunity. While opening fire to suppress the enemy, they also set traps at full speed. "Who told you to lie here?" At this moment, Huang Can rushed up with a group of agents. "Charge, go!" Huang Can roared. "Sir," a platoon leader said with a bitter face, "their shooting is too accurate. Our company commander was killed as soon as he showed his head." Huang Can glanced at the corpses on the ground. All of them were shot in the head. The corner of his eye twitched, but excitement rose in his heart. In this situation, the other party was able to shoot him in the head, proving that the person he was chasing was definitely not simple. If he could capture these scouts, they would definitely be more useful than the ones he had captured before. "A bunch of wimps." Huang Can cursed and then winked at his men. "Go!" An agent crouched down and rushed forward. The remaining agents quickly dispersed, covering each other in pairs, and surrounded Yian like a big net. Ta-da-da. More than a dozen agents opened fire at the same time, and their shooting accuracy was obviously much higher than that of the ordinary soldiers just now. Moreover, multiple crossfires were formed in the air, instantly forcing Yian to lie down. "Damn it!" Yian's eyes were sharp, and he raised his gun and shot. The 2 agents on the left fell down. Data. A large number of bullets were fired at him. Hundreds of ordinary enemy soldiers hiding behind the agents were firing at him. Bullets were flying everywhere, and Yian couldn't even raise his head. A large number of bullets almost grazed his scalp. Ian lay on the ground tightly, frowning. He could see that the monkey agent was rapidly approaching him under cover of fire. Ian snorted coldly, raised the muzzle of the gun slightly, and pulled the trigger under the hail of bullets. With a few bangs, 4 agents were shot in the head and fell heavily backwards, but just as Ian was about to turn the gun, his pupils suddenly contracted. 7 or 8 smoking grenades were flying towards his position. Fuck. Ian pushed himself forward with both hands and rolled backwards quickly. After rolling around, he pushed his legs against the ground and ran backwards like an arrow. Boom boom boom. All grenades exploded as they hit the ground. Ian was still a step too slow. There were too many exploding grenades and he couldn't run out of the explosion area. He groaned and fell to the ground. Looking down, I saw a lot of blood coming out of my stomach and legs. The severe pain is piercing. He's injured, hurry up. An agent saw that half of Ian's body was covered in blood, and immediately yelled at the ordinary soldiers behind him. He had just experienced how powerful Ian was. A trapped beast will still fight. He understands this very well, that if you rush up now to deal with a master like Ian, the chances of death are very high. So let the ordinary soldiers do the job of seeking death, and their agents can just follow behind and launch sneak attacks. In an instant, more than 100 ordinary enemy soldiers rushed over screaming. Ian gritted his teeth, looked at the enemy troops rushing towards him, and then looked at the trap that had been mostly covered. The heavy stone in his heart finally came down and his goal had been achieved, using himself to attract the enemy's attention. And now, the enemy was like a headless fly, running towards the trap without realizing it. Ian endured the pain, quickly got up, crouched down, ran and shot behind him. As long as he was in the enemy's sight, they would not notice the trap on the ground, thus making up for the defect that the trap was not well camouflaged. But the enemy had too many people. If he fought while retreating like he did before to cover the old team members, he could have retreated safely, but he stayed where he was, and even if he could hit the target every time, he could not withstand the power of the enemy's coordinated attack. Good man, 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. A boxing champion, facing a group of ordinary people, has to retreat and fight back at the same time. A large number of monkey soldiers came like a tide, and bullets whizzed past Ian. The thigh injury slowed down Ian's speed a lot. He could only run backwards while firing wildly at the pursuing enemy troops. Don't let him run away. Huang Can chased after him and shouted, his eyes full of excitement. Just now, he was observing from behind and could see that Ian was definitely a master. If he could be captured alive, it would not only be a great achievement, but all other responsibilities he had to bear would also be written off. Bang bang bang, ta-da-da, a tide of bullets rained down on Ian. Ah! Ian's eyes were red and hot flames spewed out of the muzzle of the gun. Bullets whizzed out, and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 enemies fell down. He knew very well that the more dangerous the situation was, the more he should not turn around and run, as that would only leave his back to the enemy and he would die faster. When 2 brave men meet on a narrow road, the braver one wins. Click. After firing the last bullet, Ian quickly changed the magazine. Puff. At this moment, 2 bullets hit his left arm, causing blood to splatter, and Ian was knocked to the ground by the powerful inertia. Hit it, an agent shouted triumphantly, go. The enemy troops that had just been suppressed by Ian rushed up again in an instant. Ian stared at them intently. There were hundreds of enemies, and agents were shooting at him from behind. This is 10 times more difficult than the last time he covered Luo Tian and the others' retreat. After all, he only intercepted dozens of enemies last time. Even if he hit the target every time, it would be impossible for him to kill so many enemies. Ian smiled slightly. He didn't regret it at all. Even if he was allowed to choose again, he would still choose to use himself to cover everyone's retreat. The lone eagle had already been destroyed once, and he could not and did not want to see his comrades die in front of him again. As long as everyone can evacuate safely, it will be worth it even if I die here today. Captain, the time is almost up, remember to fire. Veterans, set out the wine. Ian smiled, I'm coming to see you. He endured the pain and replaced the magazine. Even if he died, he had to take away more enemies. With a click, the bullet was loaded, but as soon as he raised his gun, the enemies rushing towards him fell down and rose in an instant. Ta-da-da. Heavy gunfire rang out from behind him. Ian turned around and saw Zhang Lin, Ai Li, Lu Feng, and Yang Wei rushing towards him while firing. What are you doing here? Ian stared at them, but tears were already welling up in his eyes. Captain. Zhang Lin said with a smile, didn't we tell you that we won't let you fight alone? Captain, we lone eagles are just one person. You won't abandon us, and we will never abandon you. Yang Wei roared and fired wildly forward. Captain, we live and die together. Our legs won't carry us off on our own. Ali shouted, if we have to leave, we'll leave together. Yian's eyes twitched fiercely, and he held back his tears and nodded, okay. Drag me away. Yang Wei and Lu Feng grabbed Ian on the left and right, then turned around and ran. Zhang Lin and Ali stuck close to Ian, and the 3 of them opened fire at the same time. The bullets swept towards the enemy like a metal storm, knocking the enemies down in rows like wheat. The enemies behind were instantly frightened and fell to the ground. The Black Panther agents were all suppressed by the powerful firepower and lay down, and could only watch them run away. Damn it! Don't let them get away. Huang Ken was so anxious that he simply picked up the gun and rushed forward like crazy. Stop them, chase them. Chase, everyone, get up and chase. Get up, get up. The agents and officers roared hoarsely. The soldiers had no choice but to get up again under the hail of bullets. Let's see where you run. Huang Can stopped suddenly and pointed his gun at Jiang Lin, who was 60 meters away. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a violent explosion blew away more than 20 enemy soldiers rushing in front. Huang Can was suddenly startled, but before he could come to his senses, a shrill scream suddenly rang out. Huang Can turned his head suddenly and saw 6 soldiers falling into a pit. The sharp wooden thorns pierced their feet, causing them to twist wildly in pain. On the other side, more than a dozen sharp wooden sticks suddenly flew out from the tree and nailed the 7 soldiers to the ground. The 7 men were not yet dead, their mouths full of blood as they clutched wooden sticks and wailed, "There's a trap!" All the pursuing soldiers stopped in fear, but some people didn't have time to stop and rushed into the trap. Their screams were heart-wrenching and echoed throughout the mountains and forests. Huang Can widened his eyes in shock. Now he finally understood why the Dragon Country scouts, who had been retreating alternately, would actually stop them here. It's not about blocking them, it's about deliberately luring them into a trap. He suddenly looked up and found that Yan and his companions had disappeared over the hilltop in just a moment. Damn it! Huang Can's eyes were spitting fire with anger. He was almost able to keep them, but they slipped away right under his nose, and so many people died. You can't get away! Huang Can roared angrily, "I will catch you all." Yan and the others didn't run far. After crossing the hill, everyone immediately came to meet us. "Captain, are you injured?" Chang Quan's eyes turned red instantly. "It's all to protect us." Xia Fei slapped himself, "We are useless." "Sir." Fan Laolu looked at him with tears in his eyes, his expression full of emotion. "You must not die. You must not die. Stop talking nonsense." Yan shouted palely, "No fatal injuries, no way he'll die. Quick, use the walkie-talkie and contact the team." "Yes." Xia Fugue started contacting immediately. "Retreat, quickly, retreat!" Yan shouted. Right, let's go." Jiang Lin shouted, "Those traps won't hold them back for long, let's go." Chang Quan didn't say anything, carried Yan on his back and ran downstairs. Everyone knew that in just a short while, Yan could not have set up all the traps perfectly. At most, he could only set them up roughly. He used himself as bait, making the enemy only focus on him and step into the trap completely unprepared. But there are monkey agents chasing them, and as long as they look carefully, all the traps will be found quickly. So, they have to evacuate quickly now. "Captain, the call is connected." Xia Fugue handed the microphone to Yan grabbed it and shouted, "Fire, fire, fire now, yes." "Falcon Brigade," Gu Yaozu responded loudly as if he had become Yan's soldier. He turned and yelled at the communicator, "Notify the captain and the commissioner, fire." "Captain, fire." "Commissioner, fire." At the same time, the artillery positions, Chen Hai threw down the microphone and ran while shouting at the top of his voice, "Fire, fire, fire." On the other side, Su Hongxing was also yelling, "Boom boom boom." In an instant, the artillery positions of the 1st and 2nd Divisions, all Type 59 130mm cannons roared collectively. One shell after another broke through the flames and flew rapidly towards the distant mountains. "Fire, keep bombing." Chen Hai roared. Chen Hai looked at the sky in the distance, his heart completely gripped. "Yan, you have to come back alive, you must come back alive, this is an order." Chapter 71. You really don't deserve any sympathy, damn it, an agent said angrily, looking at the trap. They wanted to set it up, but they didn't have enough time to disguise it. So that scout stayed behind on purpose to lull us into complacency. The dragon people are so damn cunning. Another agent shook his head. But that guy is really desperate. He dared to stop 400 or 500 of us alone. He's really crazy. Another agent took a deep breath. But I have to admit, that guy is really amazing. We gave it our all, and yet we didn't even leave him behind. Damn, how are the Dragon Nation scouts trained? They clearly haven't fought in ages. Bah! The previous agent said with disdain, if his people hadn't rescued him in time, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Stop talking nonsense. Huang Can suddenly roared, "Are you afraid they can't get far? Quickly find all the traps, don't dismantle them, just step over them and keep chasing them." "Yes." The agents dispersed immediately. Ordinary soldiers can't do this kind of work, so only they can do it. Huang Can glanced ahead and could see with his naked eyes several traps that had not been set up yet, and even sharp wooden sticks. Huang Can's eyes twitched uncontrollably. After all, they had fought for more than 20 years, and even drove away Fa Guolao and De Piao Liang. He was actually fooled by a dragon man like this, and didn't even notice his intentions in such an obvious trap. If this gets out, the Black Panthers will become a laughing stock. Huang Can's fists clenched until they made a cracking sound. Damn Longhua guys, do you really treat me like a monkey? When I catch you, I will make you suffer a fate worse than yours. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply and he subconsciously looked up at the sky. Although he couldn't see anything, he could hear a very familiar and frightening roar in the sky. Artillery attack. Huang Can's eyes widened in fear. Hide. Boom boom boom. In an instant, countless shells slammed into the ground. The area around the trap instantly turned into a sea of fire, and a large number of enemy troops were blown away. Huang Can fell to the ground quickly and rolled over more than 10 times, but it was too late. A shell exploded not far from him. With a loud bang, Huang Can felt like he was hit by a car and his body flew out uncontrollably. It didn't fall to the ground until it hit a tree. A huge darkness appeared before his eyes, quickly swallowing up his consciousness. In his last moment of consciousness, he saw a ball of fire explode, and his two most trusted men were torn to pieces by the explosion. Damn it, I fell into a trap. Huang Can fainted completely. Falcon Brigade. Chen Hai quickly jumped out of the car and ran towards the command center. Any letter from Lone Eagle? Gu Yaozu shook his head at him. No. Chen Hai asked anxiously, he never contacted the headquarters again? No. Gu Yaozu said in a deep voice, I also tried to contact them, but I'm worried about their current situation. If I contact them rashly, I'm afraid they will be exposed. At this moment, Su Hongqing also walked in and happened to hear the conversation between the two. The person who contacted you just now was Yian? Su Hongqing asked. Yes, it's Yian. Gu Yaozu nodded. From the tone, he seems very anxious. Damn it. Chen Hai slammed his fist on the table. What on earth happened to them? It's so frustrating. Su Hongqing patted him on the shoulder and said, if my guess is correct, they must have been targeted by the enemy on their way back. After all, they caused the enemy so much loss, so it's understandable that they targeted them. Chen Hai's mouth twitched. Then I'm even more worried. Have faith in Yian. Su Hongqing glared at him. It's obvious that Yian set a trap. They couldn't get rid of the pursuing enemy, so they needed artillery support. Since it was Yian who requested the artillery fire in the end, he should be fine, and Lone Eagle must be fine too. Chen Hai stared blankly at Su Hongqing, a wry smile on his face. Zhang Wei, I feel like you've changed. Huh? Su Hongqing was stunned. How have I changed? Chen Hai chuckled and said, you used to be so noisy and had a temper even worse than mine. Ever since you became a member of the committee, your temper has improved, your words have become more pleasant, and you're especially good at comforting people. You're like two different people. Su Hongqing smiled at him, and suddenly clamped his head with both fists and lifted Chen Hai up. Do you like me comforting you like this? Su Hongqing twirled his fists vigorously. Chen Hai, you bastard, stop imagining it. They will definitely come back. If they don't come back or if one of them is missing, I'll break your legs. Do you like it? No, no, no. Chen Hai almost cried out in pain. Zhang Wei, I just like the way you were just now. Put me down, it hurts so much. Gu Yaozu and Li Gang on the side folded their arms and nodded silently. Does Su Hongqing look like the Tyrannosaurus Rex in their minds now? Report, Deputy Commander Ma of the military region is calling. A staff officer suddenly shouted. Su Hongqing loosened his hands, and Chen Hai sat down on the ground with a thud. He rubbed his head with both hands in pain. Commander. Su Hongqing took the phone and solemnly straightened his chest. I am Su Hongqing, please give me your instructions. Xiao Su, I heard you just ordered the 1st and 2nd divisions to fire at the enemy together? Ma Weigua asked coldly, what enemy targets were they hitting? Why didn't you report this in advance? Su Hongqing immediately recounted the situation. I'm sorry, Commander. The situation was urgent and I didn't have time to report. I was the only one who gave the order, and I bear all the responsibility. Please punish me, Commander. Don't, Zhang Wei. Chen Hai stood up immediately after hearing this. We are together. Before he could finish his words, Su Hongqing had already glared at him with the eyes of a ferocious beast, and scared Chen Hai so much that he immediately became as obedient as a quail. What punishment? Did I say I would punish them? Ma Weigua snorted coldly, providing firepower to the troops in distress and saving them from danger. Isn't that what we should do? Su Hongqing immediately smiled and said, Commander, is that a meritorious service? Let me report to you again. In fact, the order was issued by Chen Hai. Okay. Ma Weigua said unhappily, you have your merits and your faults, neither of you can escape. Su Hongqing chuckled evilly and made a gesture to Chen Hai that everything was fine. By the way, how's your Lone Eagle doing now? Ma Weigua asked curiously, is he safe? Has he returned? Report. Su Hongqing said seriously, at the moment, we don't know the specific situation. But I think they should have escaped the enemy's pursuit. Their Captain Yian also promised to return tomorrow morning. Okay, I'm glad you're back. Ma Weigua said with relief, tomorrow, I'll come and greet them in person. Commander, you, Ma Weigua interrupted with a smile, they have made such great contributions, they must be treated as heroes. Don't say any more, I will come early tomorrow morning and salute each of them. Yes. Su Hongqing shouted loudly after hanging up the phone. Chen Hai immediately came over and asked, what did the deputy commander say? Su Hongqing chuckled. The deputy commander said that he will come to our brigade early tomorrow morning to personally welcome the Lone Eagle back. What? Li Gang suddenly yelled, startling everyone. What are you yelling about? Chen Hai glared at him unhappily, then turned to look at Su Hongqing. What? The deputy commander said. Su Hongqing repeated, he wants to come and personally welcome the Lone Eagle back and salute each of them. Wow. Chen Hai's face was full of envy. This treatment is too awesome, I haven't even had it. Li Gang standing aside was stunned with shock. When he returned this time, he thought he was the one who had made the most contributions among the Falcons. His treatment was that Chen Hai was waiting for him at the entrance of the brigade command center. What a great contribution Yan must have made that the deputy commander of the military region came to greet him and even saluted him. In an instant, Li Gang's envious face twisted. When they met Yan, it didn't seem like they had done anything special. Now, I just hope they can return safely and on time tomorrow. Su Hongxing sighed. I hope the artillery support just now really helped them resolve the crisis. Chen Hai was about to speak when Li Gang suddenly stood up and said, Captain, Commissioner, I request that you lead the team to find them. Ha? Chen Hai and Su Hongxing both looked at him in surprise. Li Gang said seriously, to put it mildly, I owe Yan 4 lives. To put it seriously, Lone Eagle has already died once, and we can't let them get hurt again. So, I'm requesting to lead the team to pick them up. Li Gang looked at the two men seriously. They've been out for so long, their ammunition and supplies must be almost gone. If we encounter the enemy again, please ask the captain for approval. Li Gang shouted. Chen Hai looked at Su Hongxing, and Su Hongxing nodded silently. Okay. Chen Hai said coldly, you are allowed to bring a small team to support them, but you must pay attention to safety. Yes. Li Gang saluted vigorously. I will definitely bring them back alive. Watching Li Gang turn around and run out, Su Hongxing said with a smile, this kid not only wants to bring them back safely, but also has his own little ideas. Chen Hai was stunned. What little thoughts? Su Hongxing smiled and said nothing. The Lone Eagle group stood on the hill that had just been bombed. Looking down, their trap area had been blown to the ground. The area within a radius of 200 meters was bombarded by artillery fire. The ground was littered with corpses, many of which had been blown to pieces, with parts scattered everywhere. It was extremely bloody. Even if it is still intact, it will be blown beyond recognition, and even its mother may not recognize it. The hundreds of pursuers who had just been chasing them were now reduced to a pile of fragments. Captain, I'm truly impressed. Zhang Lin swallowed hard. Now I understand. You didn't stay here to perfect all the traps. You wanted to use a combination of real and fake tactics to keep the enemy here, and then wipe them out all at once with artillery fire. A smile appeared on Yi Yan's pale face. There's too little time. It's unrealistic to perfect all the traps. If we want them to fall into the trap by mistake and think that there are traps everywhere, the best way is to lure them in. Captain. Xiafei looked at him with tears in his eyes. But you almost lost your life, Yi Yan said angrily. Isn't it because you are too weak and I am the strongest? If you were stronger, I would definitely let you get shot. Do you know how much pain I am in right now? When I go back, I will train you to death. Next time I encounter this kind of situation, you will take over. Everyone's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Xiafei even wanted to slap himself. Why was he so rude? Now that's great. Before I even go back, I've received Yi Yan's devilish training plan. Everyone glared at Yi Yan. He was so naughty even though he was injured. This guy didn't deserve any sympathy. Hey, there seems to be someone alive over there. Chang Quan suddenly pointed in a direction. Everyone immediately looked in the direction of his finger. Then, everyone's mouth showed a wicked smile. Chapter 72. The captain is dead. Huang Can was thrown heavily to the ground, and tears streamed down his face in pain. There is still a survivor here. Zhang Luan walked over with a smile, pulling an agent. I found one too. Xia Fugui also came over dragging an agent. After a while, the 5 agents who were not killed in the explosion and the 3 ordinary monkey soldiers were all thrown together. Yi Yan, who had been bandaged, limped towards them. You really are the chosen ones. Yi Yan smiled at them. You didn't die from this explosion? You're really lucky. Sir, please spare us. Sir, please spare us. The 3 ordinary monkey soldiers were so scared that their faces turned pale. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yi Yan. Huang Can covered the wound on his stomach and stared at Yi Yan intently. Are you their leader? It was you who just attracted our fire? Bang, a big slap hit his face, and a trickle of blood spurted out from the corner of Huang Can's mouth. How can you, a prisoner, speak to our leader? Zhang Lin glared at him. You have no manners at all. Didn't your mother teach you that? Huang Can was filled with rage, but now that he was a prisoner, he had no choice but to be obedient if he wanted to survive. I give in. I surrender. Huang Can lowered his brows and looked at Yi Yan submissively. Commander, you are truly amazing. You killed over 400 of us by yourself. The Southwest Falcon is worthy of its reputation. I am completely convinced. Are you convinced now? Xia Fei snorted coldly. It's too late. What were you doing before? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Ma Liang shook his head. You monkeys are such servile creatures. I have to beat you up real hard before you'll obey. You're wrong. Lin Ho waved his hands. Even if we beat them down now, they'll be back to full strength when we turn around, and might even try to sneak attack you. Are they monkeys? The worst of the worst. That's right. The others laughed and echoed, if you really surrendered, you should have behaved after being defeated by us last time. Why are you gathering troops again? You still don't surrender. You stinky monkey, you ungrateful bastard, you're not going to surrender. Huang Qian was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He was ridiculed even after admitting his mistake. These people were just trying to trick him, but in order to survive, he pretended to be obedient as much as possible. Commander, you are right, we just overestimated our own capabilities and were ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Now we really know that we were wrong, please forgive us and spare our lives. Sir, please forgive us and spare our lives. Several agents immediately understood Huang Qian's meaning, believing that as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. They immediately followed him and shouted, Sir, we really know we are wrong. Please forgive us. We will never dare to go against the Dragon Kingdom again. We don't want to be soldiers anymore. Yi Yan's body was shaking a little, and Shang Quan immediately supported him. Yi Yan stared coldly at Huang Qian. Forgive you, it was the god you believe in who did this. I am only responsible for sending you to see him. Sir. Huang Qian was frightened and shouted hurriedly, your army treats prisoners well. This is your great policy. You are all good soldiers. You must not make mistakes for us trash. Sir, please think twice, Commander, please spare our lives, Commander. The other monkey soldiers screamed in fear and kowtowed to Yi Yan continuously. We treat the prisoners well. Yi Yan sneered, but here, no one is supervising us. No one will ever know how we treat you well. He. The Lone Eagle men raised their guns with a grim smile. Sir, let me do it. Fan Laolu stepped forward with a knife in hand. You? Huang Qian looked at Fan Laolu in shock. You are one of us? Bah! Fan Laolu said righteously, who is yours? I am from Guangnan. Huang Qian and his companions were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Damn, they didn't expect to meet such a big traitor. Sir. Fan Laolu stared at Huang Qian with murderous intent. I know the rules, I will use their heads as a token of my loyalty. All the captives were so angry that their eyes were spitting fire. They never thought that such a guy like Laolu would appear in their midst. He actually wants to use the heads of his compatriots to exchange for his wealth and glory. Wait. Yi Yan said coldly, I haven't said I'm going to kill you yet. Yes. Fan Laolu smiled and stepped aside. If you want to kill him later, I will do it. Yi Yan took a deep breath and stared at Huang Qian coldly. Are you their leader? Yes. Huang Qian nodded. My name is Huang Qian, a colonel in the northern military region of the People's Army. Wow, it's a pretty high position. Everyone's faces were full of sarcasm. Yi Yan stared at him. Are you from the special forces? Huang Qian hesitated for a moment, but he knew that although he could hide it from ordinary soldiers, he could never hide it from the Dragon Country Scouts. The clothes they wear are different from those of ordinary troops. Yes. Huang Qian nodded. We are the Black Panther Special Forces, and I am the captain. A murderous look flashed in Yi Yan's eyes, and his body trembled slightly for no apparent reason. He asked coldly, let me ask you, over a month ago, were you the ones who attacked Yahuling? Yahoo Ridge? Huang Qian looked confused. Answer. Zhang Lin slapped Huang Qian in the face, causing his mouth to be filled with blood. I've never been to Yahuling. Huang Qian shook his head vigorously, I don't know. Aren't you a secret agent? Yi Yan said coldly, aren't you the captain? How could you not know? Answer. Zhang Lin slapped Huang Qian again, and one of his teeth flew out with blood. Sir, I'm a secret agent, yes. Huang Qian said with a sad face, but I really don't know Yahoo Ridge and have never been there. You're lying to me. Yi Yan looked at him coldly. You're from the Northern Military Region's Special Attack Team. How could it be possible that you weren't the ones fighting in that battle over a month ago? Answer. Zhang Lin raised his hand and slapped him. Huang Qian's face swelled up like a steamed bun, and he cried out in grievance, Sir, there's more than one special attack team in the Northern Military Region. Besides our Black Panthers, there are 2 others. I really haven't been to Yahuling. You're lying. Zhang Lin waved his arms and slapped him in the face several times. Huang Qian was beaten so hard that tears streamed down his face. Sir, I really didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, ask my soldiers. We really haven't been to Yahuling. Yes, we really haven't been there. The other agents nodded in fear. Yi Yan frowned. He originally wanted to get clear information and then use their heads to pay tribute to the heroic spirits of the veterans, but unexpectedly, it wasn't them. As soon as Huang Qian finished speaking, Zhang Lin slapped him several times. Sir. Huang Qian covered his face with his hands after being hit. I've already told you it wasn't us, why are you still hitting me? If it's not you, then it's your companions. John Lin snorted coldly, we are all agents anyway, it doesn't matter who we hit. What the hell? Huang Ken was speechless. Does he have to be beaten? Old Jiang, your hand is hurting, let me take over. Xia Fei rolled up his sleeves. I'm next. Zhang Luan spat on his hands. Huang Ken was so frightened when he saw that they were lining up to beat him that he lost the last bit of his dignity. He kowtowed to Yan repeatedly, Sir, please stop hitting me. If you continue hitting me, I will die. I really didn't do it. A month ago, we Black Panthers were operating in the southern mountainous area. There is no place called Yahuling over there. Seriously, sir, if I lie to you, I will be blind if I give birth to a son. Sir, please let me go. Yan smiled grimly and waved to everyone, signaling them to leave. If it wasn't you who did it, then do you know who did it? Yan asked. Huang Ken shook his head like a rattle. Sir, I really don't know. But I can go back and ask, okay. Yan nodded. I'll ask you to go back and bring a message. Really, really? Hope emerged in Huang Can's eyes. Captain, are you going to let them go? Zhang Lin frowned. Ye and waved his hand and continued to look at Huang Ken. Listen carefully, we are the Lone Eagle Commando of the Falcon Brigade. Go back and tell the agents who ambushed us at Yahuling last time. Those key targets behind you were blown up by us, the Lone Eagles. We, the Lone Eagles, are waiting for them. If you have the guts, come find us again. I dare not, I dare not. Huang Ken shook his head quickly. Just deliver the message I told you to. Yan roared. Yes, yes, I will definitely bring it there. Huang Ken nodded repeatedly. Yan smiled and said, very good. What you just said is right. Our army treats prisoners well. This has always been a fine tradition of our army. Now, we will treat you well, and then you can leave. Huang Can and others' hearts suddenly skipped a beat before they could react. Yan said coldly, sixth brother. Here. Fan Laolu strode over. Cut off their noses and ears, pick the tendons in their hands, and then carve a message on their bodies, a lone eagle was here. Yes. Fan Laolu turned around with a grim smile. Sir. Huang Can was so frightened that his face turned pale. No, no. Don't move. Fan Laolu grabbed Huang Can's head and said, if you move, it will hurt more. Cooperate honestly and I will cut faster. Huang Can shouted anxiously, no, no, we are all family, who the hell is yours? Fan Laolu spat, I'm from Guangnan. Ah. Huang Can let out a heart-wrenching scream. 10 minutes later, several prisoners fell to the ground, covering their bloody faces and screaming, without ears and noses, they now look like gourds. You can leave now. Yan said coldly, remember, convey my words to your special attack team. If they don't come to find us, we, the Lone Eagle, will keep killing your people. Let's go. Yan turned around and almost fell. Chang Quan immediately carried him on his back. You got a good deal, get out. Zhang Lin spat and turned away, others came up and gave it a kick, then left satisfied. After a long time, the Lone Eagle people left completely. Huang Can then bit off a piece of cloth with his mouth and wrapped his face with difficulty. Looking down at the bloody words on his chest, he felt worse than death. His ears and nose were cut off, and his tendons were removed. It would be better to kill him. Lone Eagle. Huang Can clenched his fists. You will not die well. The Lone Eagle group quickly climbed over the hill and then ran quickly along a path towards the next hill. As the sky gradually darkened, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it is dark, they can use the mountains and forests as cover. Even if the enemy comes again, they won't be able to find them. Tomorrow morning they would reach the path, and beyond it would be their homeland. Captain, the achievements we made this time are unmatched by anyone in the entire brigade, right? Xia Fei laughed. Ali said proudly, not only our brigade, but no one in the entire military region can compare with us. The special forces will soon be ours. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement, and they were already imagining what achievements they could make after returning. Captain, Captain. Chang Quan didn't hear Yan's voice and looked back. Yan was lying on his shoulder with a pale face, without any movement. Captain. Chang Quan growled in shock, Captain, Captain, are you okay? The captain is dead. Ali went forward and touched him, then burst into tears, the captain is dead. Chapter 73. My God, where did you take the leader? Ali's words instantly shocked everyone. Captain. Everyone gathered around immediately, and several of them were already crying. Captain, you can't die. Ali hugged Yan's head and said, what will we do without you? Ali was crying when he suddenly saw Yan's big eyes staring at him. He was so frightened that he jumped up. The captain is alive again, the captain is resurrected. Everyone was also shocked, and Yan's eyes were as big as copper bells at this moment. I'm cheating on you. Yan slapped him to the ground and roared angrily, you want me dead so badly, you want to take over my position as captain, right? Ali covered his face and said aggrievedly, I just touched you, and the air in my lungs went through your nose. And, you don't move. Yan glared at him angrily, try to be as badly injured as me. I don't need to rest, do I? What's wrong with me taking a longer breath when I rest? Everyone stared at Ali speechlessly. Ali gave an awkward smile. My heart is with the captain, so, stop talking nonsense. Yian said angrily, if you don't take me back quickly, I will die from excessive blood loss. I didn't die at the hands of the enemy, but at your hands. Do you think it's appropriate? Don't just stand there. Jiang Lin growled, run. Everyone immediately ran away and rushed towards the mountain ahead, although they are only 20 kilometers away from their motherland in a straight line, but they had to cross mountains, so the distance would increase exponentially and now not only Yian is in a bad condition, Huang Yukai is also in a semi-comatose state. If you want to save them, you have to try your best. Yian lay on Shang Quan's shoulder, his consciousness gradually becoming blurred due to the shaking. Damn it, we've weathered all the storms. We can't die, not now. Special forces. I need more, I need to bring out the special forces. Veterans, wait, Yian tried desperately to wake himself up, but the excessive blood loss made his vision completely blurred. A strong sense of sleepiness washed over my body. Yian felt his body suddenly become very heavy, and he fell into an endless dark abyss. Xiaoya. Yian slowly opened his eyes, but a bright white light made him squint again. Several figures slowly rose in front of him, blocking the dazzling white light for him. Xiaoya, it's time for you to wake up, wake up, this voice sounds so familiar. Yian opened his eyes curiously, familiar faces were looking at him, and everyone's face was full of smiles. Yian's eyes widened suddenly, and his nose felt sore. Yes, it's you. The 8 people standing in front of him were none other than the 8 veterans who had already sacrificed their lives. Dengfan, Wu Xiaobo, Wang Chao, Zhao Wenwu, Lu Bin, Xie Jie, Bai Taizhan, and Wang Wei. Their figures are still as straight and their smiles are still as bright. Xiaoya, thank you for bringing me home. Bai Taizhan said with a smile, I can see my wife again and see my son whom I haven't met yet. Xiao Yi, thank you. Wang Wei said cheerfully, I can also visit my parents, and send a message to my future wife in her dreams, telling her to find a good man to marry and not have to wait for me. Yian could no longer control himself, and looked at them with tears in his eyes, but I didn't find your heads back. Xiao Yi, you have done enough and well enough. Bai Taizhan patted his shoulder. Yeah, don't blame yourself. Wang Wei smiled and said, from now on, I can drink with my brothers in the cemetery. Even after we die, we can still guard the borders of our motherland. Xiao Ye, you've done very well. I miss you. Yian burst into tears. I really miss you, Yian. Hu Xiaobo grabbed him and smiled. We all know that. But you're no longer the youngest. Now you're the captain. You don't need us to take care of you anymore. Yian. Dengfan also held him tightly, we all saw it. You did better than us. From now on, you have to take good care of yourself and don't overwork yourself. Get up, your soldiers are waiting for you. Zhao Wenwu grabbed Jian, they are just like you in the past. Now, you are us in the past. They miss you as much as you miss us. Hurry up and get up. The others also grabbed Jian and pulled him up. Wake up, they are still waiting for you. Yian flew up, the white light in front of him became brighter and brighter, and the smiling faces of the veterans gradually disappeared in the white light. They are waving, they are thanking, they are blessing. No, I miss you. Yian stretched out his hands and hugged him. The white light dissipated, and Yian gradually saw clearly that a big face covered with stubble was very close to him, only 2 centimeters away from him. Captain. Ali smiled. I miss you too, but we don't have to stand face to face. Yian suddenly woke up and found that he was hugging Ali. Fuck you. Yian slapped him away and said, why are you getting so close to me? Ali covered his face and said aggrievedly, I just wanted to see if there was any air in your nose, but I didn't expect you to kiss me. Yian looked at his old face, his eyes twitching. You son of a bitch, you keep checking whether I am angry or not, and you still say that you are not trying to covet my position as captain. You want to rebel. I didn't. Ali felt even more aggrieved. Yian glared at him unhappily, turned his head and was immediately shocked. Why are you here? Li Gang smiled at him and said, I'm here to take you home. Yian was confused. Captain. Jiang Lin squatted beside him. You fainted from excessive blood loss earlier. No matter how hard we tried to wake you up, you were so worried. Luckily, we met Captain Li on the way. He has the same blood type as you and gave you a blood transfusion. Yian looked at Li Gang blankly, his heart full of gratitude, but before he could say anything, Li Gang spoke first. Don't be polite with me, I still owe you 4 lives. I saved you once, and I owe you 3 more. Yian smiled slightly. He knew that Li Gang was a pure soldier and would save him even if he didn't owe him anything. No matter what, I still have to thank you. Yian smiled and said, actually, I saved you before. Hey, don't mention the process, I don't want to hear it. Li Gang waved his hands quickly. He didn't want to recall the past of catching the snake and having Yian step on his face. Yian laughed, okay, don't mention it, oh, right. Yian suddenly turned around, where's Huang Yukai? Captain, I'm fine. Huang Yukai waved at him with a pale face under a tree not far away. Lama gave me a blood transfusion, I'm fine, Yian looked at my dolly, whose face was equally pale, and felt a pity in his heart. Poor my dolly, he was injured and should have rested well, but not only did he have to let Huang Yukai ride him, but he also had to give him a blood transfusion. Isn't this bullying an honest person? Just catch him alone and make fun of him. You're only safe temporarily, Li Gang said in a deep voice. I've seen your injuries. You might still have shrapnel in your waist and thigh. Huang Yukai is in the same boat. A blood transfusion can only save your lives temporarily. If you don't seek medical attention quickly, the wounds will become inflamed and you might not be able to recover. So, we have to leave immediately. Li Gang said, fortunately, the way back is not far. Then what are you waiting for? Jiang Lin said, let's go quickly. Captain, let's go. Chang Quan squatted down, I'll carry you home. Okay. Yi and Lei on Shang Quan, this serious guy always gives Yian a sense of security. Let's go. Li Gang stood up, shook his body for a moment, and then strode forward. Yian saw this and showed a bitter smile on his face. It can be seen that Li Gang donated a lot of blood to him. He will always remember this friendship in his heart. An hour later, they arrived at the front line. The Firehawk squad led the way, and the group of people safely avoided the enemy positions. Then he followed the secret path and headed quickly towards the motherland. At 9 o'clock in the morning, 2 cars appeared. In front. Li Gang said excitedly, we are back and safe. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their tense nerves completely relaxed, and fatigue instantly flooded their bodies. In the enemy area, they were always on high alert and their bodies were in a state of high excitement. Even if I am tired, I don't feel it, but now, there is no danger anymore, and everyone's body feels hollowed out. Ma Dali could hardly walk, not to mention carrying Huang Yukai. Get in the car. Li Gang helped Yian into the car, I'll take you back to the team. No. Yian grabbed him and said, we have to go back by ourselves. Li Gang was stunned, then shook his head and smiled bitterly, you guys, you're so tired, yet you still want to act tough. I'm not being stubborn. Yian said seriously, old captain, they are waiting for us to go back. We can't be dragged back by you. We have to give the old soldiers an explanation so that they can rest assured. Li Gang stared at Yian closely, then nodded silently, okay, drive back by yourselves. I'll do it. Chang Quan immediately walked forward. Go back. Ali pushed him away and said, I've had enough of you. You're driving so wildly. Don't let the captain get shaken to death. Let me drive. Chang Quan touched his head awkwardly and got into the car obediently. Go home. Ali stepped on the accelerator and the truck rushed out with a roar, and everyone in the car was tossed around. Damn it, he's not much better than me. Chang Quan covered his head and cursed inwardly. Li Gang leaned against Yian, staring at him with a grin. Captain Yi. Xiao Yi, I heard that you guys have made great contributions? Yian glanced at him and shook his head. I don't know. You don't know? How could you not know? Li Gang's eyes widened. You don't know what you did? You don't know whether you have done anything meritorious or not? Yian shrugged. I know I have made a contribution, but I don't know if it is a great contribution. Li Gang hurriedly asked, so what did you do? Tell me, I'll help you analyze it. Seeing Li Gang's anxious look, Yian smiled and said, I'm sorry, Captain Li, I can't tell you for now, because I don't know if what I did can be made public. Wait for the team's notification. It's just the 2 of us, and you said no one knows. Li Gang glared at him, tell it out. Yian chuckled, I still can't say it. I am a principled person. Li Gang's mouth twitched with anger, fuck your principles. I came all the way here to save you, and you didn't say anything. My trip was in vain. I shouldn't have given you so much blood. Li Gang snorted coldly, it's good that you're drowsy. Yian laughed heartily and shouted to everyone, sing a song, and raise the spirits. I'll start. Jiang Lin shouted, the sun sets in the west, the clouds are red, sing. The sun sets in the west, and the clouds turn red. The soldiers returned to camp after target practice. Return to camp, everyone shouted at the top of their lungs, pouring out all the joy in their hearts and the anxiety they had felt for days. Commander, we can just wait at the brigade. Su Hongxing smiled and said, there's no need to travel so far to greet them. It's too much of a courtesy to them. That's right. Chen Hai nodded repeatedly. How could they have deserved to have you run so far? Give them face. Ma Weigua smiled and said, heroes should be treated like heroes. They have made such great contributions, greatly helped our troops, and saved the people living on the border from the ravages of war. If you hadn't stopped me from going to the border, I would have been there to greet them. Chen Hai and Su Hongxing looked at each other, both with proud smiles on their faces. Their military order had been fulfilled before. The Lone Eagle's meritorious service also meant that they had made meritorious service. Commander. Chen Hai chuckled and said, can Yian, the captain of the Lone Eagle, be promoted? Of course, it must be. Ma Weigua nodded vigorously. And at least deputy company commander. I will personally propose this to the military region. Thank you, Commander. Chen Hai was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. To be honest, the Lone Eagle Commando is a deputy battalion level unit. It always felt unjust for him, a soldier, to be the captain. Now it's all right. Ma Weigua smiled and said, this Yian is indeed quite good. You two have good judgment. If it weren't for the restrictions on promotions, you would have promoted him directly to company commander. Chen Hai said with a smile, Chief, what about the quota for their special forces? Ma Weigua smiled and nodded, based on their contribution this time, I think. They're coming. A guard shouted. Ma Weigua immediately looked forward and saw a car leaping up from the bottom of the slope at lightning speed and crashing to the ground with a bang. Ma Weigua laughed and hurriedly went forward, waving at the car with a smile, but the next second, his eyes suddenly widened, because this car showed no sign of stopping. Chief, be careful. Su Hongxing and Chen Hai were so scared that they hurried to pull Ma Weigua. Bang, they were still a step too slow. When they were about to catch Ma Weigua, the car knocked him out. My god, Bodhisattva. Chen Hai's eyes almost popped out and he knelt on the ground with a thud. Su Hongxing's face was distorted. Oh my god, where's the commander? Where did you bump him into? At this moment, in the car, Ali looked ahead in confusion. What happened just now? Yian yelled from behind the car. Ali's mouth twitched. I seem to knock something away.